In the northern Yin of the Daiqian dynasty, on the stone steps of the northern frontier prince's residence, Yang Xun gazed at the bloodied soldier lying before him, his mind in a daze. He had traveled from the 21st century to a dynasty never recorded in history, becoming the son of Yang Hui, the northern frontier prince who governed 8 counties and 108 districts of northern Yin. Originally, this heir lived a life of luxury, but everything changed 3 days ago. The northern frontier prince Yang Hui was betrayed by the 13-year-old Emperor Li Qian while quelling a rebellion, leading to the annihilation of his elite army of 100,000 cavalry. 3 years ago, the old emperor passed away, and Crown Prince Li Qian ascended the throne. The court initiated grand construction projects and imposed heavy taxes, causing widespread unrest. 6 months ago, the southern king colluded with southern barbarians, leading an army of 500,000 to invade. The court assembled an army of 400,000 for defense and ordered Yang Hui to lead 100,000 cavalry south to assist. Ignoring all advice, the young emperor insisted on personally leading the cavalry deep into the southern territories. The mountainous terrain nullified the cavalry's advantage, resulting in total defeat, with Yang Hui killed in battle and Li Qian captured. Upon hearing the news, the original heir died of shock on the spot. My foolish father was too blindly loyal, Yang Xun lamented inwardly. Li Qian brought this upon himself, but it cost the lives of 100,000 soldiers. While considering how to stabilize the northern Yin situation, a silver-armored general approached quickly. Reporting to the heir, General Zhao Jingxiong has arrived at the city gates with an army of 30,000. Zhao Jingxiong, an adopted son of Yang Hui from beyond the frontier, now held the title of General of the Northern Frontier, stationed at Tianmen Pass to fend off the Xiangnu. His intentions in bringing troops here were unclear. On the city walls, northern Yin officials and 3,000 guards stood ready. Zhao Jingxiong rode forward, bowing to Prefect Lu Zhong. Prefect, I fear with the prince gone, there are those who might covet northern Yin. I have come to suppress any troublemakers. Please open the gates. How dare you? Lu Zhong rebuked angrily. Northern Yin has the heir and civil and military officials. We have no need of you. Withdraw immediately. Zhao Jingxiong remained composed. Are you aware, Lord Lu, that the prince has fallen in the southern territories? Northern Yin cannot be without a leader for even a day. Open the gates, or don't blame me for being harsh. His words caused an uproar on the battlements. The soldiers' morale wavered, and some secretly considered surrender. Lu Zhong felt a chill. How could 3,000 guards withstand an army of 30,000? The court was too preoccupied to offer aid. As Lu Zhong was about to speak to stabilize the situation, Yang Xun was already on the city walls, coldly watching Zhao Jingxiong outside the gates. Zhao Jingxiong's laughter echoed over the walls of Beiyin City, his words like a sharp blade aimed straight at Yang Xun's heart. No need for harsh words, my lord. Now that the prince is dead, I'm merely following the will of the people by taking over Beiyin. Hearing this, Yang Xun was furious, wishing he could storm forward and slap Zhao Jingxiong twice. He cursed inwardly. How can this man be so shameless? If it weren't for my old man picking him up from beyond the pass, he would have been wolf food long ago. Now that my father has just been defeated, he's rushing to seize power. Truly an ungrateful dog. Suddenly, a question flashed in Yang Xun's mind. He frowned, pondering. I just learned of my father's defeat, so how did Zhao Jingxiong find out? Tianmen Pass is a full 2 days away from Beiyin City. Could it be that this scoundrel had received the news 2 days ago? Does he have eyes and ears everywhere? The more Yang Xun thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Although the defeat of the northern frontier king appeared to be the responsibility of the young emperor, he couldn't believe Zhao Jingxiong had nothing to do with it. The southern border is vast with many forests. How did the rebels know the route of the Beiyin cavalry and silently encircle them? Even the surviving soldiers faced several ambushes on their way back to report the news, with only one managing to survive by sheer luck. All signs pointed to a terrifying truth. There was a traitor within the Beiyin army who betrayed the northern frontier king. Whether this traitor was Zhao Jingxiong, Yang Xun couldn't be sure, but he was convinced that Zhao Jingxiong was involved. Overcome with rage, Yang Xun could no longer hold back and shouted angrily. Zhao Jingxiong, you're just a dog my father picked up from beyond the pass, and you think you're fit to take over Beiyin? My father was the northern frontier king, and after his death, I should inherit his title. I am the new northern frontier king. Zhao Jingxiong's expression turned grim upon hearing this. Being insulted publicly by Yang Xun, whom he considered a fool, was a blow to his pride. However, he was reluctant to attack the city unless absolutely necessary. With only 30,000 troops and Beiyin City's defenses well fortified, even with just 3,000 defenders, a direct assault would be costly. Moreover, other generals in Beiyin with substantial forces were watching closely. If he lost men here, even capturing Beiyin City wouldn't secure his position as its ruler. Zhao Jingxiong responded coldly. Humph, what northern frontier king? You can't even control Beiyin City. I advise you to open the gates and surrender, and I'll let you die swiftly. Otherwise, when my army breaches the city, you'll wish for death over life." Just as Yang Xun was about to retort, a mechanical voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Ding! An electronic sound resonated in Yang Xun's mind, accompanied by a strange energy flowing through his body. Traveler detected, Conquest System activation and binding in progress. Binding successful. Before Yang Xun could process this sudden change, the system's voice echoed again. As long as the host triggers and completes tasks, generals and soldiers can be obtained. The summoned generals and soldiers possess complete loyalty to the host, with their memories reprogrammed by the system. Then, a familiar voice rang in his ears. "Brother Tong, you finally made it." Yang Xun didn't have a chance to respond before the system chimed in again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the starter gift pack. 5-star General Xue Rengui and 100,000 Xuanjia troops. Yang Xun was filled with joy, but the system continued. Ding! Newbie task triggered. Stabilize the Northern Yen situation and rule over Northern Yen. Wow! Yang Xun was almost moved to tears, thinking to himself, this reward couldn't have come at a better time. Xue Rengui, a legendary warrior. He fought valiantly for the Tang dynasty for decades, achieving unparalleled feats. He subdued Goguryeo, defeated the 9 Tiela tribes, and crushed the Turks. His legendary exploits like 3 arrows fixing Tianshan, heroic conquest of Liaodong, and removing his hat to repel 10,000 enemies, have earned him the title of the second-generation war god of the Tang dynasty. As for the Xuanjia troops, they were Li Shimin's elite cavalry. Clad in black armor and robes, they struck fear into the hearts of all enemies they encountered. With the mighty General Xue Rengui and 100,000 Xuanjia troops, why should Yang Xun fear the likes of Zhao Jingxiu? At that moment, Lu Zheng, who was about to mediate between the two sides, saw the tension rising. But Yang Xun stepped forward first, pointing at Zhao Jingxiu and shouting, "Zhao Jingxiu, you ungrateful wretch. If you have the guts, attack the city." As soon as Yang Xun finished speaking, a general in silver armor stepped forward, shouting, "Position arrows, fire." Archers on the city wall moved in unison, releasing a volley of red arrows that formed a striking red line in front of Zhao Jingxiu's 30,000 troops. This red line served as a warning. If Zhao Jingxiu's army crossed it, it would signal the start of battle. Yang Xun gave an approving nod to the quick-reacting silver-armored general. This guy was right on track. The silver-armored general was named Su Dachuan, the deputy general of Yang Hui, the northern frontier king. Recently, he had fallen from his horse and broken his arm, so he stayed behind to serve as the defending general of Northern Yen City instead of joining the Northern Frontier King's campaign. As a trusted deputy to Yang Hui, Su Dachuan was determined to stand by the heir to the very end. With a resolute expression and his sword in hand, he was ready to face death. Such loyalty, he believed, would surely bring comfort to the old prince's spirit in heaven. The atmosphere on the city wall, however, was completely different. Lu Zheng and the other officials were pale with fear, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked at Su Dachuan, as if he were a fool. Inwardly, they cursed. If the heir wanted to go to war with Zhao Jingxiu, so be it, but why should Su Dachuan get involved? The troops in Beiyin City were too few to withstand Zhao Jingxiu's massive army. Once the city fell, not only would the heir and Su Dachuan meet their end, but they too would not be spared. Although some remained loyal to Yang Hui, the harsh reality was undeniable. Yang Hui was dead, and they saw no hope in Yang Xun. Moreover, Yang Xun had consistently treated these officials with disdain, even going so far as to harass their family members. How could they possibly side with Yang Xun now? But now, the arrow had already been released, leaving them no choice. Lu Zheng thought regretfully. Could an arrow once shot be retrieved? Outside the city, Zhao Jingxiu watched the arrows fall before him with a dark expression. He had planned to capture Beiyin City without shedding a drop of blood, but the people on the wall, aligned with Yang Xun, dared to shoot at him. Especially that magistrate Lu Zheng, who had delayed him long enough that he could have already entered the city with his troops. Anger rising, Zhao Jingxiu raised his spear to the sky and shouted, "Prepare to attack." With his command, the order was swiftly relayed throughout the army. The cries of "Prepare to attack" echoed as siege engines and ladders moved forward, and 30,000 troops began to advance on Beiyin City. Su Dachuan shouted, "Prepare to defend." Drawing his sword, his expression was as firm as iron. Meanwhile, the officials turned ashen with fear, and Lu Zheng collapsed to the ground, his legs trembling. With the morale in Beiyin City shattered, insufficient troops, Su Dachuan's bravery but lack of strategy, and the heir's incompetence, this battle seemed doomed to fail. Lu Zheng thought in despair, "It's over, everything is over. The heir is a madman, dragging us all to our graves." He sighed helplessly and looked at Yang Xun with resentment. Suddenly, Lu Zheng was taken aback. Yang Xun's face showed no panic. Instead, it bore a faint smile, as if everything was under control. Lu Zheng cursed silently. "I had heard rumors of the heir's insanity, and now I see it's true." facing imminent death, and he's still smiling. As Zhao Jingxiong's army crossed the threshold and launched a fierce charge, at this critical moment, Yang Xun's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he shouted, "Where is the Xuanjiao army?" When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The term Xuanjiao army, this unfamiliar name stirred waves of confusion in everyone's hearts. When had the Northern Yin ever had such a force? Even across the entire Great Qian Empire, no one had ever heard of the Xuanjiao army. People couldn't help but wonder if the prince had lost his mind due to the looming crisis. Just as doubts surged like a tide, thousands of black flags suddenly rose on the distant horizon, as if night had fallen prematurely. Immediately after, the ground began to shake violently, and the thunderous sound of hooves swept in like a storm. The 30,000 troops that were originally charging forward halted at the sound, only to realize in shock that they were surrounded by thousands of cavalry, surging towards them like a black tide. This cavalry unit was uniformly equipped, black spears, black armor, and black horses, resembling demons emerging from hell, exuding a chilling aura of death. Although the border troops of Northern Yin had clashed with Han cavalry multiple times and fought alongside the Northern Yin Iron Cavalry, they had never seen a cavalry unit with such exquisite equipment and overwhelming momentum. More terrifying was the fact that this cavalry's numbers were at least 3 times their own. In an instant, fear spread like a plague through the army. Everyone forgot the order to attack the city, standing frozen in place, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even Zhao Jingxiong, a seasoned general, couldn't hide his shock, his pupils contracting as his face turned ashen. He immediately realized that this black-armored cavalry not only outnumbered his 30,000 troops, but also possessed combat prowess surpassing that of the Northern Yin Iron Cavalry. Zhao Jingxiong was baffled. Where had this massive cavalry force come from? How could he, as an important general of Northern Yin, be completely unaware? Was this black-armored cavalry merely the Northern Yin Iron Cavalry in disguise? Had he been deceived? Was it possible that the king of Jinbei had never set out on an expedition and was instead lying in ambush around Northern Yin City, waiting for him to rebel? But he quickly dismissed this hypothesis. Zhao Jingxiong had planted numerous spies around the king of Jinbei and was certain that the king had indeed gone on an expedition and perished. So how could this cavalry be explained? Shaking his nearly overwhelmed head, Zhao Jingxiong knew he couldn't afford to dwell on it. Despite understanding that he was no match for these cavalrymen, he wouldn't simply wait for death. Defensive positions. Rear troops to the front. Spear and shield soldiers. Advance to engage the cavalry from the rear. Zhao Jingxiong ordered decisively. Though his 30,000 troops were deeply shaken, they quickly responded to the command. Everyone retreated beyond the range of the Northern Yin City's archers and reformed their ranks. Soldiers holding shields and long spears swiftly moved forward, forming a solid shield wall, ready to block the impending cavalry charge. On the city walls, Yang Xun couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Even if Zhao Jingxiong's 30,000 troops were valiant, against his 100,000 Xuanjiao army, it was like throwing eggs at a rock. In this era, there were no crossbows powerful enough to threaten cavalry, and the only ranged weapon was the bow, with a range of less than 100 meters. And that mere 100 meters was but a fleeting moment for charging cavalry. Cavalry facing infantry on open ground is nothing short of a massacre, especially when the Xuanjiao army far outnumbers Zhao Jingxiong's forces. On the battlefield, the Xuanjiao army had already surrounded Zhao Jingxiong, making escape impossible and his defeat merely a matter of time. Yang Xun's gaze was sharp, his mind racing. He had to capture Zhao Jingxiong alive. This sudden appearance was no coincidence. His father's death must be related to him. As Yang Xun pondered his strategy, the two armies clashed fiercely. Sure enough, the Xuanjiao army, like a sharp knife, easily tore through Zhao Jingxiong's defenses. In just one charge, Zhao Jingxiong's 30,000 strong army was in disarray, screams and the pounding of hooves merging into chaos. At that moment, a system panel suddenly appeared before Yang Xun, detailing the battle statistics of both sides. The Xuanjiao army held an overwhelming advantage, while Zhao Jingxiong's forces were on the brink of collapse, their chance of victory steadily declining. On the city wall, Lu Zheng looked at Yang Xun with newfound respect. He had thought Yang Xun to be a useless heir waiting to inherit his position, never expecting him to have such a hidden ace. As the military governor of Beiyan, Lu Zheng knew well that this Xuanjiao army was not left by the Northern King, but was Yang Xun's private force. Lu Zheng calculated silently. The Northern King was always loyal, and would surely mobilize all his forces if he knew of the Southern King's rebellion. Moreover, the Beiyan treasury had never funded this army. This could only mean one thing. This army was cultivated by Yang Xun himself. As for where Yang Xun got the money, Lu Zheng could only speculate. We must capture Zhao Jingxiong alive, Yang Xun said firmly, his eyes burning with determination. Hearing this, Su Dachuan immediately knelt on one knee and requested, "My lord, I am willing to capture that scoundrel Zhao Jingxiong and present him to you." He was thrilled. not expecting the seemingly hopeless situation to be resolved so easily by Yang Xun. Yang Xun glanced at Su Dachuan, knowing that Zhao Zhengxiong's martial skills were too formidable for Su Dachuan to handle. General Su, your injuries are not yet healed, so you should observe the battle from the city walls. As for capturing Zhao Zhengxiong, I have someone else in mind. Su Dachuan was taken aback, puzzled as to who in Beiyin City could match Zhao Zhengxiong. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out behind him. Subordinate Xue Rengui, at your service, my lord. Su Dachuan turned around, and his gaze fell on a tall man in a white robe. This man was 9 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a commanding presence, his eyes fierce and brows like swords. He held a fangtian huaji, a type of halberd, which he struck on the ground, causing the entire city tower to tremble. Su Dachuan swallowed hard, thinking to himself, this guy's arms are probably thicker than my whole body. Since when did Northern City have such a formidable figure? Yang Xun was also taken aback by the sudden appearance of this figure. Being a modern man who had seen much, he couldn't help but compare Xue Rengui to a human titan. Rengui, Yang Xun called out. Can you capture Zhao Zhengxiong alive for me? I need him alive. Rest assured, my lord. He'll be back soon. Xue Rengui replied, then turned and left. Moments later, the city gates opened, and Xue Rengui charged out on a silver horse, heading straight for Zhao Zhengxiong's army. He was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, his fangtian huaji slicing through the air with an impenetrable cold light. Wherever he went, enemy heads flew, and blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, several enemy generals had fallen under his halberd. Even surrounded by enemy troops, Xue Rengui pressed forward without hesitation. His sole target was Zhao Zhengxiong. Zhao Zhengxiong, busy commanding the battle, noticed the commotion behind him. Turning around, he saw the white-robed warrior charging towards him, effortlessly cutting down his men like weeds. As the general of the north, Zhao Zhengxiong had his pride. Seeing his opponent coming alone, he turned his horse to meet him. In the clash that followed, Xue Rengui raised his fangtian huaji and smashed it down. Zhao Zhengxiong blocked with his spear, but the impact left his hand numb. He stared at Xue Rengui in shock, wondering what this man could have possibly eaten to possess such strength. Unwilling to be outdone, Zhao Zhengxiong immediately counterattacked, spinning his horse around and thrusting his spear at Xue Rengui. Zhao Zhengxiong's spear skills were indeed exceptional. If not for Xue Rengui's quick reflexes, he might have been unseated. This forced Xue Rengui to take his opponent more seriously. The two clashed again. Although Zhao Zhengxiong's strength was no match for Xue Rengui, his spear skills were superb. Xue Rengui, aiming to capture Zhao Zhengxiong alive, held back, and the battle between them was evenly matched for a while. Suddenly, Xue Rengui seized the moment when Zhao Zhengxiong was withdrawing his spear and slammed his fangtian huaji into Zhao Zhengxiong's chest. With a loud thud, Zhao Zhengxiong spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from his horse, dazed. Before he could recover, Xue Rengui kicked him in the head, knocking him out. Then, like handling a small chicken, Xue Rengui picked Zhao Zhengxiong up and returned to Northern City. The officials on the city walls were all stunned by this sight. Zhao Zhengxiong, a renowned general of North Yin, who prided himself on being unbeatable, had been captured so easily by this general named Xue Rengui. With Zhao Zhengxiong captured, his soldiers lost their leader. Seeing their general taken, they quickly discarded their helmets and armor, scrambling to surrender. Yang Xun's face was grim as he ordered without hesitation. Xuanjiao army, hear my command. Execute all these traitors, leave no one alive. His voice, cold and merciless, echoed off the walls of Beiyin City. These border soldiers had followed Zhao Zhengxiong for years, becoming his trusted confidants. In their eyes, Zhao's status far surpassed that of the king of the north and Yang Xun. Their unhesitating attack on Beiyin City was proof enough. Although Beiyin needed manpower, Yang Xun knew that keeping these turncoats would only be inviting trouble. He watched the massacre unfold with a cold gaze, thinking to himself, traitors have only one fate, death. Lu Zheng stood aside, watching his former comrades fall into pools of blood. He sighed but ultimately chose to remain silent. In contrast, Su Dachuan's expression was as cold as ice, showing no sympathy for the betrayers. To him, those who betrayed Beiyin and the king of the north deserved such an end. As the last traitor fell, a system notification suddenly sounded in Yang Xun's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving victory. Enemies defeated. 32,112. Points earned. 32,112. System shop is now open. The host can use points to exchange for resources or participate in a lottery, as well as replenish troops. Another prompt followed. Detected loss of 612 Xuanjia soldiers in this battle. Replenishment requires 1,224 points. Proceed with replenishment? Note: only losses can be replenished, no new recruits. Yang Xun chose to replenish without hesitation. The system responded immediately, successfully replenished 612 Xuanjia soldiers, consuming 1,224 points. Remaining points, 30,888. Yang Xun's eyes lit up as he thought. Replenishing a fully equipped soldier for just 2 points. This system is quite user-friendly. Eagerly, he opened the system shop and found it stocked with a wide array of items, from food supplies to horses and armor, even advanced weapons like firearms and cannons. However, aside from food, other items were pricey. A stone of rice cost only 5 points, but a warhorse was 100 points, and a firearm was a steep 1,000 points. This is too expensive, Yang Xun muttered, feeling that exchanging points for these items wasn't worthwhile. His attention was soon drawn to the skills section of the shop, which sold blueprints and methods for making items, such as firearm designs, salt refining techniques, and glass-making processes. Although each skill book required tens of thousands of points, Yang Xun considered these to be more valuable than tangible goods. As a regular modern university student, Yang Xun had some knowledge of various fields, but wasn't an expert. For instance, he knew the general steps for papermaking, but actually doing it was daunting. With detailed blueprints, it would be much easier. Once mastered, these technologies would be worth far more than a few thousand points. He then looked at the lottery system. Each draw required 1,000 points and could yield any item from the shop in random quantities, with the chance of a mystery reward. Every 100 draws would also grant a complementary army, with at least 10,000 soldiers. Considering his options, Yang Xun decided that aside from exchanging for food and skill books, the shop wasn't very cost-effective. The lottery, however, was a gamble. Good luck might land him a skill book for 1,000 points, but bad luck might yield only a stone of rice. Driven by a go big or go home mentality, Yang Xun eagerly clicked the 10 draw button, eager to discover the mystery reward. The system prompted, 10 draws require 10,000 points, randomly acquiring 10 rewards. Confirm, confirm. In an instant, a dazzling wheel appeared before Yang Xun, spinning rapidly. Each time it stopped, an item was added to his system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 99 stones of potatoes, 200 stones of corn, 300 stones of rice, 10 stones of chili peppers. Seeing the first 9 rewards, Yang Xun was dumbfounded. All food, and these items could be exchanged for a few points in the shop. What a loss. He wondered if the system was rigged, or if his luck was just terrible. However, when the final reward appeared, Yang Xun's eyes widened, and his breath quickened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Supreme Maid Kai Wenji 1 inch. Damn this dog system, Yang Xun cursed internally. I spent 10,000 points, and you give me potatoes and corn, thinking a woman will make me forgive you? No way. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, another 10 draw for me. A minute later, Yang Xun looked at the mountains of corn and potatoes in the system space and couldn't help but smile wryly. However, the system wasn't entirely without conscience. Besides the maid Kai Wenji, the second round of 10 draws also brought him an electronic map worth 50,000 points. This map not only detailed information about countries and towns around the world, but also marked the mineral resources of all nations. The map had integrated with the system, allowing Yang Xun to consult at any time, which was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Yang Xun felt a surge of joy, a smile involuntarily tugging at his lips. He told himself that the excitement was all because of the map, not Kai Wenji. Just then, Xue Rengui escorted Zhao Jingxiong to Yang Xun. The accompanying soldiers brought a bucket of ice water and splashed it over Zhao Jingxiong's head. Zhao Jingxiong awoke with a start, meeting Yang Xun's cold gaze as soon as he opened his eyes. He was instantly terrified, his knees buckling as he knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Brother Sun. No, Your Highness. I was momentarily blinded by greed. Please have mercy and spare my life. Originally, Zhao Jingxiong, though aware he could not defeat the Xuanzhou army, had some confidence with his 30,000 troops. Even in defeat, he believed he could escape unscathed with his divine steed. As long as he fled North Yen, there was hope for a comeback. But unexpectedly, Xue Rengui appeared out of nowhere, capturing him alive before he could escape. Now a prisoner, his confidence evaporated. Regret flooded him like a tide, and he internally chastised himself. Had I known, I wouldn't have dueled Xue Rengui. Yang Xun spoke coldly. Zhao Jingxiong, since you chose to rebel, you should have anticipated today. He'll give you a chance. Explain the truth behind my father's death, and your punishment might be less severe. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jingxiong's face changed dramatically. The death of the king of Jinbei was indeed linked to him. Revealing the truth publicly could hardly end well for him. Yet he longed to live. After all, Yang Xun was the heir to the king of Jinbei, and if he promised leniency, he might not go back on his word, right? After weighing his options, Zhao Jingxiong gritted his teeth and confessed everything. It turned out that Zhao Jingxiong had been secretly colluding with the king of Pingnan. The march route of the king of Jinbei and the young emperor was leaked to the king of Pingnan by a spy Zhao Jingxiong had placed next to the king of Jinbei, leading to the complete annihilation of the king's forces. After betraying the king of Jinbei, Zhao Jingxiong plotted rebellion, amassing an army intending to seize North Yen City. His ambitions were grand. He believed that amidst the chaos, Capturing North Yin City and rallying other generals would allow him to claim the throne of North Yin. The king of Pingnan had also promised that if Zhao Jingxiong became the king of North Yin and led his troops south to assist, they would share the world. After hearing Zhao Jingxiong's confession, Yang Xun's face was icy, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What a fool, biting the hand that feeds him. Just one word from the Pingnan king, and he annihilates the 100,000 cavalry of Beiyin, plunging the entire region into chaos. Yang Xun was furious, his fists clenched tightly, and his eyes glinting coldly. He cast a frosty glance at Zhao Jingxiong, who knelt on the ground, his anger almost consuming the traitor entirely. What nonsense about dividing the world, though you rush forward blindly, just because someone dangles a carrot in front of you. Where's your brain? Yang Xun demanded sharply, his voice dripping with sarcasm and anger. Su Dachuan was trembling with rage. He stepped forward and delivered a heavy kick to Zhao Jingxiong, who cried out in pain and curled into a ball. Grabbing Zhao Jingxiong by the collar, Su Dachuan shouted angrily, "Zhao Jingxiong, have you forgotten that if it weren't for the prince rescuing you back then, you'd be dead at the border? And now you betray him? Are you even human? Such ingratitude deserves to be torn apart by horses. Traitor, why don't you just die?" Su Dachuan released him, and Zhao Jingxiong fell heavily to the ground. Panting heavily, Su Dachuan continued to roar, "I thought you were the hope of Beiyin, but you're just a backstabbing mongrel." The surrounding officials pointed at Zhao Jingxiong, their faces filled with anger and disdain. The hall resounded with voices condemning the traitor. Zhao Jingxiong knelt there, speechless, his eyes pleading as he looked at Yang Xun, seemingly still hoping for mercy. Yang Xun looked coldly at the once promising general, showing no sign of pity. With a sharp wave of his hand, he barked, "Guards, drag this traitor out and execute him by slicing." Zhao Jingxiong was struck as if by lightning, his face turning pale. He stared in disbelief, trembling. "Yang Xun, you gave your word. You can't kill me. You promised to spare me." Hearing this, a cold smile played on Yang Xun's lips. He walked slowly to Zhao Jingxiong, leaned down, and said, "I promised leniency, not freedom. I originally planned to behead you, but that seemed too harsh. So I've decided to have you sliced to death with small cuts. How's that for leniency?" Hearing this, Zhao Jingxiong's face drained of color. Just as he was about to curse, Xue Rengui slapped him unconscious. Two soldiers immediately stepped forward and dragged the unconscious Zhao Jingxiong out of the hall. Su Dachuan watched this scene, clicking his tongue in awe. Stroking his chin, he muttered to himself, "Truly the son of a noble. Even leniency is interpreted so creatively." "Su Dachuan," Yang Xun suddenly called out. Startled, Su Dachuan quickly approached Yang Xun, kneeling respectfully. "What are your orders, my lord?" Yang Xun said in a deep voice, "Su Dachuan, I appoint you as the commander of Tianmen Pass. Lead the original 3,000 garrison troops along with 20,000 armored soldiers to Tianmen Pass immediately to prevent the Xiangnu from taking advantage of the situation." Su Dachuan instantly understood the gravity of the situation. Originally, Tianmen Pass had a garrison of 30,000, but Zhao Jingxiong had brought them all to Beiyin City, leaving the pass defenseless. If the Xiangnu attacked now, Beiyin would be in grave danger. "I will obey." Su Dachuan nodded solemnly and left to make preparations. Yang Xun then turned to Lu Zheng and instructed, "Lord Lu, behead all these rebels outside the city and send their heads to the 108 counties of Beiyin as a warning. After Zhao Jingxiong's death, dismember him and send his remains to the border so the frontier generals can see the fate of anyone with divided loyalties." Lu Zheng couldn't help but marvel at the prince's ruthlessness. He respectfully replied, "I will follow your orders, my lord." Yang Xun continued, "Furthermore, announce to the world that I will inherit my late father's title and become the new northern king, ruling over Beiyin. All lands under Beiyin's jurisdiction will be exempt from taxes for a year." At these words, all the officials present were filled with trepidation. They thought, with 100,000 armored soldiers at his command, who would dare rebel? This prince is indeed ruthless. However, Lu Zheng saw the deeper strategy. This move not only warned officials and soldiers across the land, but also endeared Yang Xun to the people of Beiyin. With military strength and popular support, Beiyin was firmly in Yang Xun's grasp. With this realization, Lu Zheng dared not delay, quickly bowing and saying, "I follow your orders, my lord." "Oh no, my king. Long live the king." Hearing this, the other officials also prostrated themselves, chanting in unison, "Long live the king. Long live the king." Yang Xun nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You may rise. I will need your support to build a strong Beiyin." "We will do our utmost," the officials replied in unison. Yang Xun slowly narrowed his eyes, casting his gaze southward. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, "That Pingnan king has extended his reach to Beiyin. The murder of my father is an unforgivable crime. One day, I will crush the southern region and avenge my father." After instructing Lu Zheng on important matters and assigning Xue Rengui, to lead 80,000 Xuanjia troops to guard Beiyin City. Yang Xun hurried back to the northern king's residence. He thought to himself, having long heard of Kai Wenji's erudition and extraordinary beauty, today he would finally meet her. As soon as he stepped into the residence, Yang Xun saw two figures in the courtyard, an elderly man with a kindly face, the house steward Yang San, and a young girl in a blue dress, around 17 or 18, with striking beauty. Seeing this, Yang San quickly approached and bowed, saying, "Young master, this is Kai Wenji, the new maid in the palace." Yang Sun nodded, his gaze inevitably falling on Kai Wenji. Her skin was as smooth as porcelain, her features as if painted, her slender waist easily encircled by a hand, and her eyes more enchanting than peach blossoms. Her hair was styled in a delicate and elegant flying star-chasing moon bun, and her every smile and frown exuded charm. Yang Sun silently marveled, truly a rare beauty in the world. Kai Wenji noticed and hurriedly stepped forward to salute. This servant, Kai Wenji, greets the prince. Yang Sun suppressed his excitement, maintaining the demeanor of a prince, and helped her up, saying, "No need for formalities. From now on, stay by my side." With that, he strode towards the study. Kai Wenji followed closely, gently closing the door behind her as she entered the study, standing beside Yang Sun. Yang Sun paid her no mind, directly taking out the defense map of Beiyin for careful examination. Beiyin was vast, with jurisdiction over 8 prefectures and 108 counties, originally boasting a force of over 300,000. After accounting for the 100,000 cavalry lost in the southern frontier and the 30,000 rebels led by Zhao Zhengxiong, 200,000 remained to guard the territory. However, these forces were scattered, difficult to mobilize easily, especially the frontier strongholds, which required vigilant defense against the northern Xiangnu. Initially, Yang Sun considered forming an additional 100,000 strong army, but after reviewing the defense map, he felt a chill and became cautious. The Beiyin heartland had sparse military presence, with most troops concentrated in 5 frontier cities. Aside from Tianmen Pass, Shuijian Pass and Tianyao Pass each had 30,000 troops, while Feijiang Pass and Tianjian Pass each had 25,000 troops. The commanders of these passes were loyal generals of the late king, and Yang Sun worried they might act like Zhao Zhengxiong, using their forces as private armies. The northern Xiangnu were a looming threat, and an unstable border would bind his hands as the new king of Beiyin. Yet, rashly reducing these generals' military power might incite greater turmoil. Frowning, Yang Sun circled the 4 frontier passes outside Tianmen Pass. Kai Wenji, observing this, tilted her head in thought, a spark of insight appearing in her eyes. Is the prince concerned that the commanders of these 4 passes might wield their troops independently and defy orders, yet lacks grounds to strip them of their power? Kai Wenji asked softly. Yang Sun nodded, giving her a meaningful look. This girl was indeed remarkable, seeing through his thoughts at a glance. Kai Wenji smiled slightly and continued. The prince could have the commanders of these 4 passes switch posts, changing leaders, but not troops. This way, potential threats can be mitigated. Yang Sun slapped the table, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This strategy of rotating generals without changing the soldiers, though originating from the Song dynasty, was perfectly suited for the current turmoil in northern Yin. He calculated in his mind to transfer the commander of Shuijian Pass to Tianjian Pass, the commander of Tianjian Pass to Tianyao Pass, and so on, while keeping the troops at each pass unchanged. This approach would prevent the generals from accumulating too much power and avoid rebellions that might be triggered by forcibly reclaiming military control. Yang Sun stroked his chin, brimming with confidence. With the intimidating presence of the 100,000 Xuanjia troops, as long as he didn't push too far, the generals should hesitate to act rashly. Having lost the support of their original troops, reclaiming military control in the future would be a breeze. Once internal stability was achieved, Yang Sun could fully unleash his potential, gaining power through continuous conquests. With this in mind, Yang Sun eagerly opened the newly acquired electronic map, closely examining the marked mineral resources. Northern Yin was currently short of both money and manpower, and Yang Sun was acutely aware that his strength was insufficient to march south and challenge the king of Pingnan. Having just ordered a 1-year tax exemption, he needed to find a way to raise funds, or even maintaining the 100,000 Xuanjia troops would be difficult. At that moment, his attention was caught by several large gold mines marked on the map, located within the territory of the Xiangnu. His eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a financial lifeline. The Xiangnu had been enemies of northern Yin for generations, and waging war against them could not only earn him points and stabilize the rear, but also potentially solve the financial crisis if he could seize those gold mines. Yang Sun had already made up his mind to find an opportunity to wage war against the Xiangnu. 3 days later, the atmosphere in the Qinghuan Hall of the Dacian Imperial Palace was tense. A woman in her early 20s, wearing a purple gold dragon robe, stood in the hall. Her elegant face was adorned with a light plum blossom makeup, and her beautiful eyes radiated coldness. At her feet lay an elderly man dressed in official robes, a seven-star sword embedded in his chest. The woman looked down at the man with disdain in her voice. Minister Wu, my imperial brother has committed a grave mistake and is now captured by traitors. As the eldest daughter of the late emperor, it is my duty to support the crumbling empire and secure the dynasty our ancestors built. The country cannot go a day without a ruler. How can you not understand this? The elderly man, barely alive, looked up with anger and struggled to speak. A woman ascending the throne is an act of utter rebellion, you. Before he could finish, the woman coldly interrupted. The Li family is now sparse, and the oldest of my remaining imperial brothers is only 9, too immature to govern. It is only right that I take control of the empire. Despair flashed in the old man's eyes as he murmured, a woman will bring ruin upon the nation. Our Dacian is doomed. Before he could finish his words, he breathed his last. The woman bit her lip, clearly not expecting the minister to oppose her ascension to the throne, even in his last moments. This woman, named Li Miaoyin, was the late emperor's eldest daughter and the elder sister of the young emperor Li Qian. Since the young emperor was captured by the king of Pingnan, Li Miaoyin had ascended the throne, citing the necessity of having a ruler at all times. In this feudal society, a woman ascending the throne naturally caused an uproar, with many ministers opposing her, including the now-deceased Prime Minister Wu Ku. At that moment, an elderly eunuch hurried into the hall, momentarily surprised by the sight of Wu Ku's body, before kneeling before Li Miaoyin. Li Miaoyin cast a glance at the eunuch, walked slowly to the dragon throne, and asked, what is the situation at the front? Your Majesty, ever since the defeat of Prince Yang Huai in the north, our military situation has deteriorated rapidly. The elderly eunuch, Songda, stood before the throne, his expression grave as he reported the latest developments from the front lines. His voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the string of bad news. 2 days ago, Prince Xiang and Prince Huai each withdrew their troops. Now, fewer than 200,000 soldiers remain at the front, Songda continued, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Marquis Lan Yutu has ordered a retreat of 100 miles, and the 4 southern provinces have all fallen into the hands of the rebels. Upon hearing this, Li Miaoyin narrowed her eyes, her slender fingers unconsciously gripping the armrest of the dragon throne. Xiang and Huai, I've got my eye on you, she said through gritted teeth, her voice seething with suppressed anger. Since her ascension to the throne, discontent had shadowed her every move within the court. The vassal kings were particularly antagonistic, and many former allies of the court had defected to join Prince Pingnan's forces, while others remained undecided. The court was now weak and isolated, and Li Miaoyin felt a profound sense of helplessness wash over her. She recalled her bold decision to ascend the throne as a woman, defying tradition, all to ensure the continuity of the Li dynasty and to clean up the mess left by her brother. Yet she had not anticipated how difficult it would be to hold the throne. Her gaze swept across the palace, as if searching for a source of support. She knew she could eliminate her opponents within the capital, but the rebels outside were too numerous to eradicate. She felt surrounded and alone. Fortunately, her uncle, Marquis Lan Yutu, was leading the troops and remained loyal to her. This thought gave her some comfort, and she quickly gave an order. Send word to the Marquis to hold the city at all costs. The rebels must not advance. I will find a way to secure reinforcements. Despite her words, Li Miaoyin felt overwhelmed. She inwardly smiled bitterly, thinking, where will these reinforcements come from? At that moment, Songda seemed to have an idea and quickly suggested, Your Majesty, perhaps you could seek assistance from Beiyan. Beiyan? Li Miaoyin frowned, a hint of doubt in her eyes. She remembered that Prince Yang Huai had always been loyal, but with his death, the 10,000 iron cavalry of Beiyan were lost in the southern borders. She pondered silently. How could they have any forces left to aid the court? She continued to muse. I've heard that Beiyan's heir, Yang Xun, is a fool. With his father gone, Beiyan must be in turmoil, and it's uncertain who will emerge as its new leader. The court has no time to attend to Beiyan's affairs, and similarly, Beiyan is unlikely to have the resources to assist the court. Songda seemed to perceive her concerns and quickly added, Your Majesty, a scout has just reported that General Zhao Jingxiong attempted a coup in Beiyan City with 3,000 troops, but was swiftly suppressed by Yang Xun. Yang Xun has proclaimed himself the new ruler of Beiyan. What did you say? Yang Xun suppressed Zhao Jingxiong. Li Miaoyin's eyes widened in disbelief. She had a strong impression of Zhao Jingxiong, a renowned general of Beiyan, and had anticipated his betrayal. Yet she never expected him to be defeated by Yang Xun, the so-called fool. What happened exactly? Tell me in detail. Li Miaoyin's interest was piqued, and she leaned forward slightly, her eyes fixed intently on Songda. The old eunuch relayed the scout's report word for word. After hearing it, Li Miaoyin's expression turned serious as she pondered. After a while, she slowly spoke. What a remarkable black armor army, and what a cunning act of playing the fool. Truly impressive. Indeed, a tiger's offspring is no dog. I underestimated Yang Xun, as did the world. A gleam of determination flashed in her eyes, and she decisively commanded, immediately send envoys to Beiyin City with my decree, appointing Yang Xun as the Prince of the North. He is to lead the 10,000 black armor troops south to quell the rebels. This must be done without delay. Meanwhile, in Beiyin City, within the residence of the Prince of the North, Yang Xun's chamber, Kai Wenji was attending to Yang Xun's grooming, while Lu Zheng stood respectfully by, awaiting instructions from the newly appointed Prince of the North. Lord Lu, how are the seeds I asked you to distribute recently? Lu Zheng quickly stepped forward and respectfully replied, Your Highness, I have already distributed them to each prefecture and county. Some places have even begun planting them. A few days ago, Yang Xun handed over a variety of crops from his system space, including corn and potatoes, to Lu Zheng for distribution across the regions. These crops, used as seeds, were to be planted widely. In the Daqian dynasty, there were no potatoes or corn, and most grains produced around 3 shur per mu were considered high yield. When Lu Zheng learned that potatoes could be a staple food with yields exceeding 30 shur per mu, he was nearly speechless with shock. Even corn, which was not as productive as potatoes, yielded over 10 shur per mu, several times more than ordinary crops in Daqian. These were practically miraculous. Although Lu Zheng didn't know where Yang Xun acquired these crops, he trusted Yang Xun had no reason to deceive him. As the governor of a prefecture, Lu Zheng understood the importance of food for a region. With these miraculous crops, the people of Northern Yin would no longer go hungry. Reporting to Yang Xun, Lu Zheng couldn't hide his excitement. Although these resources came from Yang Xun, as the executor, Lu Zheng knew he would leave a significant mark in history, and how could that not excite him? After hearing Lu Zheng's report, Yang Xun nodded with satisfaction. He had to admit Lu Zheng's efficiency was impressive, having accomplished everything in just one day. Initially, Yang Xun saw through Lu Zheng's opportunistic nature and disdain for him as a perceived wastrel, but he kept Lu Zheng for his abilities. After all, Lu Zheng had served as the governor of Northern Yin for over a decade, and if he were incompetent, Yang Xun's father would have replaced him long ago. Yang Xun had his reasons for giving Lu Zheng the system-acquired crops. Most of his points were reserved for drawing prizes, and he couldn't convert them all into food. The soldiers' provisions needed a solution. As the saying goes, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. If corn and potatoes could be successfully cultivated in Northern Yin, not only would the people be well fed, but Yang Xun would also have one less worry about the soldiers' supplies. By the way, how are the rebel heads I ordered to be sent to each prefecture? Lu Zheng smiled slightly and quickly replied, Your Highness, after receiving the rebel heads, each region has expressed their loyalty in writing. The border generals, upon receiving orders to change defenses, showed no dissatisfaction and smoothly completed the transition. Furthermore, upon learning that Your Highness has exempted Northern Yin from taxes for a year, the people have praised your benevolent governance and are deeply grateful to you. Yang Xun nodded, revealing a slight smile despite having anticipated this outcome. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice task of stabilizing Northern Yan's situation and ruling over Northern Yan. You have been rewarded with General Jiang Wei, 50,000 elite spear soldiers, and 5,000 Zhuge crossbows. A new task has been issued, rule over the 3 prefectures. The elite spear soldiers were heavily armored infantry under Yuan Shao during the 3 Kingdoms period, each equipped with heavy armor and a spear, known as the nemesis of cavalry. The Zhuge crossbow, invented by Zhuge Liang, was a powerful repeating crossbow reputed to fire 10 bolts in succession. However, what delighted Yang Xun the most was the 5-star general, Jiang Buiyue of Tianshui. Historical assessments of Jiang Wei vary. Some consider him a warmonger who drained Shu's resources, but Yang Xun saw him as a rare talent and hero. Skilled in both civil and military affairs, he rose to prominence at a young age. After Zhuge Liang's death, Jiang Wei devoted himself to Shu, taking on great responsibilities, waging 9 campaigns against the Central Plains, and even after Shu's fall, he sought to restore the kingdom single-handedly. Such a heroic general was truly admirable and worthy of song. Just as Yang Xun was about to summon Jiang Wei to see him in person, Xue Rengui hurriedly arrived. My lord, there's bad news. The Xiangnu have moved south. At that moment, Xue Rengui hurriedly arrived, his face full of urgency. He quickly approached Yang Xun, knelt on one knee, and reported anxiously, My lord, urgent news from Tianmen Pass. The Xiangnu have mobilized an army of 80,000, intending to seize the pass, while Zhao Zhengxiong is away. Fortunately, General Su led 20,000 of the black armored army to the pass in time, temporarily holding the line. However, the Xiangnu forces remain outside the pass, showing no signs of retreat. A cold glint of murderous intent flashed in Yang Xun's eyes. He was not surprised by the Xiangnu's southern advance. He recalled the continuous increase in system points yesterday, while the number of black armored soldiers decreased, already suspecting trouble at Tianmen Pass. The system points had increased by 5,000, and the Black Armored Army's numbers had only decreased by over 700, indicating that the situation at the pass was not too dire. Yang Xun attempted to use the points to replenish the lost soldiers of the Black Armored Army, but failed. The system informed him that reinforcements could only be added after the battle ended, and that it was impossible to do so during the standoff. Lu Zhang, pondering for a moment, cautiously suggested, "Your Highness, since Northern Yin has just stabilized, it is unwise to stir up trouble. Shall I send someone to negotiate peace with the Xiangnu?" Negotiate peace? Yang Sun scoffed, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Negotiate with whom? A mere 80,000 Xiangnu soldiers. Do they even qualify? He turned to his personal guards and commanded with a resolute voice, "Relay the order. Draw 10,000 troops each from Shuijian Pass, Tianyao Pass, Tianjin Pass, and Feijiang Pass to reinforce Tianmen Pass." Then he looked at Xue Rengui. "Rengui, gather 75,000 of the Black Armored Army and join me on the expedition." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Sun called Xue Rengui closer and whispered a few instructions in his ear. Hearing this, a sharp gleam flashed in Xue Rengui's eyes, and he quickly responded with a salute. "Rest assured, my lord. If they dare to come, I will ensure they never return." Kai Wenji and Lu Zhang exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the meaning behind Xue Rengui's words. They silently wondered, who is coming? Coming where? Half an hour later, Yang Sun led 75,000 of the Black Armored Army out of Northern Yin City in grand fashion. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang was stirring up momentum within the city, and soon, all the citizens of Northern Yin knew that the Xiangnu were advancing south, and the prince was leading the Black Armored Army to resist them. The Black Armored Army stopped 50 miles outside of Northern Yin City. At this moment, a neatly arranged military formation appeared on the hillside ahead, with large banners bearing the character Yang. Looking out, there were at least tens of thousands of troops. Kai Wenji and Xue Rengui were both taken aback, not expecting the prince to have such a trump card, and their admiration for Yang Sun grew. Xue Rengui initially had some reservations about the task Yang Sun had given him, but upon seeing this elite force, his worries dissipated. Just then, a young general with a handsome appearance, clad in kiln-patterned silver armor, hurried over and knelt before Yang Sun, announcing loudly, "Subordinate Jiang Wei, reporting to my lord. The 50,000 Grand Halberd soldiers are fully assembled and ready to depart at any moment." Yang Sun nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, thank you, Boyue." He then turned to Xue Rengui. "Rengui, go and do what you must. Remember, under no circumstances can Northern Yin City fall." Xue Rengui respectfully saluted Yang Sun. "Rest assured, my lord. With General Jiang here, I need not worry about your safety. This time, we will ensure those villains never return." With that, he led the Black Armored Army in another direction, leaving behind a cloud of dust. As Xue Rengui departed, Kai Wenji observed his direction with a thoughtful glint in her eyes and softly asked, "Your Highness, are you concerned that Prince Hui and Prince Xiang heading north might pose a threat to our Northern Yin, so you've sent General Xue to deal with them?" Yang Sun nodded slightly, a sharp gleam in his eyes. Yesterday, he received a secret report that Prince Xiang and Prince Hui, who had been in a standoff with the Southern Pacifying King at the front lines, suddenly disobeyed the Imperial command and withdrew their troops. The fiefs of Prince Hui and Prince Xiang bordered each other and also shared a boundary with Northern Yin. With the world in chaos, if these ambitious lords joined forces, they would undoubtedly covet Northern Yin. For this reason, Yang Sun deliberately spread false information, claiming that the elite Xuanjiao army of Northern Yin had been completely redeployed, luring the two to attack Northern Yin. If they didn't come, it wouldn't matter, but if they dared to approach, the ambushed Xuanjiao army would give them a harsh lesson. 3 days later, outside Tianmen Pass, the atmosphere in the Xiangnu camp was tense and murderous. "Useless, you're all useless," the Xiangnu Chonyu, Burkle, roared, kicking a general in front of him to the ground. The general quickly knelt before Burkle, trembling all over, his voice full of fear. "Chonyu, it's not that we are cowardly, but the defenders of Tianmen Pass have some method, raining arrows down like a storm without pause. 5,000 brothers in the vanguard were dead before reaching the walls. This general, named Lachuo, was once a renowned warrior of the Xiangnu, but now he had lost his former arrogance, his eyes filled with deep fear. He cautiously suggested, "Chonyu, it must be the reinforcements from Northern Yin. If we attack the city rashly, we may suffer heavy casualties. Perhaps we should retreat." "Retreat." Burkle's eyes widened as he kicked Lachuo again, shouting furiously, "I've already notified the tribal leaders to gather their forces to join me for the sole purpose of capturing Northern Yin in one sweep, and now you want me to retreat?" Burkle had long received word that Yang Hui, the king of Northern Yin, had passed away, and his son, Yang Sun, had inherited the throne, leading Northern Yin. It was said that Yang Sun was nothing but a weak and incompetent fool. Moreover, not long ago, Zhao Jingxiong, the general of Northern Yin, had rebelled against Yang Sun. Although it was unclear why the rebellion failed, Internal turmoil in Northern Yin was inevitable, presenting a perfect opportunity to strike. The Xiangnu and Northern Yin had been at war for hundreds of years, and such a rare opportunity was not one Burkle would easily let slip by. Just then, several messengers rushed into the tent, loudly reporting. The Silver Wolf tribe leader, Xue, has arrived with 20,000 cavalry and 30,000 infantry to join us. The Kanjing tribe leader, Taimu, has brought 15,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantry to join us. The Beast-Hide tribe leader, Ihan, has arrived with 10,000 cavalry and 30,000 infantry to join us. In no time, reinforcements from the major tribes of the grasslands arrived one after another, and a satisfied smile crept onto Burkle's lips. The tribes had brought a total of 250,000 troops, including over 100,000 cavalry. Combined with his remaining 60,000 troops, the total force had reached an astounding 300,000. Chonyu, long time no see. At this moment, the tribal leaders entered Burkle's tent, smiling. Burkle greeted each of them warmly. The Silver Wolf tribe leader curiously asked, Chonyu, I heard that old Yang Xun is dead, and now his son has taken over? Burkle nodded, dismissively saying, That's right, the boy is just a greenhorn, not worth worrying about. The Kanjing tribe leader also laughed. Not just a greenhorn. I've heard this kid is just a spoiled brat who can't even ride a horse. Ha! Everyone laughed, not taking Yang Xun seriously. None of them, seasoned veterans of countless battles, believed that a newly enthroned youngster could pose a threat. At that moment, a soldier rushed into the tent, loudly reporting. Chonyu, a young silver-armored general, has led several thousand infantry out of the city, declaring a decisive battle with you. The infantry is leaving the city? Are they planning a fight to the death? As soon as these words were spoken, the Xiangnu camp erupted with laughter. Soldiers were doubled over, some even wiping tears from their eyes. Ha ha ha, has the Beiyan army lost their minds? Infantry abandoning their stronghold to engage us in battle? Exactly, Beiyan's infantry against our cavalry are nothing but sitting ducks. Could this silver-armored young general be the new Jinbei king? Is he so eager to hand Beiyan over to us? Amidst the laughter, only one person remained expressionless, Lachuo, who had just suffered a defeat. Inwardly, he grumbled. Why didn't I encounter such a fortunate situation? At that moment, the leader of the Silver Wolf tribe stood up abruptly and shouted, Chonyu, I am willing to lead my 30,000 cavalry to meet them in battle. Hearing this, the other leaders instantly regretted not speaking up sooner, silently cursing their hesitation. To them, the tens of thousands of infantry outside the city were like easy prey, ripe for the taking. Whoever defeated these infantry would earn significant military merit and a larger share of the spoils after victory. The leader of the Kanjing tribe, not wanting to be outdone, immediately stepped forward and said, Chonyu, I also wish to lead my cavalry to assist the Silver Wolf tribe. Burkle was overjoyed at this and quickly replied, Excellent. May both leaders achieve a swift victory. With a combined force of 50,000 cavalry, defeating the infantry would be a breeze. Meanwhile, atop the Tianmen Pass, Yang Xun gazed intently at the distant Xiangnu camp, his eyes deep in thought. He had just witnessed several units entering the Xiangnu camp, numbering no less than 200,000. Clearly, these were reinforcements meant to crush Beiyan in one fell swoop. Yang Xun turned to Su Dachuan beside him and asked, Where are the reinforcements from the four passes? Su Dachuan replied truthfully, Reporting to your highness, the four passes have dispatched reinforcements, but their exact location is still unknown. Yang Xun snorted. He had already arrived from Beiyan City, so the reinforcements from the four passes should have reached here long ago, especially those from Shuijian Pass and Tianyao Pass. These two are connected to Tianmen Pass, just a day's journey away, yet there was no sign of them. They still don't respect him as the Jinbei king. Yang Xun thought to himself, In that case, I will show them what I can do. He immediately ordered, Send word to Jiang Wei. This battle must be a decisive victory. I want to shatter the Xiongnu's morale with one strike. Yang Xun had Jiang Wei deploy the Deji soldiers outside the city as a strategic move, both to bait the enemy and to test the capabilities of the Deji soldiers. Knowing that the Xiongnu would send cavalry upon learning about the repositioning of the infantry, the Deji soldiers, reputed to be cavalry nemesis, were positioned with their backs to the city wall to prevent any flanking maneuvers. They were expected to handle the Xiongnu cavalry with ease. Sure enough, two cavalry units advanced grandly from the Xiongnu camp, numbering around 50,000. The Kanjing tribe leader, Xue, observed the Deji soldiers outside Tianmen Pass and remarked to the Silver Wolf tribe leader, It seems the Beiyan army numbers about 50,000, similar to ours. The Silver Wolf tribe leader scrutinized them closely and frowned. Indeed, these infantrymen are heavily armored. We've fought Beiyan for years and never encountered such a well-equipped force. But why aren't they carrying weapons? Are you scared? If you are, let me lead the charge. The leader of the Silver Wolf tribe taunted across the battlefield. Scared? What a joke. The leader of the Eagle tribe retorted defiantly, his eyes gleaming with the anticipation of battle. Warriors of the Silver Wolf tribe, follow me and charge. Attack. With that command, the 30,000 cavalry of the Silver Wolf tribe surged forward like unleashed wild horses, rushing towards the formidable warriors outside Tianmin Pass. The Eagle tribe followed closely, their horse hooves thundering like rolling thunder, kicking up clouds of dust. Facing the oncoming enemy, Jiang Wei remained calm and composed. He ordered in a deep voice, "Spearmen, raise your spears." The soldiers swiftly picked up their long spears from the ground. These weapons, over 3 meters long, had wooden shafts with iron spearheads and were balanced with weights at the end, allowing the soldiers to wield them with ease. When the Silver Wolf leader saw the imposing spears and the hedgehog-like phalanx of soldiers, his heart sank. Even his warhorse seemed to sense the danger, slowing down and soon being overtaken by the surrounding soldiers. At that moment, a rain of arrows suddenly descended from the sky. The densely packed arrows fell like raindrops, causing the Huns at the forefront to scream and fall from their horses. The Silver Wolf leader was dumbfounded, shocked by the fact that they were at least 300 meters from Tianmen Pass, yet the arrows of Northern Yin could reach so far. He couldn't have known that these were Zhuge repeating crossbows from the system, capable of firing 10 bolts in succession with an astounding range of 300 meters, far exceeding any bows in this world. Watching his soldiers fall one by one, the Silver Wolf leader felt as if his heart was being torn apart. But once cavalry begins their charge, they cannot stop, so he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Finally, after losing over 10,000 men, the Hunnic cavalry clashed with the spearmen. However, the Huns' pride in their cavalry was shattered as they could not advance against these heavily armored spearmen. The Huns, already short on iron, had most of their soldiers wearing only leather armor, with their horses unprotected. When they collided with the 3-meter-long spear blades, blood and flesh flew. The spears, like black dragons, would bring down a Hunnic rider with every thrust. On the city walls, Su Dachuan led 3,000 Northern Yin soldiers and 2,000 conscripted civilians, all armed with Zhuge repeating crossbows, freely shooting at the Hunnic cavalry. The casualties among the Huns climbed rapidly. Yang Xun smiled slightly and opened the system panel. The data showed the spearmen and crossbowmen had a combat strength of 7, with a victory chance of 98. In contrast, the Hunnic cavalry had a combat strength of only 4.5, with a pitiful 2 chance of victory. Although the spearmen suffered casualties, compared to the Hunnic cavalry, which had lost more than half its numbers, the losses were negligible. Yang Xun marveled at the power of the system-rewarded units. Whether it was the Xuanjia army or the spearmen, they could easily crush the armies of this era. If these elite forces had a combat strength of 7, how terrifying would a unit with a strength of 10 be? The Hunnic cavalry, realizing the dire situation, began to retreat. However, Yang Xun had anticipated this and ordered Su Dachuan to lead 2,000 Xuanjia soldiers from the city to cut off their retreat. Half an hour later, the battle concluded. The spearmen's formation stood amidst piles of Hunnic corpses, silently attesting to the ferocity of the fight. In this battle, the Hunnic cavalry was nearly annihilated by the Xuanjia army's ambush, with only a few hundred managing to flee back to their camp. Yang Xun earned over 50,000 points from this victory. Northern Yin, on the other hand, lost only 3,000 spearmen and fewer than 400 Xuanjia soldiers, marking a historic triumph. Unfortunately, the spearmen struck too fiercely, killing many Hunnic horses, leaving Yang Xun with just over 10,000 captured horses. On the city wall, Yang Xun reviewed the battle report presented by Su Dachuan, then turned to Kai Wenji and instructed, "Prepare the writing materials. I need to write a letter of condolence to the Xiangnu Chonyu." Inside the Xiangnu camp, a heavy atmosphere hung over everyone. Chonyu Borkel's face was ashen, his fists clenched, and anger burned in his eyes. Losing 50,000 cavalry in just half an hour was a devastating blow to the Xiangnu, like a bolt from the blue. Although the deaths of the leaders of the Silver Wolf and Grey Eagle tribes on the battlefield cleared the way for him to take over these tribes, Borkel found no joy in it. He scanned the surroundings with a dark gaze, and the other leaders looked equally grave, clearly shocked, and at a loss due to this disastrous defeat. Borkel pondered silently. In all his years of battling the Northern Yin army, he had never encountered such formidable opponents. Those black-armored cavalry and heavily armored pikemen seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, catching them off guard. Even more terrifying was the bow that could shoot 300 meters, completely overturning his understanding of weaponry. As everyone was brooding, a soldier hurriedly entered the tent and respectfully handed over a letter. "Chonyu, the king of the north of Yin has sent a letter of condolence." A letter of condolence. Borkel frowned, taking the letter and reading it carefully. As he read further, his expression grew increasingly grim until he finally couldn't bear it anymore and slammed the table, tearing the letter to shreds. "Outrageous," he roared. "That damn king of the north demands I compensate him for his losses. 500,000 cattle and sheep, and several princesses to warm his bed, or else he threatens to destroy the Xiangnu. Lachuo quickly asked, Chonyu, what exactly does the letter say? Borkel was trembling with anger. We lost tens of thousands of warriors and failed to take Tianmen Pass. Clearly, we are the biggest victims. Yet Yang Xun not only refuses to compensate us, but demands payment instead. 500,000 cattle and sheep. Our entire tribe couldn't muster that. And the most infuriating part is, he wants my daughters to warm his bed, and one is not enough. The dignity of Xiangnu princesses cannot be so desecrated. The leader of the beast skin tribe asked gravely, where is the messenger? The soldier replied, he's already left. Before leaving, he told me to convey to the Chonyu that this is only the current asking price. The longer the war drags on, the higher the price will be, and advises the Chonyu to think twice. Upon hearing this, Lachuo's eyes turned red with fury. This is outrageous. Chonyu, I have already scouted Tianmen Pass. They have only 50,000 pikemen, 20,000 armored troops, and 5,000 archers. Just give me 100,000 elite soldiers, and I will take Tianmen Pass within 3 days. Borkel's eyes lit up, and he calculated in his mind. Tianmen Pass has only 70,000 defenders, while he still has over 200,000 warriors. He sneered. We've just suffered a defeat. That little brat would never expect us to strike back immediately. Pass the order. The entire army will launch an attack at midnight and take Tianmen Pass before dawn. Let that king of the north brat see what real warfare is. Meanwhile, inside Tianmen Pass, Yang Xun locked himself in his room and instructed Kai Wenji to guard the door, allowing no one to approach. With the remaining 10,000 points from before, Yang Xun now held a total of 60,000 points. He contemplated how to use this wealth to address the crisis in northern Yan. The threat from the Xiangnu loomed in the north, while southern warlords were stirring, making the situation precarious. Yang Xun understood that he must quickly strengthen his power to remain invincible. System, I want a 10 draw. Yang Xun commanded decisively. The system immediately responded. Ding, a 10 draw requires 10,000 points and will yield 10 random rewards. Do you confirm? Confirm. Yang Xun replied without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 bushels of potatoes, 20 bushels of corn, a designed blueprint for the Zhuge crossbow. The system announced the rewards one by one. Yang Xun's eyes lit up. He had drawn the Zhuge crossbow blueprint on his first attempt. This was a rare treasure. With it, Yang Xun could produce Zhuge crossbows himself, significantly boosting Northern Yan's combat strength. Excited, Yang Xun pressed on. Another 10 draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 craftsmen, 300 craftsmen. Hearing that he had acquired a large number of craftsmen, Yang Xun was overjoyed. These loyal craftsmen were perfect for producing the Zhuge crossbows, without the worry of technology leaks. Yang Xun couldn't help but appreciate the system's thoughtful design. With the war intensifying and a steady source of points, Yang Xun decided to invest all his remaining points. After 6 10 draws, besides food, he had gained 3,000 craftsmen, a Zhuge crossbow blueprint, and a book on cement production. Though not a huge profit, it was certainly not a loss. Considering the current war situation, Yang Xun decided to postpone summoning the craftsmen until he returned to Northern Yan City. Additionally, he had drawn a mysterious assistant gift pack. Yang Xun chose to open it immediately, and 4 men appeared out of thin air in the room. 2 men dressed as armored generals knelt on one knee. General Liao Hua and Gao Shun report to my lord. The other 2 men in plain clothes followed suit. Servants Zhang Ergu and Li Sandan report to your highness. Yang Xun was overjoyed and quickly stood up. Liao Hua and Gao Shun were renowned generals from the Three Kingdoms period, valuable talents even if not as prominent as Jiang Wei. As for Zhang Ergu and Li Sandan, they could be considered a bonus. Please rise, Yang Xun said solemnly. Liao Hua, Gao Shun, you 2 will temporarily serve under Jiang Wei. Zhang Ergu and Li Sandan, you will stay by my side for orders. Understood, the 4 replied in unison. Kai Wenji, who was guarding outside the door, suddenly heard voices from inside, and then saw 4 sturdy men walk out of Yang Xun's room. She couldn't help but wonder, when did these 4 men go in? Could it be that the prince has such a preference? The thought both chilled her and left her strangely disappointed. After Kai Wenji left, Yang Xun immediately summoned Jiang Wei. In the grand hall, the flickering candlelight highlighted their serious expressions. Bo Yu, you're here, Yang Xun said with a hint of a smile. We fought well in this battle. What do you think our next move should be? Jiang Wei pondered for a moment, then respectfully asked, May I ask what kind of results you wish to achieve, my lord? This question caught Yang Xun off guard. His gaze drifted to the map of the northern frontier hanging on the wall, completely annihilating the Xiangnu. The thought crossed his mind, but was quickly extinguished by reality. Even with Xue Rengui and the entire Black Armor army, achieving such a grand ambition seemed impossible. For years, Beiyin and the Xiangnu had been at a stalemate, neither able to decisively defeat the other. The Xiangnu had gathered an army of 300,000 from several tribes. If they rashly penetrated deep into Xiangnu territory, it might provoke a united counterattack from more tribes, rendering Yang Xun's 100,000 troops insignificant. Yang Xun calculated silently. If he couldn't completely destroy the Xiangnu, he at least wanted to subdue them, to deter them from coveting Beiyin again. Ideally, he could force them to cede territory and pay reparations. Those gold mines had long been coveted by Yang Xun. Jiang Wei, sharp as ever, sensed Yang Xun's thoughts and allowed a slight smile. If our lord wishes to subdue the Xiangnu and gain some benefits, it isn't too difficult, he said, his voice low and confident. First, we must severely damage the 200,000 plus troops outside the city. Then, cut off their retreat, leaving them no option but to negotiate. At that point, the Xiangnu Chonyu will have no choice but to agree to any terms. Yang Xun nodded in agreement, a glint of determination in his eyes. If he could force Burke into a corner, territorial concessions and reparations would be inevitable. The Xiangnu, with their sparse population, couldn't afford to lose 200,000 strong men without risking their nation's stability. Burke wouldn't dare take such a risk. But how can we severely damage the Xiangnu and cut off their retreat? Just as Yang Xun was about to ask, Jiang Wei preempted him. My lord, Jiang Wei said, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Today is the perfect opportunity to strike the Xiangnu hard. They've just suffered a defeat and their morale is low. The longer we delay, the more it works against us. Our victory is within reach, and the Xiangnu will likely assume we've let our guard down. I predict they will launch a full-scale attack on Tianmen Pass tonight. Yang Xun's eye sharpened as he instantly grasped Jiang Wei's plan. You mean to land a heavy blow while they launch their attack? As he spoke, Yang Xun's gaze fell on the map on the desk, and a realization dawned on him. In that case, the enemy's rear camp will be vulnerably an ideal chance to cut off their retreat. His finger traced the map, pointing to the Zhuomu River behind the Xiangnu camp. This river is 100 meters wide. If the Xiangnu want to retreat, they must cross it. If we can seize the Zhuomu River while they attack the city, they'll have no escape route. Jiang Wei's eyes showed approval as he continued. Exactly. You only need to lead the halberdiers and crossbowmen to defend Tianmen Pass. I will take 20,000 black armor soldiers to burn their camp, destroy their supplies, and then cross the Zhuomu River to destroy the bridges. The two exchanged a knowing smile, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. Yang Xun nodded slightly, aligning with Jiang Wei's strategy that was forming in his mind. They had both identified the Xiongnu's critical weakness, a lack of supplies. Without provisions, the Xiongnu army could only hold out for 3 days at most. If they couldn't capture Tianmen Pass within 3 days, retreat would be inevitable. A glint of insight flashed in Yang Xun's eyes as his plan took shape. The Xuanzhao army only needed to carry 5 days' worth of rations and could maneuver along the opposite bank of the Zhuomu River, continuously harassing the enemy and preventing them from building a bridge to cross. By then, the Xiongnu forces would be trapped, like cornered beasts, at their mercy. Brilliant, Yang Xun silently praised, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Burke would never have dreamed that his decision to launch a full-scale assault on Tianmen Pass would actually provide Yang Xun with an opportunity for victory. The key to this battle lay in holding Tianmen Pass. As long as they could withstand the Xiongnu's assault, the enemy would be like fish on a chopping board, ready to be sliced. With the elite spearmen and the Zhuge crossbows, Yang Xun was confident in defending the small pass. Moreover, as long as they held out through the night, reinforcements from the 4 passes would arrive the next day. Then, the Xiongnu would taste despair. Yang Xun ordered in a deep voice, proceed with your plan. There must be no mistakes. Meanwhile, on the border between Huaizhou and Beiyin, a vast army stretched for miles, advancing in grandeur. At the forefront of the formation, 2 middle-aged men in python robes rode side by side on horseback, the king of Huai and the king of Xiang. The king of Xiang turned and asked, Brother, are you sure the Xuanzhao army from Beiyin City has headed north to fight the Xiangnu? The king of Huai smiled confidently. Rest assured, I've already placed spies in Beiyin City. The whole city knows that Yang Xun has led the Xuanzhao army to war. The king of Xiang furrowed his brows, a hint of worry showing. This time, we've defied the Imperial orders and withdrawn our troops privately. I wonder what consequences this will bring. Consequences? The king of Huai snorted, a trace of disdain in his eyes. What can that little girl Li Miaoyin stir up? With the world in chaos, we should seize the opportunity to strengthen our power. With Yang Huai dead, it's the perfect time to take Beiyin. If we succeed, the two of us will control 3 provinces, and competing for the throne wouldn't be out of reach. Both the king of Xiang and the king of Huai were of the Li family, making them both uncles to Li Miaoyin. As members of the royal family, they couldn't tolerate a young girl like Li Miaoyin ascending the throne and naturally harbored ambitions of their own. The king of Xiang was still hesitant. I'm just concerned about that Yang Xun. He's no simple character. I heard even Zhao Jingxiong fell at his hands. The king of Huai dismissed the concern. Don't worry. Isn't Yang Xun just leading the Xuanjiao army of 10,000? Whether he can defeat the Xiangnu or not, by the time he returns victorious, we would have already taken Beiyin City. Together, our forces total 15,000. What do we have to fear? All right, I'll follow your lead. The king of Xiang nodded in agreement, seemingly resolute. Yet, he secretly plotted. If a chance arose, who wouldn't want to vie for the throne? If a woman like Li Miaoyin could become emperor, why couldn't he, a man? Once Beiyin was captured, he planned to find a way to eliminate the king of Huai. Then, he would hold 3 provinces alone, commanding tens of thousands of troops. Even the king of Pingnan would have to treat him as an equal. The king of Huai smiled slightly, unaware of the king of Xiang's schemes. He turned and loudly ordered the generals behind him. Tell the troops to pick up the pace. We must reach Beiyin City by sunset tomorrow. The messengers quickly relayed the king of Huai's orders. The king of Huai commands, increase the march pace. We must reach Beiyin City by sunset tomorrow. The king of Huai nodded with satisfaction, his face full of contentment. His thoughts had already flown to Beiyin City, imagining himself seated on the throne of the king of Zhenbei. Just then, the sudden sound of rapid hoofbeats came from all directions, interrupting the king of Huai's daydream. Alarmed, he quickly looked around. He saw squads of cavalry in black armor surging in like a tide from all sides, launching a fierce charge at their army. Ambush! Protect the prince! A startled cry shattered the calm of the battlefield. A general by Prince Huai's side had just drawn his sword when an arrow pierced through the air, striking him precisely in the throat and sending him tumbling from his horse. Prince Huai turned his head in shock to see a white-robed general leisurely drawing another arrow, aiming at the leaders around him. The arrows flew like meteors, each one claiming the life of a general. The mysterious white-robed general's archery was terrifyingly accurate, as if hitting the bullseye from 100 paces was nothing. Prince Huai's eyes widened in amazement. Could Beiyin truly have such a formidable warrior? Li Ri, didn't you say the Xuanjiao army had gone to fight the Xiangnu? Where did these Xuanjiao troops come from? You've really doomed me this time. Prince Xiang shouted at Prince Huai, his voice filled with fear and anger. How did I doom you? I didn't force you to come. Instead of barking here, you'd better run for your life. Prince Huai, disregarding everything else, hastily turned his horse and galloped towards Huaizhou. Seeing Prince Huai flee, Xue Rengui immediately picked up a Fangtian Huaji from the ground and gave chase. The prince orders, capture Prince Xiang and Prince Huai alive, charge. His voice thundered, boosting the morale of the Xuanjiao army. Prince Xiang's face turned ashen, fleeing in panic. He hadn't gone far before he fell off his horse, trembling and collapsing to the ground in fear. The armies of the 2 princes were mainly infantry, with only a few thousand cavalry. In this open plain, their forces stretched too thin and couldn't regroup quickly. Facing the fierce assault of the Xuanjiao army, the 150,000 troops quickly fell into disarray, abandoning their armor and fleeing in all directions. The battlefield swiftly turned into a one-sided massacre. Before Prince Xiang could recover, a Xuanjiao army officer knocked him out with a punch and tied him up on a horse. Soon after, Xue Rengui returned, holding the unconscious Prince Huai with one hand and his Fangtian Huaji in the other. The prince orders, leave no invaders alive. Divide the army by banners and spread out. Xue Rengui commanded, and the Xuanjiao army immediately dispersed, each group of 50 pursuing the fleeing enemy troops. On a distant hill, the elderly eunuch Song De pulled his horse to a stop. Watching the battle unfold below, he couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. Thankfully, he had chosen the mountain path over the main road to deliver his orders to Beiyin, avoiding certain death. Song De mused. Who would have thought Prince Xiang and Prince Huai would withdraw their troops to target Beiyin? Luckily, Beiyin was prepared and set up this ambush. The black-armored cavalry must be the legendary Xuanjiao army, truly living up to their fearsome reputation. If the court could secure their assistance, they might challenge Prince Pingnan. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Song De continued along the winding mountain path. As the chief eunuch, his mission to deliver orders to the north was of utmost importance. Would Yang Xun be willing to march south? Thinking of the new emperor, Li Miaoyin, Song sighed. He had watched her grow up, knowing the hardships she endured. He hoped Yang Xun wouldn't disappoint her. Night fell quietly, and the walls of Tianmen Pass were silent. The 30,000 strong vanguard of the Xiangnu had stealthily advanced under the cover of darkness, now less than 300 meters from the city walls. Lada looked up at Tianmen Pass, a smug smile spreading across his face at the lack of movement from the city. I'm afraid that young Prince Shao is still celebrating his victory with a feast, isn't he? The Chonyu truly has a keen foresight. For hundreds of years, the Xiangnu have never crossed Tianmen Pass, but tonight is Lachuo's moment to make a name for himself. Lachuo stood in the darkness, eyes gleaming with ambition. He had already envisioned the scene after breaching the pass, seizing women, plundering wealth, and earning fame far and wide. However, as he indulged in his triumphant fantasies, a chilling sound suddenly pierced the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down like a storm, and before Lachuo could react, soldiers around him fell to the ground. He focused his gaze and saw their bodies pierced with arrows, blood staining the earth. Meanwhile, bright bonfires ignited along the walls of Tianmen Pass, illuminating the battlefield as if it were daytime. The 30,000 Xiongnu soldiers were instantly exposed to enemy sight, like lambs to the slaughter. Have we been discovered? Lachuo gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint in his eyes. So what if we've been discovered? Today, I will take Tianmen Pass, he shouted. Charge. Anyone who breaks into Tianmen Pass will be rewarded with 5 women. These words acted like a stimulant, causing the Xiongnu soldiers to charge towards Tianmen Pass with reckless abandon. Behind this vanguard of 30,000 were the well-organized Xiongnu main forces, steadily advancing towards the pass. As Jiang Wei predicted, the Xiongnu planned a full-scale assault to storm Tianmen Pass. On the city walls, Yang Xun coldly observed the tide of Xiongnu soldiers surging towards them, showing no sign of pity. Alongside the 5,000 archers continuously firing, 20,000 heavily armored halberdiers were ready for action, with additional troops inside the city prepared to fill any gaps. Yang Sun's sharp gaze swept over the Xiongnu forces outside. The soldiers were poorly equipped, some even charged with nothing but wooden sticks. He chuckled inwardly, knowing the Xiongnu had focused their limited resources on their cavalry, leaving these infantrymen with barely a sword to wield. With such a setup, even if the halberdiers stood still, it might take days for these men to cut through them. Yang Sun couldn't fathom how he could possibly lose this battle. However, when he saw the Xiongnu soldiers pushing siege engines forward, he remained cautious. He immediately ordered, Liao Hua, lead 10,000 halberdiers and hold the gate. Yes, General. Liao Hua knelt to receive his orders and quickly departed. Despite having 5,000 archers and the powerful Zhuge crossbows, the sheer number and fearlessness of the Xiongnu posed a challenge. Soon, many Xiongnu soldiers reached the base of the city walls. Under their cover, the siege engines made it to the gates. The Xiongnu soldiers quickly shielded themselves and began battering the gates with the engine's heavy logs. Although reinforced, the gates struggled against such relentless assault. In less than half an hour, they broke open. The Xiongnu cavalry charged in like a torrent of steel, while the infantry began scaling the ladders, aiming to seize the walls. However, Liao Hua had long been prepared behind the gates. As soon as they broke open, the halberdiers formed a line and stood their ground. The first wave of Xiongnu cavalry was immediately skewered, causing chaos and screams. As before, when the Xiongnu cavalry clashed head-on with the halberdier phalanx, it was like moths to a flame, a futile sacrifice. A pile of corpses quickly amassed at the gate, blood soaking the earth, transforming the battlefield into a massive slaughterhouse where lives were lost every moment. The infantry climbing the ladders fared no better, as the 3-meter halberds in the hands of the soldiers cut them down like the scythe of death. The Xiongnu soldiers barely set foot on the walls before being skewered and thrown down, never even touching the halberdiers. This gruesome scene was not lost on the Xiongnu commander, Burkle. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, cursing inwardly. These damned halberdiers, why are they so hard to defeat? Just as Burkle was at a loss, a sudden blaze erupted from the rear camp, with flames shooting dozens of meters into the sky. Burkle's heart sank, an ominous feeling washing over him. Burke was about to send someone to investigate when a general, covered in soot and looking terrified, rushed in. Report, Chonyu. A cavalry unit has raided our camp, and the 10,000 soldiers guarding it suffered heavy losses. Useless, Burke roared in fury, striking the general with his whip. His body trembled, his eyes burning with anger. The siege of Tianmen Pass had been unsuccessful for too long, and if the camp was also lost, where would their 200,000 strong army go? Ahan, Burke commanded sharply. Take your troops back to the camp immediately and hold it at all costs. Yes, Chonyu. The leader of the Beast Hide tribe responded promptly, mounted his horse, and led a squad of soldiers racing back to the camp. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of troops attacking Tianmen Pass noticed the flames coming from the direction of the camp. Morale plummeted, and many soldiers abandoned their armor and scattered. Latu tried desperately to stop them, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. At that moment, Latu realized Yang Xun had anticipated their attack on Tianmen Pass tonight. Not only had he prepared defenses, but he had also sent a force to launch a surprise attack on the Xiongnu camp. The Xiongnu had lost over 10,000 men, yet Tianmen Pass remained impregnable. The formation of the halberdiers was more solid than the walls, and neither cavalry nor infantry could break through. Latu had considered using archers to take out the halberdiers from a distance, but they were at a disadvantage in range as well. The Xiongnu bows could only reach 80 meters, while the Northern Yin crossbows could shoot up to 300 meters. Their archers were wiped out before they could even get into range. Continuing the assault would only increase casualties, so Latu, gritting his teeth, had no choice but to order a retreat. Latu had just returned to Burke's side when he met the Chonyu's murderous gaze. Latu, What punishment do you deserve for deserting in battle? Burke shouted angrily. Latu's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly. Chonyu, I am not afraid of death. It's just that Tianmen Pass is impregnable, and we cannot breach it. Stop making excuses. Burke scolded harshly. Your forces were double those at Tianmen Pass, yet you were utterly defeated. If I don't execute you today, how can I face our fallen brothers? With that, he drew his curved sword from his waist, ready to decapitate Latu. Chonyu. At this critical moment, the Beast-Hide tribe's leader, Ahan, arrived hurriedly. Reporting, Chonyu, when I returned to the camp, I found it had already fallen. All our supplies and provisions were burned, the cattle and sheep scattered, and the enemy had vanished without a trace. Ahan's expression was grave as he continued. The force that raided our camp must have been the 20,000 strong black armored army from Tianmen Pass. Now that this army's whereabouts are unknown, it poses a significant threat to us. At this point, Latu seemed to have realized something and quickly spoke up. Dark clouds loomed over the Xiangnu River as a rider galloped back, breathless, to report. Chonyu, the pontoon bridge has been destroyed. This news was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone present. Burke's face darkened, his brow furrowing. He knew well that although rebuilding the bridge wasn't impossible, since Yang Xun had ordered its destruction, he must have stationed a heavy guard on the opposite bank, ready for them. A trace of worry flashed in Burke's eyes as he realized that to rebuild the bridge, someone would have to swim across first to secure a rope. However, the Black Armor Army had surely crossed the river by now, lying in wait. Anyone attempting to cross would be an instant target, shot down immediately. Burke looked around at the 200,000 strong army and felt a heavy weight in his heart. Most of the nomadic people were not skilled swimmers, and those who could swim were few and far between. The Xiangnu River had become a formidable barrier, completely cutting off their retreat. Sinking heavily to the ground, Burke was filled with unwillingness and frustration. He had fought battles all his life, but never imagined being cornered by a young man. A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Yang Hui wasn't dead at all, and the person on the wall was actually Yang Hui, not Yang Xun? Clenching his teeth, Burke roared. With no way to retreat, we will take Tianmen Pass in one decisive strike. Pass the order for the entire army to attack. We must break the city within 3 days. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding leaders exchanged glances, none showing any intention to attack. The leader of the Beast Skin tribe spoke first. Chonyu, perhaps we should negotiate peace with Beiyin. Those spear-wielding soldiers are too strong. Tianmen Pass is impregnable. Other leaders chimed in agreement. Ram said, Chonyu, our Xiangnu population is already sparse, and now we've lost over half. We can't continue fighting. We should negotiate with Beiyin. If they let us cross the river, it's okay to compensate with some cattle and sheep. As Burke found himself at an impasse, a soldier rushed over. Chonyu, an envoy from Beiyin seeks an audience. Let him in, Burke said in a deep voice. A young man, chewing on a toothpick, swaggered in it was Zhang Ergu. He looked at Burke arrogantly, without any intention of kneeling. Latuo shouted angrily. How dare you? You see the Chonyu, and don't kneel. Zhang Ergu sneered. I am Zhang Ergu, a servant under the Northern Yan's Jinbei king. Why should I kneel to a Xiangnu Chonyu? Despite his brazen exterior, he felt nervous inside. He remembered Yang Xun's advice. The more arrogant he appeared, the more likely he was to return alive. Burke was furious, almost fainting. He roared, insolence. Seize him and behead him. Zhang Ergu's eyes widened as he shouted. Do you dare to kill me? Our lord said the Black Armor Army has already crossed the Xiangnu River, cutting off your retreat. If you dare kill me, he guarantees your 200,000 strong army won't cross the river. Try it if you don't believe me. As soon as Zhang Ergu finished speaking, the leaders, sensing danger, quickly stopped the restless soldiers. They all bowed toward Boker, their voices carrying a hint of pleading. Please, Chonyu, think carefully and don't lower yourself to the level of such a scoundrel. Boker clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Rage surged within him, and he wished he could tear Zhang Ergu apart on the spot. However, the lives of 200,000 soldiers were in the opponent's hands, forcing him to suppress his anger. Taking a deep breath, Boker managed to calm himself and asked in a deep voice, Zhang Ergu, what is the reason the Northern King sent you here? Zhang Ergu crossed his arms, adopting a superior posture. Our lord wants to see you to discuss compensation. However, he insists that you can only bring one person with you. Upon hearing this, Boker gritted his teeth, silently cursing. It was indeed Yang Xun's scheme. He couldn't understand how such a young and inexperienced person could possess such skills, not only training a formidable army, but also outmaneuvering him at every turn. At this moment, he truly wanted to see the real face of the Northern Yan's King of the North. Fine, I'll go with you, Boker declared, feeling a sense of unease. As the Chonyu of the Xiangnu, going personally to Tianmen Pass to meet Yang Xun was undoubtedly a risky move. He expected the other leaders to dissuade him, but none spoke up. Only Lachuo stepped forward, expressing his intention to accompany him. Boker's anger grew, cursing the group for their lack of loyalty. He vowed to settle accounts with them once they crossed the Zhuomu River. Under Zhang Ergu's guidance, Boker and Lachuo entered Tianmen Pass. True to his word, Boker only brought one companion. As Lachuo stepped inside, tears welled up in his eyes. Although not as a conqueror, they had finally entered, a moment hard-earned. At the gate, a team of halberdiers was repairing the damaged gate. Observing closely, Lachuo noticed these soldiers were armed to the teeth, their bodies covered in heavy armor except for their faces. No wonder they couldn't defeat them. Just the iron armor on one halberdier could forge dozens of war knives. Boker was equally astonished. He had heard of the halberdier's reputation, but seeing them in person, he couldn't help but marvel. How different are they from the legendary heavenly soldiers? In Xiangnu, iron was extremely precious, sometimes requiring 10 sheep to exchange for a pound of it. The armor on these halberdiers seemed like moving herds of cattle and sheep to him. If Northern Yin was so wealthy, what a prize it would be to conquer it. This thought added to Boker's frustration. Seeing their reaction, Zhang Ergu mocked disdainfully. What are you staring at? Like you've never seen the world. And you're the Xiangnu Chonyu. Lachuo, infuriated by the comment, was about to retort, but was stopped by Boker. Despite his own intense dislike for Zhang Ergu, this was not the time for arguments. Soon, they were led to the main hall of the city lord's residence. Zhang Ergu, leaving them with a casual, "Wait here, the lord will be here shortly," turned and left. Watching Zhang Ergu's departing figure, Lachuo couldn't help but spit and mutter under his breath. What a piece of work! Suddenly, a squad of soldiers in silver armor stormed into the hall like arrows, their thunderous footsteps startling Lachuo and Borkel. The leader, Yang Xun, fixed Lachuo with a piercing gaze. He strode forward and delivered a resounding slap, leaving a vivid handprint on Lachuo's cheek. No spitting in the city lord's residence. Consider this your warning. Yang Xun's voice was as cold as ice. Lachuo's anger flared instantly, the stinging pain on his face fueling his rage. I'm the top warrior of the Xiangnu, and you dare hit me for spitting? I'll hit you back, see if I don't, he roared through gritted teeth, his clenched fist trembling with fury. Yang Xun's expression darkened, and the dozens of crossbows behind him were immediately aimed at Lachuo. The sight of the glittering arrows, sharp as bayonets, sent a chill down Lachuo's spine, and his courage quickly dissipated. Relax, just consider it a slip-up, Lachuo chuckled awkwardly, trying to appease. Yang Xun snorted dismissively and waved the silver-armored soldiers away. Only then did Lachuo exhale in relief, though his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Beside him, Borkel's face was ashen, inwardly cursing. Damn it, why didn't I realize Lachuo was such a coward before? I should never have let him lead the troops. How could he possibly win a battle like this? He knew well that this was Yang Xun's way of putting him in his place, but Lachuo had made him lose face completely. Just then, Lachuo sidled up to him with a fawning expression and said, "Don't worry, Chonyu. I'm here to protect you." "Get lost," Borkel shouted furiously. "You're expelled from the tribe." "What?" Lachuo stood there dumbfounded. "I didn't even do anything. Why am I being kicked out?" The two of them waited anxiously in the hall, time seemingly at a standstill. An entire hour later, Yang Xun finally arrived, accompanied by Kai Wenji and Su Dachuan. "Greetings, Lord of the North." Borkel placed his right hand over his left chest and bowed to Yang Xun, trying to maintain composure. Yang Xun, with a sharp gaze, looked Lachuo up and down and asked, "Are you the one who lost half of the 30,000 troops in just one day?" At this, Kai Wenji immediately covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, and Su Dachuan struggled to hold back his own laughter. Borkel's face turned red with embarrassment as he realized he had indeed lost 3 battles in one day, with more than half of his 30,000 troops gone. Though he claimed to have 20,000 soldiers left, the actual number was probably closer to 16,000 after the failed siege. Borkel's face flushed with anger and shame. Though he didn't know what greenhorn meant, he knew it wasn't a compliment. He suppressed his anger, not daring to retaliate. Yang Xun sat down with authority and said calmly, "So, what are you willing to offer for the safe passage of your remaining troops?" Borkel was taken aback by Yang Xun's directness. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "If the Lord of the North allows us to cross the river, I am willing to offer 50,000 cattle and sheep." A cow was worth 15 taels of silver, and a sheep 1.5 taels. Even if there were more sheep than cattle, 50,000 livestock would be worth at least 2 million taels of silver in Dacian. 1 tael of silver was equivalent to 1 guan, or 1,001. Northern Yen was impoverished, and 2 million guan was almost half a year's tax revenue for the entire region. Borkel's offer of 50,000 cattle and sheep was indeed sincere. Of course, these would be divided among all the tribes in Xiangnu territory, as it would bankrupt Borkel alone. Hearing Borkel's offer, Yang Xun laughed and said, "You see, I asked for 50,000 cattle and sheep before, and you refused, insisting on fighting. That's what I call unwise. 50,000 cattle and sheep was the price before. Now, after all this, the price has naturally gone up. To ensure your troops' safe retreat, 50,000 cattle and sheep won't suffice. Oracle frowned, having expected Yang Xun to agree immediately. He didn't anticipate Yang Xun's greed. Could it be that he really wanted some princesses? Thinking this, Oracle tentatively asked, Lord of the North, why don't you state your terms? If they're reasonable, I will agree. Yang Xun's lips curled slightly, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He extended four slender fingers, his voice steady and imbued with undeniable authority. I have 4 conditions. He stated them slowly, each condition striking like a heavy blow to Burke's heart. Compensation, an annual supply of large quantities of cattle and sheep hides, establishment of the Northern Desert Protectorate with stationed troops within Hun territory, surrender of all warhorses and weapons, and cession of the land south of Tianlang Mountain. Burke's face turned from pale to green, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he nearly fainted. Lord of the North, these demands are utterly excessive. Burke was furious, his voice trembling with anger. Yang Xun's gaze turned sharply cold, and the surrounding soldiers simultaneously drew their swords, their blades gleaming. He said coldly, Burke, this is not a negotiation, but an order. If you refuse, you won't leave Tianmen Pass alive. Burke forced himself to remain calm, trying to reason. In warfare, envoys are not to be harmed, let alone trample on the dignity of the Huns. Yang Xun snorted with disdain. A defeated general speaking of dignity? Let me tell you, my Xuanjia army numbers 200,000. If I weren't simultaneously at war with King Xiang and King Huai, your entire Hun territory would have been flattened, and your people would all be slaves to Northern Yan. Upon hearing this, Burke was thunderstruck, his eyes wide open. He knew well the combat prowess of the Xuanjia army. If they truly numbered 200,000, the threat of annihilation was real. What shocked him even more was that Yang Xun was simultaneously at war with King Xiang and King Huai, a testament to Northern Yan's unparalleled strength in centuries. Burke was torn inside, both in awe of Northern Yan's power and ashamed of the potential submission. However, he quickly thought of the cowardly tribal leaders, which somewhat reassured him. Yang Xun noticed Burke's changing expression and was secretly pleased. The claim of 200,000 Xuanjia soldiers was a bluff, but the defeat of King Xiang and King Huai was true. Just a few hours before the Hun attack, his score had increased by over 90,000, clearly indicating that Xue Rengui had already engaged with King Xiang and King Huai. The allied forces of King Xiang and King Huai suffered a devastating loss of over 90,000 men in just a few hours, nearly destroying their entire strength. At this critical moment, Su Dachuan stepped forward, his voice filled with fervor and hatred. My lord, why waste words with these barbarians? Let's first eliminate the remnants outside the city, then march north to completely annihilate the Xiangnu. We'll make their men slaves and their women playthings for our army. These words struck Burkle like a heavy blow to the heart. As the Chonyu of the Xiangnu, he was seething with anger yet felt utterly helpless. The shame of defeat and a sense of powerlessness filled his heart, and he knew all too well that the enemy had the capability to fulfill this threat. Just then, Yang Xun chuckled softly, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. General Su, that's not quite right. The Xiangnu are people too. Why wipe them out completely? I am always merciful. As long as they agree to my terms, I will naturally grant them a way out. These words left the Latour people present dumbfounded. In their hearts, they roared. How dare you speak of mercy? You slaughtered over 100,000 of our kin in a single day. You're nothing but a demon. Latour recalled those comrades mercilessly slain by the giant spearmen, causing him to tremble with fear that surged like a tide. Yang Xun was calculating in his mind. Of course, he wanted to completely eliminate the Xiangnu, as Su Dachuan suggested. But the reality was, he didn't have enough troops. The 200,000 Xuanjia troops were merely a bluff. He was well aware of his actual strength. The system's task for him was to command the lands of 3 states, with his next targets inevitably being Xiangzhou and Huaizhou. He couldn't afford to be locked in a prolonged conflict with the Xiangnu. This severe blow to the Xiangnu, keeping them north of Beiyin and deterring them from coveting Beiyin, was already sufficient. More importantly, Yang Xun coveted the gold mines within Xiangnu territory. This was why he demanded Burkle cede the region south of Tianlang Mountain. There were 2 large gold mines there. If the Xiangnu weren't allowed to leave, the war would drag on endlessly. To secure the gold mines, they would have to be completely wiped out. Otherwise, they would face relentless harassment. But the Xiangnu had deep roots, and even if their main forces were wiped out, there were still numerous tribes within their territory. The Xiangnu were trained in martial arts from a young age, and to completely destroy them would require at least 300,000 troops, half of which needed to be cavalry. Yang Xun simply didn't have that kind of manpower. Moreover, there were other powerful nations north of the Xiangnu. If he occupied the Xiangnu, Yang Xun would face the threat of these countries directly. Leaving the Xiangnu as a buffer might actually be a better choice. Despite this, Yang Xun understood the adage, those who are not of our kin are sure to have different minds. Although he didn't wipe them out this time, he wouldn't let the Xiangnu off easily. He planned to thoroughly exploit the Xiangnu's value in the future, ensuring they couldn't rise for a century. Besides, with the system in hand, after some development, wouldn't it be easy to wipe out the Xiangnu? There's no need to rush. After much hesitation, Burkle finally chose to compromise. Lord of the North, I agree to your terms. Please keep your promise and let my soldiers leave. Yang Xun waved his hand, a sly glint in his eyes. No rush. Your soldiers must stay. You and the other tribal leaders can go back first, and once you gather what I want, you can come to retrieve them. Burkle was furious at this. You're too much. You've burned our supplies. My soldiers have no food. How can they wait for my return? Yang Xun smiled slightly, his tone carrying a hint of threat. Don't worry, I won't let your soldiers starve. However, I only give you 7 days. If you don't return by then, your soldiers can forget about surviving. Oh, and I heard you have a daughter named Princess Qinghua. Bring her along too. If you harbor any treacherous thoughts in the future, I'll use her as a sacrifice. After leaving the Tianmen Pass, Burkle's face was as dark as a stormy sky. He gritted his teeth, thinking that the damned prince of Jinbei, Yang Xun, was truly inhuman. Not only did he demand territories and reparations, but he also wanted to station troops in Xiangnu territory and receive annual tributes. This was clearly an attempt to turn Xiangnu into his vassal state. What infuriated Burkle the most was that Yang Xun even demanded Princess Qinghua as a hostage. Qinghua was his most beloved daughter, talented in both literature and martial arts, and as beautiful as a celestial being. Burkle's brow furrowed as he couldn't help but picture Qinghua's delicate and enchanting face. He had long heard that Yang Xun was a playboy, a lecher, and a scoundrel. Clenching his fist, Burkle worried. Would Yang Xun do something excessive to Qinghua? But if he refused, tens of thousands of Xiangnu people would starve to death outside Tianmen Pass, which would also be a heavy blow to Xiangnu. More importantly, over 60,000 of those people were his own followers. If they all perished here, even if he managed to return alive, his position as the Chonyu of Xiangnu would be unstable. With a long sigh, Burkle gloomily said, "Oh, what a worry." At this moment, Lachuo stepped forward, his eyes shining with determination. He said fiercely, "Chonyu, don't worry. Temporary tolerance doesn't mean we're afraid of Yang Xun. We'll bide our time, gather strength, and return to make him pay." Burkle turned to look at Lachuo, finding his words resonating with him. Nodding, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Indeed, Xiangnu is only temporarily submitting. Then he said to Lachuo, "Lachuo, while I and the other tribal leaders go back to gather cattle and sheep, you stay here with the brothers." Upon hearing this, Lachuo's face showed a hint of reluctance. Chonyu, if I stay, who will protect your safety? Maybe someone else should stay?" Burkle's mouth twitched at these words. Internally, he cursed. This coward is just afraid of dying. If Lachuo weren't the eldest son of a prominent family in the tribe, he would have chopped down this timid fellow. Yet, he suppressed his anger and said sternly, "No, this concerns the lives of tens of thousands of brothers. I can't trust anyone else. As for my safety, don't worry. Just keep an eye on the brothers and make sure all weapons are surrendered. Otherwise, that bastard Yang Xun might find an excuse to cause trouble." Meanwhile, in the Prince of Jinbei's residence, Yang Xun was sitting on his bed when he suddenly sneezed. Kai Wenji immediately asked with concern, "Your Highness, it's cold at the border. Could you have caught a cold?" Yang Xun rubbed his nose and nodded. "It's possible. This body of mine has long been weakened by indulgence, so catching a cold is quite normal." As he spoke, his eyes twinkled mischievously as he glanced at Kai Wenji. If only someone could warm my bed. With Kai Wenji, such a beautiful woman, by his side every day, it was natural for Yang Xun to feel tempted. Previously, he had been too busy to act, but now that the war was over, teasing Kai Wenji became a pleasure. Hearing this, Kai Wenji's cheeks turned as red as ripe apples. She lowered her eyes, her heart racing. Yang Xun was quite handsome, and any woman would be attracted to him. Moreover, during this time together, Kai Wenji discovered that Yang Xun was indeed very talented. Many things he said were beyond her understanding, yet every time she sought his guidance, she benefited greatly. Handsome, talented, and ambitious. Which young lady in ancient times could resist such a man? Summoning her courage, Kai Wenji softly said, "If your Highness doesn't mind, Wenji." "Wenji is willing." Her voice was so soft that Yang Xun thought he had misheard. Pretending not to hear clearly, he raised his voice and asked, "Wenji, what did you say?" Kai Wenji became even more embarrassed, stammering, I. Seeing this, a sly look flashed in Yang Xun's eyes, and he suddenly raised his voice. "You're not suggesting you want to warm my bed, are you?" "Oh dear, why are you shouting so loudly, my lord? What if others hear?" Kai Wenji's cheeks flushed a deep red, as if they could drip water. In her panic, she reached out to cover Yang Xun's mouth, trying to stop him from making any more noise. Seizing the moment, Yang Xun pulled Kai Wenji into his arms and whispered in her ear, "We'll see who makes more noise later." His words made Kai Wenji bury her head into Yang Xun's chest, murmuring softly, My lord, please be gentle with me. Yang Xun chuckled softly, reassuring her in a gentle tone. Don't worry, I'm a gentle man. The two then spent a tender and intimate time together. An hour later, Kai Wenji, her face still flushed, snuggled in Yang Xun's arms, and suddenly remembered a question. My lord, I can't understand why you want the Xiangnu to cede the land south of Tianling Mountain. Although it borders our northern Yan, the land is barren and uninhabited. We would have to station troops there, which seems unprofitable. Yang Xun smiled mysteriously and replied, You don't understand. South of Tianling Mountain, there are 2 gold mines. Gold mines. Kai Wenji's eyes widened in surprise. Gold mines have always been controlled by the court. If Northern Yan had its own gold mines, its strength would surely rise to another level. No wonder you specifically asked for the land south of Tianling Mountain. It was for the gold mines. The Xiangnu probably don't even know about these gold mines, do they? How did you find out, my lord? Can you foresee the future? Kai Wenji found Yang Xun increasingly enigmatic. Yang Xun, however, stopped her amazement with a laugh. Keep it down. You look like you've never seen the world. And who told you the land south of Tianling Mountain is barren? I've checked it out. It's all black soil, perfect for growing potatoes. If we cultivate the entire area into fertile fields, the people of Northern Yan will never go hungry again. Yang Xun's concern for the welfare of the people filled Kai Wenji's eyes with admiration. She thought to herself, the Lord had just exempted the people from taxes for a year after ascending the throne, and now he's finding ways to solve the food problem. He's truly remarkable. Just as Kai Wenji was lost in admiration for Yang Xun, his hands began to wander again. In the early morning, Yang Xun was so drained he could barely get up. Meanwhile, outside Tianmen Pass, the entire Xiangnu army had laid down their weapons and surrendered to Yang Xun under the leadership of Lachuo. After counting, there were 170,000 Xiangnu left, many of whom were wounded. These people were settled on the plains outside Tianmen Pass, where Yang Xun, as promised, provided them with food. However, the food was just some coarse grains and wild vegetables, and in small quantities, just enough to keep the Xiangnu from starving. At the same time, Berkel led several tribal chiefs across the Zhuomu River. On the opposite bank, Jiang Wei did not make things difficult for them. Upon receiving news of the Xiangnu surrender, Jiang Wei led the Xuanjiao army for 5 days from upstream of the Zhuomu River back to Tianmen Pass. The Xuanjiao army had brought enough provisions for 5 days before setting out and had seized a lot of jerky from the Xiangnu camp, so they did not go hungry on the way. In this battle, Yang Xun captured over 70,000 horses, more than 30,000 cattle and sheep, and countless weapons. Unfortunately, many horses and cattle escaped, or the haul could have been greater. As for the seized weapons, they were treasures for the Xiangnu, but Yang Xun did not value them. He immediately ordered these weapons to be melted down and remade into arrows to replenish the consumption at Tianmen Pass. On the 6th day, Berkel finally returned with the cattle and sheep, accompanied by his daughter, Princess Qingyue. The carriage moved slowly forward. Inside, the Xiangnu Chonyu, Bo Kuer, looked at his most beloved daughter, Princess Qingyue, with a guilty expression. He spoke in a low voice. Naren, for the future of the Xiangnu, I am sorry to put you through this. Princess Qingyue gently shook her head, a faint smile appearing on her face. Father, as a princess of the Xiangnu, this is what I must do. Bo Kuer sighed deeply, his heart aching. Sending his cherished daughter to Northern Yan was a pain more unbearable than death. Yet, he knew it was a necessary decision. If Princess Qingyue was not sent to Northern Yan as a hostage, Yang Xun would eventually attack the Xiangnu out of distrust. This move had a dual purpose: to satisfy Yang Xun's demands and reassure him, buying time for the Xiangnu to secretly rebuild and rise again. And also, Bo Kuer harbored a secret plan of his own. If Yang Xun could not be defeated on the battlefield, then he must be eliminated in his bedchamber. Bo Kuer lowered his voice, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Naren, that Duke of the North, Yang Xun, is a lecherous man. When you're by his side, he may do inappropriate things to you. Do not resist. Be compliant, and when he least expects it, seize the opportunity to kill him. Princess Qingyue was momentarily stunned by his words, but then a resolve flashed in her eyes, and she nodded lightly. As a Xiangnu princess raised in a military camp, her skills in horseback riding, archery, and combat were exceptional. If the opportunity arose, killing an unarmed Yang Xun would not be difficult. At that moment, Gao Shun's voice came from outside the carriage. Chonyu of the Xiangnu, our lord summons you. Bo Kuer patted Princess Qingyue on the shoulder, and the two of them disembarked from the carriage together. Led by Gao Shun, they arrived at the main hall of the city lord's residence. Inside, Yang Xun sat leisurely at the head seat, sipping tea, with Kai Wenji and the recently returned Jiang Wei standing beside him. Bo Kuer and Princess Qingyue immediately knelt and saluted. Chonyu, Bo Kuer and Princess Naren greet the Duke of the North. May the Duke of the North live for 1,000 years. Their faces were full of respect, as the Xiangnu were now a vassal state of Northern Yan, and they had to show the appropriate deference. Yang Sun smiled slightly, feeling quite pleased. It was Northern Yin that the Xiangnu surrendered to, not to Qian, which filled him with pride. Although Northern Yin was but a single province, it now had a vassal state. Did this mean he could declare himself emperor? However, Yang Sun quickly dismissed the thought. He knew that in the current chaotic world, the first to declare themselves emperor would be the first to perish. As the ancient saying goes, build high walls, store ample grain, and bide your time before claiming the throne. With the north pacified and the court blocking various warlords in the south, it was the perfect time for Northern Yin to develop. There was no rush to proclaim an empire. Rise, Yang Sun said, looking at Bokur. Have you brought what I asked for? Bokur quickly produced a small booklet and respectfully presented it to Yang Sun, reporting in detail. As you instructed, I have brought 20,000 cattle and 60,000 sheep, along with 30,000 pieces of various furs, mainly sheepskin and cowhide. As he spoke, Bokur also presented a national document. This is the document ceding the land south of Tianlang Mountain. I have signed and sealed it. From now on, the land south of Tianlang Mountain belongs to Northern Yin. Burke's heart was filled with anguish as he gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed to cede territory. Although the land south of Tianlang Mountain was barren and sparsely populated, it was still part of the Xiongnu's domain. As the first Chonyu in centuries to cede land, he knew he would be infamous unless he achieved great deeds. This thought only strengthened Burke's resolve for revenge. Yang Sun paid no mind to Burke's thoughts and nodded with satisfaction. Very well. Additionally, I must inform you that I will be constructing Tianlang City on Tianlang Mountain and will send troops to establish the Northern Desert Protectorate at Tianxiong Mountain within your Xiongnu territory. Do you have any objections? Burke was taken aback by these words and clenched his fists. Tianxiong Mountain was near his tribe, strategically advantageous and easy to defend, not far from Tianlang Mountain. It was clear Yang Sun intended to keep a close watch on him and could reinforce from Tianlang City if necessary. Despite seeing through Yang Sun's intentions, Burke dared not protest and could only grit his teeth and say, I have no objections. All right, leave your daughter, and you can take your people and go. Yang Sun dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Burke bowed to Yang Sun once more, gave a long look at Princess Xue, and left. Yang Sun approached Princess Xue and scrutinized the 17 or 18-year-old girl. She wore traditional Xiongnu attire made of sheepskin, adorned with bone decorations. Her features were delicate, and her large, bright eyes were like black gemstones. Her wheat-colored skin was smooth, and her long, black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. As rumored, Princess Xue was indeed a flower of the grasslands. What is your name again? Yang Sun asked. Cha Xianarain. Princess Xue was also examining Yang Sun, surprised by his youth and handsomeness. She had imagined the merciless demon her father spoke of to be hideous. Yang Sun suddenly leaned in, sniffing near her ear. Princess Xue felt his warm breath, and her face flushed. You smell quite nice, Yang Sun murmured, not inquiring about the source of the unique fragrance. Now that you're in my Northern Yin, you're no longer a princess. From today, you'll be called Narain. Wenji, take Narain to bathe, change clothes, and dress in Han attire. Upon hearing about bathing and changing clothes, Narain's heart tightened, suspecting Yang Sun might have ulterior motives. She cursed him as a lecher in her heart, plotting that if she could kill him, her father could return with troops to overthrow Northern Yin. Kai Wenji nodded in agreement, smiling as she approached Narain. Come with me. Narain quickly dismissed her thoughts and followed Kai Wenji away. Congratulations, my lord, on obtaining what you desired, Jiang Wei said, bowing. What I desired? Yang Sun was puzzled. You can't mean Narain, can you? I didn't expect you to be like this, Jiang Wei. Yang Sun coughed twice, annoyed. Narain was just something I happened to acquire. Don't speak nonsense. Jiang Wei was bewildered. I was referring to the gold mine and livestock. Why are you mentioning Narain, my lord? Oh, I see. Yang Sun realized and then announced. I'm going to rest in my room. No one should disturb me. After lunch, have all the generals meet me in the council chamber. I have an announcement to make. Watching Yang Sun's departing figure, Jiang Wei couldn't help but give a thumbs up, thinking, truly a prince. Not only did he defeat the Xiongnu in battle, but he also intends to conquer further. Back in his room, Yang Sun eagerly accessed the system panel. His eyes swiftly scanned the numbers, and a smile unconsciously formed at the corner of his mouth. The heavy losses suffered by the Xiongnu in their assault on Tianmen Pass had earned him over 90,000 points. Combined with the battle results from Xue Rengui's side, his previously depleted points skyrocketed to 190,000. Yang Sun carefully calculated the battle losses. At Tianmen Pass, fewer than 10,000 elite spearmen and 6,000 armored troops were lost, while Xue Rengui's side lost only 4,000 armored troops. He quickly did the math in his head. Replenishing one soldier required 2 points, so refilling both armies would cost just 40,000 points. This deal was a huge win. Now holding 150,000 points, Yang Sun felt an unprecedented confidence. He opened the system marketplace, scanning the various items with a keen eye. Finally, he made the decision to spend 130,000 points on two items: the method for refining pure salt and the blueprint for crafting the Wuho chariot. The blueprint for the Wuho chariot was incredibly expensive, costing a full 80,000 points. However, Yang Xun understood its extraordinary value. It was a heavy-duty triple crossbow chariot invented by Zhuge Liang, capable of firing 3 massive bolts, each 1.5 meters long, simultaneously. Its power was immense, able to pierce through multiple people, with an astonishing range of 1,200 meters. Whether against cavalry or infantry, it was a formidable weapon. Yang Xun originally wanted to acquire the method for crafting red-clad cannons, but at a price of 250,000 points, it was simply out of reach. However, he quickly reconciled with the fact that in this world, which had not yet entered the era of firearms, the Wuho chariot was an advanced enough weapon, perfectly suited for the current state of Northern Yin. As for the method of refining pure salt, its value was undeniable. Salt, a necessity that had enriched merchants throughout history, could now become Yang Xun's money-making machine. Although selling salt privately had once been a capital offense, in these chaotic times when the court was overwhelmed, as a regional power, it would be foolish not to sell salt. More importantly, Defiance had not yet mastered the method of refining mineral salt. People consumed sea salt, which was laboriously produced by evaporating seawater, making production and transportation difficult. Especially in inland regions like Northern Yin, salt prices were exorbitant, with a measure of salt costing 500 coins, 100 times the price of coarse grain. The salt from mines was considered poisonous, and people avoided it. Yang Xun had exchanged for the method of refining mineral salt. His eyes gleamed with shrewdness as he envisioned a grand commercial blueprint, rapidly capturing the market at a low cost to become Defiance's largest supplier of pure salt. By then, wouldn't money flow into his pockets like water? Although he had spent 130,000 points in one go, Yang Xun felt no regret. With 20,000 points remaining, he didn't hesitate to go for 2 rounds of 10 consecutive draws. Ding! The system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 craftsmen and a great strength pill. The great strength pill grants the power of Xiangnu upon consumption. Holy! Yang Xun leaped off the bed, eyes wide with disbelief. This was Xiangnu, the legendary figure known for his unparalleled strength. Who hadn't heard the story of him lifting a massive cauldron? If he possessed Xiangnu's strength, wouldn't he be unstoppable in this world? As Yang Xun reveled in his excitement, both rounds of 10 draws concluded. Unfortunately, aside from the great strength pill, nothing of significant value appeared, mostly food and craftsmen. Nonetheless, Yang Xun wasn't too disappointed, as he now had the ability to summon 5,000 craftsmen, which was undoubtedly a tremendous boost to his grand ambitions. Ding! A system notification sounded, and Yang Xun saw a message appear before him. Congratulations, host. You have reached 100 lottery draws, and have been awarded an army of 50,000 Qingzhou soldiers. Yang Xun furrowed his brow, recalling the origins of the Qingzhou army. Though not elite, as they were under Cao Cao's command, receiving them as a free reward was still quite decent. He didn't summon the Qingzhou army immediately. Instead, he took out a strength pill from the system space and swallowed it without hesitation. The pill dissolved instantly in his mouth, and Yang Xun's entire body was enveloped in golden light. A black liquid seeped from his pores, emitting a foul stench. His once scrawny frame quickly became muscular, veins bulging and muscles well-defined. Though not as burly as Xue Rengui, he still looked intimidating. Opening his eyes, Yang Xun felt invigorated, brimming with strength. Yet, the unpleasant odor on his body was unbearable, prompting him to take a bath immediately. In his haste, he forgot he had instructed Kai Wenji to bring Narain here for a bath. Pushing open the door to the manor's private bathroom, Yang Xun was stunned. Narain stood before him, a towel covering only the essential parts, leaving the rest exposed. Her slender waist could be encircled with one hand, her faintly visible abs were enticingly alluring, and her long legs were hard to look away from. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Narain screamed, "Ah, what are you doing?" She frantically tried to cover herself with her hands, but it was in vain. Tears flowed uncontrollably, clearly having never experienced such an embarrassing situation before. Yang Xun couldn't help but admire. Mountains and valleys, formidable indeed. He took a couple more glances before remembering to leave, closing the door behind him. As he turned around, he noticed Kai Wenji standing not far away, a mischievous smile on her face. "Your Highness, was it a good view?" she teased. She had just returned with clothes and, hearing the scream, guessed what had happened. Yang Xun replied irritably, "You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" Kai Wenji giggled, but her attention was drawn to the changes in Yang Xun's physique. Just last night, he was frail, yet now he was more robust than someone who trained regularly. An astonishing transformation. "Hurry and take the clothes inside," Yang Xun urged upon seeing her daze. Kai Wenji snapped out of it, blushing as she ran into the bathroom. Moments later, Narain and Kai Wenji emerged together. Dressed in Han attire, Narain appeared graceful and approachable, like the girl next door, though her cheeks were as red as ripe apples. She cast a quick glance at Yang Xun and hurriedly ran off. Kai Wenji looked at Yang Xun, shyly lowered her head, and said, "Your Highness, you wish to bathe, right? Once I arrange Princess Qingyue's accommodations, I will come to assist you with your bath." After lunch, Yang Xun and Kai Wenji entered the council hall. The hall was filled with gathered commanders, but among them, four unfamiliar faces stood out conspicuously. Yang Xun frowned, his gaze piercing as he swept over the four. "Who are you?" Before he could finish, Su Dachuan stepped forward to report. "Your Highness, these four are the commanders from Shuijian Pass, Tianyao Pass, and two other passes, each bringing 10,000 troops to support us at Tianmin Pass." Upon hearing this, Yang Sun's expression changed drastically, a frosty demeanor overtaking his face. He coldly surveyed the four, anger boiling within him. "So, the battle is over, and the reinforcements from the four passes arrived tardily. Do you still regard me as your prince?" He slammed the table forcefully, shouting, "Guards, arrest these four men for me." As soon as he spoke, several silver-armored soldiers sprang forward like arrows, swiftly pinning the four to the ground. One of the commanders struggled and shouted, "Your Highness, we came under orders to support you. What crime have we committed?" His tone was filled with defiance and indignation. Yang Xun asked coldly, "Which pass are you from?" "Shuijian Pass," the man replied. Yang Xun sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, Shuijian Pass is but a day's forced march from Tianmin Pass. Yet it took you a whole week to get here. What happened? Did you crawl?" These words caused everyone in the hall to change their expressions, especially Su Dachuan, who wished he could kick these four to death. He knew well that the commanders of the four passes were discontent with Yang Xun, but this time they faced tens of thousands of Xiangnu troops. If Tianmin Pass fell, the entire northern Yin would be in jeopardy. In such a critical situation, the commanders dared to deliberately delay their march, which was utterly detestable. The four lowered their heads, harboring resentment in their hearts. Although Yang Xun hadn't revoked their command, he had reassigned them from their original posts. In retaliation, they had indeed slowed their march deliberately, even camping in the mountains for several days. They had planned to arrive only when Tianmin Pass was on the verge of falling, hoping to gain leverage over Yang Xun. However, Yang Xun had managed to repel the Xiangnu army in a single day. When they finally reached Tianmin Pass, they witnessed the Xiangnu bringing tens of thousands of cattle and sheep as reparations. Another commander, seething with anger, shouted, "Yang Xun, even your father had to treat us as equals. You're just a young brat. On what grounds do you threaten to kill us?" Yang Xun's eyes widened, exuding a murderous aura as he roared. "On what grounds? Because I am the Prince of the North, the ruler of Northern Yin. Enough talk. Guards, take them out and execute them." Originally, Yang Xun was troubled with how to reclaim their command, but they had unwittingly provided him with a legitimate reason for their disposal. According to military law, those who disobey orders or fail to arrive on time are to be executed. Even if Yang Xun executed them, no one could argue. The silver-armored soldiers, without hesitation, dragged the four out of the hall. The commander from Shuijian Pass struggled and screamed, "Yang Xun, I am a hero of Northern Yin. I was fighting battles when you were still a child. You cannot kill." His words were cut short as his head was severed. Yang Xun snorted, walking back to his seat and scanning the remaining commanders sharply. "Is this the proud and fierce army of Northern Yin?" The commanders felt a chill down their spines, lowering their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. After a long pause, Yang Xun finally spoke, "Su Dachuan." "Present, Your Highness." Su Dachuan immediately stepped forward, standing at attention. Yang Xun's authoritative voice echoed through the Grand Hall. "I appoint you as the general of the northern frontier, commanding the troops at Tianmin Pass, Shuijian Pass, Tianyao Pass, Feijiang Pass, and Tianjin Pass. You will have unified control over the forces of these 5 passes." Upon hearing this, Su Dachuan knelt, his voice trembling with excitement. "I accept your command. Thank you, Your Highness. Long live Your Highness." Yang Xun continued. "Additionally, I will allocate you 40,000 warhorses. You have 1 month to train the 40,000 soldiers from the 4 passes into a formidable cavalry." Su Dachuan was overwhelmed with disbelief at his fortune. From a mere deputy of the 6th rank, he had suddenly become a 3rd-rank general of the northern frontier, overseeing the 5 major passes at the border. It felt like a miraculous leap to unprecedented heights. Although Tianmin Pass currently had only 5,000 troops, 2,000 of whom were conscripts, the combined forces of the other 4 passes amounted to a formidable 110,000 soldiers. With the addition of the 40,000 warhorses provided by Yang Xun, he could soon forge a powerful northern Yin cavalry. Yang Xun's lips curled slightly as he calculated inwardly. Appointing Su Dachuan was not only due to his loyalty, but also to send a clear message across northern Yin. Opposing him led only to ruin, while loyalty brought great reward. "General Su," Yang Xun added, You are also responsible for the construction of Tianlang City. I will have Governor Lu Zheng organize the laborers, and I'll provide you with 2,000 craftsmen. The city must be completed within 2 years. I accept the command, Your Highness, and will not disappoint you. Su Dachuan responded immediately, his eyes gleaming with determination. Yang Xun then turned to another officer. Gao Shun. Present, Your Highness. Gao Shun stepped forward. I appoint you as a 5th-rank General of Proclamation, commanding 50,000 halberdiers to station south of Tianlang Mountain. You will ensure the safety of the laborers and craftsmen during the construction of Tianlang City. Additionally, you are responsible for the mining of the 2 gold mines. I accept the order, Gao Shun replied steadily. Yang Sun continued to assign tasks. Liao Hua. Present, Your Highness. I appoint you as a 5th-rank General of Loyalty, leading 20,000 black armor soldiers into Xiangnu territory to station at Tianxiong Mountain, where you will oversee the construction of the Northern Desert Protectorate. I accept the order, Liao Hua responded with a salute. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Yang Sun added, Oh, and make sure Burke provides manpower and funds for the construction of the Northern Desert Protectorate. We won't let the Xiangnu off easily. The gathered officers couldn't help but smile knowingly. Planting a stake in the enemy's heart and making them pay for it was indeed a clever tactic. Yang Sun continued, addressing Liao Hua. You will lead the black armor soldiers to depart tomorrow. If Burke refuses, I authorize you to use force. Although Burke has tens of thousands of men, they lack weapons and horses. 20,000 black armor soldiers are enough to threaten his tribe's safety. If he refuses, he's defying Yang Sun. Not only will the black armor soldiers teach him a lesson, but I will also have no hesitation in killing his beloved Princess Qingwei. After giving the final instructions to Su Dachuan, Yang Sun left Tianmen Pass with Jiang Wei, embarking on the journey back to Beiyin City. They reduced their escort to 100 Xuanjia soldiers, leaving the rest to guard the pass. Yang Sun's furrowed brow revealed his lingering doubts about the loyalty of the Xiangnu. Those who are not of our kind must have different minds, he muttered, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. The Xiangnu may not truly be submissive. We must remain cautious. Despite having 110,000 troops guarding the 5 border passes, the dispersed forces worried Yang Sun. He decided to station 50,000 Daji soldiers and 20,000 Xuanjia troops at the border, which gave him some peace of mind. He calculated that with 50,000 unassembled troops from Qingzhou and Xue Rengui's 80,000 Xuanjia soldiers, they should have sufficient forces in the short term. As the rhythm of hooves echoed on the official road, Yang Sun turned to Jiang Wei beside him and said, Weiyue, the north is secure. I plan to take Huai and Xiang provinces next. What do you think? Jiang Wei pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Your plan aligns with my thoughts, my lord. The main forces of Xiang and Huai have been defeated by General Xue, and both the king of Xiang and the king of Huai have fallen into your hands. These provinces are now without a ruler and should indeed be quickly annexed. He paused and then added, However, these provinces have many landowners and prominent families. It is said that these families were on good terms with the kings of Xiang and Huai, which might pose considerable resistance. Hearing this, Yang Sun's face showed disdain. What nonsense about prominent families? Can they withstand my sword? Anyone who dares to oppose will have their homes confiscated and their families destroyed. Jiang Wei chuckled inwardly, thinking that the young prince was indeed ruthless. But he also understood that in these chaotic times, strength was the ultimate truth. Suddenly, Yang Sun changed the subject. Weiyue, I rewarded Liao Hua and the others this time, but not you. You don't feel slighted, do you? Jiang Wei was taken aback and quickly replied, You're joking, my lord. As long as I can serve you, I would gladly be a mere soldier. Good. Yang Sun patted Jiang Wei on the shoulder. Rest assured, your stage is far greater than just dealing with the Xiangnu. I will lead you to conquer every inch of this continent, vanquish all enemies, and unify the world. Unify the world. These words struck Jiang Wei like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly realized that this was his lifelong pursuit. His eyes lit up with determination as he declared, I am willing to help you achieve your great ambition, no matter the challenges. Yang Sun nodded with satisfaction and then called out, Li Sandan. Li Sandan, who was driving the carriage, quickly ran over. What are your orders, my lord? Ride swiftly to Huai and Xiang provinces and gather detailed intelligence on the notable families there, Yang Sun instructed. Rest assured, my lord, I will handle it. Li Sandan responded, promptly mounting his horse and riding off. Watching Li Sandan's departing figure, Yang Sun sighed. He realized that in this era of limited information, establishing a professional intelligence unit was essential. He mused that his father had suffered significant losses due to a lack of intelligence. If only he had known earlier about the spies sent by Zhao Jingxiong, he wouldn't have suffered such a defeat and death. Yang Sun sighed inwardly, his gaze sweeping over the official road ahead. Suddenly, a ragged old man, reeking of a foul odor, staggered towards him. Before Yang Sun could react, the old man let out a wail and dramatically fell to the ground, still several meters away from Yang Xun's horse. "Oh, young man, how could you ride your horse and hit me? Oh, my aching back." The old man rolled on the ground, his voice filled with pain and grievance. Yang Xun widened his eyes, incredulous at the scene before him. Could it be? People faked accidents even in ancient times? He wondered, surprised. This seemingly pitiful old man was actually Songda, the chief eunuch sent with an imperial edict. He had been riding swiftly towards Beiyan City, but learned that Yang Xun had already led troops north to fight the Xiangnu. With no other choice, Songda turned back towards Tiangwan Pass. However, fate played a cruel trick. Along the way, Songda accidentally trampled a local villager's wheat field and was severely beaten. Not only were his money and horse taken, but even his clothes were stripped off. Fortunately, he managed to protect the imperial edict, preventing the villagers from seizing it. For several days, Songda, penniless, survived by begging along the road. He got lost multiple times, looking utterly miserable. The grass mat wrapped around him was something he had cunningly obtained through deceit. When he saw Yang Xun approaching on horseback from afar, his eyes lit up. Yang Xun was well-dressed and had a kind face, leading Songda to think he was an easy target for extortion. But things didn't go as Songda expected. Before Yang Xun could speak, a troop of soldiers in black armor charged in, surrounding Songda instantly. Stunned, Songda realized there was a carriage behind Yang Xun, blocking his view. He regretted his decision. Thinking if he had known this rich man was escorted by a troop, he wouldn't have dared to try extortion. As Songda examined the soldiers closely, he found their attire familiar. Recalling the scenes of battles involving the Black Armor Army, he suddenly realized he was facing the notorious Black Armor Army. Fear surged through him as he trembled, casting his gaze toward Yang Xun. This man, with so many black armor soldiers escorting him and a noble appearance, could only be the heir of Beiyan, Yang Xun. Or rather, the newly titled King of the North? While Songda was lost in thought, a captain had already placed a sharp blade to his neck. "Who are you to dare block the Lord's way? Are you courting death?" the captain shouted sternly. The Lord? Songda was shocked. It was indeed the King of the North. He quickly knelt down, trembling, and said, "This humble servant, Songda, chief eunuch, greets the King of the North." Yang Xun, hearing this, frowned. The person before him was filthy and bore no resemblance to a chief eunuch. He warily asked, "You claim to be the chief eunuch, but how can you prove it?" Songda was momentarily speechless. Though he had the imperial edict, if Yang Xun doubted his identity, he naturally wouldn't believe the edict either. Thinking quickly, Songda said, "Please wait, my lord. I'll show you right away." He started to remove the grass mat from his body. "Stop, stop." Yang Xun quickly interrupted. "I believe you, okay? I believe you." He had no desire to see anything inappropriate. The thought alone was chilling. Songda realized his actions were inappropriate and awkwardly stopped. "As long as you believe me, my lord, haha," he said with a slightly awkward smile. Yang Xun, unnerved by the smile, suppressed his discomfort and asked, "Since you're the chief eunuch, why aren't you in the palace? What brings you to Beiyan?" Songda suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit. His expression turned serious as he pulled out the imperial edict from his robe and held it high above his head. In a sharp voice, he announced, "The Empress has issued a decree. Yang Xun, Prince of Jinbei, receive the edict." Songda expected Yang Xun to immediately dismount and receive the decree. Instead, Yang Xun remained seated on his warhorse, unmoving. This unexpected scene left Songda awkward and at a loss. Yang Xun's refusal to dismount or kneel was a blatant disregard for the Empress's authority. Yang Xun said calmly, "Go ahead and read it. I'm listening." As a modern person who had traveled back in time, Yang Xun had no intention of kneeling before the imperial edict, especially since he held little regard for the Empress. Although Beiyan had yet to openly rebel and Yang Xun still held the title of Prince of Jinbei under the Dacian dynasty, it did not mean he would follow the Empress's orders. Songda was momentarily at a loss. In all his years as a eunuch, he had never encountered such a situation. However, he quickly gathered his thoughts. Yang Xun's refusal to dismount was clearly a sign of defiance against the Empress, but his willingness to hear the decree indicated he had no immediate plans to rebel. Furthermore, Yang Xun's father, Yang Hui, had died in the southern borderlands, making it unlikely that Yang Xun would ally with the rebel prince of Pingnan, which meant he was effectively siding with the court. Understanding this, Songda felt relieved. At this moment, formalities and protocols were irrelevant. What mattered was persuading this lord to deploy troops for the court. Whether he knelt or not was of little consequence. Songda unfurled the edict and read aloud. "The Emperor of Dacian decrees, Yang Hui, Prince of Jinbei, sacrificed his life for the nation, and I grieve deeply. His son, Yang Xun, is endowed with wisdom and martial prowess, and is hereby permitted to inherit the title of Prince of Jinbei and govern Beiyan. It is hoped he will diligently govern and remain loyal to the nation. Now, with rebels rampant and the front lines dire, he is commanded to lead an army of 100,000 armored troops south to fight the rebels. This is the decree." After reading, Songda looked at Yang Xun with anticipation. Yang Xun, however, frowned and asked coldly, "Is that all?" Songda, puzzled, replied, "That's all, my lord." Yang Xun said nothing and prepared to leave on his horse. He thought to himself, what a ridiculous empress. His title was earned through blood and battle. He didn't need her to grant it. Expecting him to lead 100,000 troops south based on a mere decree? As if he would be as blindly loyal as his father, Yang Huai. The court had already betrayed Beiyin once. Did they think they could do it again? Though Yang Xun wanted to avenge his father by defeating the Prince of Pingnan, Beiyin was thousands of miles from the southern border, stretching the battle lines too thin. In these chaotic times, there was no guarantee that the rulers of the intervening regions wouldn't harbor rebellious intentions. If they cut off his retreat, Yang Xun could end up like Yang Huai. Moreover, 100,000 troops wouldn't be enough to defeat the Prince of Pingnan, and Yang Xun certainly didn't trust the court's forces. While the Prince of Pingnan would eventually need to be dealt with, Yang Xun intended to do so with his own power, without collaborating with the court. His plan was to let the court and the Prince of Pingnan exhaust each other, buying time for Beiyin to grow stronger. Although the Prince of Pingnan was formidable, defeating the court would take at least a year or two. This time would allow Yang Xun to build his forces. Once the court and the Prince of Pingnan were weakened, Yang Xun would then march south to eliminate the Prince of Pingnan in one decisive move. Seeing Yang Xun turn to leave, Songda hurriedly followed, filled with anxiety and confusion. "Your Highness, please wait." Yang Xun reined in his warhorse and turned to face Songda, who was panting heavily. The elderly eunuch appeared anxious, his clothes disheveled, clearly having rushed over in desperation. Gasping for breath, Songda said, "The rebels have raised an army of 500,000 and have occupied the 4 southern prefectures of Mu, Chuan, Feng, and Kong. Almost the entire south is in their hands. As a prince of the Deqian, don't you think you should help quell the rebellion?" Yang Xun squinted, a slight smile playing on his lips. This old eunuch dared to try and morally bind him? He replied coldly, "Eunuch Song, I think you misunderstand. My title was won by me, not bestowed by you. I am the Prince of Jinbei of Northern Yin, not of Deqian. Besides, Northern Yin has already lost 100,000 brave men in the southern frontier. We've done enough for your court." Songda was momentarily stunned, realizing that Yang Xun might still be resentful over the incident with Zhao Jingxiong. When Zhao Jingxiong rebelled, the court was defeated and couldn't spare any attention for Northern Yin, effectively abandoning the Yang family. If Zhao Jingxiong had succeeded, Yang Xun might have already been dead. His anger was understandable. Suddenly, Songda fell to his knees in front of Yang Xun's horse, tears streaming down his face. He pleaded, "Your Highness, I know the court has wronged you, but I beg you, help Her Majesty. She is truly struggling. The court's army is down to less than 200,000, and even defending the city is difficult. If you don't send troops, the court is in danger. Your Highness, if you are willing to send troops, I will repay you in my next life, even if I have to be an ox or a horse." Yang Xun smiled slightly, not directly answering Songda's plea. Instead, he asked, "Eunuch Song, have you eaten yet?" Songda was taken aback, then shook his head. Yang Xun ordered, "Someone, bring 2 roasted potatoes for Eunuch Song." Although he did not intend to send troops, Yang Xun was not heartless. Songda had traveled far to seek aid, and despite his disheveled state, he had no complaints, even kneeling to plead, demonstrating his loyalty to the Empress. Such loyalty deserves respect anywhere. Jiang Wei immediately took 2 potatoes from his pouch and handed them to Songda. Songda looked at the blackened potatoes in his hands, unsure what to make of them. What were these? They looked charred. Could they really be edible? With curiosity, Songda took a bite. Instantly, his eyes widened. Despite their appearance, they were surprisingly delicious. Famished, he devoured them quickly. Seeing this, Jiang Wei thoughtfully handed him a jug of water to prevent choking. After Songda had eaten and drunk his fill, he looked pitifully at Yang Xun again. "Your Highness, I beg you once more, help Her Majesty. By the way, the previous general commanding the battle, Li Duo, has been executed by Her Majesty. The current commander is your father-in-law, Marquis Lan Yutu of Tingyang." Everyone present was stunned. Yang Xun was even more incredulous as he asked, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am not yet married. How could I have a father-in-law?" Songda was surprised. "What? Your Highness doesn't know? Your father, Yang Huai, and Marquis Lan Yutu of Tingyang were comrades in arms, as close as brothers. When you were born, your father arranged a marriage for you with the eldest daughter of Marquis Lan, Lan Sui. Yang Xun was completely taken aback. What was going on? Was there really such a matter? In his memories as the original host, he couldn't find any related information. But judging by Songda's expression, he didn't seem to be lying, and he wouldn't dare to deceive him. Could it be that his father hadn't had the chance to tell him before he passed away? Yang Xun stared coldly at Songda, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. "Songda, is this matter true? If you dare deceive me, do you know the consequences?" Songda immediately knelt down, his forehead almost touching the ground. "Your Highness, I swear, I wouldn't dare utter a single false word. I was there beside the late emperor when he personally arranged the marriage for you. I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. Yang Xun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Songda with suspicion. Despite Songda's apparent fear, Yang Xun remained doubtful. He snorted. Even if it's true, so what? I can have any woman I want. Must I marry her? Then he asked, have you ever seen this lawn Shui? Songda awkwardly lowered his head. No, your highness, I have not. Yang Xun sneered. It was understandable that Songda, who spent his days in the palace, hadn't seen the sheltered daughters of noble families. What about this marquis of Tingyang? What does he look like? Yang Xun asked, his tone tinged with impatience. At the mention of the marquis of Tingyang, a look of reverence flashed in Songda's eyes. The marquis of Tingyang is 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered, with immense strength. His appearance is imposing and majestic, like a deity descended to earth. Yang Xun's mouth twitched at the description. The marquis sounded like a human titan, and he doubted his looks were any better. If he were truly handsome, Songda would have been more specific. A man like that would likely have a daughter who wasn't particularly attractive, perhaps even a bit of a dragon. With this thought, Yang Xun contemplated. Wasn't Kai Wenji a better choice? He decided against taking this father-in-law. Yang Xun waved his hand decisively. This is an old matter from the previous generation. My father never mentioned it to me. Let's drop it and speak no more of it. Eunuch Song, you've had a long journey. Rest in Beiyin City before returning to the capital. Realizing Yang Xun was firm in his decision not to mobilize troops, Songda swallowed the words he wanted to say and followed the group back, somewhat dejectedly. Escorted by the Xuanzhao army, the group returned to Beiyin City without any hindrances. Yang Xun instructed Kai Wenji to settle Narain and planned to rest for a moment, as he was exhausted from the previous night. Just then, the steward hurriedly reported that Lu Zheng was outside the palace seeking an audience. Reluctantly, Yang Xun had him brought in, as there were matters to discuss. Shortly after, Lu Zheng, led by the steward, bowed respectfully before Yang Xun. Your Highness, I am Lu Zheng. I apologize for not meeting you at the city gates due to pressing official duties. Please forgive me. Yang Xun smiled slightly and gestured for him to rise. No need for formalities, Minister Lu. The court has ordered us to march south. What is your opinion on this? Yang Xun asked, testing Lu Zheng's allegiance to see if he was loyal to the Great Qian or Beiyin. Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng furrowed his brow, contemplating carefully before responding. Your Highness, if I may speak candidly, we should not hastily deploy troops. There are 2 reasons. First, the king of Pingnan has allied with southern tribes, amassing a force rumored to be 500,000 strong. While Beiyin is powerful, it would be unwise to engage them heathen. Moreover, our army is predominantly cavalry, and the southern terrain, dense with forests, does not favor our strengths. A rash deployment could be problematic. Yang Xun nodded in agreement. Lu Zheng's analysis was indeed insightful. Continue, he prompted. The new emperor ascended the throne, and to everyone's surprise, it was the Grand Princess Li Miaoying. When this news reached Yang Xun and Lu Zheng, they sat opposite each other, their expressions revealing different thoughts. A woman becoming emperor, it's against the natural order, Lu Zheng said in a low voice, his eyes gleaming with ambition. The fall of the Great Qian is inevitable. We in Northern Yin should prepare ourselves. When the time is right, we'll march south and unify the realm. Upon hearing this, Yang Xun's eyes flickered as he gave Lu Zheng a meaningful look. Such treasonous words could lead to the execution of one's entire family. Yet Lu Zheng spoke without reservation, clearly pledging his loyalty. It seemed his heart was indeed set on Northern Yin. I understand. Yang Xun nodded, then shifted the topic. By the way, have you found the courtyard I asked you to? Lu Zheng straightened up with a proud expression. Your Highness, I have taken care of it. The courtyard is right next to the prince's residence. It was previously owned by a wealthy gentry connected to Zhao Zhengxiong, who has since been confiscated. Your Highness can use it anytime. Yang Xun smiled slightly. Whether the gentry was truly connected to Zhao Zhengxiong didn't concern him. What mattered was Lu Zheng's efficiency in handling the matter. The reason I asked you to find a courtyard, Yang Xun said seriously, is because I plan to establish a military engineering department dedicated to innovation and creating military equipment. I've already found the craftsmen, and they will report this afternoon. You will be in charge of this department. With that, Yang Xun handed a stack of blueprints to Lu Zheng. These are my recent designs. Take a look. Lu Zheng took the blueprints and examined them carefully. The methods for making military chariots, refining salt, producing cement, and the design of the Zhuge crossbow. The more he looked, the wider his eyes grew, and his heartbeat quickened. Cement. If this could be produced, Northern Yan's 108 cities would become impregnable fortresses. Moreover, paving roads with it would make official routes smoother, speeding up military movements and trade, significantly boosting Northern Yan's economy. As for the Zhuge crossbow and military chariots, even a civil official like him could see their formidable power. He had heard about the Zhuge crossbow's prowess in a battle at Tianmen Pass, and he couldn't believe such a weapon was the prince's creation. What shocked Lu Zheng the most was the method for refining salt. If coarse mineral salt could be turned into fine salt, wouldn't silver flow in like water? With silver, recruiting troops would be just around the corner, and Northern Yan's rise would be imminent. Lu Zheng had initially hesitated about serving Yang Xun, but now all his doubts vanished. He finally understood that Yang Xun was no fool, but a rare genius of the century. What touched him even more was Yang Xun's trust in him by entrusting him with such secrets, a trust even the late prince never bestowed. A scholar dies for his confidant. Lu Zheng silently vowed in his heart that he would follow Yang Xun for life. Yang Xun entrusted the method of refining pure salt to Lu Zheng, who immediately thought of the strategy to seal off all salt mines. Yang Xun nodded in satisfaction, thinking that indeed, intelligent people make things easier. He continued, Lord Lu, there is another important task for you. Lu Zheng straightened up immediately and respectfully responded, please instruct me, Your Highness. Yang Xun's gaze deepened as if he could already see the grand blueprint of Northern Yan. He spoke slowly. The north is now stable, and the Xiangnu have ceded the region south of Tianlang Mountain to Northern Yan. I plan to build a Tianlang city on Tianlang Mountain, connecting it with the current 5 border passes of Northern Yan. His voice was firm and powerful. You need to quickly mobilize 400,000 laborers to Tianlang Mountain. For those willing to work, we will provide food and accommodation, and each will be paid 500 won per month. Hearing this, Lu Zheng's pupils dilated, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. He calculated in his mind, 400,000 laborers might be achievable, but providing food and accommodation along with such high pay might strain Northern Yan's treasury. A typical 3-person household's annual expenses were less than 2,000 won, and earning 150 won a month from outside work was already considered good. Yang Xun was offering more than triple that. Noticing Lu Zheng's doubt, Yang Xun's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Rest assured, Lord Lu, I have already surveyed the area. South of Tianlang Mountain, there are 2 large gold mines ready for extraction. The funding is ample, as these are the people of Northern Yan, and we can't shortchange them. Upon hearing this, a hint of excitement flashed in Lu Zheng's eyes, and he bowed deeply to Yang Xun. Your Highness is benevolent. I am in awe. On behalf of the people of Northern Yan, I thank Your Highness. He was filled with excitement, thinking, 2 large gold mines could probably sustain Northern Yan's expenses for 10 years. Initially, he thought Yang Xun's generous treatment of the laborers was imprudent, but now he understood that the prince intended to benefit the people. If the laborers' benefits were announced, people would likely rush to sign up. Yang Xun's expression suddenly turned serious, his voice carrying a chill. Lord Lu, you must personally oversee the laborers' benefits and ensure they are implemented. Anyone who dares to embezzle their wages will be executed without mercy. He continued, additionally, all income from the gold mining will be used for constructing Tianlang City and paying the workers. Northern Yan's expenses will be covered by the income from refined salt once it's produced. At that time, the official salaries can be increased 3-fold. Yang Xun then added, oh, and I've brought back 600,000 sheep from the Xiangnu, which are on their way. Sell all these sheep and invest most of the proceeds into the military works department. The remainder you can allocate as you see fit. Ensure that within a month, a batch of Wu Ho chariots and Zhuge crossbows is produced for me. Lu Zheng was stunned, calculating. The Xiangnu sent a total of 200,000 cattle and 600,000 sheep. Yang Xun left the cattle at Tianmen Pass, partly for ease of grazing and partly for use in building Tianlang City. After all, cattle are strong and can save the laborers a lot of effort if used well. As for the sheep, Yang Xun had them all sent to Northern Yan City. 600,000 sheep equate to 900,000 taels of silver, enough to sustain Northern Yan for a long time. Returning to his senses, Lu Zheng quickly assured, rest assured, Your Highness, I will not fail you. He marveled inwardly at how every task Yang Xun assigned him was crucial for Northern Yan, reflecting the prince's trust and reliance on him. Lu Zheng left with great ambition, his mind already crafting a grand blueprint. If he could accomplish these significant tasks, his name, Lu Zheng, would undoubtedly be recorded in history with distinction. As soon as Lu Zheng departed, Zhang Ergu rushed in, panting heavily. My lord, there's an old man outside claiming to be sent by the king of Pingnan, requesting to see you. Upon hearing this, Yang Xun furrowed his brows. The king of Pingnan, he pondered for a moment. Let him in. Before long, an elderly man with white hair strode in. His steps were steady, and he exuded a strong aura of a seasoned warrior, clearly a veteran of many battles. The old man knelt on one knee, respectfully greeting. General Kong Wu, under the command of the king of Pingnan, pays his respects to the king of the north. Yang Xun was slightly taken aback. He had heard of Kong Wu's reputation. He was a renowned general of the Dynasty dynasty, a veteran of 3 reigns, known for decades. Even Yang Huai had to respectfully call him a senior. Now, Kong Wu must be over 80 years old. Kong Wu was a general of the Imperial army. Why has he joined the king of Pingnan? Yang Xun asked impassively. Did the king of Pingnan send you? Kong Wu nodded in affirmation. Yes, my lord sent me to request the king of the north to dispatch troops and attack the Qian dynasty from the north. If Qian falls, my lord is willing to split the world with you. Yang Sun inwardly sneered. It was the same trick used to fool Zhao Jingxiu. Did they really take him for a fool? Moreover, the king of Pingnan had deep-seated enmity with Yang Sun and Beiyin. How could he possibly collaborate with them? Let's not discuss this for now. Yang Sun shifted the topic. I'm curious why General Kong would join the king of Pingnan. Kong Wu snorted coldly, righteously declaring, the court is corrupt and incompetent, allowing a woman to become the emperor. It's utterly absurd. I, Kong Wu, have been steadfast and unyielding all my life. How could I serve a woman? Although Yang Sun had guessed this reason, hearing it directly from Kong Wu still left him contemplative. The ancient prejudice against women was deeply ingrained, believing women incapable of accomplishing great things and should instead adhere to traditional roles. However, the throne was singular, and whoever became emperor depended on their ability. Incompetent individuals, even if they ascended to the throne, would be nothing but failures. Just like Li Qian, the eldest son of the former emperor and the rightful heir of Deqian, yet he plunged Deqian into chaos, losing soldiers and causing countless deaths in the southern campaign. As for whether Li Miaoyin would make a good emperor, Yang Sun withheld judgment. History would tell. But for a veteran like Kong Wu to rebel because of her gender was not entirely unreasonable. The problem was, he had joined forces with a traitor colluding with foreign tribes to seize Han territory. General Kong, you joined a traitor who colludes with foreign tribes and invades Han territory just because a woman became emperor. Truly steadfast and unyielding. Yang Sun remarked, giving a sarcastic thumbs up. Kong Wu, naturally understanding the sarcasm, flushed with anger. Will the king of the north send troops or not? Give me a straightforward answer, he demanded sharply. Yang Sun slowly stood, his smile vanishing, replaced by a somber expression. Send troops? He replied coldly. To destroy your southern border? What does the king of the north mean by this? Kong Wu's expression darkened as well. Yang Sun's aura suddenly intensified, his eyes filled with killing intent, causing even the battle-hardened Kong Wu to take a step back. Go back and tell your king of Pingnan, that traitor, Yang Sun said, emphasizing each word. I am not that fool Zhao Jingxiu. You want me to cooperate with you? Return the lives of my father and the 100,000 Beiyin soldiers. So the king of the north intends to oppose us? Kong Wu retorted coldly, his tone full of menace. When we have destroyed the court and marched north, can the king of the north protect Beiyin and his own life? I've just dealt with the Xiangnu, and I don't mind dealing with you traitors next, Yang Sun countered without backing down. Go back and tell your king of Pingnan to prepare, for it won't be long before I come for his head. Not long after Kong Wu left, Songda hurried over. He intended to bid farewell to Yang Sun, but unexpectedly overheard news of the envoy from the Prince of Pingnan's visit. He quietly hid outside and listened. When Yang Sun decisively refused to cooperate with the Prince of Pingnan, Songda finally felt relieved. My lord, this old servant is about to set off back to the capital to report and has come to bid you farewell, Songda said respectfully, bowing. Yang Sun smiled slightly, holding a favorable impression of the elder eunuch. Safe travels, eunuch Song. Do you have enough for the journey? Thank you for your concern, my lord. Master Lu has already prepared sufficient funds and horses for me, Songda replied with a smile. Yang Sun nodded silently, acknowledging that Baiyin's arrangements were more than considerate. Seeing this, Songda added, My lord, I urge you to reconsider the matter of sending troops. With that, he bowed deeply to Yang Sun and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in front of the Huai state prince's residence, another scene was unfolding. A drunken young man, holding two garishly dressed girls, staggered along. He was Li Dan, the heir of the Huai state prince's household. Suddenly, a dignified lady approached quickly, grabbing Li Dan by the ear and scolding, You unfilial son. Your father has been captured by Yang Sun, yet you still have the heart to indulge in debauchery. The two girls quickly fled at the sight. Li Dan frowned and complained, Mother, what are you doing? Oh no, you've scared away my sisters. Hearing this, the princess of Huai was furious and slapped Li Dan. Li Dan, get a grip. Don't forget you are the heir of the Huai state prince. You should be thinking of ways to rescue your father. Mother, my father and Xiang Wang have already lost the main forces in Beiyin. Now, with no troops available in Huai state, and the Xuanjiao army roaming the Xianghuai border, what can I do? Li Dan argued with a miserable expression. He was a typical spoiled brat who, even if there were troops available, would not dare to rescue the Huai prince. The Xuanjiao army's reputation for defeating the Xianghuai allied forces at the Beiyin border had spread, striking fear even into the few remaining city guards. After a moment of thought, the princess of Huai suggested, Why don't we send some gifts to the prince of Jinbei and ask him to release your father? Forget it. We have no money left. My father and I have already squandered it all. I still owe a huge debt at the Wanchun house. Li Dan dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand. Hearing this, the princess of Huai nearly fainted. She had just cleared Li Dan's debts at the Yingchun house, and now there was another debt at the Wanchun house. You little brat, all you do is indulge in debauchery. Your father is now in enemy hands. What are we going to do? She cried, covering her face. Li Dan glanced at his heartbroken mother and tried to comfort her. Mother, don't cry. I've already secretly gathered a group of experts with the heir of Xiangnu. We'll go to Beiyin in a few days to rescue father. You can rest assured. Li Dan's confident demeanor was merely a facade. The rescue mission was entirely initiated and organized by the heir of Xiangnu, with no involvement from him. The heir of Xiangnu had invited him to participate, but he politely declined. At this moment, he was merely trying to reassure his mother. Li Dan, the heir to King Xiang, stood in the hall of the King Huai's residence, his eyes flickering with calculation. He was plotting silently. If he could rescue the two kings, he could not only claim credit in front of the Princess Huai, but also extort some silver. If the rescue failed, he would lose nothing. This win-win situation brought a slight smile to his lips. Experts? Can they really be trusted? Princess Huai wiped tears from her eyes, her voice tinged with doubt. Li Dan quickly reassured her. Of course, they can be trusted. These martial experts possess extraordinary skills and can fight 10 men at once. His eyes darted around as he suddenly proposed. Mother, if I succeed in rescuing father this time, will you help me propose to the Bai family? Princess Huai frowned slightly. The Bai family? Are you talking about that girl Shuang? Didn't I already ask before? They look down on you. Honestly, I also think you're not a good match for her. Li Dan felt embarrassed, his face turning red, thinking that this was indeed his own mother speaking. He took a deep breath and continued to persuade. Mother, you don't understand. The Bai family is the wealthiest in Huai Prefecture. With the world in chaos, what we need most is money. With money, we can recruit soldiers. The Bai family only has Bai Shuang as their sole daughter. If we can form an alliance with them, once father returns, we can use their funds to strengthen our forces. If father can unify the land, you will be the Empress, and I will be the crown prince. Upon hearing this, Princess Huai's eyes lit up. The position of Empress was a dream for many women. She hesitated, but the Bai family doesn't agree. Li Dan snorted coldly, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Once we rescue father, I'll have someone abduct Bai Shuang. When the deed is done, the Bai family will have no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, at the Northern Yan's Prince of Jinbei's residence, night had fallen, and Narain sat alone on her bed, her cheeks turning red like ripe apples as she heard sounds from the adjacent room. Her room was next to Yang Xun's, and she could hear his every move clearly. Initially, she thought Yang Xun would make a move on her after bringing her back. Surprisingly, since returning to the residence, Yang Xun hadn't even looked at her, instead calling Kai Wenji to his side for the night. This puzzled Narain. Wasn't Yang Xun known for his lecherous ways? Why was he uninterested in her? Was she not beautiful enough? Yet if Yang Xun had no intentions towards her, how could she complete the task her father had given her? As she pondered, she took out the horn knife gifted by Burkle from her sleeve, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She had considered assassinating Yang Xun directly, but recalling his robust physique, she wasn't confident of success. In her understanding, the stronger a man was, the harder he was to defeat. Even though she knew some martial arts, she doubted she could match Yang Xun. Only when he was completely off guard, immersed in pleasure, would she have a chance. Narain muttered to herself. Father said Yang Xun was neither scholarly nor martial, but that's clearly a lie. Yang Xun is both a scholar and a warrior. She found herself in a dilemma. On one hand, she didn't want Yang Xun to overstep boundaries with her, but on the other, she wanted to complete Burkle's task. What should I do? Should I take the initiative? Oh, that would be so embarrassing. Meanwhile, Yang Xun had just finished an intense battle and was holding Kai Wenji in his arms, resting. The strength of Xiangnu was extraordinary. Even after several rounds, Yang Xun was still full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. Kai Wenji, exhausted from Yang Xun's vigor, marveled at how the prince had become so formidable. My lord, Kai Wenji suddenly spoke. This afternoon I saw General Jiang Wei with many soldiers bustling around the courtyard. What are they doing? Yang Xun smiled slightly and explained. They're setting traps. Traps? Kai Wenji's interest was piqued. Are you planning to catch someone? Yang Xun gently stroked her hair and explained. You know about King Xiang and King Huai being captured by Xue Rengui, right? They've been brought back to the Northern Yan city and are held in the dungeon of the residence. I've instructed Xue Rengui to keep a close watch on the Xiang and Huai states, but so many days have passed without any movement. Neither the Xiang nor Huai residences have come to ransom them. What do you think this means? Kai Wenji thought for a moment, her eyes suddenly brightening. Their families would never abandon their lords. Since they haven't come to ransom them, it means they're planning something forceful. They'll send experts to rescue them. Yang Xun nodded slightly, acknowledging that Kai Wenji's wisdom was indeed well-deserved. Anticipating this, he had ordered Jiang Wei to prepare the mansion's guards in advance, planning to catch their enemies in a trap. If they could seize a significant target, all the better. Meanwhile, Yang Xun had commanded Xue Rengui to lead 80,000 armored troops and 50,000 Qingzhou soldiers, ready to take action and swiftly occupy the Xiang and Hui regions when the time was right. Admiration sparkled in Kai Wenji's eyes as she praised. "Your Highness, your foresight is truly remarkable. You're always one step ahead." A smile tugged at the corners of Yang Sun's lips as he whispered, "I have even more impressive plans up my sleeve. Just wait and see." With that, he pulled Kai Wenji closer once more. 2 days passed swiftly. During this time, Yang Sun managed the affairs of Northern Yan by day and engaged in deep discussions with Kai Wenji by night, enjoying a life of leisure. Stories of Yang Sun's victories at the border spread throughout Northern Yan. Not only had he defeated the allied forces of Xiang and Hui, but he had also subdued the Xiangnu. The people knew well that their peace and prosperity were thanks to Yang Sun keeping the enemies at bay. Gratitude filled their hearts, and all 108 counties of Northern Yan were alive with festive celebrations. With the people's support, Yang Sun's prestige in Northern Yan reached unprecedented heights. Even children as young as 3 knew of the wise and virtuous Prince of the North. People flocked to enroll for the journey to Tianlang Mountain and Yang Sun's famed sword. As night descended, Yang Sun and Kai Wenji were in their chamber discussing software hardening. At the same time, a group of several dozen quietly approached the outer walls of the prince's mansion. The leader was a handsome young man, similar in age to Yang Sun, with eyes filled with determination. This was Li Su, the heir of King Xiang. "This is the prince of the North's residence," Li Su whispered. Once inside, "Lao San, you take the men to find and rescue my father from the dungeon. I'll take the rest to kill Yang Sun." The scar-faced man called Lao San quickly advised against it. "Your Highness, our mission is to rescue the king. We mustn't complicate matters." Li Su snorted, gritting his teeth. "Yang Sun killed tens of thousands of Xiangzhou soldiers and imprisoned my father. I won't be satisfied until he's dead." With that, he leaped over the wall into the rear courtyard of the mansion. With a sigh of resignation, Lao San led the others to follow. The group infiltrated the courtyard, finding it deserted, and immediately split into 2 groups. Li Su led a dozen men towards Yang Sun's chamber, while Lao San positioned a few archers on the rooftops for lookout and headed towards the dungeon with the rest. They had already scouted the layout of the mansion and knew the locations of both the dungeon and Yang Sun's chamber. The entire prince's mansion was eerily silent, as if everyone was asleep. Just after Lao San and his group departed, shadowy figures silently appeared behind the archers on the rooftops, swiftly ending their lives. Unaware, Lao San and his group moved unhindered and soon reached the entrance of the dungeon. At that moment, a swordsman next to Lao San suddenly frowned and spoke up, his voice filled with obvious doubt. "Third brother, something's not right. The Prince of Jinbei's residence doesn't even have a single patrolling guard. Could this be a trap?" He paused, then added, "Even though Prince Yang Sun is known to indulge in pleasures, and his subordinates might be just as lazy, it's too quiet here." Upon hearing this, Lao San couldn't help but feel uneasy. The eerie silence of the prince's residence was unsettling, yet the target dungeon was right before them. Should they abandon their mission halfway? After weighing his options, Lao San decided to proceed. He signaled a skilled thief to pick the lock. The thief's fingers moved swiftly, and within moments, the lock on the entrance door clicked open. With a soft click, the door slowly swung open. Just as they were about to step into the passage leading to the dungeon, a sudden whoosh of arrows sliced through the night air. The leading experts fell instantly, their chests pierced with arrows, dead before they hit the ground. "Ambush!" Lao San shouted, but it was too late. The swordsman beside him was suddenly hoisted into the air by a rope and then shot full of arrows like a pincushion. Arrows rained down from all directions, forcing the experts to scatter. Many fell into pits dug by Jiang Wei in advance, filled with sharpened bamboo stakes, leaving no survivors as they were impaled and mutilated. In the blink of an eye, more than half of Lao San's experts were either dead or wounded. It dawned on him that the prince's residence had been prepared all along. But how did Yang Sun know they were coming to rescue someone? Was there a traitor among them? Before he could ponder further, Jiang Wei arrived with a squad of guards. Unwilling to back down, Lao San brandished his sword and confronted Jiang Wei. Meanwhile, Li Su quickened his pace upon hearing the sounds of battle from the direction of the dungeon, realizing that the plan to rescue Prince Xiang might have already failed. His only option was to capture Yang Sun and use him to negotiate for Prince Xiang's release. With a glance, Li Su signaled to 2 experts beside him, who immediately rushed towards Yang Sun's quarters. However, as they reached the doorway, a size 45 foot kicked out fiercely from inside. One of the experts flew back like a kite with a cut string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, motionless. The other hadn't even reacted when a flash of cold light appeared, and a tang sword pierced through his chest. The next moment, Yang Sun strode out of the quarters, casually flicking the blood off his sword. Yang Sun had anticipated that these rescuers might also attempt to assassinate him. So he had deliberately instructed Jiang Wei not to station anyone in his courtyard, wanting to test his own strength. The Tang sword, obtained from the system's store with 300 points, proved to be exceptionally sharp, easily piercing through the expert's armor. Are you Yang Xun? Li Su asked coldly, staring at him. Indeed, I am. And who might you be? Yang Xun retorted. I am Li Su, the heir of Prince Xiang, and today I will take your head. Li Su declared, charging at Yang Xun with his sword. His swordsmanship was indeed remarkable, the sword in his hand moving like a dragon, emanating a cold aura. However, just as Li Su reached Yang Xun, there was a crisp slap, and he was sent sprawling to the ground by a swift slap from Yang Xun. The strike was so fast that Li Su hadn't even seen it coming, feeling as if a heavy hammer had struck his face, knocking him off balance and onto the ground. Lying on the ground, Li Su grimaced in pain, spitting out a broken tooth. His eyes were filled with terror, unable to believe that his 10 years of training had been undone by a single slap from Yang Xun. The force of the slap was astonishing, nearly knocking his soul out of his body. Knowing he was no match, Li Su could only shout to the experts behind him, "What are you waiting for? Attack him. Whoever kills Yang Xun will be rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces." As the saying goes, great rewards bring out the brave. Enticed by a hefty bounty, the skilled fighters charged at Yang Xun with loud shouts. Facing the oncoming wave of enemies, Yang Xun showed no fear, wielding his Tang sword with brute strength. Though he lacked martial arts training, his sheer force created an impenetrable wall of steel, intimidating all who approached. Initially, the fighters relied on their fervor to engage Yang Xun, but they quickly realized something was amiss. Each swing of Yang Xun's Tang sword resulted in severed limbs, or, in more severe cases, enemies and their weapons being cleaved in two. Adding to their predicament, Yang Xun's sword was over a foot longer than theirs, making it difficult for them to get close. Instead of claiming Yang Xun's life as intended, they found themselves being relentlessly pursued, the scene turning into a bloody spectacle. Li Su watched in shock as this astonishing scene unfolded. He had brought some of the finest fighters from the martial world, yet they were being routed by Yang Xun. Li Su could see that Yang Xun's attacks were unrefined, relying purely on brute strength. Yet, this raw power made his sword strikes both swift and heavy, unstoppable by anyone. Could this be the legendary "one force conquers 10 skills"? Sensing the tide turning against him, Li Su considered retreat. Just as he was about to seize the opportunity to escape, cries erupted from behind him. "Your Highness, run! Run!" He turned to see Lao Sen sprinting toward him, with Jiang Wei and a squad of palace guards in pursuit. "Run where?" Li Su cursed under his breath. Yang Xun blocked his path ahead, and Jiang Wei chased him from behind. He was trapped. In this desperate moment, Li Su noticed a light flickering in the side room next to Yang Xun's quarters. A thought struck him. Surely, someone living in the side room must be Yang Xun's concubine or lover. If he could capture her, he could save himself. With this in mind, Li Su kicked open the side room door and rushed inside. Narain had just gone to bed, but had quickly dressed upon hearing the commotion outside. She had just lit a candle when a bloodied figure burst into the room. "Who are you?" Narain shouted angrily, stepping forward to land a punch straight at Li Su's face. "Huh, such amateur moves dare to challenge me, the prince?" Li Su sneered, easily dodging her punch. A woman dared to confront him? Li Su engaged with Narain, but within 2 exchanges, he took a heavy kick to the abdomen. Li Su fell to his knees in pain, eyes wide with disbelief. How could all the women around Yang Xun be so formidable? Before coming to Northern Yan, he thought himself invincible. But here, all he seemed to do was take a beating. In fairness to Li Su, the martial artists he sparred with in Xiangnu were mediocre at best. Moreover, as the prince, none dared to truly harm him, so they always let him win, feeding his illusion of invincibility. Narain, though a woman, had learned various combat techniques from Burkle since childhood. While she wouldn't dare challenge Yang Xun, she was more than capable of handling Li Su. Just as Narain was about to subdue Li Su, Lao Sen suddenly burst into the room, positioning himself between Narain and Li Su. Lao Sen had been fiercely battling Jiang Wei, and despite being injured, he managed to escape, which showed his formidable strength. When he easily subdued Narain, Li Su was left in shock. Just the day before, he had been able to knock Lao San to the ground with a single punch during practice, but now he was being defeated by Narain, who in turn was powerless against Lao San. This stark contrast left Li Su feeling a mix of emotions, realizing he had been living in ignorance, thinking himself invincible when he was really just a fool. "Who is this woman?" Lao San asked coldly, interrupting Li Su's thoughts. Li Su, feeling frustrated, responded casually. "She should be Yang Xun's woman." A flicker of ruthlessness passed through Lao San's eyes. "Then we can use her to threaten Yang Xun," he said, quickly placing a knife against Narain's neck and dragging her out of the side room. In the courtyard outside, Yang Xun had already slain all the skilled fighters, and Jiang Wei had surrounded the entire courtyard with his men. When they saw Lao San holding Narain hostage, Jiang Wei's expression darkened. He had not expected Lao San to not only escape from him but also to take a hostage, which was a blow to his reputation as a commander. Meanwhile, Yang Xun's expression was as cold as ice. Narain, being the Xiangnu princess, was a hostage sent by the Xiangnu. If anything happened to her, the Xiangnu would surely retaliate. The situation was tense and ready to explode. Yang Xun, tell your men to back off and let me and the young master leave. Lao San shouted, the blade leaving a trace of blood on Narain's fair neck. Yang Xun remained unmoved, taking a Zhuge crossbow from a nearby soldier and aiming it at Lao San. You have her, but why should I back off? He replied coldly. Lao San panicked. Yang Xun wasn't playing by the rules. Don't do anything rash. I really will kill her, he stammered, his voice trembling slightly. Narain closed her eyes in despair. She didn't know who Lao San and his men were, but they were clearly Yang Xun's enemies. Given Yang Xun's character, he would never let his enemies go for the sake of a Xiangnu. She silently apologized to her father and the Xiangnu, preparing to face death. Amidst this tense standoff, Li Su emerged from the side room. Suddenly, without warning, Yang Xun pulled the trigger and a bolt from the crossbow struck Li Su in the leg. He screamed in pain and fell heavily to the ground. Yang Xun, what are you doing? Lao San was immediately alarmed. Despite having a hostage, Yang Xun dared to harm Li Su, completely disrupting his plan. Yet Yang Xun remained unfazed, the crossbow now aimed at Li Su's head. Release her and surrender, or I'll shoot your young master dead. Yang Xun's voice was cold as ice. Narain opened her eyes, looking at Yang Xun's cold expression, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Although he was saving her, it was likely more to prevent the Xiangnu from rebelling. This realization left her feeling a bit disheartened, as her fate seemed always tied to others' interests. When Lao San still refused to release her, Yang Xun fired another bolt, hitting Li Su's other leg. Li Su's face turned pale with pain, but he felt incredibly wronged. It was Lao San who took the hostage, so why was he being shot? Yet, under Yang Xun's pressure, he dared not utter a complaint, only shouting to Lao San, Lao San, let her go. Do you want me dead before you're satisfied? The young master, if I let this woman go, we're both dead. Lao San gritted his teeth, his eyes flickering with desperation and menace. He clutched Narain's arm tightly, as if holding on to his last lifeline. Li Su's expression darkened instantly at these words. He glared coldly at Lao San, his voice carrying an undeniable threat. Lao San, don't forget your family is still in Xiangzhou. I order you to release her, or I'll kill your entire family. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. A trace of hesitation flashed across Lao San's face. His gaze darted between Li Su and Yang Xun, his mind racing. Ultimately, the safety of his family overpowered his survival instincts, and he slowly released his grip on Narain. At that instant, Jiang Wei and his men surged forward like arrows, quickly subduing Lao San. Yang Xun strode over to Narain, his eyes falling on the alarming marks on her neck, his brow furrowing slightly. Are you all right? He asked softly, his tone carrying a barely noticeable hint of concern. Narain looked up at Yang Xun, a trace of surprise in her eyes. She shook her head gently, her voice a bit hoarse. I'm fine. Thank you. Yang Xun didn't reply, instead turning silently. With a swift motion, his tang sword plunged into Lao San's abdomen. Blood gushed out, staining the ground. Lao San's eyes widened, fear and resentment intertwining in his gaze. Despite anticipating this outcome, he couldn't accept the brutal reality of death when it finally arrived. Yang Xun expressionlessly withdrew the bloodied tang sword, and Lao San's body slumped to the ground, lifeless. Yang Xun turned and walked toward Li Su, each step seemingly heavy on Li Su's heart. Li Su's face was as pale as paper, whether from pain or fear was unclear. He trembled as he spoke. Yang Xun. No, King of the North. I've already made Lao San release the woman. Please spare my life. Yang Xun's face displayed a chillingly benevolent smile. Without a word, he gently patted Li Su's head. In the next moment, a sack was suddenly thrown over Li Su's head, his screams muffled by the fabric. The scene shifted to the dungeon of the Northern King's residence, where King Huai and King Xiang were huddled like two destitute beggars in a dark, damp corner. They devoured the unknown mush in their bowls, stripped of their former dignity and grandeur as princes. Since being imprisoned in this dungeon, they had been given only one meal of this unpalatable mush each day. Initially, they stubbornly refused to eat, but 3 days of hunger quickly shattered their pride. Now, they not only devoured it shamelessly, but even fought over an extra mouthful. King Xiang finished his bowl of mush in a few quick gulps, his gaze falling on the filthy wooden bowl, and his anger suddenly erupted. He hurled the bowl at King Huai's face with a thud echoing in the small cell. King Huai, stunned by the sudden attack, roared with rage. Li Chongshan, are you out of your mind? King Xiang, pointing at King Huai, his voice trembling with fury. You damn fool. Li Ri, I'm in this mess because of you. I should never have listened to you taking Beiyan, marching south to kill Li Miaoyin, capturing Qianjing City. All lies. If you hadn't dragged me into rebellion, Withdrawing troops from the front line, I'd still be a prince of the great Qian. King Huai retorted defiantly. Li Chongshan, what crap are you spewing? I told you to rebel, and you did? If I told you to eat shit, would you? You think you're any better? If you weren't harboring rebellious thoughts, would you have cooperated so eagerly? You're blaming me for your actions. Where's your sense? King Xiang, flustered by the barrage of questions, was momentarily speechless, his face flushed with anger. He could only glare at King Huai, his lips trembling without words. The sight of these once proud princes fighting over a bowl of mush in the dark dungeon was nothing short of ironic. What's the matter? Keck out your tongue? Keep barking like a dog. Huai Wang taunted with a smug expression, arrogance radiating from his demeanor. Xiang Wang, hearing this, had a flicker of anger in his eyes and retorted through gritted teeth. Humph, don't be so smug. Once my son Li Su rescues me, I won't let you off easily. Huai Wang sneered dismissively, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You think that little brat of yours can save you? You're dreaming. These words infuriated Xiang Wang, but unexpectedly, he laughed. His smile carried a mix of pride and disdain. My son Li Su is skilled in both literature and martial arts. Once he learns I've been captured, he'll find a way to rescue me. Unlike some people whose sons are useless, only good for chasing women. When you die, he'll likely be the happiest. Shut up, Huai Wang shouted, standing abruptly, his whole body trembling with rage. Xiang Wang's words had hit a sore spot. Huai Wang's son, Li Dan, was well known for being a wastrel, a reputation even more infamous than Yang Xun's in his early years. A pang of bitterness surged in Huai Wang's heart. He had wondered if his inept son might come to his rescue, but each time he thought of it, despair set in. As Xiang Wang had said, Li Dan might be eager for his father's demise to inherit the family estate and continue his wasteful lifestyle. Just as tensions were about to erupt, the dungeon door suddenly swung open. Yang Xun entered with a smile, his voice tinged with mockery. Greetings, your highnesses. How have you been? Upon seeing Yang Xun, Huai Wang immediately changed his demeanor. He scrambled over, pleading pitifully. Yang Xun, dear nephew, we're family. I even drank with your father. Please, have mercy and let me go. Xiang Wang shot a disdainful glance at Huai Wang's groveling, turning his head away. Yang Xun's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, Who do you think you are to call me nephew? With that, he kicked Huai Wang aside. He continued, In Beiyan, we have a saying. Those who offend Beiyan will be punished, no matter how far. When you two led armies intending to attack Beiyan, you should have expected this outcome. At this moment, Xiang Wang suddenly stood up, saying coldly, Yang Xun, don't get too cocky. Don't forget, I have a son too. Yang Xun laughed loudly at this. Then a man beaten beyond recognition was thrown into the dungeon. He tauntingly asked, Who's your son? Surely not this fool on the ground. Initially, Xiang Wang paid no mind, as Li Su was unrecognizable. However, upon seeing the jade pendant on the man's waist, his eyes widened in shock. Son, what happened to you? Who did this to you? Xiang Wang quickly helped Li Su up, his face full of concern. Upon seeing his father, Yang Xun wore a cold smile, his eyes glinting with the confidence of a sure victory. He looked down at King Xiang with disdain in his voice. Your elite troops have been completely wiped out by my forces. Even if you refuse to surrender, how long do you think Xiangzhou can hold out without you? These words struck King Xiang like a heavy blow, turning his face ashen and causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. The elite forces of Xiangzhou had suffered greatly in the fierce battles with the Black Armor Army, leaving only a handful of defenders in the city. If the Northern Yan Army pressed the attack, Xiangzhou might not last 3 days. King Xiang was torn, unwilling to surrender yet aware that resistance was futile. He took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure as he said, Yang Xun, Xiangzhou is a fief granted to me by the court. How can you just take it over? Do you have no regard for the court? Hearing this, Yang Xun's lips curled into a mocking smile. You remember the court now? Why didn't you think of the court when you withdrew your troops from the front line without orders? He glared coldly at King Xiang, enunciating each word. Enough with the nonsense. I give you 3 days. If you don't write a letter of surrender by then, I will make sure you and your son experience a fate worse than death. With that, Yang Xun cast a meaningful glance at Huai Wang, clearly extending the threat to him as well. After Yang Xun left, Huai Wang collapsed to the ground, drained of all strength. King Xiang, however, ignored his own plight and hurried to check on Li Su's injuries. My son, weren't you in Xiangzhou? How did you end up captured by Yang Xun in Northern Yan? King Xiang's voice was full of worry and confusion. Li Su did not hide anything and recounted in detail how he had come to rescue his father, only to fail miserably. Upon hearing this, Huai Wang couldn't help but sneer. I thought your son was something special, but he was caught by Yang Xun too. Just another fool. Despite his words, Huai Wang felt a twinge of envy. At least King Xiang's son was brave enough to risk danger to rescue his father, something his own useless son would never do. At that moment, Li Su turned to Huai Wang, anger blazing in his eyes. We were ambushed as soon as we arrived at the Northern Guardian's mansion, clearly indicating Yang Xun was prepared. I only told Li Dan about this plan. If he hadn't betrayed us, how could Yang Xun have known about my rescue attempt? So, Li Ri, it was your little bastard who sold out my son. King Xiang was furious, his voice filled with anger and heartbreak. Huai Wang was taken aback, feeling a pang of suspicion. Knowing his useless son's character, it was indeed possible he had done such a thing. It seemed like he didn't want him to return, wanting him to die in Northern Yan. Yet, despite his growing suspicions, Huai Wang retorted, "You can't just make wild accusations without evidence. What proof do you have that my son betrayed you? I'll prove it with this." Unable to contain his fury any longer, Li Su punched Huai Wang squarely in the face. This punch carried all of Li Su's anger and frustration. He had endured Yang Sun's taunts, lost teeth, been shot with arrows, and suffered an hour of brutal beatings after being captured. Such suffering was beyond mere words. The men he brought were all sacrificed, leaving only Li Dan who knew the plan. If it wasn't Li Dan who betrayed them, then who? With Li Dan's father, Huai Wang, right in front of him, Li Su's pent-up rage naturally exploded. Reeling from the unexpected blow, Huai Wang's anger flared, and he lunged at Li Su, shouting, "Li Ri, how dare you touch my son? I'll kill you." Seeing Huai Wang retaliate, King Xiang naturally sided with his own son, jumping in to fight Huai Wang. Although Huai Wang had fought King Xiang many times before, with mixed outcomes, the addition of Li Su tipped the scales. The three of them descended into a chaotic brawl within the cramped cell, fists and curses flying. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. The king of Huai was quickly defeated under the assault of the Duke of Xiang and his son. The dungeon echoed with the king's cries as he was brutally beaten, left bruised and huddled in a corner, his eyes filled with resentment. This beating sobered him up completely. He had been hesitant about surrendering, but now he realized that to survive, he had to make a choice. The king of Huai thought to himself, his son couldn't be relied upon and might even wish for his death, and he was being bullied by the Duke of Xiang in the dungeon. If this continued, he would eventually die here. Compared to his life, territories and the throne seemed insignificant. As long as Yang Xun could keep him alive, he was willing to pay any price. With this in mind, the king of Huai, ignoring his pain, shouted towards the outside of the dungeon, "Is anyone there? I want to see Yang Xun. I surrender." After receiving the king of Huai's letter of surrender, Yang Xun immediately announced to the world that Huai Prefecture was officially incorporated into the territory of Northern Yan. As the Duke of the North, he took command of the 4 counties and 52 districts of Huai Prefecture, ordering all garrisons to open their gates and surrender immediately. On the surface, Yang Xun fulfilled his promise by giving the king of Huai a hearty meal, but soon after, he sent him on his way. As a regional overlord, the king of Huai might never have imagined that Yang Xun would be so ruthless, refusing to spare his life even after his surrender. After handling the affairs of Northern Yan, Yang Xun hurried to the Xianghuai border, preparing to take over Huai Prefecture with Xue Rengui. Initially, some cities resisted, but they quickly crumbled under the fierce assault of the Black Armored Army. Yang Xun ordered that all resisting garrison soldiers be executed, leaving none alive. Meanwhile, for those cities that voluntarily opened their gates and surrendered, Yang Xun adopted a conciliatory policy, not only exempting them from taxes for a year, but also rewarding each garrison soldier with a tael of silver. This strategy quickly proved effective, as garrison soldiers everywhere opened their gates to surrender as Yang Xun approached. As Yang Xun's army pressed on, in the largest private room of the Wangchun Tower in Huai Prefecture City, a group of well-dressed merchants gathered, their faces filled with worry. Someone whispered, "I hear the Northern Yan army has reached Songji County, less than 20 miles from our Huai Prefecture City." Another agreed. "Indeed, when the king of Huai was in power, the salt trade in Huai Prefecture was entrusted to us. Now that the Duke of the North has arrived, we're afraid our sales rights will be taken away." The merchants discussed among themselves. Although not all of them had made their fortunes from salt trading, no business could match the profits of the salt trade. No one was willing to give up their salt trading rights without a fight. At this moment, a portly merchant, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. "In my opinion, we must not compromise on this matter. Huai Prefecture is a coastal area, and what we need to do now is control all the salt in Huai Prefecture." "Oh, what do you mean by that, Brother Wang?" others asked, puzzled. The fat merchant explained smugly. "Think about it. Whether it's Northern Yan or Xiang Prefecture, they all consume salt produced in our Huai Prefecture. If all the salt in Huai Prefecture is in our hands, and we hold on to it, then Northern Yan and the entire Huai Prefecture will have no salt to consume. The price of salt will inevitably soar, and at that point, Yang Xun won't dare to take back our salt trading rights. Instead, he'll have to look to us for concessions." This statement immediately won unanimous approval from the merchants present. Someone excitedly said, "Brother Wang's plan is brilliant. If we control all the salt, even if Yang Xun takes back our salt trading rights, he will still have to come to us to buy it. He can't possibly kill us all, can he? Exactly, another agreed. I'll go back right now and order all workshops and shops to stop selling salt and stockpile it in warehouses. Even if Yang Xun is as mighty as a dragon, in Huai Prefecture, he'll have to bow to us. As they continued their discussion, the fat merchant suddenly turned his gaze to a middle-aged merchant in his 40s and asked, Mr. Bai, you are the richest man in Huai Prefecture. What do you think of my plan? Bai Songlin took a sip of tea, his brow slightly furrowed, and said calmly, I don't think Yang Xun will necessarily revoke our salt trading rights. After all, he is the new ruler of Huaizhou and has no need to make things so tense. As soon as he finished speaking, the chubby boss turned red with urgency, raising his voice. Old Bai, you're really losing your touch. You have no ties with Yang Xun. Why would he grant you the salt trading rights? It's only a matter of time before he takes them back. If we don't act quickly, we'll have no place to cry when it happens. These words made Bai Songlin fall into deep thought. He instinctively rubbed the teacup, his frown deepening. He had to admit that the chubby boss made a valid point. Although the Bai family was the wealthiest in Huaizhou, losing the salt trading rights would soon lead to someone surpassing them. However, he was also reluctant to offend Yang Xun. If Yang Xun was angered, he might target the Bai family, as they were the leading merchants in Huaizhou. Seeing Bai Songlin's hesitation, the chubby boss pressed on. Old Bai, don't hesitate. I believe if you take the lead, we will succeed. In truth, the chubby boss had his own calculations. This matter was essentially a gamble, betting that Yang Xun would relent to them. But given that Yang Xun was a prince with military power, there was a risk he might take strong measures. If that happened, having Bai Songlin involved would provide a scapegoat. Bai Songlin shook his head, his frown deepening. But if we stop selling salt, the price in Xiangnu will soar, and the common people won't be able to afford it. At that moment, a servant hurried in and whispered something in Bai Songlin's ear. Upon hearing it, Bai Songlin's eyes widened in alarm, and he quickly left without bidding farewell to the other merchants. Watching Bai Songlin's retreating figure, the other merchants exchanged uncertain glances, feeling lost without a leader. The chubby boss's face showed a hint of malice as he said to the others, If Bai Songlin doesn't want to join us, so be it. Once we force Yang Xun to give in, we can turn our attention to dealing with the Bai family. Meanwhile, outside Huaizhou City, Yang Xun sat atop a tall horse, his gaze fixed intently on the city before him. Behind him, 80,000 Xuanjia troops and 50,000 Qingzhou soldiers stood ready, poised to attack at a moment's notice. Standing beside Yang Xun, Xue Rengui wore a confident smile. Master, most of Huaizhou has already surrendered to us. Once we take this city, Huaizhou will essentially be ours. Yang Xun nodded slightly, then asked, What about Jiang Wei? Have the Xiang King and his son surrendered? Yang Xun had initially given the Xiang King and his son 3 days, but it had been over 10 days with no response, testing his patience. Xue Rengui's expression turned awkward as he replied softly. Master, General Zhang's letter states that the Xiang King and his son still show no intention of surrendering. Additionally, reports indicate that the Xiang Queen is rallying military leaders in Xiangzhou, seemingly prepared to resist. Moreover, Jiang Wei mentioned that the recruitment of 100,000 new soldiers you ordered is complete, and they are ready to begin training at any time. Yang Xun nodded, having anticipated the Xiang King's stance. Before leaving Beiyan, he had entrusted Jiang Wei with recruiting 100,000 new troops as a precaution. Though the Xiang King, like the Huai King, was ineffectual, the Xiang Queen came from a military family, with her father and brothers holding key positions in the Xiangzhou army. This battle would not be easily won. The Princess of Xiang, backed by her family, holds military power in Xiangzhou and won't surrender easily. A cold glint flashed in Yang Xun's eyes. If that's the case, there's no need to keep her. He ordered sternly, Jiang Wei, execute the faction of the Princess of Xiang and send their bodies to Xiangzhou. Then he turned to military affairs, train new recruits within a month, then distribute them across counties to replace half of the garrison. Jiang Wei, lead the replaced Northern Yin troops to Huai Prefecture to join me. Yang Xun glanced at Li Sandan and asked, What news have you gathered? Li Sandan stepped forward quickly, reporting, My lord, only the Bai and Jia families remain as prominent clans in Huai Prefecture. The Bai family has been merchants for generations and is the wealthiest in Huai Prefecture. They were once close to the king of Huai, but grew distant after the heir harassed a Bai family lady. The Jia family deals mainly in salt, with the head, Jia Degui, being a staunch supporter of the king of Huai. It's rumored that he maintains 4,000 to 5,000 private soldiers outside the city. Yang Xun sneered at the idea of mere merchants daring to hide troops, planning to deal with them after entering the city. At that moment, the gates of Huai Prefecture slowly opened, and a man dressed in official attire approached quickly, kneeling in greeting. Ma Yozhong, prefect of Huai Prefecture, welcomes the king of Jinbei. Yang Xun personally helped Ma Yozhong to his feet, thinking that although this sycophant was despicable, his familiarity with Huai Prefecture made him useful for now. As the army entered the city, Yang Xun instructed Xue Rengui to familiarize himself with the city's situation alongside Ma Yozhong, while he personally headed to the king of Huai's residence. Xue Rengui immediately dispatched 1,000 armored troops to guard the king. Just then, a mechanical prompt sounded in Yang Xun's mind. Ding! Hidden mission triggered. Mission objective: rescue the Bai family, annihilate the king of Huai's residence. Meanwhile, a dramatic scene was unfolding at the entrance of the Bai residence. A group of heavily armed soldiers was violently dragging a delicate-looking young girl out of the house. This girl was Bai Shuang, her face streaked with tears as she struggled desperately to break free from the soldiers' grip. However, her petite figure seemed helpless against these well-trained men. What are you doing? In broad daylight. Don't you have any regard for the law? Bai Shuang shouted hoarsely, her body trembling with fear, her eyes filled with terror. Li Dan, standing nearby, responded with a contemptuous smile. The law? I am the law, he declared arrogantly, then signaled to his subordinates. Take this young lady back to the prince's residence. Li Dan had originally planned to wait for the return of the Prince of Huai before taking action, but Li Su's failure disrupted his plans. Now, with Yang Xun's forces closing in on the city, he had to execute his plan to abduct Bai Shuang ahead of schedule. He intended to take this beauty he had long coveted with him as he fled Huai Prefecture, to alleviate the loneliness of the journey. At that moment, the steward of the Bai residence rushed out, attempting to stop the atrocity. Miss, you can't do this. Let go of our young lady, he exclaimed, grabbing Li Dan's arm in an attempt to halt the madness. Infuriated by the sudden interference, Li Dan shouted, "To hell with you," and flung the steward to the ground. He then drew his sword and, without hesitation, plunged it into the steward's chest. Uncle Li, Bai Shuang witnessed this scene, her eyes wide with horror, tears streaming down her face. Li Dan ignored her cries, while the Prince of Huai's guards began to slaughter the Bai family's servants who rushed out. In an instant, the entrance of the Bai residence was littered with bodies, the ground stained with blood, resembling a scene from hell. Amidst this chaos, Bai Songlin hurried to the scene, his only thought to rescue his daughter. However, before he could reach Bai Shuang, a guard from the Prince of Huai's residence kicked him to the ground. Li Dan, you beast, if you have the guts, kill me too, Bai Songlin shouted from the ground, pointing at Li Dan in fury. Li Dan, enraged by the provocation, raised his sword to end Bai Songlin's life. Bai Shuang, seeing this, was frantic with worry. Having lost her mother at a young age, her father was her only support, and she could not bear to watch him die. Li Dan, let my father go. If you let him go, I'll go with you. I'll agree to anything you want. Bai Shuang gritted her teeth and said, though her heart was breaking, she had no choice for the sake of her father's life. Li Dan turned to Bai Shuang, a cruel smile playing on his lips. You really are naive, young lady. Even if I kill your father, you'll still have to come with me. With that, he swung his sword towards Bai Songlin. At that critical moment, an arrow whistled through the air, striking Li Dan's right hand with precision. Li Dan cried out in pain and fell to the ground, his sword clattering beside him. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events and looked towards the direction from which the arrow had been fired. A squadron of black-armored cavalry was approaching swiftly, led by a distinguished and heroic man. This man was Yang Xun. Yang Xun had initially intended to head directly to the Prince of Huai's residence, but the system suddenly issued a task to rescue the Bai family and annihilate the Prince of Huai's forces. He quickly inquired about the Bai family's location from Ma Yozhong and hurried there with his men. Fortunately, they arrived just in time to prevent the tragedy from unfolding. Li Dan gritted his teeth, glaring at Yang Xun with murderous intent in his eyes. He couldn't believe that someone dared to harm him on his own turf. Just then, a guard suddenly recognized the Xuanjiao army behind Yang Xun and shouted in a trembling voice, "Xuanjiao army! It's the Xuanjiao army! He's the Northern Warlord, Yang Xun." Those words exploded like thunder, and the surrounding guards turned pale with fear. The Xuanjiao army's reputation had long spread throughout Huaizhou, even wiping out Huaizhou's elite forces at the border. Since entering Huaizhou, the Xuanjiao army had been unstoppable, breaking through any resisting city, leaving no survivors among the soldiers. In the face of such a formidable force, what were the palace guards worth? Li Dan's eyes widened in disbelief that Yang Xun had entered the city unnoticed. Huaizhou's defenses were strong, with 10,000 troops. How did Yang Xun manage it? Suddenly, a name flashed in his mind: Ma Yozhong. Li Dan cursed under his breath, convinced that the old traitor had secretly allied with Yang Xun and surrendered the city. Remembering Ma Yozhong's bold claims at the banquet yesterday to fight Yang Xun to the death, Li Dan was furious, exclaiming, "What a load of crap." In despair, Li Dan turned to Yang Xun, his voice pleading, "Yang Xun, spare me, and I'll give you all of Huaizhou. Do you see this woman? Her name is Bai Shuang, a renowned beauty in Huaizhou City. I'll give her to you too." Yang Xun looked at Li Dan coldly, as if observing a clown. With the king of Huai already dead and most of Huaizhou under his control, Li Dan was less than dust in his eyes. Even if Li Dan died, Huaizhou would still belong to him. As for the woman, Yang Xun stopped himself from saying what was on his mind. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yang Xun ordered, his tone as cold as ice. The Xuanjiao army's commander obeyed and led the soldiers to surround them. The over 100 palace guards, along with Li Dan, were slaughtered in less than a minute, adding over 100 points to Yang Xun's tally. Combined with the Huaizhou troops who had refused to surrender earlier, Yang Xun's points had surpassed the 50,000 mark. The commander brought by Shuang and by Song Lin before Yang Xun, respectfully asking, "Your Highness, what should we do with these two?" Father and daughter trembled, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Yang Xun. Bai Song Lin appeared worried, as if he'd just escaped a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's lair. Yang Xun glanced at the commander, annoyed, and said, "They're civilians and haven't broken any laws. Let them go." The commander nodded and signaled his men to release the pair. They were stunned for a moment before realizing what had happened. Bai Song Lin immediately pulled Bai Shuang to kneel before Yang Xun, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Your humble servant, Bai Song Lin. Thanks your highness for saving our lives." He then bowed deeply 3 times. If not for Yang Xun's timely intervention, his family would have faced disaster, and his daughter would have fallen into Li Dan's hands. Bai Shuang kept her head down, silent, her body still trembling slightly, clearly not yet recovered from the shock. Yang Xun said nothing more and turned to leave with the Xuanjiao army. Although Bai Shuang was saved, he had more pressing matters to attend to destroying the Huai King's palace. After Yang Xun left, Bai Shuang finally raised her head, watching his departing figure with eyes full of gratitude and awe. Yang Xun hurried to the Huai prince's residence, momentarily stunned by the scene before him. The princess of Huai was frantically directing a group of servants to load various sized boxes onto carriages, clearly planning to flee Huai city. With a cold laugh, Yang Xun gave a swift order for the Xuanjiao army to encircle the entire residence. Amidst the clash of swords and the cries of battle, silence eventually fell over the prince's residence, leaving no survivors. Just then, a crisp notification sounded in Yang Xun's ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, earning the 5-star advisor Changsun Wuji, 50,000 Qingzhou soldiers, and 1 fire eye pill. Delighted, Yang Xun eagerly swallowed the fire eye pill. Instantly, his vision transformed. He could see a vibrant 100 above the heads of the Xuanjia soldiers around him, while most of the onlookers displayed a 0, with only a few showing 2 or 3. Yang Xun was secretly pleased. With the fire eye pill, he could easily discern who was truly loyal and who was deceitful. However, what excited him most was the 5-star advisor Changsun Wuji. Changsun Wuji, also known as Fujia, was a renowned statesman and military strategist in the early Tang dynasty. Throughout his 3-decade career, he remained devoted to the Tang dynasty, contributing significantly to its early prosperity. He was one of the 24 founding heroes of the Tang dynasty, enshrined in the Lingyan Pavilion. Unfortunately, in his later years, he was falsely accused and met a tragic end with his title stripped and exiled. Despite being portrayed as a villain in some novels and TV dramas, Changsun Wuji was in truth a remarkable statesman. Yang Xun knew that with Changsun Wuji's assistance, along with the 50,000 Qingzhou soldiers, he would soon have complete control over Huai. Eagerly, Yang Xun summoned Changsun Wuji. A man in his 30s appeared, with a determined face and moderate build, matching Yang Xun's expectations of Changsun Wuji. "Your subordinate, Changsun Wuji, greets the Lord." Changsun Wuji knelt and bowed deeply to Yang Xun. "No need for formalities, Fujia." Yang Xun quickly helped him up, noticing the large 100 above Changsun Wuji's head, indicating his loyalty. Yang Xun then led Changsun Wuji and the Xuanjiao army to thoroughly search the prince's residence. Surprisingly, the vast estate yielded less than 3,000 taels of silver. Even the boxes the princess intended to take were mostly filled with clothing, with hardly any valuables. Amusingly, in Li Dan's room, Yang Xun found a pile of IOUs from various brothels and gambling houses, amounting to tens of thousands of taels. Shaking his head, Yang Xun realized the rumors of the prince's son being a spendthrift were true. Despite the lack of silver, Yang Xun found some solace in the substantial real estate holdings of the prince's estate. "Fujia," Yang Xun instructed, "sell this residence and all the properties of the Huai prince's estate. Send the proceeds to Beiyan, to Luzhong. Rest assured, my lord, I will handle it immediately." Changsun Wuji responded, taking the property deeds and leaving swiftly. After another thorough search of the prince's estate with the Xuanjiao army to ensure nothing was overlooked, Yang Xun returned to the state government office. Meanwhile, in the distant imperial study of the Deqian palace, Empress Li Miaoyin stood with a grave expression. Before her, Songda, covered in dirt, knelt, clearly having endured great hardship. "Master Song, you've been gone for nearly a month. I thought you weren't coming back." Li Miaoyin's voice carried a hint of reproach as she looked at the disheveled Songda standing before her. Songda quickly lowered his head, his voice filled with grievance. This old servant deserves to die. I beg your majesty's forgiveness. His heart churned with indescribable bitterness. Originally, with the provisions and horse given by Lu Zhong, he had left northern Yin smoothly. However, fate played a cruel trick on him. While passing through Huaizhou, he encountered a band of several hundred rogue soldiers. These defeated troops not only robbed him of all his possessions, but also nearly took his life. Luckily, he managed to escape by knocking out a guard and rolling down a hillside. In the days that followed, this grand eunuch was reduced to begging along the roadside to survive. Songda inwardly vowed never to leave Qianjing again. The world outside was far too dangerous. Seeing Songda's wretched state, Li Miaoyin's anger gradually faded. After all, this man was not only a trusted confidant of the late emperor, but also her most steadfast support. She softened her tone and asked, "Did you accomplish the task I assigned you?" Songda recounted his experiences in northern Yin honestly and in detail. When Li Miaoyin heard that Yang Xun neither knelt to receive the decree nor agreed to send troops, her delicate face instantly turned icy cold. What does Yang Xun mean by this? Is he defying me? Does he intend to rebel? Li Miaoyin was furious, and the small scar on her forehead began to itch. This scar brought back memories of her childhood. One winter when she was 7, she had met a boy of 5 or 6 in the Imperial garden. The two children quickly became friends, building snowmen and having snowball fights together. However, the boy had hidden a pebble in a snowball and hit her, causing her head to bleed. What was even more infuriating was that the boy not only refused to apologize but also threatened her not to cry, saying he had sneaked out and was afraid of being punished if discovered. In the end, he even kissed her cheek and boasted that he was the heir of Northern Yin, promising to treat her to roast frog when she visited. This long-buried memory resurfaced because of Songda's mention of Yang Xun. Li Miaoyin suddenly realized that the rude little boy was Yang Xun. Back then, she was just a princess, and Yang Xun had already disregarded her. Now, as the emperor, Yang Xun still acted as he pleased, as if her royal dignity meant nothing to him. Li Miaoyin thought through gritted teeth. "You little rascal, you've been trouble since you were a child. Don't let me catch you, or else I'll make you pay." Songda did not hear Li Miaoyin's muttering. Noticing her angry expression, he quickly stepped forward to console her. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Although Yang Xun hasn't agreed to send troops, he has also refused to ally with the Pingnan king. Yang Xun's father, Yang Huai, was killed by the Pingnan king, so he will eventually side with us. Moreover, Yang Xun defeated the rebellious Yang king and Huai king, which was a great help to us. At least we don't have to worry about someone assisting the Pingnan king in attacking the capital from the north." Li Miaoyin snorted, her brow furrowing as she was about to speak when a guard rushed over, kneeling before her to report urgently. "Your Majesty, news from Huaizhou. Yang Xun, the king of Jinbei, has taken over Huaizhou city and exterminated the Huai king's household." Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Li Miaoyin's eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, "I asked him to send troops to quell the rebellion, and he kept delaying, but when it came to seizing territory, he was quick." She gripped the armrest of the dragon throne tightly, her knuckles turning white. "What is the current situation at the front?" she asked, suppressing her anger. The guard responded truthfully, "Your Majesty, there are no new battle reports. The latest news is that the king of Dongwu from Dongyu has dispatched 100,000 troops to join Ho of Tingyang and Wuzhou, holding back the Pingnan king's army." Li Miaoyin breathed a slight sigh of relief, as no battle reports implied a temporarily stable front line. She noticed a hint of joy on Songda's face, clearly surprised by the king of Dongwu's deployment of troops. There are 4 major vassal kings with different surnames in Deqian: the king of Jinbei in Beiyin, the king of Pingnan in the southern border, the king of Yinshi in Shihai, and the king of Dongwu in Dongyu. Like the king of Jinbei, the king of Dongwu controls a state and commands a large army. Previously, when the Pingnan king rebelled, the court had repeatedly summoned the king of Dongwu to send troops, but he always declined due to illness. Li Miaoyin saw through Songda's thoughts and sneered. The Pingnan king's army has already reached Wuzhou, and Dongyu is next. If the king of Dongwu doesn't deploy his troops, once Wuzhou falls, the war will reach his doorstep. He's acting out of self-preservation, not for the court. Songda's eyes showed a moment of understanding, and he then suggested, "Your Majesty, since the king of Dongwu has already deployed troops and the Pingnan king's army is stalled in Wuzhou, why not issue another imperial edict, ordering the king of Yinshi and Shihai to lead 100,000 troops to attack Wuzhou? This way, the Pingnan king would be attacked on both fronts, and we might be able to annihilate him." Li Miaoyin shook her head, her tone filled with helplessness. "Do you think I don't want to? The king of Yinshi is as unyielding as Yang Xun, clearly waiting for us and the Pingnan king to exhaust each other, so he can reap the benefits." Songda frowned, but was not surprised by this outcome. Since the Pingnan king's rebellion, even royal kin had harbored disloyalty, let alone the vassal kings with different surnames. The only one who responded immediately to the court's call was Yang Huai, the king of Jinbei, who unfortunately died in the southern border. He sighed inwardly, thinking, ultimately, it is the weakness of the court that renders it powerless to control these vassal kings. The Pingnan king commands an army of 500,000 and controls 4 southern states, making him a formidable force. Even the combined forces of the king of Dongwu and Ho of Tingyang might only slow down the Pingnan king's advance. Songda's thoughts drifted back to Yang Xun. He recalled his recent visit to Beiyin, where he witnessed its strength firsthand, even seeing the Xiangnu being defeated by Beiyin. He pondered, if Yang Xun could send troops, he would surely defeat the Pingnan king. Unfortunately, this seems to be an unattainable wish. Songda shared with Li Miaoyin his experiences in northern Yin. Initially, Li Miaoyin was indifferent, but when she heard about the Zhuge crossbow that could fire 10 arrows in succession and the potatoes yielding over 30 bushels per acre, she was stunned. These things are practically miraculous, Li Miaoyin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If the court could obtain these, how could we not defeat the king of Pingnan? She looked intently at Songda, eagerly asking, Songda, are you sure you saw these things with your own eyes? Songda quickly knelt down and respectfully replied, I wouldn't dare deceive your majesty. I did see them with my own eyes. I even tasted the potatoes. They are fragrant and glutinous, very filling. Upon hearing this, Li Miaoyin's eyes gleamed. She immediately ordered, Songda, go to northern Yin again and convey my decree. If he wants the 2 provinces of Xiang and Huai, I will give them to him. He doesn't even need to send troops, as long as he contributes some Zhuge crossbows and potatoes. Songda hesitated, looking troubled, and said weakly, Your Majesty, if I may speak frankly, without substantial rewards, I'm afraid Yang Xun won't agree. How dare you? Li Miaoyin erupted in anger, slamming her palm heavily on the desk. Must I personally beg him? Suddenly remembering something, she asked, Did you mention Lan Sui to him? Songda answered with a pained expression, I did, but Yang Xun was indifferent, saying it was a matter of the previous generation and refused to discuss it. Li Miaoyin frowned at this. Seeing her expression, Songda cautiously suggested, Your Majesty, Yang Xun is someone who acts only when there's something to gain. The provinces of Xiang and Huai are within his reach, so to make him compromise, we might need to offer him some benefits. What benefits? Li Miaoyin inquired further. Songda was momentarily speechless. He knew well that the court was already stretched thin and couldn't offer much to Yang Xun. Li Miaoyin pondered for a moment, then waved her hand, saying, Enough, you needn't worry about this anymore. Summon the new prime minister and the heads of the 6 ministries to discuss this with me. She suddenly recalled something and asked, By the way, I remember Yang Xun's grandfather was a former assistant minister of war. Is he still in the capital? Half a month later, a storm was brewing in Huai City. Yang Xun was practicing martial arts with Xue Rengui when Changsun Wuji rushed over, looking alarmed. Master, something terrible has happened. The whole of Huai City is in chaos. The people are complaining, and some have even left the city with their families. What happened? Yang Xun asked, frowning as a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Changsun Wuji quickly explained, I found out that throughout Huai City, not a single merchant is selling salt. The people can only buy salt on the black market, where the price is 100 times the normal rate. The people can't afford it and are growing resentful. If this continues, there might be a riot in Huai City. Xue Rengui immediately asked, Master, should I lead troops to suppress it? Yang Xun waved his hand to stop him, his brow furrowed. He knew that having just taken control of Huai City, a riot now could lead to widespread chaos. After thinking for a moment, he realized, the salt is controlled by those noble families. They are clearly behind this, trying to show me their power and remind me of their status in Huai City. Yang Xun smirked coldly. To truly conquer a land, you must first conquer the wealthy who live there. I've waited in Huai City for so long, waiting for these noble families to reveal themselves. I didn't expect them to act so quickly. The price of salt in Huai Prefecture City was soaring uncontrollably, like a runaway horse. This salt shortage was meticulously orchestrated by the noble families, with only one aim to force Yang Xun into submission. They thought they had the upper hand, unaware that Yang Xun had already set his plan in motion. Just a couple of days ago, Lu Zheng sent word that the first batch of refined salt was ready, an astonishing amount over 30,000 dan. This quantity was enough to supply the entire northern Yin and Huai Prefecture residents for a year. Yang Xun was quietly calculating, a faint smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, Zhang Ergu rushed in, interrupting his thoughts. My lord, there's a man named Bai Songlin outside, requesting to see you. Yang Xun frowned slightly. Bai Songlin, the wealthiest man in Huai Prefecture and a representative of the noble families, what could his intentions be at this time? Let him in. Yang Xun decided after a moment's consideration. In no time, Bai Songlin, dressed in white, walked in briskly and immediately knelt before Yang Xun. This humble citizen greets you, my lord. Please rise, Mr. Bai. Yang Xun gestured for him to stand. What brings you here today? Bai Songlin hesitated for a moment before speaking. My lord, I assume you have heard about the soaring salt prices in Huai Prefecture City. I have come to discuss this matter. Bai Songlin then revealed the plan hatched by the merchants in Wangshan Tower that day. He detailed two key figures, Wang Bo and Jia Dagawei. The plump businessman who proposed the salt hoarding plan was Wang Bo, and the one leading its execution was Jia Dagawei. After all, the Bai and Jia families are the largest in Huai Prefecture, Bai Songlin explained. I didn't join them, so they naturally turned to Jia Dagawei for support. Although the Jia family isn't as wealthy as the Bai family, they have 4,000 to 5,000 private soldiers, making them much stronger than the Bai family. Bai Songlin candidly admitted that he initially did not intend to get involved in this matter. However, considering that Yang Xun had once saved his and his daughter's lives, and recognizing that Yang Xun was different from the previous Duke of Huai, he believed that under Yang Xun's leadership, Huai Prefecture would thrive. Emotionally and rationally, Bai Songlin felt it was right to inform Yang Xun of this plan. My lord, Bai Songlin said respectfully, I have 8,000 dan of coarse salt in my possession. If you don't mind, I am willing to donate it all for emergency relief. Yang Xun looked at Bai Songlin with surprise. Although Jia Dagawei's plan was somewhat anticipated, Bai Songlin, as a member of the noble families in Huai Prefecture, not only divulged the entire plan but also offered to donate his stored salt. Why? Was it solely because Yang Xun had saved their lives? Yang Xun discreetly activated his keen perception, observing Bai Songlin's loyalty level, which astonishingly reached 70. Over time, Yang Xun had developed a general understanding of loyalty levels. Those with a loyalty of 20 were willing to work for Yang Xun, provided they received enough benefits. Those with a loyalty of 50 were willing to work for him willingly, but might still betray him at critical moments. However, a loyalty level of 70 indicated deep loyalty, willing to do anything for Yang Xun, with little chance of betrayal. Yang Xun understood well that someone with a loyalty level of 100 was a diehard supporter, willing to go through fire and water for him without hesitation. However, aside from the characters he personally summoned, such loyal supporters had yet to appear. A loyalty level of 70 was already rare and enough for Yang Xun to trust. Thinking of this, Yang Xun asked, Boss Bai, in your opinion, how can we solve this salt shortage crisis? Bai Songlin pondered for a moment before responding. Your Highness, although I can provide 8,000 sure of coarse salt, that is far from enough to completely resolve the crisis. In my view, there are two solutions. He raised one finger. First, Your Highness could compromise with the influential families of Huaizhou, convincing them to release their hoarded salt onto the market. These families are simply worried that Your Highness would revoke their salt trading rights, which would affect their status in Huaizhou. If Your Highness makes concessions, they will naturally cooperate. Then he raised a second finger. Alternatively, if Your Highness could obtain a large amount of table salt and release it onto the market so that the people of Huaizhou can afford it, there would be no more unrest. Bai Songlin's analysis was thorough, but he knew in his heart that the second option was almost impossible. Northern Yin did not produce salt, as all table salt was transported from Huaizhou. How could Yang Xun possibly have a large stockpile of salt? Ultimately, it seemed they would have to bow to those influential families. Just then, Yang Xun revealed a meaningful smile and said, Boss Bai, there's another solution you haven't mentioned. Bai Songlin was taken aback and asked in confusion, another solution? How is that possible? Please enlighten me, Your Highness. A hint of coldness flashed in Yang Xun's eyes as he slowly stated, it's to kill them all and seize the salt. Bai Songlin's face changed dramatically upon hearing this, and he stammered, This? What kind of solution is that? How is that different from banditry? Your Highness, wouldn't that be against the law? Despite hundreds of years of history, the great Qian dynasty's external enemies had always been kept at bay by the various feudal lords. The people lived and worked in peace, accustomed to a time of prosperity. Even in the current chaotic times, the wars in the north were not frequent. Yang Xun had occupied Huaizhou without much bloodshed. The common people had no concept of chaos and subconsciously believed that Yang Xun wouldn't be so brutal. In their eyes, the word rob was often associated with bandits and thieves. How could an official like Yang Xun seize the people's property? The influential families clearly shared this view, which is why they dared to oppose Yang Xun. In a time of prosperity, Yang Xun indeed couldn't do anything to them. Even as the Prince of the North, he couldn't kill indiscriminately. After all, hoarding was a merchant's freedom and didn't violate the laws of the great Qian dynasty. If Yang Xun killed the innocent indiscriminately, he would surely face punishment from the court. However, times had changed. Yang Xun no longer cared about the court, let alone a few small merchants. Hearing Bai Songlin's words, Yang Xun sneered, a fierce glint in his eyes. Boss Bai, have you forgotten that I am a prince, and my word is the law? He stood up, looking down at Bai Songlin. In this era, whoever has the sharpest sword has the power. Just like the son of the king of Huaizhou killing so many of your family in broad daylight and trying to seize your daughter. Would he dare act like this in peaceful times? But in these chaotic times, he acts recklessly, and what can you do about it? Yang Xun's voice grew colder. A mere few merchants dare to challenge me, the prince? They must have a death wish. Yang Sun's words pierced Bai Songlin's heart like a sharp sword. His hands trembled slightly, and images of the past flashed in his mind: Li Dan slaughtering the Bai family and attempting to kidnap his daughter. Even though the Bai family was immensely wealthy, they were forced to endure in silence before the ruler of Hua Prefecture, backed by military power. Now, before him stood Yang Xun, the northern king, whose influence far surpassed Li Dan's by 100-fold. The merchants' united protest was akin to courting disaster. The court was too preoccupied with its own affairs to intervene in Hua Prefecture. Cold sweat formed on Bai Songlin's forehead as he felt fortunate not to have been involved, for it would have spelled doom for his family. "Since your highness has a plan, I shall take my leave," Bai Songlin said, bowing and preparing to turn away. "Hold on." Yang Sun's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "I have a business proposition for you, Mr. Bai." Bai Songlin's brow furrowed slightly. "Please enlighten me, your highness." "Ergu, bring the sample from Beiyin." At Yang Sun's command, Zhang Ergu quickly handed over a bulging cloth bag. Bai Songlin opened the bag and his eyes widened in astonishment. Inside was pristine, snow-white, fine-grained salt. As a seasoned salt merchant, he had never encountered such high-quality salt. He took a pinch and tasted it, and the rich saltiness burst on his tongue. "Excellent salt," Bai Songlin exclaimed in amazement. "Even the Imperial tribute salt cannot compare." "Your Highness, where does this salt come from?" "You needn't concern yourself with that," Yang Sun replied directly. "I have 30,000 sure of this fine salt, and intend to transport it all to Hua Prefecture for you to sell to the people." Bai Songlin was taken aback by this, and the figures in his mind quickly climbed from 70 to 80, a surprising change that caught Yang Sun's attention. Bai Songlin cautiously asked, "What price does your highness intend to set?" "Ordinary coarse salt already costs 500 won per dough, and this fine salt is worth several times, if not 100 times more. If the price is too high, even the wealthy may hesitate to buy." Yang Sun pondered for a moment before extending a slender finger and declaring firmly, 101. This price hit Bai Songlin like a thunderclap, leaving him wide-eyed and incredulous. 101, he thought to himself. This price might not even cover the cost. Even the coarsest sea salt costs at least 200 won per dough. Yang Sun's refined salt must cost even more. Isn't he afraid of losing money selling it this cheaply? Yang Sun, noticing Bai Songlin's doubt, smiled slightly and explained, "Mr. Bai, to be honest, the cost of my salt is only 50 won per dough. Even selling at 101, there's still profit to be made." 51. Bai Songlin was stunned, barely able to believe his ears. How could such high-quality refined salt cost only 51? It seemed impossible. But then again, Yang Sun had no reason to deceive him. Even if he were to incur a loss, it would be Yang Sun's own money. What Bai Songlin didn't know was that the cost Yang Sun mentioned was already exaggerated. In reality, the cost of the refined salt was around 21. Bai Songlin took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Your Highness, in that case, I am willing to give it a try. I will hand over all the profits from the salt sales." He thought to himself that since Yang Sun had saved his daughter, he would gladly work for him without pay. Yang Sun, however, waved his hand dismissively and said, "How can I let you work for free? Let's do it this way. I'll take 9, and you take 1. It's settled then." He decisively determined the profit split, not giving Bai Songlin a chance to refuse. Bai Songlin stood there momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. As an experienced businessman, he could see the immense value of this salt. Yang Sun's pricing was even lower than the cost of coarse salt. Once this batch hit the market, there would be no competition. Even taking only a tenth of the profit would be immensely lucrative. Seeing Bai Songlin's silence, Yang Sun continued, "I will have the salt shipped from Beiyin as soon as possible. This batch is just to solve the current crisis. There will be a continuous supply afterward. I want you to distribute Beiyin's salt throughout the entire Great Xian. Can you do that?" Bai Songlin's eyes widened, and his heart raced. This was nationwide exclusive sales rights. It wouldn't be long before the Bai family became the wealthiest in not just Hua Prefecture, but all of Great Xian. "Your Highness, I am eternally grateful for your generosity. Rest assured, I will not let you down," Bai Songlin exclaimed, kneeling in excitement. Yang Sun nodded in satisfaction, pleased with Bai Songlin's response. At that moment, Bai Songlin realized something. Yang Sun had mentioned using the 30,000 stones of salt to resolve this crisis. Did that mean he wasn't planning to take action against the other merchants? Although competitors, Bai Songlin had known them for years in Hua Prefecture. He didn't really want to see them suffer. "Your Highness, are you planning to spare those merchants?" Bai Songlin cautiously inquired. Yang Sun, fully understanding Bai Songlin's thoughts, coldly replied, "Who said I was going to spare them? Anyone who dares oppose me has only one fate: death." His gaze turned sharp and his aura exuded a suffocating menace. In that instant, Bai Songlin felt a chill down his spine, as if he were facing a battlefield of corpses and blood, nearly causing his legs to give out. But the next moment, Yang Sun's face softened into a smile. "However, watching their plans crumble before they meet their end is far more interesting, isn't it?" Hearing this, Bai Songlin was taken aback. realizing that Yang Xun intended to break their spirits before finishing them off. Alright, I'll have Changsun Wuji coordinate the details with you. You may leave now, Yang Xun said, signaling the end of their conversation. Bai Songlin respectfully bowed to Yang Xun and hurriedly left the prefectural office. Outside, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Having been in business for many years and met many influential people, he'd never felt such intense pressure from anyone before. Was this truly the aura of a young man? After Bai Songlin left, Yang Xun's gaze turned icy as he addressed Xue Rengui, who was standing nearby. Ringui, keep an eye on the Jia family, especially their thousands of private soldiers. At my command, eliminate them all, leaving none alive. On the bustling cloth lane of Huizhou City, Bai Shuang, accompanied by her personal maid, navigated through various shops with a discerning eye. Ever since Yang Xun had saved her, this young lady from a prominent family had been pondering how to repay his kindness. After much deliberation, she decided to sew a magnificent python robe for him. As a woman skilled in embroidery, this was one of the few talents she could offer, and such a robe would undoubtedly be the perfect token of gratitude. However, the fabric from her family's own shop did not meet her standards. Determined to find the finest silk, Bai Shuang ventured out herself. As she meticulously compared fabrics, a familiar figure caught her eye. Wang Bo and Jia De were jovially heading towards a nearby tavern. Bai Shuang's heart skipped a beat. She had learned from her father, Bai Songlin, that these two harbored ill intentions towards Yang Xun. After a moment of hesitation, she signaled her maid to follow them discreetly. Unaware of being followed, Wang Bo and Jia De proceeded to the top floor of the tavern, entering the most prestigious private room. Bai Shuang held her breath and quietly approached the door, pressing her ear against it to listen carefully. Inside, an elder sat at the head of the table. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Wang Bo and Jia De, the conversation quickly turned serious. Master Ma, Jia De began, there's no need to rush. Although many citizens are already complaining about the salt shortage, their discontent isn't deep enough yet. We must wait a bit longer. The elder, addressed as Master Ma, furrowed his brow with concern. But Yang Xun doesn't trust me at all. Recently, many affairs in Huizhou have been handed over to Changsun Wuji, who is close to him. I'm worried that if we delay too long, something might go wrong. It turned out that this Master Ma was Ma Yozhong, who had been trying to show his loyalty to Yang Xun, but was never given significant responsibilities, even feeling deliberately sidelined. Of course, he was unaware that Yang Xun could see the 0 loyalty score above his head, which explained his confusion. Don't worry, Master Ma. Jia De reassured him with a smile. To seize Huizhou, we must first win the people's hearts. Once their resentment peaks, we will act. As soon as Yang Xun is out of the picture, I'll open the granaries and distribute salt, instantly gaining the people's support. Wang Bo chimed in, exactly. Without the support of the people, killing Yang Xun would be futile. When the citizens are weakened by the salt shortage, we'll provide the salt and become their saviors. They will undoubtedly support us wholeheartedly. Ma Yozhong sighed, recognizing the logic in their words, but still harboring doubts. Jia De patted Ma Yozhong on the shoulder, brimming with confidence. Master Ma, just rest assured. Your task is to open the city gates when the time is right. I'll lead 5,000 private soldiers into the city to eliminate Yang Xun. Once I take control of Huizhou, I'll ensure you secure the position of governor. Ma Yozhong realized they intended not only to challenge Yang Xun, but to replace him. He couldn't help but warn them. Are you sure about this? Don't forget Yang Xun has 50,000 troops stationed in the city and over 100,000 more outside. Outside the door, Bai Shuang felt a chill run through her. She never imagined these men were plotting something so grand, aiming not only to target Yang Xun, but to seize all of Huizhou. Rest assured, as long as you open the city gates under the cover of darkness and let my men in, by the time the 50,000 soldiers guarding the city react, Yang Xun will already be dead. Jia Daguai's eyes gleamed with ambition. His plan was simple yet bold. Eliminate Yang Xun and buy off the hundreds of thousands of troops with a hefty sum. He firmly believed that as long as the payment was sufficient, those soldiers wouldn't mind whom they served. In these chaotic times, controlling such an elite force could make seizing the world a possibility. When Ma Yozhong heard of this audacious plan, he couldn't help but gasp. However, Jia Daguai's meticulous arrangements gradually eased his concerns. Not only would they gain the support of the people after Yang Xun's death, but they could also bring his troops under their command, a plan that would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The only challenge was how to kill Yang Xun. With 50,000 Qingzhou soldiers stationed inside Hui Prefecture, even if Ma Yozhong opened the gates, it was uncertain whether Jia Daguai's 5,000 private soldiers could successfully assassinate Yang Xun. But seeing Jia Daguai's confident demeanor, Ma Yozhong's worries slowly dissipated. Rumor had it that Jia Daguai's private army cost tens of thousands of silver taels annually for training, each soldier capable of taking on 10 men. Their combat prowess even surpassed that of the palace guards. With such an elite force, Opening the gates to let them in should make killing an unprepared Yang Xun a simple task. Ma Yozhong calculated in his mind that once Jia Dagwai became the master of Huai Prefecture, his position as governor would be rock solid. After all, he was the biggest contributor to this operation. Thinking of this, Ma Yozhong couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He raised his glass and declared boldly, "Then I shall await your command," ensuring Yang Xun meets his end with no place to rest. Jia Dagwai and Wang Bo also raised their glasses, exclaiming in unison, "Here's to our success," leaving Yang Xun with no place to rest. While the three were plotting, Bai Shuang, outside the room, listened in shock. Yang Xun was not only a just and fair prince, but also her savior. How could she sit back and watch these villains harm him? Bai Shuang quickly told her maidservant, "Xue, keep watch here. I must inform the prince of this." With that, she hurriedly left the tavern and headed straight for the prefecture office. At that time, the guards at the prefecture office had all been replaced by the Xuanjiao army. Zhang Ergu, sent by Yang Xun, was on duty at the gate. Seeing Bai Shuang's anxious expression, he immediately stopped her. "Halt. This is the prefecture office. Unauthorized persons are not allowed to enter. I have urgent business with the prince. Let me in," Bai Shuang said anxiously. "The prince isn't someone you can meet just because you want to." "Who are you?" Zhang Ergu asked warily. "My name is Bai Shuang, and Bai Songlin is my father." Zhang Ergu sized her up, thinking that since Bai Songlin had already pledged allegiance to Yang Xun, Bai Shuang should be on their side. After weighing his options, he finally relented. "All right, I'll take you in. But the prince might be busy, so I can't guarantee you'll see him." "Thank you, sir." Bai Shuang beamed and quickly expressed her gratitude. Led by Zhang Ergu, Bai Shuang arrived at the martial arts arena. From a distance, she saw Yang Xun sparring with Xue Rengui on the platform. Both were bare-chested. Although Yang Xun's physique was not as robust as Xue Rengui's, his muscle definition was more pronounced, and every move exuded masculinity. Coupled with his handsome face, Bai Shuang's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. Zhang Ergu noticed Bai Shuang's blushing face and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Another girl enchanted by the prince. Blushing just from seeing his torso. If she saw more, she might need to rush home to change her clothes. Shaking off his inappropriate thoughts, he told Bai Shuang, "The prince is practicing martial arts. Do not disturb him. Wait here patiently." Bai Shuang stood quietly to the side, her eyes fixed on the intense duel taking place in the arena. Xue Rengui and Yang Xun exchanged blows with extraordinary skill. Xue Rengui's martial prowess was exceptional, his techniques unpredictable, while Yang Xun, though slightly less skilled, possessed immense strength, allowing him to match Xue Rengui evenly. Suddenly, Yang Xun unleashed a swift spinning kick, catching Xue Rengui off guard and nearly causing him to stumble off the stage. Regaining his balance, Xue Rengui smiled in satisfaction. "My lord, your progress is truly remarkable." Kai Wenji quickly handed over a towel. As Yang Xun wiped his sweat, he modestly replied, "It's all thanks to your careful teaching, Rengui." Xue Rengui waved his hand dismissively. "You're too modest, my lord. What I've taught is just the basics. Your innate talent is exceptional, grasping everything instantly. Honestly, I've never seen such astonishing talent in my lifetime." As they exchanged compliments, Yang Xun caught sight of Bai Shuang in the distance. He strode towards her with long strides, and Bai Shuang hurriedly stepped forward to greet him respectfully. "I, Bai Shuang, greet the prince." Yang Xun observed the young lady from the Bai family, recalling her past assistance. "I recognize you. Is there something you need?" Bai Shuang lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. It was the first time she had seen a man's bare torso up close, causing her breath to quicken. Seeing this, Kai Wenji reminded her, "Miss Bai, the prince is asking you a question." Bai Shuang snapped out of her daze, hastily attempting to kneel. "Ah? Oh, I am at fault. Please forgive me, my lord." Yang Xun quickly prevented her from kneeling, speaking gently. "There's no need for formality. Speak freely. Your father is one of my people, so you need not be overly polite." As he spoke, he inadvertently glanced at the loyalty indicator above her head, surprised to see it at a full 100. Bai Shuang truthfully relayed the conspiracy she had overheard at the tavern to Yang Xun. Upon learning that Jia Dagwai and others dared to plot against the prince, Xue Rengui was instantly enraged. "These insolent fools. I will lead a force to eliminate this rabble immediately." Yang Xun chuckled inwardly. Amused that a mere 5,000 private soldiers would dare to threaten him, Jia Dagwai was certainly overestimating himself. As for Ma Yozhong, his zero loyalty had long revealed his true nature, making his betrayal unsurprising. "No need to rush," Yang Xun said calmly. "Let's see what they attempt. Ringui, have someone closely monitor Ma Yozhong's every move. Also, inform the Xuanjia army outside the city to be ready. Once I give the order, they are to annihilate Jia Dagwai's estate." "Understood." Xue Rengui responded with a salute, immediately turning to make the necessary arrangements. Yang Xun's gaze landed on Bai Shuang, and a smile played at the corner of his mouth. This news comes just in time. Tell me, what reward would you like? Upon hearing this, Bai Shuangshuang's cheeks flushed slightly. She shook her head gently, her voice soft yet firm. Your Highness, you saved my life. I need no reward. As the eldest daughter of the Bai family, she lacked nothing, and moreover, Yang Xun was her savior. How could she ask for anything? Not wanting a reward won't do. Yang Xun said decisively. Wenji, fetch a set of my personally crafted perfumes to gift to Miss Bai. Kai Wenji quickly acknowledged the command, and soon returned with an exquisite wooden box. She stood before Bai Shuangshuang and slowly opened it. Inside lay 3 crystal-clear jade bottles, and a captivating fragrance immediately filled the air. These 3 perfumes were no ordinary items. Yang Xun had spent 50,000 points in the system's marketplace to acquire the method of making them. Although this transaction left his points nearly depleted, perfumes were a rarity in this era. If sold to the wealthy women of noble families, they would surely fetch a handsome profit. Of course, Yang Xun had another mode of perfume, was a perfect tool for winning a girl's heart. Kai Wenji smiled and introduced. Miss Bai, these perfumes were personally blended by His Highness, featuring jasmine, rose, and magnolia scents. After bathing and dressing, just a few drops on your body will emit an enchanting floral fragrance. Bai Shuangshuang had already noticed the alluring scent emanating from Kai Wenji, presumably thanks to the perfume. Though she initially hesitated to accept Yang Xun's gift, the moment she saw the perfume, she couldn't look away. She had never seen anything like it. Women typically used incense or scented sachets to carry fragrance, both of which were cumbersome, and sachets needed frequent replacement. This perfume required only a couple of drops, was convenient, long-lasting, and its fragrance far surpassed incense and sachets. Kai Wenji keenly sensed Bai Shuangshuang's desire and promptly placed the wooden box in her hands. Overjoyed, Bai Shuangshuang quickly bowed to Yang Xun and said, "This reward is so precious, I truly don't know how to thank your highness." Yang Xun waved his hand with a smile. "No need for thanks. The perfume will need your father's help with sales in the future. Consider it a trial for me, Miss Bai. Rest assured, your highness, I will inform my father. Thank you for your generosity, your highness. I shall take my leave now." With that, Bai Shuangshuang turned to leave, not forgetting to glance back at Yang Xun a few more times. Watching Bai Shuangshuang's departing figure, Kai Wenji's lips curved into a slight smile. How could she not see through the Bai family's young lady's thoughts? She must have already fallen for the prince. But then again, who wouldn't be enchanted by him? Your highness, Kai Wenji suddenly spoke. The merchants in Huai Prefecture are truly detestable. Why don't we take the initiative to eliminate them all and ensure the people have salt? Yang Xun glanced at her and chuckled. The current lack of salt on the market is actually an advantage for me. Why should I allow the local salt to return to the market? Kai Wenji's eyes lit up, seemingly understanding something. Your highness intends to use this opportunity to make Northern Yan's refined salt renowned. Yang Xun nodded. That was precisely his plan. If the merchants were eliminated now, coarse salt would flood the market again. People would continue buying coarse salt and wouldn't pay attention to salt prices. Even if Northern Yan's refined salt arrived later, people might not even glance at it. After all, refined salt appeared unaffordable to ordinary folks. By then, spreading the word about Northern Yan's refined salt at 100 coins apiece would require considerable effort. But the current situation was different. With no salt available, people's primary concern was where to buy it, and how much a measure cost. Once Northern Yan's refined salt arrived, the price would be announced, and the news would quickly spread throughout Huai Prefecture. Of course, some might ask why not simply eliminate the merchants and seize the salt without selling it. But if people knew Yang Xun had salt and wasn't selling it, how would they view him? Why should Yang Xun become the villain? Better to let the merchants live a little longer and take the blame. In the end, Yang Xun could emerge as the savior. Wouldn't that be splendid? The people of Huaizhou City have gone an entire month without being able to buy salt. With salt prices soaring and limited reserves, most families have now run out. On the streets, pale and stumbling citizens can be seen, weakened by the long-term lack of salt. Meanwhile, in the most luxurious restaurant in the city, Ma Yozhong and Jia Dagwai are drinking and laughing together. Their eyes gleam with greed as they toast. "Boss Jia, in my opinion, the time is right. Why not act tonight?" Ma Yozhong suggests with a sly smile, lowering his voice. Jia Dagwai's eyes flash sharply, and he says fiercely, "Lord Ma, that's exactly why I called you here today. At the second watch tonight, you must open the city gates. I will personally lead 5,000 death warriors into the city to eliminate Yang Xun." Hearing this, a ruthless glint flashes in Ma Yozhong's eyes. For the past fortnight, his authority as prefect has been nearly usurped, with all matters of Huaizhou falling into the hands of Changsun Wuji, appointed by Yang Xun. What worries him even more is that, aside from the salt crisis, everything else has been managed efficiently by Changsun Wuji. If Yang Xun continues to dominate Huaizhou, Ma Yozhong fears he will soon be ousted. "Rest assured, Boss Jia," Ma Yozhong says confidently. Although the city guards have been replaced with Yang Xun's Qingzhou army, I have bribed a centurion. We will surely open the gates smoothly. Little does Ma Yozhong know, the centurion he claims to have bribed is actually a part of Yang Xun's plan. The Qingzhou army is fiercely loyal to Yang Xun and wouldn't be easily bought. Jia Dawei harbors no doubts. To him, if a prefect can't handle such a simple task, what use is he? The two clink their glasses, exclaiming together, to success and great achievements. At that moment, a servant rushes into the room, out of breath, exclaiming, Boss, something terrible has happened. The Bai family somehow got their hands on a batch of salt and are selling it widely. The townspeople are flocking to buy salt from them, and Jia Dogwai's eyes widen as he grabs the servant by the collar. And what? Speak. And the Bai family salt is selling for only 101 per dough. The people are going crazy for it. The servant reports truthfully. 101. Jia Dogwai frowns. That's below cost. Is Bai Songlin doing charity? Has he lost his mind? Are you sure you're telling the truth? I swear it's all true. If you don't believe me, you can visit the Bai family shop yourself. The servant insists. Jia Dawei can't sit still. Bai Songlin selling salt at this critical time gives him a sense of foreboding. Let's go, see for ourselves. Jia Dawei says, rising to leave. Ma Yozhong tactfully says, Boss Jia, you go ahead. I won't go, in case it's seen as inappropriate. Jia Dawei nods in agreement and hurriedly leaves the restaurant with the servant, heading straight for the Bai family's shop. Upon arriving, Jia Dawei spots Wang Bo, who rushes over with a worried expression. Brother Jia, this is bad news. The Bai family is clearly opposing us. Look, he says, pulling out a handful of crystalline salt. They're selling this fine salt for just 101. Who will buy our coarse salt now? Wang Bo stared at the snow-white, jade-like salt in his hand, his eyes filled with disbelief. The quality of this salt was even superior to tribute salt, which was unimaginable. His heart ached as he thought of the large stock of coarse salt he had accumulated, and he couldn't help but sigh. This loss might amount to tens of thousands of taels of silver. Jia Dogwai sneered coldly, glancing at Wang Bo with disdain. What are you panicking for? Our coarse salt costs at least 201, yet the Bai family is selling this refined salt for just 101. They're clearly operating at a loss. Even if the Bai family is the wealthiest, they can't sustain this for long. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Wang Bo's eyes. He suddenly realized, that's right, the cost of this refined salt must be at least 400 or 501. The Bai family can't keep losing money like this, can they? Besides, this refined salt is scarce, and they probably only have this batch. As the two were secretly calculating, Bai Songlin suddenly strode out of the shop and announced loudly, Fellow villagers, don't worry, there's plenty of salt for everyone. I assure you, premium salt from Beiyin will be continuously delivered to Huai Prefecture, and from now on, you can buy top-grade refined salt for just 101. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. The people cheered, some were moved to tears, and even attempted to kneel before Bai Songlin. Bai Songlin quickly stepped forward to help them up, smiling. There's no need for this, thank the Duke of Jinbei. It was the Duke who lowered the salt prices. He said he wants all people to have access to affordable good salt. The Duke of Jinbei is truly a good leader. Indeed, and don't forget he waived our taxes for a year as soon as he arrived. With the Duke of Jinbei here, good days are ahead for Huai Prefecture. The people praised Yang Xun's achievements in unison. Some, overwhelmed with emotion, even knelt in the direction of the state office. This scene was witnessed by Jia Dogwai and Wang Bo, their expressions dark as water. They had intended to win the people's hearts with salt, but Yang Xun had beaten them to it. Now, with the people's loyalty leaning towards Yang Xun, even killing him wouldn't easily stabilize their influence. Jia Dogwai was filled with turmoil. He couldn't comprehend how Beiyin, an inland country, had access to salt unless it was mined. Could it be that Yang Xun and Bai Songlin had discovered a special method for refining mined salt? If he could obtain this method, becoming the wealthiest in the land would be within reach. With this thought, a greedy glint appeared in Jia Dogwai's eyes, and his resolve to eliminate Yang Xun grew stronger. However, before taking action, he needed to extract the method for refining mined salt. Wang Bo, keep an eye on things here and inform me immediately if there's any news. I need to go back and prepare the troops. With that, Jia Dogwai turned and strode away. Watching Jia Dogwai's retreating figure, Wang Bo felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that they were preparing to act? He secretly chuckled to himself. Yang Xun, your days are numbered. In the provincial government office, the atmosphere was tense. Jiang Wei knelt before Yang Xun, clasping his hands in respect. In a deep voice, he reported, My lord, I have brought 130,000 troops from Beiyin, and they are all stationed outside Huai Prefecture City. Hearing this, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Yang Xun's eyes. He turned to Changsun Wuji and ordered, Fujin, these 130,000 troops are now under your command. Ensure they are quickly distributed among the cities of Huai Prefecture to replace the existing garrison. Changsun Wuji replied respectfully and reported, Your Highness, There are currently 120,000 troops stationed across the 4 counties and 52 districts of Huai Prefecture. Yang Xun nodded slightly, and then looked at Jiang Wei. Bai Wei, I now appoint you as the second-rank general of the South, responsible for the conquest of Xiang Prefecture. With these 120,000 troops from Huai Prefecture as the vanguard, along with 100,000 troops from Qing Prefecture, do you have confidence? Jiang Wei was overjoyed at this and bowed. I will not betray your highness's trust, and will capture Xiang Prefecture within a month. His eyes gleamed with a long-lost fighting spirit, clearly eager for this appointment. Yang Sun reminded him, do not underestimate the enemy. The Lady of Xiang has already gathered 200,000 troops at the Xianghuai border, and they are not to be underestimated. Jiang Wei confidently responded, rest assured, my lord. Although the Xiang Prefecture army is large, they are mostly hastily assembled and remnants of defeated troops, easy to defeat. If I fail to take Xiang Prefecture within a month, you may take my head. Good. Yang Sun agreed cheerfully. Once the Huai Prefecture troops are assembled, you will set off immediately. Standing nearby, Xue Rengui listened with envy in his eyes. As he was itching to speak, Yang Sun suddenly addressed him. Rengui, how goes the task I assigned you? Xue Rengui quickly regained his composure and reported, my lord, I have ordered 10,000 elite troops to surround Jia family village, ready to attack at any moment. All merchants involved in Jia Dagui's plan within the city are under surveillance, awaiting your command to apprehend them. Yang Sun nodded in satisfaction and dismissed them. Good. Now we just wait for Jia Dagui to make his move. You may all go. After everyone had left, Yang Sun gazed at the electronic map in the system, a slight smile on his lips. With Beiyin and Huai Prefecture now under his control, the situation was promising. He was confident that with Jiang Wei's capabilities, Xiang Prefecture would soon be captured. Yang Sun's ambition burned like a wildfire, and his influence swept across the northeastern part of Deqian like a tidal wave. Except for the remote and barren Liao Prefecture, all other regions fell under his control. Although Liao Prefecture was a strategic location bordering northern Yan, its geographical and economic conditions made it a target Yang Sun temporarily set aside. More importantly, the heir of Liao Prefecture, Li Pingyan, was like a brother to Yang Sun since childhood. They had once burned paper together to make wishes. Even after years apart, this brotherly bond made it difficult for Yang Sun to seize Li Pingyan's territory. Yang Sun then turned his gaze southward, setting his sights on Xiang Prefecture as his next target. He calculated that if he could capture Dongyu and Chu Prefecture, most of Deqian would fall into his hands. By then, he would have enough strength to confront the king of Pingnan Hedan. Meanwhile, in the camp of the combined forces of Dongyu's army and the Imperial army in Wu Prefecture, Dongwu King Yuan Hushan furrowed his brow, troubled by the battle reports in his hand. He turned to Marquis Lan Yutu, with evident concern in his voice. Brother Lan, are you sure that young rascal Yang Sun won't attack my Dongyu? I've heard he's already taken over all of Huai Prefecture and gathered over 300,000 troops outside the city. Dongyu is just south of there. Yuan Hushan had concentrated all available forces from Dongyu in Wu Prefecture to block the king of Pingnan. If Yang Sun suddenly attacked Dongyu from the north, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lan Yudu pondered for a moment, trying to defend his future son-in-law. I don't think he will. Although this kid is unruly, he knows the weight of things. He seized Huai Prefecture because the king of Huai provoked him first. If I'm not mistaken, his next move should be to attack Xiang Prefecture. Although he was angry at Yang Sun for not sending troops to support the imperial court and instead grabbing land, as a future father-in-law, Lan Yutu chose to speak kindly. Yuan Hushan sighed, his tone resolute. I hope so. But let me be clear, if that kid dares to attack Dongyu, I will definitely withdraw my troops. Lan Yutu frowned deeply. They had barely managed to keep the king of Pingnan at bay outside Wu Prefecture, and the situation was delicately balanced. If Dongwu King withdrew, this fragile balance would instantly collapse, and the imperial forces might fall apart. However, he also understood Yuan Hushan's position. Dongwu King's deployment was not to aid the imperial court, but to prevent the war from spreading to Dongyu. In truth, Lan Yutu himself felt overwhelmed. The southern vassal kings were scarce, and their military forces were insufficient. Take Wu Prefecture, for instance. Without him and Yuan Hushan holding the line, it might have fallen to the king of Pingnan within a month. It was precisely because the south lacked other vassal kings to balance power that the king of Pingnan could sweep through the region so swiftly. Yet the vassal kings with substantial armies were reluctant to send reinforcements, and the 200,000 troops Lan Yutu commanded were painstakingly assembled by the imperial court. If Dongwu King withdrew, he would stand no chance against the king of Pingnan. At this moment, Lan Yutu could only pray that Yang Sun would not harm his father-in-law, as long as he didn't attack Dongyu. Thinking of this, Lan Yutu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, Yang Sun, you little brat. Your father was loyal all his life, but you turned out to be so rebellious. At least the other vassal kings are still watching and waiting, but not Yuri defying orders and grabbing territory. If you really screw me over, I swear I'll beat your father in the afterlife. As night fell, the Jia family estate outside Huai Prefecture was shrouded in an air of foreboding. Jia Dagwai stood clad in resplendent armor, gripping a heavy nine-ringed saber, his gaze like a burning torch as he surveyed the 5,000 armored soldiers ready for battle. His voice was deep and resolute. Our Jia family descends from a line of generals, our ancestors once founding generals of the former dynasty. If not for the great Qian seizing the realm, would our family have been reduced to merchants of lowly status? Today, we reclaim our former glory. Follow me into Huai Prefecture and slay Yang Xun. No sooner had he spoken than Jia Dagwai leapt onto his horse, leading the charge out of the estate. Behind him, 5,000 warriors surged like a tide, the thunderous sound of hooves shaking the earth. However, just outside the estate, Jia Dagwai suddenly reined in his steed. Not far ahead, a solitary figure was slowly approaching. Upon closer inspection, Jia Dagwai's heart sank. It was none other than Xue Rengui, a formidable general under Yang Xun, wielding a Fangtian halberd. Xue Rengui's voice boomed through the night like rolling thunder. Jia Dagwai, the prince foresaw your rebellion. Surrender now and face your fate. The unexpected shout startled Jia Dagwai's horse into retreat, and he struggled to calm it. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Jia Dagwai's eyes as he coldly retorted, Xue Rengui, I know your martial prowess is unmatched, but do you think you alone can stop me? Xue Rengui said no more, raising his halberd and charging towards Jia Dagwai. With his advance, the ground itself seemed to tremble. Only then did Jia Dagwai realize that Xue Rengui was not alone. Behind him loomed the dark mass of the Black Armor Army, obscured by the thick night. Amid the deafening battle cries, Jia Dagwai's heart wavered. Clearly, Yang Xun had been prepared. Had someone betrayed him? Was it Ma Yozhong or Wang Bo? But there was no time to ponder. Although Xue Rengui had brought the Black Armor Army, their numbers appeared limited. His 5,000 cavalrymen, each capable of taking on 10 foes, might still stand a chance. The plan to storm Huai Prefecture had failed, but Jia Dagwai quickly considered. At worst, they could break through and leave Huai Prefecture. Most of his wealth was stored in banks, and he carried the notes with him. As long as he had money, where couldn't he live freely? With this in mind, Jia Dagwai raised his saber and shouted fiercely, charge! In an instant, the 5,000 armored soldiers behind him surged forward like unleashed arrows, clashing violently with the Black Armor Army. Amidst the flurry of blades and the thunder of battle cries, the earth seemed to shake. Meanwhile, at the gates of Huai Prefecture, Ma Yozhong paced anxiously. Beside him, a Qingzhou army officer watched him with amusement. Why haven't they arrived yet? Has the plan changed? Ma Yozhong muttered to himself. An hour past the appointed time, Jia Dagwai and his warriors had yet to appear. In another hour, dawn would break. The officer yawned, lazily saying, Sir Ma, are your people coming or not? If not, I'm going back to sleep. Ma Yozhong quickly pulled a gold ingot from his sleeve and handed it to the officer, pleading, please, just wait a little longer. They'll surely come. The officer weighed the gold ingot in his hand, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. All right, later when I strike you, I'll make sure to put some strength into it. What did you say? Ma Yozhong was taken aback, thinking he misheard. Nothing. I said when we open the gate, I'll make sure to use some strength. The officer quickly laughed. His gaze, however, was like looking at a dead man. Oh, Ma Yozhong sighed in relief, unaware he had already stepped into a deadly trap. Ma Yozhong stared in the direction of the Jia family estate, puzzled and uncertain. The night was deep, yet Lord Ma had not retired to bed. Was he waiting for my arrival? At that moment, a familiar voice sounded from behind, making Ma Yozhong's hair stand on end. He turned sharply to see Yang Xun approaching the city gate on horseback, followed by a squad of soldiers in dark armor. Each soldier's horse dragged a weary but well-dressed individual behind it. Merchants from Huai Prefecture, including Wang Bo. Alarm bells rang in Ma Yozhong's mind, and he turned to flee, only to be blocked by the officer in charge. The officer smiled and asked, Lord Ma, the person you're waiting for hasn't arrived yet. Where are you headed? In a panic, Ma Yozhong pulled out a gold ingot and handed it to the officer, pleading, brother, I'm not waiting anymore. Let me go. However, after taking the gold, the officer drew his sword and said coldly, Lord Ma, leaving is not an option. I advise you to return and await the prince's judgment. These words infuriated Ma Yozhong, who ground his teeth and said, you took my money and still won't let me go. How is that fair? You're not keeping your word. The officer replied indifferently, how am I not keeping my word? I never agreed to let you go. You put the gold in my hand. With no other choice, Ma Yozhong struggled desperately to escape. At that moment, the officer shouted, by the prince's orders, arrest the traitor, and struck Ma Yozhong's leg with his sword. With a cry that echoed through the night, Ma Yozhong's right leg was severed, blood staining the ground. He collapsed, cradling his severed leg and groaning in agony, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. By now, Yang Xun had arrived. The officer jogged over to him, presenting 2 gold ingots, and said, "Your Highness, these are the bribes my Yozhong offered me today." Yang Xun replied nonchalantly, "Keep them to buy drinks for the men." Then he dismounted and strode over to Ma Yozhong, mockingly asking, "Does it hurt, Lord Ma?" Ma Yozhong gritted his teeth and retorted, "Of course it hurts. My leg's been chopped off. Is that a question any human would ask?" Yang Sun's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Since I arrived in Hui Prefecture, I haven't troubled you. Why betray me?" It turned out that Yang Sun intended for Ma Yozhong to remain as the prefect of Hui Prefecture because he knew it better than Yang Sun and Changsun Wuji. However, Ma Yozhong never showed any loyalty, forcing Yang Sun to distance himself and instead cultivate Changsun Wuji. Unexpectedly, Ma Yozhong couldn't stay put and conspired with Jia Dagua to harm Yang Sun. Knowing he wouldn't survive the day, Ma Yozhong said harshly, "Yang Sun, cut the crap. If you've got the guts, give me a swift end." Yang Sun smiled slightly, a hint of cruelty in his eyes. "You want a quick death? I won't give you that. Bring me some salt." Soon, several soldiers came running, carrying bags of salt. Yang Sun took the battle sword from the hand of a Xiangnu, its sharp blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. Without hesitation, he sliced open one of the bags, and white salt grains spilled out. With a chilling smile, Yang Sun said to Ma Yozhong, "Lord Ma, this is the fine salt I've brought from Northern Yan. You haven't tasted it yet, have you? Today, I'll let you try it." Ma Yozhong looked at Yang Sun's smile, finding it more terrifying than a demon's. He could foresee what was about to happen and started trembling violently. His previous fierceness completely vanished. He stammered in plea, Prince, just kill me, I beg you." Before he could finish, Yang Sun grabbed a handful of salt and pressed it harshly onto Ma Yozhong's severed leg. Instantly, a piercing scream echoed around as Ma Yozhong convulsed in agony, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Yang Sun's eyes showed no mercy. Betrayal was what he despised the most, and he would not relent. Soon, Ma Yozhong fainted from the unbearable pain. Yang Sun stood up, wiped his hands, and coldly ordered, "Men, kill him." As soon as he spoke, several soldiers in black armor stepped forward, drew their swords, and hacked at the unconscious Ma Yozhong. When they stopped, his body was unrecognizable, a bloody mess. The merchants witnessing this scene turned pale and trembled in fear. Only then did they realize they had crossed a terrifying figure, not a man, but a demon. At that moment, Yang Sun's gaze suddenly shifted to the trembling group of merchants, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "I almost forgot about you. You must like salt a lot to hoard so much of it. Men, feed the bosses some salt." The merchants were scared out of their wits. Wang Bo desperately shouted, "Your Highness, I don't like salt. I really don't." But before he could finish, a soldier in black armor grabbed his jaw and forced a handful of salt into his mouth. Wang Bo tried to spit it out, but was held firmly in place, swallowing the salt against his will. What he didn't know was that ingesting a large amount of salt at once could be lethal. The soldiers continued to force-feed the merchants salt, and soon some of them collapsed, losing consciousness. Just then, the sound of urgent hoofbeats came from outside the city gate. Xue Rengui rode in, covered in blood, and threw a tightly bound Jia Dagwai to the ground, then knelt on one knee to report to Yang Sun, "My lord, the 5,000 private soldiers of the Jia family estate have been completely wiped out. We found 300,000 guan in silver and 10,000 sure of grain from the Jia estate, along with banknotes from major banks nationwide, totaling 372,000 guan." Upon hearing this, even Yang Sun's eyes widened in disbelief as he repeated, "For 100,000 guan? That's the entire annual tax revenue of Northern Yan." He thought to himself, if one Jia family has such immense wealth, how much would those wealthy merchants in Jiangnan possess? Suddenly, Yang Sun conceived a bold idea. Noticing the bloodstains on Xue Rengui, Yang Sun's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "Rengui, are you hurt?" Seeing the genuine concern in Yang Sun's eyes, Xue Rengui felt moved and quickly replied, "Thank you for your concern, my lord. This blood belongs to the enemy." Hearing this, Yang Sun breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that few in this world could injure Xue Rengui. "That's good," Yang Sun said with relief. "You've worked hard this time. Take 100,000 guan from the 400,000 and reward the brothers, both the Qingzhou army and the Black Armored Army." Upon hearing the news, everyone was filled with joy. Though not a massive sum, the reward of 5 coins was a significant income. Just as they were celebrating, a messenger wearing a red feathered hat rode in swiftly, breaking the cheerful atmosphere. "Your Highness, urgent news from 800 miles away," the messenger reported breathlessly. "Smoke signals are rising in the northeast direction of Beiyan, suggesting that foreign forces might be attacking Liaozhou." Yang Sun was taken aback and quickly asked, "What about Beiyan?" "Your Highness, Beiyan is safe," the messenger replied. "Lord Luzheng asks if you wish to send troops to Liaozhou." Relieved to hear that Beiyan was unharmed, Yang Sun relaxed slightly. He had been worried that the Xiangnu might rebel in his absence. However, the news of the attack on Liaozhou furrowed his brow. Liaozhou was impoverished, offering little plunder even if captured. Why would anyone go to such lengths? Suddenly, a thought struck Yang Xun. He realized that the attackers must be those small northern countries. Although Liaozhou was poor, Beiyin and Huaizhou were prosperous. These smaller nations could not reach Beiyin and Huaizhou, so they attacked Liaozhou first, intending to use it as a stepping stone to advance into Beiyin or Huaizhou. Clearly, they aimed to take advantage of the internal strife within the Great Qian, hoping to fish in troubled waters. Yang Sun calculated quietly. If Liaozhou fell, not only would they face threats from multiple countries, but the Xiangnu might also seize the opportunity to rebel. In such a case, the favorable situation would be completely lost, and the campaign to suppress the rebellion in the south would be further delayed. Liaozhou must be rescued. Yang Sun decisively ordered. Quickly summon Jiang Wei and Changsun Wuji to the provincial government office to meet me. Ringui, come with me. Before long, Changsun Wuji and Jiang Wei arrived. Changsun Wuji asked, "My lord, what has happened for you to summon us so urgently?" Yang Sun nodded and briefly explained the invasion of Liaozhou by foreign forces. Upon hearing this, both Changsun Wuji and Jiang Wei frowned simultaneously. Jiang Wei bowed and said, "My lord, the foreign forces seem to covet Liaozhou, but in truth, they are plotting against our lands of Beiyin and Huaizhou. If Liaozhou is lost, our army would be besieged on all sides, not only draining our national resources and military strength, but also leaving us vulnerable. I urge you to dispatch reinforcements to aid Liaozhou immediately." Yang Sun looked at Jiang Wei approvingly. As expected of Jiang Buiyue, you hit the nail on the head. He then issued orders. Jiang Wei, your task remains unchanged. Lead the Huaizhou and Qingzhou armies to attack Xiangzhou and ensure a swift victory. I accept the order. Jiang Wei responded with a salute. Yang Sun then turned to Changsun Wuji. Changsun Wuji, I hereby appoint you as the governor of Huaizhou, overseeing all affairs there. Jia Dagwai has been executed, and the situation in Huaizhou is settled. Do not let me down. Rest assured, your highness. I will serve with utmost dedication, even unto death, Changsun Wuji promised solemnly. Yang Sun added, also, send all the silver and money confiscated from Jia Dagwai and other merchants' homes to the northern king's residence in Beiyin. Hang their bodies on the city walls and announce their crimes throughout Huaizhou. Lastly, Yang Sun instructed Xue Rengui, organize the Xuanjia army immediately. We will depart in 3 hours to reinforce Liaozhou. Under the leadership of Yang Sun, the 80,000-strong Xuanjia army rode tirelessly for 3 days and finally set foot on Xiangnu territory. As they passed through Tianmen Pass, Yang Sun also took along the newly trained 40,000 Beiyin cavalry led by Su Dachuan. Although this newly formed cavalry lacked experience, they were well equipped, with each soldier armed with Beiyin's finest spears and sabers, and carrying a Zhuge repeating crossbow on their backs. Since the establishment of the Military Works Department, the Zhuge crossbow had become a standard-issue weapon, distributed across all Beiyin armies. At this moment, Yang Sun was intently studying the map, his brow furrowed as he contemplated the next steps of their march. Standing beside him was a 15 or 16-year-old boy, Su Ai, the eldest son of Su Dachuan. On this expedition, Su Ai was ordered by his father to follow Yang Sun and gain experience, tasked with leading the 40,000 cavalry. Unable to hold back, Su Ai asked, "My lord, aren't we supposed to be reinforcing Liaozhou? Why have we entered Xiangnu territory?" No sooner had he spoken than Xue Rengui, standing nearby, gave Su Ai a good-natured rap on the head, chiding, "Just do as the Lord says. No need for so many questions." Oh, Su Ai, nursing his forehead in grievance, held back tears that welled up in his eyes. Yang Sun, noticing this, smiled slightly and explained, "We are indeed going to support Liaozhou, but mere reinforcement is not enough. Ringui, how goes the intelligence I asked you to gather?" Xue Rengui promptly replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, I've got the details. The forces attacking Liaozhou consist of the Xinbei, Northern Chong, Gaobang, Fuyu, and Xinbang, totaling 380,000 troops." Yang Sun nodded, a glint of insight in his eyes. So, all 5 of the small northern nations are here. Although these 5 call themselves countries, their combined territory is still smaller than Beiyin, and Yang Sun did not consider them a significant threat. Just then, a system prompt rang in Yang Sun's mind. Ding! Hidden mission triggered. Mission objective: annihilate the 5 nations of Xinbei, Northern Chong, Gaobang, Fuyu, and Xinbang. Upon hearing this, Yang Sun's eyes widened in surprise, musing to himself, annihilate 5 nations? System, you certainly are ruthless. Initially, Yang Sun had planned to maneuver through Xiangnu territory to attack the rear of the 5-nation coalition, catching them off guard. After all, his forces were cavalry, not suited to defending Liaozhou's fortifications. But with this hidden mission triggered, Yang Sun had to rethink his strategy. His gaze returned to the map, fingers tracing over the locations of the 5 small nations. All were situated in the eastern part of Xiangnu. If they advanced eastward through Xiangnu, they could sweep through all 5 countries. Yang Xun's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes shining with intelligence. A bold and meticulous plan was rapidly taking shape in his mind. Yang Xun's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes glinting with cunning. He turned to Xue Rengui beside him and said in a deep voice, "Rengui, lead the 80,000 Xuanjiao troops eastward. The forces of the 5 nations are concentrated at the Liao prefecture border, leaving their rear vulnerable. Within 3 days, you must flatten these insignificant countries." Upon hearing this, Xue Rengui's eyes burned with intense battle spirit. He clasped his fists and responded, "I will show those foolish nations the might of Bayan's army." Yang Xun continued with a hint of ruthlessness in his tone. "Once you enter the 5 nations, eliminate all nobles, especially the royal family members. Kill all the men and capture the women, who will later be sent beyond Tianmen Pass to plant potatoes. Take care, my lord. I shall depart now." Xue Rengui accepted the order and led his troops away. Xue, standing nearby, watched Xue Rengui leave and then asked, "Your Highness, where are we headed?" Yang Xun smiled, but his tone was heavy. "We are going to aid Liao Prefecture. Their forces are insufficient and may not hold out for long. Although we only have 40,000 troops, this battle is extremely perilous." Xue patted his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, Your Highness. With me, Xue, by your side, I will ensure your safety." Yang Xun glanced at Xue's loyalty rating of 90 and was secretly amazed. He recalled Su Dachuan saying that although his son was young, he possessed unparalleled bravery. It seemed this would be the perfect opportunity to witness it firsthand. One day later, at Shantong Pass in Liao Prefecture, the sky was overcast, with thunder rumbling intermittently. The continuous drizzle for 5 days had not ceased. The assault of the allied forces of the 5 nations was relentless, like the persistent rain, gradually wearing down the defenses of Shantong Pass. The city gates were already in ruins, with corpses strewn everywhere, blood mingling with rainwater, painting the ground a glaring red. The sounds of battle cries and screams echoed continuously, turning Shantong Pass into a living hell. On the city wall, Li Pingyan held a long spear, his silver armor soaked in blood. He surveyed the area, seeing bodies scattered in every direction, indistinguishable between friend and foe. Watching the endless stream of enemies climbing the ladders, Li Pingyan's face was ashen, his eyes filled with despair. For 5 days, the 5 nations had attacked the city in turns without pause. The Liao Prefecture army, exhausted from the relentless fighting, was on the verge of collapse as casualties mounted. Li Pingyan clenched his fists, overwhelmed with grief and anger. If only the 80,000 sons of Liao Prefecture were here, they wouldn't be in this dire situation. But they had followed the court south to quell the rebellion, and their fate was uncertain. Thinking of his father who had passed away half a month ago, and seeing the dire circumstances now, Li Pingyan fell to his knees in agony. He cried out to the sky, "Father, what should I do?" Standing behind Li Pingyan, Yang Xun was filled with mixed emotions. He wanted so much to blurt out, "Son, don't cry. Isn't your father here now?" But then he remembered that Li Pingyan's father had just passed away, and such a joke would be inappropriate. He suppressed his feelings, strode over to Li Pingyan, and with a reassuring smile said, "Don't worry, Big Brother is here to save you." Hearing this, Li Pingyan turned around, his gaze landing on Yang Xun. He frowned slightly, scrutinizing the strikingly handsome stranger, and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Yang Xun had anticipated a moved reaction from Li Pingyan, not expecting such a response. His expression darkened instantly as he cursed inwardly, "You ungrateful Li Pingyan. I rushed over 1,000 kilometers from Huizhou to save you, just to hear a thank you. And you ask who I am? Who do you think I am?" "Huizhou." Li Pingyan scratched his head, trying to recall. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "I know, you're Li Dan. Li Dan, my foot." Yang Xun was furious, almost wanting to slap this ungrateful guy. "Are you stupid? When you were young, you almost kicked Li Dan's little brother in the palace, and you think he would come to save you? Guess again." Yang Xun's anger grew more intense. He had traveled a long way to support Liaozhou, and this fool not only failed to recognize him, but mistook him for that useless Li Dan. Yang Xun couldn't help but roar internally. Can Li Dan be as loyal as I am? Most importantly, can that skinny guy be as handsome as me? Li Pingyan seemed to realize his mistake and muttered to himself, "Right, Li Dan and I have a deep grudge. He would probably wish for my death." He scrutinized Yang Xun again, but still couldn't recognize him. In fairness to Li Pingyan, they hadn't seen each other for years, and Yang Xun's physique and demeanor had undergone drastic changes after taking some powerful elixirs. The current Yang Xun was nothing like the playboy who only knew how to indulge in pleasures back in the day. Seeing that Li Pingyan still couldn't guess his identity, Yang Xun was speechless. He yanked Li Pingyan up and did something unexpected, slightly bumped his hip against Li Pingyan's. At that moment, It was as if a memory had suddenly awakened in Li Pingyan's mind. He stared at Yang Xun in disbelief and stammered. This familiar feeling, you are Yang Xun. Yang Xun rolled his eyes at Li Pingyan, thinking, if this fool couldn't recognize me, I wouldn't resort to such childish tactics. When they were young, they used to celebrate their pranks with this gesture. Who would have thought that after all these years, this action would become their unique signal? Seeing Yang Xun not denying it, Li Pingyan was instantly excited. He scratched his head and said sheepishly, you've changed so much, if not for your hip, I almost didn't recognize you. Hearing this, Yang Xun nearly spat out blood. He roared internally. So after all these years, all you remember is my hip, right? Initially, Li Pingyan hadn't ruled out the possibility of Yang Xun coming to rescue him. But he heard that Yang Xun had just fought a major battle with the Xiangnu and was engaged in conflicts with the princes of Xiang and Hui, so he assumed Yang Xun would have no time for him. Besides, he had been preoccupied with handling his father's affairs and stabilizing the situation in Liaozhou, unaware that Huaizhou had already fallen into Yang Xun's hands. So when Yang Xun mentioned Huaizhou, his first thought was of Li Dan. Brother Sun, are you really here to rescue me? Li Pingyan asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with hope. How many troops did you bring? Yang Xun answered truthfully, 40,000. His brief response conveyed his determination and confidence in this rescue mission. What? Only 40,000? Li Pingyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yang Xun. The shadow of over 300,000 enemy troops loomed outside the city, and to him, 40,000 soldiers seemed like a death sentence. We're doomed. We're going to meet our end together. Li Pingyan's voice trembled. Brother Sun, you better watch over me on the way to the underworld. I'm scared of ghosts. Yang Xun impatiently slapped Li Pingyan on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? As if I'm not scared. Though his tone was stern, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, you won't die. Look over there. Yang Xun pointed towards the direction of the allied army camp. Li Pingyan followed his gaze and saw a cavalry unit charging into the enemy camp like an arrow. Wherever they went, the clash of blades and the roar of flames intertwined with screams and the pounding of hooves. This Northern Yin cavalry might have been newly formed, but they were seasoned veterans. They systematically destroyed the enemy's supplies, showcasing their tactical prowess. The main force of the allied army was concentrated outside Shantong Pass, leaving only a few thousand infantry to guard the camp, which crumbled like paper under the assault of this elite cavalry. In no time, the Northern Yin cavalry pierced through the allied camp like a sharp knife. The entire camp was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing and blotting out the sky. Meanwhile, the main forces of the allied army noticed the disturbance behind them. Among the 5 nations, the Northern Chang had the most significant cavalry force. This time, the Northern Chang leader had brought the entire cavalry, a formidable 70,000 strong. While the other 4 nations had taken turns attacking Shantong Pass, the Northern Chang had held back, but now their leader could wait no longer. Upon learning that a cavalry unit had attacked the camp, the Northern Chang leader immediately ordered, all troops, attack. 70,000 Northern Chang cavalry charged towards the camp like a tidal wave. After breaking out of the allied camp, the Northern Yin cavalry quickly regrouped under Xue Ai's command. They initially planned to launch another charge, but spotted a massive cavalry force speeding towards them from afar. Use the strategy the prince taught us. Kite them with the Zhuge crossbows, disperse. Xue Ai commanded, and the 40,000 cavalry spread out like a vast net. Before coming to Liaozhou, Yang Xun had taught them a tactic called kiting. This strategy fully utilized the mobility of the cavalry, engaging in constant maneuvers and using Zhuge crossbows for long-range attacks. They would retreat while shooting when pursued and chase while shooting when the enemy withdrew. The core of this tactic was to maintain a safe distance from the enemy while leveraging the range advantage of the Zhuge crossbows to continuously wear down the enemy. From a distance, the Northern Chang leader saw the Northern Yin cavalry spreading out and sneered. Cavalry relies on mass charges. What fighting strength do they have when scattered? Cowardly mice, they must be scared. Brothers, chase them down and kill them all. The Northern Chang cavalry let out a thunderous war cry, surging towards the Northern Yin cavalry like a dark cloud. The Northern Yin cavalry seemed to deliberately slow down, allowing the distance to close to about 300 meters before unleashing a rain of arrows upon the Northern Chang cavalry. Screams erupted as many Northern Chang riders fell from their horses, struck by arrows. The Northern Chang cavalry hastened their charge, trying to close the gap. However, the Xiangnu horses ridden by the Northern Yin proved superior in speed and stamina, maintaining a consistent distance of about 300 meters. Soon, the Northern Chang leader realized something was amiss. The firepower of the weapons wielded by the Northern Yin cavalry was astonishing, with each 100-man squad unleashing more arrows than 500 archers could. Worse yet, in their pursuit of a few dozen squads, his 70,000-strong force had unwittingly been encircled. The other squads had maneuvered to their flanks and rear, launching relentless attacks from all directions. Seeing that they hadn't even reached the enemy's shadow but had already lost over 1,000 warriors, the Northern Chong leader was furious. He shouted to his soldiers, "Damn it, don't you have bows? Shoot them for your leader." A soldier from the Northern Chong, with a worried expression, reported to the king, "Our arrows can't reach the enemy. Their range is at most 70 to 80 meters, but the Northern Yin cavalry is 300 meters away." The Northern Chong king scoffed at this and grabbed a bow from a nearby soldier. He pulled back the bowstring with all his strength, aiming at the distant Northern Yin cavalry. With a whoosh, the arrow shot through the air but missed its mark, accidentally hitting a Northern Chong rider ahead. The hit soldier let out a muffled groan and fell straight off his horse, dying with his eyes open. "Useless bow," the Northern Chong king shouted in frustration, throwing the bow to the ground. The surrounding soldiers averted their eyes, pretending not to notice. Seeing his soldiers continuously falling, the Northern Chong king finally realized the dire situation and ordered a retreat. However, the Northern Yin cavalry was already prepared for this moment. They immediately turned their horses and launched a pursuit, using their zhuge crossbows to unleash deadly volleys of arrows. Although the Northern Chong riders fled at full speed, their horses couldn't outrun the Northern Yan's Xiangnu horses, unable to shake off their pursuers. "Damn beasts," the Northern Chong king roared in fury, ordering, "Spread out and pursue them individually." The Northern Chong riders quickly dispersed, attempting to chase down the small groups of Northern Yin. But the Northern Yin cavalry was ready, retreating strategically, leaving the Northern Chong riders with nothing to show for their efforts. After a round of pursuit, the Northern Chong had lost over 10,000 riders, and their morale began to waver. In a fit of rage, the Northern Chong king led several hundred elite troops in a relentless pursuit of a 100-man squad. At that moment, the 15-year-old Xue Ai noticed the enemy commander, crowned and imposing. He swiftly gathered several hundred cavalrymen and charged toward the Northern Chong king. Finally daring to face us heathen, the Northern Chong king's eyes burned red as he charged forward alone, without waiting for his guards. Despite his youth and slender build, Xue Ai wielded a 100-pound Xianhua axe with dragon-like prowess. In a flash, Xue Ai's axe cleaved through the Northern Chong king's long sword, and with a swift hook, he pulled the king from his horse. The king of the Northern Chong struggled desperately, his legs carving deep furrows into the ground, yet he was still dragged along like a dead dog by Xue Ai for dozens of meters. He finally managed to break free and staggered to his feet, only to be met with a flash of cold light. With a loud bang, the Xuanzhua axe struck him heavily on the face, sending blood splattering everywhere. His vision went black, and he immediately fainted. In this critical moment, several elite Northern Chong cavalrymen charged towards Xue Ai like arrows, attempting to rescue their king. However, the Xuanzhua axe in Xue Ai's hand was like the scythe of death, claiming a life with every swing. The cavalrymen were as fragile as paper against the 100-pound axe, their bodies reduced to a bloody mess with just a touch, falling from their horses one by one. Xue Ai, seemingly possessed by a war god, carved a bloody path through the encirclement. He grabbed the unconscious Northern Chong king, slung him over his shoulder, and dashed towards Shantung Pass. His figure was like lightning on the battlefield, causing enemy troops to scatter wherever he went. The news of the king's capture spread through the Northern Chong army like a plague. The already shaky morale collapsed instantly, and defeat became inevitable. Northern Chong cavalrymen abandoned their armor and fled in all directions. Although Xue Ai had retreated, the Northern Yin cavalry would not miss such a golden opportunity. Led by various commanders, they relentlessly pursued the retreating Northern Chong forces, continuously claiming enemy lives. The battlefield was filled with the wails and pleas for mercy from Northern Chong soldiers, but the Northern Yin cavalry paid no heed, focused solely on their slaughter. Meanwhile, the Allied forces attacking Shantung Pass retreated rapidly like the receding tide. Their camp had become a sea of fire, and without support, they risked losing even their foothold. On the city wall, Li Ping'an watched in shock. Was this the legendary invincible Northern Yin cavalry? It was terrifying. He couldn't help but feel some sympathy for the two kings of Xianghuai. Why did you provoke Yang Xun? Isn't this a path to self-destruction? Not long after, Xue Ai carried the Northern Chong king into Shantung Pass. He reached the city wall and threw the king to the ground, saluting, reporting to the Lord, "I have caught someone of quite some status." Yang Xun and Li Ping'an exchanged glances, unsure of what someone of quite some status meant. Curiosity piqued, Li Ping'an stepped forward, grabbed the Northern Chong king's hair, and lifted his face. Upon recognizing the face, he exclaimed, "Isn't this the old king of Northern Chong? But it seems he's already dead." Upon hearing this, Yang Xun raised an eyebrow in surprise. He stepped forward to check the king's breath and confirmed he was indeed dead. Xue Ai scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. "I might have been a bit heavy-handed." Yang Xun patted Xue Ai's shoulder, praising, "Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Once the battle is over, I'll make sure you are duly rewarded." It was undeniable that this young man's performance astonished Yang Xun. So young, yet possessing the demeanor of a great general, surpassing even his father, Su Dachuan. Su Ai thanked him gratefully, then eagerly said, "Those barbarians are retreating. Let me go down and fight them a few more rounds." With that, he picked up his Xuanzhua axe and dashed out of the city with great zeal. Watching Su Ai's departing figure, Li Pingyan muttered to himself, "If only Liaozhou had such a fierce general, those barbarians wouldn't be so arrogant." Yang Sun chuckled triumphantly and said, "What, envious? I have thousands of such fierce generals in Northern Yan, and hundreds even fiercer. How about it? Why not join Northern Yan? I'll make you the governor of Liaozhou and grant you the entire region." Li Pingyan's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, "Is that true?" In these chaotic times, with warlords rising everywhere, Li Pingyan lacked even the means to protect himself. Yang Sun had plenty of troops and territory, and joining him seemed like an excellent choice. Moreover, Yang Sun promised to make him the governor of Liaozhou and even grant him the entire region, an offer too tempting to resist. Li Pingyan rejoiced inwardly. Truly, Yang Sun is a brother who has always been loyal. But suddenly, he felt something was off. A question arose in his mind. Wait a minute, something doesn't seem right. Li Pingyan's mind was racing, his brows furrowed, and his fingers absent-mindedly scratched his head and ears. He knew Yang Sun was a man of integrity and would never harm him, yet he felt there was something more to consider. After a moment of contemplation, he realized a crucial point. With his current strength, he could barely defend Liaozhou. However, if he aligned himself with Yang Sun, the northern frontier king, anyone with designs on Liaozhou would think twice. I, Li Pingyan, on behalf of the officials and people of Liaozhou, formally pledge allegiance to Northern Yan and vow to follow Yang Sun, the northern frontier king. If I break this vow, may I be struck by lightning. Li Pingyan solemnly declared. He then eagerly proposed, since the position of Liaozhou's governor is vacant, why not appoint me? I promise to manage Liaozhou efficiently. Yang Sun nodded calmly. Granted, you are now the governor of Liaozhou. Thank you, my lord. Li Pingyan was overjoyed and immediately knelt down. Behind this seemingly hasty conversation lay profound political significance. Yang Sun quietly observed the newly appointed governor and found that his loyalty had reached 100 points. This was not surprising. Li Pingyan had always been a man of deep sentiment and loyalty. Once he decided to pledge allegiance, he would commit wholeheartedly. This made Yang Sun reflect on the sincerity and simplicity of the ancients, which stood in stark contrast to the deceit and insincerity of later generations. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host on completing the main task of ruling 3 states. Rewards: Supreme Steed Cloud Treading Snow, 30,000 Jinui, and the 4 commanders Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. A new notification followed. Ding! Territory rewards have been unlocked occupying Northern Yan, Huaizhou, and Liaozhou, earning a total of 110,000 points. Yang Sun was in high spirits. Coupled with the gains from defeating Jia Daguai's private army and recruiting Su Ai and Xue Rengui, his points were nearing 200,000 and continued to grow. He calculated privately that at this rate, the dream of creating the Red Cannon seemed within reach. However, a new main task was soon issued. 1. Capture Xiangnu. 2. March to the capital and seize control of the government. 3. Occupy the 4 Central Plains states. Yang Sun frowned slightly. These tasks were indeed challenging. Capturing Xiangnu seemed feasible, given Jiang Wei's current efforts. But the latter 2 tasks, especially emulating Dong Zhuo by holding the emperor hostage to command the feudal lords, were daunting. However, on reflection, occupying the states of Chu, Qi, Chun, and Qin wasn't overly difficult. Chu state bordered Xiangnu, so once Jiang Wei secured Xiangnu, it could naturally be annexed. Regarding Chunzhou, as the foundation of the Deqian royal family, its significance is immense. The capital, Qianjing City, is located here, and since the emperor is already under control, taking Chunzhou should be straightforward. What truly troubles Yang Sun are Qinzhou and Qizhou. The kings of Qin and Qi not only command substantial military forces, but are also shrewd strategists. Since the rebellion led by the king of Pingnan began, these 2 have remained inactive, neither responding to the court's call nor openly supporting the rebels. More worrisome is the rumor that since Li Miaoyin ascended to the throne, they have secretly allied with the king of Pingnan. If this rumor is true, Yang Sun might have to confront the king of Pingnan sooner than anticipated, as the latter would never allow Qin and Qi to fall into someone else's hands. Let's take it one step at a time. Yang Sun murmured softly, then summoned his warhorse, Wuyan Takshu, from his system space. A majestic steed steadily climbed the stone steps to Yang Sun's side. This magnificent horse was entirely glossy black, with snow-white tufts around its hooves, and was twice the size of a Xiangnu horse, exuding an extraordinary presence just by standing there. Yang Sun mounted the horse, and Wuyan Takshu let out a loud neigh, raising its front hooves high, eager to gallop. Yang Xun rode through the streets and alleys of Shantong Pass, eventually returning to the city walls. What a magnificent horse! Yang Xun sincerely praised. Having grown up in Beiyan, he had ridden countless fine horses, but even the famous Fergana horses of the western regions might not compare to Wuyun Takshu. Li Pingyan stood nearby, looking at Yang Xun on horseback with admiration in his eyes. You never cease to amaze, brother Sun. Even your mount is extraordinary. As Yang Xun was stroking Wuyun Takshu's mane, Li Pingyan suddenly leaned in and whispered, Brother Sun, when will you start the rebellion? We can storm Qianjing City, get rid of that Li Miaoyin, and you can ascend the throne. Yang Xun was taken aback by his words. This guy certainly had a way with shocking statements, and the irony was not lost on him that Li Pingyan shared the same surname as Li Miaoyin, who was his cousin, yet he spoke such rebellious words. Do you really wish for your family's dynasty to fall? Li Miaoyin is your cousin, and you want her dead? Yang Xun couldn't help but ask. Li Pingyan scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, It's not that I want her dead, I just want you to be the emperor. If you ascend the throne, she would naturally have to die. But even if someone else were on the throne, I'd still cut them down. Yang Xun was speechless. This guy had just pledged allegiance to him, and was already plotting rebellion against his own family. If not for the system showing his loyalty at 100, Yang Xun might have reconsidered taking him as a confidant. In fact, the system had already issued a mission to control the emperor and command the lords, so whether to rebel was no longer that important. As long as the emperor was under control, it didn't matter whether the world was ruled by the Li family or the Yang family. Seeing Yang Xun silent, Li Pingyan frowned and asked, Brother Sun, don't you want to be emperor? What do you want? What do I want? Yang Xun pondered. Initially, he only wanted to protect Beiyan, avenge his father, and expand his territory. Ascending the throne would be a bonus. But now, the allure of the throne was not as strong as it once was. Even Li Miaoyin, despite being an emperor, had to seek help everywhere. Thinking of the countries shown on the system's electronic map, Yang Xun's eyes brightened. What he truly wanted was to eliminate all foreign threats, avenge the blood debts of the descendants of the great Xia from his past life, and see the Han people truly stand at the pinnacle of the world. A day later, at the Allied military camp, the raging fire finally extinguished, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The five-nation coalition suffered heavy losses. More than half of their supplies were burned, a third of the cattle and sheep scattered, and most critically, the fodder for the warhorses and livestock was completely destroyed. Inside the command tent, Tua Yihan, the brother of the Northern Chang's ruler, was livid, slamming his fist on the table. I can't fight this battle anymore. I'm going back to Northern Chang. Whoever wants to continue can do so. His anger was justified off the 70,000 cavalry Northern Chang brought. Only less than 20,000 remained after the fierce battle, with many dead or missing. Worse still, their ruler had been captured. The other four rulers looked equally troubled. They had also suffered significant losses during their retreat from the relentless pursuit of the Northern Yin cavalry. Park Gukchang, the ruler of Gaobang, spoke with a grave expression. Tua Yihan, I understand how you feel, but look outside, the enemy has their arrows aimed at us. Anyone who leaves now is walking into certain death. What can we do? Tua Yihan gritted his teeth. The fodder is all gone. If we stay, the warhorses will starve to death. Although he knew well that with their current numbers, charging out would be suicide. As the command tent fell into an eerie silence, a bloodied man staggered in, collapsing at the feet of Yelu Zhun, the ruler of the Xinbei. My lord, I thought I'd never see you again. Yelu Zhun grabbed the man's collar. Badia? Didn't I leave you in Xinbei to protect my family? My lord, they're gone. All of them, Badia sobbed. Your mother, over 20 wives, and 3 princes, all killed. Yelu Zhun stumbled backward, nearly fainting. Who? Who did this? A troop of black-armored cavalry. Badia trembled as he spoke. They swept through Xinbei like a whirlwind. Our 30,000 defenders were completely wiped out, all the men killed, and the women and children taken as slaves. He lowered his head. I tried to scare them off by saying your family was royalty, but those black-armored soldiers were unfazed and even. Tua Yihan let out a cold laugh from the side, thought Northern Chang was the worst off, but Yelu Zhun had lost his entire nation. The atmosphere in the tent turned suffocating, as everyone fell into unprecedented despair. Ugh! Yelu Zhun spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the traitor before him. Badar's betrayal drew mocking smiles from the other leaders present. Who would have thought Yelu Zhun would entrust his family to such a treacherous person? Since they're all dead, what's the point of you still being alive? Yelu Zhun roared in fury, drawing his sword, its cold gleam aimed straight at Badar's neck. To everyone's astonishment, Badar managed to step back and dodge the lethal strike. You dare to dodge? Yelu Zhun thundered with rage, continuing his pursuit with the blade. Just as Badar turned to flee, the ruler of Fuyu, Wanyan Lai, swiftly stepped forward, kicked him to the ground, and with a swift motion, ended the traitor's life. Yelu Zhun, I avenged you. No need to thank me. Wang Yanlai remarked with a hint of mockery. Yelu Zhen's face was livid. Such a scoundrel should have been dealt with by his own hand, and Wang Yanlai's actions publicly humiliated him. Sensing the tension in the air, Pu Guochang quickly intervened. Perhaps we should discuss how to deal with the cavalry outside. We need to take Shantong Pass. What's the point of fighting when my home is gone? Yelu Zhen clenched his fists. I will lead my warriors to save my people. Save them? Wang Yanlai sneered. You don't even know the enemy's numbers or direction. How do you plan to save them? Tui Khan seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Your Xianbei women and children number over 200,000. If the enemy can capture so many, how can you defeat them with your limited forces? Yelu Zhen fell silent at these words. He had brought 80,000 men, and after the bloody battles, only a little over 60,000 remained. The enemy that could capture 200,000 people would need to be at least 100,000 strong. Unbeknownst to him, their women and children, having witnessed the brutality of the Xuanjiao army, no longer dared to resist. Xue Rengui had only sent 10,000 men to escort them to Tianling Mountain, while he led 70,000 troops to continue raiding other tribes. Seeing this, Pu Guochang softened his tone and advised, Brother Yelu, what good is there in your barren Xianbei? If we take Liaozhou, we can advance to Huaizhou and even the heartland of Deqian. Then you can establish a new Xianbei wherever you wish. Wang Yanlai agreed. We are nomads. Wherever we go, that's home. Shantong Pass is about to fall. Stay with us. Yelu Zhen struggled internally for a moment, but ultimately chose to accept the tempting promise. Little did they know, this seemingly wise decision would cause them to miss the best opportunity to retreat. These small nations gambled their national fortunes on this war, exhausting decades of accumulated power. If they failed, they would be trapped beyond the frontier for a century. Yet, it was their unwillingness to accept this fate that ultimately led to the downfall of the five nations. On the ramparts of Shantong Pass, Yang Xun gazed intently at the sprawling allied camp in the distance. As dusk settled in and smoke from cooking fires rose into the sky, it was clear the enemy had no intention of retreating. This played right into his hand. She had been concerned that these five mice might flee in fear. The retreat of nearly 300,000 troops would indeed be difficult to inflict significant losses upon, given the limited arrow supplies of the Northern Yin cavalry. Pursuing them out of the city would pose logistical challenges. But as long as the enemy insisted on staying outside Shantong Pass, this concern could be set aside. Since yesterday, Yang Xun had mobilized the entire city, both military and civilians, to produce arrows for the Zhuge crossbows, ensuring the cavalry could be resupplied at any time. Today marked the third day since he parted ways with Xue Rengui. According to their plan, Xue Rengui should have already defeated 3 kingdoms. The first to fall, Xianbei, would have undoubtedly sent word back to the allied camp. Yet the enemy showed no signs of retreat, clearly intent on capturing Shantong Pass at all costs. A slight smile appeared on Yang Xun's lips. He had seen through the enemy's intentions. Today, they would certainly not attack recklessly. Demoralized and burdened by the pain of losing their nations, the leaders of the 5 kingdoms would likely slaughter livestock to feast, allowing their troops to rest and regain strength. Their strategy would likely involve using cavalry to distract the Northern Yin cavalry, while organizing infantry to launch a strong assault on the pass. Little did they know, what awaited them was the arrival of the Northern Yin Wuhou chariots tomorrow. However, tonight, Yang Xun had no intention of letting the enemy rest easy. While they feasted, it was the perfect time for a surprise attack. Pinyin. Yang Xun turned to Li Pinyin. How many cavalry can Shantong Pass muster? Liaozhou's land is barren. With few pastures, Li Pinyin pondered briefly. We can probably gather 5 to 6,000. 5 to 6,000 local cavalry, combined with 40,000 Northern Yin cavalry, although slightly lacking in numbers, would be more than sufficient for a surprise attack. Yang Xun immediately ordered Li Pinyin to gather all available cavalry and instructed Sui to bring the Northern Yin cavalry back into the city. Soon, all the horses in Shantong Pass were assembled, totaling just over 5,000. These war horses were assigned to the uninjured and robust soldiers of Liaozhou's army, as a surprise attack required speed, precision, and decisiveness, leaving no room for delay. At the city gates under the cover of night, Yang Xun, clad in golden armor, was moved by the scene before him. Young soldiers were bidding farewell to their families, fathers solemnly instructing while holding the reins of the horses, and mothers with tearful eyes adjusting their sons' armor. This reminded him of his own parents seeing him off to university, though back then, he could return home during holidays, while some of these young men might never return. Strict fathers hold the reins, tender mothers sew the battle clothes. This ancient verse felt particularly poignant on this grim night. What should have been a heartwarming scene was instead tinged with a sense of tragic grandeur, reminiscent of ancient warriors bidding farewell before a long expedition. Yang Xun remained silent, as this was also his first time on the battlefield as a commander who usually directed from the rear. He retrieved the Overlord spear, which he had just exchanged for 5,000 points from the system space, and nimbly mounted his warhorse, Yin Takshu. All troops, listen. Move out. Meanwhile, the allied camp was filled with festivities. As Yang Xun had anticipated, the rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, and the leaders of the 5 nations brought out their finest wines to boost morale. Soldiers from the 5 nations gathered around scattered bonfires, feasting and enjoying themselves. At this moment, the alliance leader Wan Yanlai stepped forward and loudly declared, "Brothers, warriors, though we have suffered defeat, we have received terrible news. The Xianbei nation has fallen." The soldiers were not particularly shocked, as they had already heard rumors of this. The Xianbei soldiers present bowed their heads, many with tears streaming down their faces, while soldiers from other nations looked equally grim. Seeing the troops' spirits stirred, Wan Yanlai signaled to Yeluzhun. Yeluzhun stepped forward, his voice thundering, "Raise your heads. Xianbei warriors never bow. Nomadic people make a home wherever they roam. Any place can be our homeland." He pointed towards the direction of Shantong Pass and continued passionately, "Look at Shantong Pass, the gateway to the Great Qian. Once we seize this pass, the riches of the Great Qian will be ours. Endless gold and silver, boundless food. The women of the Great Qian are more beautiful than those we've lost, and their lands are more fertile. Raise your battle blades. Make the people of the Great Qian tremble and fear under your weapons. Slaughter them, and rebuild our Xianbei." In an instant, the Xianbei soldiers raised their blades and roared, their eyes filled with a bloodthirsty fervor. Soldiers from other countries, unaware that their own homes had also been destroyed, were nonetheless inspired by these words, and the allure of gold and beauty set their blood boiling. The morale in the entire camp reached its peak. Yeluzhun smiled with satisfaction, gestured for silence, and continued, "Tonight, drink to your heart's content. At dawn tomorrow, we will launch a full assault and take Shantong Pass." "Take Shantong Pass." The soldiers shouted several more times before sitting back down to drink and revel. Piao Guochang watched this scene, his brow furrowed, and turned to Wan Yanlai. "Leader, with such indulgence in drinking, if the Great Qian attacks?" Wan Yanlai couldn't help but laugh. "Old Piao, you worry too much. The Great Qian's Shantong Pass has only 30 to 40,000 troops, and with the Northern Yan cavalry, they number only 80,000. We have an army of 300,000, with 70 to 80,000 cavalry. Where would they find the courage to attack our camp?" "Exactly. The Northern Yan cavalry can at most cause minor disturbances outside the camp. We have the numbers. What is there to fear?" Tuai Yihan agreed. Yeluzhun snorted coldly. "Unless our blades have rusted, they won't dare." As everyone laughed and drank heartily, a sudden rain of arrows descended from the sky. "Enemy attack." Enum, a general, who was just relieving himself in the corner, came rushing in panic. Before he could finish his sentence, a black arrow pierced his throat, and he fell heavily to the ground. This sudden turn of events jolted everyone present into reality. Wan Yanlai was the first to react. His battle blade gleamed coldly as he drew it out and led his guards towards the camp gate. The other leaders quickly regained their composure and called for their soldiers, only to be met with chaos. The soldiers, having seized the rare chance to drink freely, were almost all heavily intoxicated. Staggering soldiers were everywhere. One particularly fierce warrior from Gaobang even toppled over as soon as he picked up his weapon, clearly drunk. The few leaders who were still clear-headed felt a chill down their spines at the sight. Piao Guochang's eyes widened in disbelief. The Dakian actually dared to attack us? How could they have known we were feasting tonight? "Are they divine beings?" exclaimed the bewildered ruler of Qinbang. "There's nothing left to do but fight to the death," roared Tuyahan, mounting his horse and leading the remaining North Chong cavalry towards the camp gate. The other 3 leaders exchanged glances and immediately began organizing the remaining troops for defense. Meanwhile, the scene at the camp gate had become a massacre. Yang Xun wielded his mighty spear like a whirlwind, each thrust leaving a trail of blood. Xue, following closely with his formidable battle axe, was astonished to find Yang Xun already deep within the enemy ranks, leaving behind a field of corpses. This left Xue, who had been prepared to protect the non-martial prince, utterly dumbfounded. Seeing the prince take down multiple enemy generals with a single spear thrust was a skill he himself couldn't match. If this was considered non-martial, then his father, Su Dachuan, might as well be inferior to a 3-year-old child. Xue, always proud and a standout among his peers, was thoroughly impressed by the prowess of Yang Xun, who was only 3 years his senior. "No wonder he's the Northern King," he thought to himself as he charged in the direction Yang Xun was fighting. Behind him was the thunderous force of the Northern Yan cavalry. Thousands of iron hooves thundered across the ground like a storm. The coalition soldiers, caught off guard and unable to form ranks, were scattered and then ruthlessly slaughtered by the Northern Yan cavalry. As soon as Wan Yanlai arrived, he saw a young general in golden armor charging towards him alone. "What an arrogant kid. Attack," he sneered, leading his guards to meet the challenge. In the midst of battle, Yang Xun lifted his head, momentarily stunned by the sight before him. A corpulent, fierce-looking man charged at him on horseback, his visage uncannily resembling that of a catfish, reminiscent of a nation's nuclear pollution. I am Wan Yanlai, ruler of Fuyu. Prepare to die, villain, the man bellowed, his golden blade gleaming as it swung towards Yang Xun. Despite his bloated frame, the speed and force of the strike were undeniable, clearly marking him as a seasoned swordsman. Yang Xun's eyes flashed with disdain as he effortlessly deflected the golden blade, sweeping his spear across Wan Yanlai's abdomen. With a thud, Wan Yanlai spat out his previous meal, his hefty body crashing to the ground and bouncing twice before curling up in pain. Wan Yanlai's personal guards rushed forward, but under the prowess trained by Xue Rengui and the added power of the Overlord's force, they were no match for Yang Xun. In no time, over half of the 100 guards were slain, and the rest dared not approach him recklessly. Stop your arrogance, villain, came a thunderous shout as a feather-helmeted general led cavalry to the scene. It was Tui Khan of the Northern Chong. Wielding twin hammers, he swung them down towards Yang Xun. With a resounding clang, Yang Xun blocked the attack with his spear, the recoil sending Tui Khan flying. He landed with a flip, his arms trembling violently, his palms already torn. As the brother of the Northern Chong ruler and their foremost warrior, Tui Khan's 100-pound hammers could easily crush an ordinary man. Yet Yang Xun not only withstood the blow but also repelled him, a feat that reminded Tui Khan of one person, the late Northern King Yang Huai. What is your relation to Yang Huai? Tui Khan asked gravely. Oh, you knew my father, Yang Xun replied, slightly surprised. The two clashed again, the sound of metal clashing incessantly. After several exchanges, Yang Xun feigned weakness, leaping off his horse and turning to flee. Tui Khan sneered, raising his hammers in pursuit, shouting, "Stop, and meet your fate." At the critical moment, Yang Xun suddenly stepped forward with his left foot, slightly bending his right leg, leaning back as his overlord spear shot out like a dragon from its lair, striking back with lightning speed. The returning spear. The thought barely crossed Tuyahan's mind before he lost the chance to evade. In haste, he brought his twin hammers to guard his chest, only to see Yang Xun move with the agility of a serpent, twisting 180 degrees to the right. His spear, like a scorpion's tail, struck directly at Tuyahan's unguarded abdomen. The cold spear tip pierced Tuyahan's abdomen in an instant. Yang Xun then exerted force, lifting the burly man off the ground like a scarecrow. Before Tuyahan could react midair, he was met by Yang Xun's poised and ready overlord spear. The spear tip penetrated, emerging from his chest, blood gushing forth. Tuyahan's wide-open eyes were filled with unwillingness and regret. He never imagined that a young man's spear technique could be so seasoned. His underestimation of the opponent proved to be a fatal mistake. Unfortunately, this lesson would only be carried into the next life. Yang Xun flung aside Tuyahan's body. Meanwhile, Su Ai's troops had completely annihilated the enemy cavalry. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Wan Yanlai's personal guards fled in panic, but they couldn't outrun the Northern Yan cavalry's pursuit. Yang Xun strode forward with his spear towards Wan Yanlai, who was already terrified, begging for his life. "Spare me, Prince of the North. I am willing to offer the entire territory of Fuyu, land, cattle, and beauties, all at your disposal." However, Yang Xun was unmoved. The overlord's spear flew through the air, pinning Wan Yanlai to the ground like a toad. "Sons of Northern Yan, follow me to cut through the enemy camp and sever their command flag." Yang Xun pulled out his spear, mounted his horse, and led the cavalry in a torrent towards the center of the allied camp. Simultaneously, Li Pingyan commanded 5,000 Liaozhou cavalry to flank the east side of the allied forces. The Zhuge crossbows first cleared the wall guards, then the war horses pulled down the wooden fences, allowing the cavalry to charge in. With the main forces distracted by Yang Xun, the cavalry wielded torches, setting fire to the supplies and opening the livestock pens, releasing countless cattle and sheep. The blaze quickly engulfed the entire camp, especially the supply area, where flames soared tens of meters high. The drunken enemy soldiers met their end in their sleep, while the awakened ones, too busy fetching water to quench the fire, found it was already too late. In the face of the raging fire, the water they managed to bring was insignificant. The flames lit up the entire night sky, and the Allied forces' camp descended into unprecedented chaos. Soldiers fled in panic, the heat waves from the fire searing fear into every face. Brother Sun said not to linger in the fight. "Let's retreat, brothers." Li Pingyan, seeing the fire had taken hold, decisively signaled for the Liao cavalry to retreat like arrows from a bow. Meanwhile, Yang Xun led the Northern Yan cavalry in a breakout from the rear of the Allied camp. As he looked back at the roaring flames and the rising system points, a smug smile played on his lips. By dawn, under the pale sky, the fire in the Allied camp finally died out. It wasn't extinguished by them, but had burned out for lack of fuel. Piao Guochang, Yalu Zhun, and the leader of Qinbang stood in shock before the devastated ruins, their faces etched with undisguised despair. Behind them, a throng of soldiers stood, their faces blackened like coal, all traces of intoxication gone. Old Jean, how many men do we have left? Piao Guochang asked heavily. Jean Taekwon reported. Including the remnants from Beiqiang and Fuyu, about 190,000. Lost 100,000 in one night. Piao Guochang's eyes widened, heartbroken. He regretted bitterly. Had I known, I would never have listened to that scoundrel Wan Yanlai. What kind of feast was that? Instead of boosting morale, we were beaten like stray dogs. At that moment, a ragged Gaobang cavalryman galloped in and burst into tears upon seeing Piao Guochang. Your Majesty, Gaobang was attacked by black-armored cavalry. Our forces were annihilated, the men killed, and the women and children taken. Not just us, but Xinbei, Beiqiang, Fuyu, and Qinbang suffered the same fate. Those cavalry are demons from hell. I beg you to avenge us. The sudden news plunged the camp into silence. Just then, Yalu Zhan erupted, drawing his sword to strike down Jean Taekwon. Blood splattered as Jean fell, screaming, with a fatal wound to his chest. The Xinbei soldiers raised their weapons against the Qinbang troops, their eyes filled with ferocity. Our nation is gone, our homes destroyed. We have no choice. Yalu Zhan wiped the blood from his blade and kicked Jin's corpse aside, pointing his sword at Piao Guochang. Either join me in attacking Shantong Pass, or meet your end now. Piao Guochang quickly forced a smile. Brother Yalu, calm down. Who said I wouldn't attack Shantong Pass? Faced with the threat of death, he had no choice but to yield to this desperate decision. Park Gukchang felt a wave of dizziness, stumbling back 2 steps as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His hands trembled slightly, and disbelief was etched in his eyes. The news of 5 countries falling in quick succession hit him like a bolt from the blue. Yalu Zhan stood nearby, watching Park Gukchang's disheveled state with a hint of a gloating smile. He stepped forward and gave Park Gukchang a hearty pat on the shoulder, his tone tinged with mockery. Brother Park, don't be too upset. As miserable as we are, at least we have someone to bring us the news. Compared to those 3 nations that left no survivors, we're quite fortunate. This nearly made Park Gukchang cough up blood in anger. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. Indeed, the other 3 nations hadn't managed to send out even a single messenger, clearly facing total annihilation. Yalu Zhan's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked at Park Gukchang and said, we are at a dead end now. Our only chance is to take Shantong Pass. Brother Park, will you join forces with me? Park Gukchang thought for a moment, a shrewd look in his eyes. I will, but I want half of the spoils. Deal. Yalu Zhan agreed readily, then drew his sword and shouted orders. Form up. Shield bearers, move forward and prepare to attack. With the command, the allied forces of the 5 nations quickly assembled. The nomadic warriors of Beiqiang and Fuyu, leaderless, naturally followed Yalu Zhan. The Chunbang forces, due to their kinship with Gaobang, rallied under Park Gukchang. Nearly 200,000 troops formed ranks on the plains, the dense shield formations exuding an overwhelming presence. Yalu Zhan calculated silently. Inside Shantong Pass were mostly the old and weak, while his side was composed of battle-hardened elites. If he could lead the cavalry to hold off the Beiyan cavalry for a few hours, capturing Shantong Pass would be within reach. However, before he could speak, Park Gukchang interjected. Brother Yalu, leave the siege to me. We agrarian people aren't skilled at cavalry warfare. You're better suited to distract the Beiyan cavalry. Yalu Zhan, though suspecting a trap, couldn't deny the logic in the arrangement. He led 5,000 to 6,000 cavalry away, heading straight for the Beiyan cavalry's camp. As he watched Yalu Zhan's retreating figure, a cunning gleam flashed in Park Gukchang's eyes. He secretly plotted. Once he gained control over these tens of thousands of infantry, he would first deplete the soldiers of the other 3 countries, then concentrate the forces of Gaobang and Qinbang. By then, even if Yalu Zhan managed to preserve some troops under the Beiyan cavalry, wouldn't the gates of Shantong Pass be his to command? At that moment, what could it matter if he didn't let Yalu Zhan into the city? Was Yalu Zhan going to bite him? This thought brought a smug smile to Park Gukchang's lips. He suddenly unsheathed his sword, pointing it towards Shantong Pass, and let out a thunderous roar. Warriors, prepare to attack. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers surged towards Shantong Pass like a mighty flood. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. The gates of Shantong Pass slowly opened. Park Gukchang immediately ordered his army to halt, his brow furrowed. Was this a surrender? Or a trap? He soon got his answer. Over 100 specially designed chariots rolled out from the pass and lined up neatly beneath the city walls. Each chariot was equipped with a mysterious device, all uniformly aimed in their direction. Following this, a unit of heavily armored shield guards jogged out from the pass, dispersing around the chariots to form a protective formation. Whatever tricks they're up to, charge and kill them all, Park Gukchang commanded, and his army surged forward like a tidal wave towards the pass. Riding his warhorse, he followed from behind, but when they closed the distance to 400 or 500 meters, he suddenly pulled the reins. The long-range weapons of the Northern Yin cavalry had left a deep impression on him. and he didn't want to take that risk. However, the ordinary soldiers continued their charge, roaring like wild beasts. Suddenly, a dense whistling sound pierced the air. Countless large black shadows flew from the front of the pass. These were enormous arrows, as thick as a wrist and over a meter long. Ah shit, Park Gukchang broke out in a cold sweat, but before he could turn, the giant arrows were upon them. The air was filled with the sickening sounds of impacts, as arrows pierced through several soldiers, even toppling his warhorse. A bloody mist filled the air, heavy with the stench of blood. Some tried to use shields for protection, but both man and shield were impaled. With just one volley, over 1,000 soldiers at the front fell. The soldiers in the rear, unaware of the situation, continued to charge forward. The second volley soon followed, bringing down another 1,000. It was then that the survivors finally saw the deadly arrows. Some soldiers were merely grazed, yet their entire arms were ripped apart. The fear of death spread like a plague through the ranks. A soldier from Bio was the first to turn and flee, sparking a chain reaction. Yet the soldiers at the rear, unaware of the chaos, kept pushing forward, throwing the entire formation into disarray. They were crushed together, unable to advance or retreat, becoming sitting ducks for the Wu Ho war chariots. Meanwhile, Yeluzhen's cavalry had already reached a position less than 500 meters from the Northern Yin cavalry's camp. The entire camp of the Northern Yin cavalry was shrouded in a deathly silence. As Yeluzhen led his army closer, the two soldiers atop the lookout tower belatedly sounded the horn. This unusual delay made Yeluzhen's heart skip a beat. These Northern Yin cavalry have been harassing our troops for days and won a battle last night. They must be utterly exhausted and sleeping like logs now. Yeluzhen calculated silently, his gaze sweeping over the towering lookout. At such a height, they should have spotted us long ago. Perhaps even the sentries are dozing off. With only 500 meters left to the enemy camp, Yeluzhen was overjoyed. Even if they react now, it'll be too late. He tightened his grip on his sword. The Northern Yin cavalry rely on their long-range crossbows, but in close combat, let's see what they're made of. Yesterday, you ambushed our camp. Today, it's my turn. Brothers, charge with me. Yeluzhen led the charge into the enemy camp. Upon entering the camp, they saw several men in Deqian attire fleeing in panic. Without hesitation, Yeluzhen swung his sword, and heads flew, blood splattering everywhere. Like a war deity, he cut through his enemies with ease, and the cavalry behind him slaughtered the Dacian men. In no time, tens of thousands of cavalry had flooded the camp. The soldiers on the lookout tower watched, a sinister smile curling their lips. They raised a red flag and waved it toward the distance before quietly descending the tower. On a distant hill, Xue was closely monitoring the camp's movements through a telescope. Seeing the red flag signal, he couldn't help but smile. The prince is truly prescient. These fools fell for it. He fondly stroked the telescope. This treasure is truly useful. I can see everything so clearly from afar. Brothers, let's get to work. At Xue's command, 40,000 Northern Yin cavalry poured down the hill like a tidal wave. By this time, Yeluzhen had led his troops to the main tent, but something felt increasingly amiss. Though they had slain hundreds of Dacian men, none were armed or armored. Lord, something is off, a general cautioned. This is supposed to be the Northern Yin cavalry's camp, yet not a single warhorse is in sight. Moreover, there seems to be a strange smell in the air. Yeluzhen pulled his horse to a halt and sniffed carefully. There was indeed a familiar scent wafting through the air, but he couldn't quite place what it was emanating from. Yeluzhen's gaze fell upon the corpse of a Dacian soldier, and the face seemed strangely familiar. As he pondered, a nearby officer exclaimed, "My lord, this man bears a striking resemblance to Mabiner." This reminder struck Yeluzhen like a bolt of lightning. Mabiner, one of his personal guards, had gone missing during last night's enemy attack. An ominous feeling surged through him. He quickly stepped forward and pulled back the clothing of the corpse, revealing a wolf head tattoo unique to his personal guards. This is Mabiner himself. Yeluzhen examined closely and found that the corpse's tongue had been cut out. Suddenly, a terrifying truth emerged. The so-called Dacian soldiers before him were actually the captured allied soldiers from 5 nations the night before. Their tongues had been severed, rendering them mute as they ran to the camp, perhaps to seek help or deliver an important message, only to be slaughtered by their own. The entire camp was filled with these tongueless prisoners. Where had the Northern Yin cavalry gone? The truth finally surfaced. These prisoners were bait, meant to prevent them from realizing the camp was empty and fleeing. With prisoners dressed in Dacian uniforms as targets, they wouldn't suspect the trap, leading them straight to the camp center. What do the Dacian people intend by luring us here? Yeluzhen thought rapidly. If he were the Dacian commander, the best choice now would be to set the camp ablaze. The thought had barely formed when Yeluzhen was struck by realization. He bent down to grab a handful of damp earth, sniffed it, and his face turned ashen. The air was filled with the scent of kerosene. The entire camp had been soaked in it, ready to roast them alive. We've been tricked. Retreat. Yeluzhen was about to mount his horse when arrows of fire rained down. With a thunderous roar, flames surged into the sky, consuming the camp in an instant. Panicked horses lost control, and soldiers were thrown off, plunging the scene into chaos. Yang Xun had spared no expense for this plan, saturating the entire camp with kerosene, allowing the fire to engulf everything instantly. Countless soldiers became human torches, rolling on the ground in agony, only to burn more fiercely until they turned to ash amidst their screams. Damn Dacian scoundrels, I'll haunt you even in death. Yelu Zhun roared, drawing his sword to slash his own throat. In such a sea of fire, the horses were beyond control, and escaping on foot was a futile dream. As a sovereign, he chose his final dignity. His body fell, consumed by the raging flames. In the distance, Xue watched the camp engulfed in flames and clicked his tongue. The prince sure is ruthless, burning tens of thousands of cavalry alive. Such a waste of fine horses. He hefted his Xianhua axe onto his shoulder, eyes devoid of pity. Brothers, these rats are dealt with. Follow me to Shantong Pass to take care of the next batch. Inside Tongguan, Yang Xun was thoroughly enjoying a rare meal of hot pot lamb. Fresh slices of lamb were simmering in a military pot, enhanced by special seasonings obtained from the system's marketplace. Despite the simplicity of the dish, it was a delightful treat for him in the culinary backward and flavor-limited era of Defiance. Such a delicious meal was truly a cause for excitement. Skillfully, he picked up a freshly cooked slice of lamb, dipped it lightly in the sauce, and savored it. The steaming hot meat made him exhale a breath of heat, just as Li Pingyan burst in energetically. Brother Sun, the Wuhou chariot is incredible. Hey, what are you eating? Li Pingyan quickly grabbed a bowl and chopsticks, sat down opposite him without hesitation, and eagerly helped himself to the lamb. Here, try this sauce, Yang Xun said, adding more lamb to the pot while preparing a dipping sauce for Li Pingyan. How's the battle going? Huff, huff. Li Pingyan was panting from the spiciness, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he continued shoveling lamb into his mouth. Wow, brother, this is spicy. Following Yang Xun, he had picked up quite a bit of modern slang. Slow down, no one's taking it from you, Yang Xun said with feigned annoyance. I'm asking about the battle. Oh right. Li Pingyan excitedly put down his chopsticks. It was a complete rout. Those foreign barbarians were terrified after a volley from the Wuhou chariot and ran for their lives. Xue led the Northern Yin cavalry in pursuit, and I sent 5,000 cavalry to join them. They're likely still chasing them down. The sight of those who had once tormented him now in disarray brought him immense satisfaction. Just as Yang Xun was about to nod, 2 soldiers entered, escorting a plump, round-faced man. This was Park Gochang, who had narrowly escaped capture after being hit by the Wuhou chariot and hiding among the corpses, only to eventually be caught. Reporting to the prince, we found this man while clearing the battlefield, a soldier said, ready to deal with the seemingly ordinary prisoner. But Yang Xun noticed his dragon-embroidered yellow robe. The 3 exchanged glances, and Park Guochang hurriedly tried to explain in a foreign language. Impatient, Yang Xun stepped forward and slapped him. Speak a language I understand. Can you speak Chinese? Brother Sun, he says he doesn't want to live, that we should just kill him. Li Pingyan chimed in jokingly. Park Guochang was startled and quickly exclaimed in broken Chinese. I can speak your language. I am the ruler of Gaobang, don't kill me. So you're the ruler, huh? Yang Xun smiled slightly and delivered another resounding slap to Park Guochang's face. Do you, the ruler of a tiny country, dare to wear a dragon robe? Yang Xun's voice dripped with disdain, leaving Park Guochang feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. Park Guochang stood frozen, puzzled. Their country's rulers had always dressed this way. What was wrong with that? But his survival instinct kicked in, and he quickly removed the luxurious robe embroidered with a golden dragon, dropping to his knees with trembling voice. If you spare me, I am willing to pledge our entire nation of Gaobang to serve Dacian. Hearing this, Yang Xun's lips curled into a mocking smile. You probably don't know yet that your Gaobang has already been wiped off the map by me, do you? Park Guochang, who initially just wanted to buy some time to save himself, now felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. He finally understood the mysterious black-armored cavalry that had swept through Gaobang was dispatched by this young man in front of him. He looked incredulously at the youth, who was not even 20, but saw that Yang Xun had already nonchalantly sat back down, continuing to enjoy the lamb on the table. These days, nobody dares to call themselves a ruler, Yang Xun scoffed while eating. A tiny place with a few people dares to call itself a country? Exactly. They think they can submit to our lord? Li Pingyan chimed in with contempt. Take him away. Hand him over to the people of Shantong Pass. Yang Xun ordered calmly. Park Guochang's face turned ashen. As an invader, being handed over to the people of Shantong Pass meant no chance of survival. But now, with his country already gone, what reason did he have to beg for mercy? At that moment, Xue, covered in blood, hurried back. He cast a suspicious glance at Park Guochang being dragged away and the dragon robe on the ground before reporting to Yang Xun. My lord, the coalition of 5 countries has been utterly defeated. The Northern Yin cavalry and Liaozhou riders have pursued them for over 20 miles, almost wiping them out. I've sent 10,000 troops to continue the pursuit, and the remaining 30,000 have returned to Shantung Pass. As he spoke, he couldn't help but be drawn by the aroma in the air, swallowing involuntarily. Noticing this, Yang Xun smiled and added another serving of sauce on the table. Well done, join us for the meal. Bring another set of dishes. Xue, only 15 years old, was overjoyed and quickly took a seat. The first bite of lamb lit up his eyes. Oh my, this is delicious. Though it was spicy, he found it increasingly addictive. He thought to himself, his father wasn't lying. Following the Lord really meant enjoying the good life. Watching the loyal young man devour his meal, Yang Xun felt more satisfied. Although Xue's skills weren't yet on par with Xue Rengui and others, his extraordinary potential at such a young age, coupled with his unwavering loyalty, promised a bright future with proper training. Xue, now that the 5 countries are gone, I have a task for you, Yang Xun said slowly. Upon hearing there was a task, Xue swiftly put down his bowl and chopsticks, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said, Your Highness, please give your orders. Yang Xun, with a piercing gaze, looked directly at Xue and said, I will return to Beiyin tomorrow. You are to stay in Liaozhou and stabilize the situation. You have the authority to command these 40,000 troops as you see fit. Return to Beiyin when I summon you. Yang Xun calculated in his mind. Liaozhou had just repelled foreign invaders and was in a state of rebuilding, vulnerable to potential unrest. Li Pingyin's few thousand old and weak soldiers were clearly not enough to deter those eager to cause trouble. However, with 40,000 Beiyin cavalry stationed there, anyone contemplating mischief would have to think twice. More importantly, beyond the 5 small nations to the north lay a powerful empire watching intently. Now that the Xiangnu were subdued and the 5 small nations were defeated, there was no buffer between Yang Xun and that empire. A confrontation was inevitable. When that time comes, these 40,000 cavalry might just prove to be the decisive force. I will obey your command. Xue responded immediately, despite his reluctance to take on such a tedious task. As it was Yang Xun's order, he had no choice but to comply unconditionally. Li Pingyin gratefully said, Brother Sun, I can't thank you enough. He knew well that his current forces were insufficient to control Liaozhou, and Yang Xun's action was undoubtedly a great help. Yang Xun waved dismissively, no need for thanks. Isn't Liaozhou my territory now? But you don't have to worry about Liaozhou for the time being. Leave it to Xue. You will come back to Beiyin with me. I plan to go to the capital soon, and you will accompany me. Although Yang Xun grew up in Beiyin, he wasn't very familiar with the capital. Li Pingyin, on the other hand, had studied at the Imperial Academy in the capital for many years and knew it inside out. With Li Pingyin by his side, Yang Xun's trip would undoubtedly be smoother. Upon hearing Yang Xun's plan to go to the capital, Li Pingyin's eyes widened with excitement as he asked, Brother Sun, are you going to deal with that woman, Li Miaoying? Yang Xun's forehead immediately creased in exasperation. Why is he so fixated on eliminating Li Miaoying? Just how deep is this grudge? He replied nonchalantly, We'll see. If she doesn't behave, then we'll deal with her. The two of them exchanged a smile and continued enjoying their hot pot. Together, they consumed over 10 pounds of lamb, with Xue eating the majority despite his small stature. After the meal, Yang Xun returned to the residence Li Pingyin had arranged for him. With plans to return to Beiyin the next day and leave the Beiyin cavalry in Liaozhou, Yang Xun decided to have the Xiangnu escort him on the journey back. With a mere thought, 3 men and 1 woman appeared out of thin air before Yang Xun. The system's summoning feature was indeed powerful. With just a thought, Yang Xun could summon people or troops from the system's space. Yang Xun had once considered amassing hundreds of thousands of troops and then summoning them directly into enemy territory to catch them off guard. However, this idea was immediately vetoed by the system. The system informed Yang Xun that summoning could only occur within his own territory and the distance could not exceed 10 kilometers. The 4 leaders of the Xiangnu gathered and saluted Yang Xun. Qinglong, with his imposing stature and commanding presence. Baihu, with piercing eyes that scrutinize every detail. Xuanwu, steady and as unmovable as a mountain. And Zhuke, strikingly beautiful and sharp-eyed. Yang Xun gave concise orders. Qinglong and Xuanwu were to accompany him back to Beiyin. Zhuke was to disperse her subordinates to gather intelligence, and Baihu was to assist Xue in stabilizing Liaozhou. The following day, Yang Xun and Li Pingyin departed from Shantung Pass, flanked by Xiangnu guards. 5 days later, they arrived in Beiyin City, coinciding with Xue Rengui's triumphant return at the head of 80,000 elite troops. The city was in an uproar, celebrating Xue Rengui's 3-day conquest of 5 nations and singing praises of Yang Xun's unparalleled achievements. Yang Xun immediately summoned Lu Zheng to get updated on the current state of Beiyin. Lu Zheng reported that the military industry was thriving, with constant production of the Wuho war chariots and Zhuge crossbows. Cement was being used to reinforce the city walls, and both salt and gold mines were being successfully exploited, bringing in substantial daily revenue. Though Lu Zheng appeared a bit thinner, his eyes shone with confidence. Yang Xun was astonished to find Lu Zheng's loyalty had reached 100 points. Lu Zheng felt fulfilled, witnessing Bai Yin's growing strength firsthand, and felt fortunate to have chosen to follow Yang Xun. Now, even the people had begun to enshrine Yang Xun's longevity tablets in their homes, an honor he had never dared to imagine. Yang Xun instructed Lu Zheng to pay attention to Tianlang Mountain, properly settle 1,000,000 slaves, and cultivate potatoes to improve the people's livelihood. Lu Zheng had been diligent about these matters, and was even more impressed to learn that Yang Xun had brought back a large workforce. After Lu Zheng left, the steward, Yang San, came in to report, "Your Highness, there's an elderly eunuch outside who claims to be Song Da and requests an audience." After receiving Yang Xun's permission, Yang San ushered Song Da into the room. As soon as Song Da entered, he greeted with a broad smile. "Congratulations on your triumphant return, Your Highness. May you live long and prosper." Yang Xun glanced at Song Da, wondering if he was here to persuade him to deploy troops again. He asked indifferently, "What brings you here, eunuch Song?" A flicker of sadness crossed Song Da's eyes as he quickly replied, "Your Highness, the late Emperor's Memorial Day is on the 18th of next month. The Empress invites you to the capital to participate in the ceremony." The late Emperor's Memorial Day? Yang Xun frowned. The late Emperor referred to here was not Li Qian, the young boy, but Li Miaoyin's father. Yang Xun had a vague impression of the late Emperor, having only heard from his father about the kindness he had shown to the Yang family. Memories flooded Yang Xun's mind as he recalled the stories his father had told him. The late Emperor had saved Yang Huai's life, repeatedly defended the Yang family's military power, and annually increased the budget for the Northern Yin army. Without the late Emperor, Northern Yin wouldn't be as strong as it is today. The late Emperor even shared rare tributes from foreign lands with Yang Huai, their relationship as close as brothers. It's rumored they even became sworn brothers in their youth, though only they knew the truth. It was because of this deep bond that Yang Huai had unhesitatingly led troops to repay the late Emperor's great favor. Thinking of this, Yang Xun felt a pang of sadness. His father Yang Huai's body had never been found, and he could only erect a cenotaph in the Yang family ancestral tomb. Now, he could only place his hopes on Zhu Ke, hoping she could uncover his father's whereabouts. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xun nodded and said, "All right." He'll set off after resting for a couple of days. He had planned to go to the capital anyway to complete a system task, and paying respects to his father's old friend was no trouble. "What?" Your Highness agreed. Song Da was taken aback, almost moved to tears. He had prepared a long speech, not expecting Yang Xun to agree so readily. In fact, the Empress's invitation to Yang Xun this time was not only for the memorial ceremony, but also to facilitate a marriage between Yang Xun and Lan Sui. Once they were wed, Tingyang Marquis Lan Yutu would become Yang Xun's father-in-law. The Empress was clearly banking on the strategy that even if Yang Xun was unwilling to send troops for the court, he wouldn't stand by idly while his father-in-law fought on the front lines. Seeing Song Da's exaggerated reaction, Yang Xun asked coldly, "Why? Shouldn't I have agreed?" Song Da trembled and quickly bowed. "Forgive me, Your Highness, that wasn't my intention. By the way, I have a letter for you from your grandfather." "My grandfather?" Yang Xun frowned again. He had scant memories of his maternal grandfather, having only met him a few times as a child. He was a stern, unsmiling man who had served as Deputy Minister of War, with a strict family discipline, and should have been retired for many years now. Yang Xun couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity as to why his long-unseen grandfather had suddenly written to him. Yang Xun eagerly tore open the letter, sent by his only living relative. On the coarse paper, forceful strokes composed 3 short pages, yet everything that needed to be said was clearly laid out. The letter read, "Yang Xun, my grandson, it's been many years since we parted in Qianjing. I heard the news of your father's death. My heart aches. Yet, I was comforted to hear of your great victory over the Xiangnu. The world is in chaos now, with the southern king plotting rebellion and various lords eyeing the throne covetously. The Empress has entrusted me to persuade you to enter the capital. Our Lu family has long been favored by the Emperor, and we dare not disobey. However, the court is unstable, and I fear you may follow in Yang Huai's footsteps. Therefore, I hope you will plan wisely and not feel compelled by this letter." Yang Xun pondered each word, his mind filled with thoughts. He realized the letter was likely written under the influence of Li Miaoyin, his cunning cousin, to urge him to lead troops to the capital and support the front lines. His grandfather's family, having been loyal to the throne for generations, had no choice but to comply. However, his grandfather clearly harbored concerns about the court situation and subtly advised Yang Xun to think carefully before acting. Thinking of his grandfather's family living in the capital, at the mercy of Li Miaoyin, yet still hinting in the letter that he should follow his own will, Yang Xun felt a warmth in his heart. Carefully, he put the letter away, a smile spreading across his face as he said to Song Da, "Thank you, Gong Gong." If there's nothing else, you may leave. Once I have prepared the troops, you will accompany me back to the capital." Songda bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness," and then withdrew. As soon as he left the Duke of Jinbei's residence, Songda was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. To prevent Yang Xun from sensing anything amiss, neither he nor the Empress had checked the letter's contents, fearing something inappropriate might be inside. But now, it seemed those worries were unfounded. Yang Xun had agreed to enter the capital, and the great Qian could be saved. Shortly after Songda's departure, a mechanical voice sounded in Yang Xun's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully annihilating the 5 nations of the Xianbei, Northern Chong, Gaobang, Fuyu, and Xinbang, completing a hidden task. Reward, formula and ratio for gunpowder production 1. All healing, elixir 3. Yang Xun was momentarily speechless, cursing the system for the delayed reward, now that he had returned to Northern Yan. And after such a difficult task, the reward seemed meager. Just as he was grumbling, another notification chimed. The all-healing elixir can extend life and cure all diseases. Wow! Yang Xun immediately took back his previous thoughts. A medicine that could cure all diseases was practically a miracle drug in ancient times with its rudimentary medical conditions. He felt that the battle had been worth it. Another notification followed. Ding! The host has successfully conquered the 5 nations of Xianbei, Northern Chong, Gaobang, Fuyu, and Xinbang, earning a territory reward of 50,000 points. Yang Xun's eyes widened as he finally understood what the system meant by conquering land. He realized the territory reward seemed to be based on land area, and the combined size of these 5 nations was equivalent to Northern Yan. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that with the annihilation of the 5 nations and the previous territory rewards, his points had reached 600,000. If not for Xue Rengui's massacre of civilians during the conquest, the number would have been even higher. Yang Xun immediately opened the system shop, his gaze falling on the method for making red-clad cannons. His heart raced, feeling as though he was one step closer to realizing his ambitions. Initially, the method to create the red coat cannon seemed unattainable with its requirement of 250,000 points. But now, it didn't seem so daunting to Yang Xun, who eagerly clicked the exchange button. However, the system's notification was like a cold shower. Ding! Host does not meet the conditions for exchange. Unlock exchange after occupying the entire Dacian territory. Yang Xun was stunned and finally noticed the words exchange conditions under all the skill books. Upon closer inspection, he found that the methods to create hot weapons like the red coat cannon and firearms could only be exchanged after unifying the entire Dacian territory. Is it because I complained about the system's high latency that it's deliberately messing with me? Yang Xun speculated, his expression shifting from anticipation to helplessness. It felt like being ready to act, but then being told he couldn't, leaving him deflated. Since he couldn't exchange for hot weapons, Yang Xun turned his attention to increasing his troops. Besides the system task rewards, the only current way to obtain forces was through the lottery, where every 100 draws awarded an army. System, give me 30 10 Yang Xun demanded through gritted teeth. Ding! 30 10 will cost 300,000 points. Confirm, confirm. As he confirmed, the system began a series of notifications. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 bushels of potatoes, corn, 4-star, General Hua Xiong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exceptional maid Jiao Chan, 50 bushels of potatoes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Wulong and Phoenix hatchling gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 100 draws, receiving the system's gift of 50,000 Shiliang cavalry. Yang Xun excitedly took stock of his spoils. Besides crops, he acquired 3 skill books, Complete Guide to Papermaking, Comprehensive Guide to Brick Firing, and the system's bonus on gunpowder production and configuration ratios. In terms of personnel, he received the maid Diao Chan, the 4-star General Hua Xiong, and a mysterious Wulong and Phoenix hatchling gift pack. Among other items, several telescopes and a flintlock pistol caught his attention, and he decided to keep the pistol for self-defense. What thrilled Yang Xun the most were the 3 armies gifted by the system: 50,000 Shiliang cavalry, 50,000 great halberdiers, and 50,000 Qingzhou soldiers. This was tangible combat power. With great anticipation, Yang Xun turned his attention to the Wulong and Phoenix hatchling gift pack. Could it really summon Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong, he wondered. Ding! Would you like to open the Wulong and Phoenix hatchling gift pack? Open it! Yang Xun shouted impatiently. Prime Minister, I'm finally going to meet you. As a white light flashed, 2 burly men appeared before Yang Xun. General Xing Daorong and General Pan Feng, reporting to the master, they said in unison. Yang Xun's expression froze, his joy turning to anger. System, get out here. Is this your understanding of Wulong and Phoenix hatchling? Who are these clowns? Looking at the items he had drawn, Yang Xun felt that the 300,000 points were a complete waste. What he thought was a gain now seemed like a huge loss. Master, are you feeling unwell? Xing Daorong asked with concern, noticing Yang Xun's changing expression. Is the master worried about the future development of Northern Yin? Pan Feng added, earnestly. Yang Xun looked at the two brutes before him and felt a headache coming on. The strategic planning he had hoped for had turned into this situation, leaving him both amused and frustrated. Before Yang Xun could speak, Xing Daorong eagerly continued, My lord, you need not worry. With me, Xing Daorong, the general of Northern Yin, alongside the unparalleled General Pan, we will surely help you soar to great heights and unify the land. Hearing this, Yang Xun was furious. He kicked Xing Daorong away, annoyed by this boastful character. In Yang Xun's eyes, this self-proclaimed general of Lingling was nothing but incompetent. He recalled that in a past life, Xing Daorong was almost defeated by Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei, surrendered immediately upon meeting Zhuge Liang, and agreed to his terms. After returning to Lingling, Xing foolishly lied to his master about it being a fake surrender, only to be completely outmaneuvered by Zhuge Liang, ultimately losing Lingling. Yang Xun had initially thought this Wulong Fengchu gift package would include Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong, but instead, it was these two useless individuals, which he found hard to accept. Xing Daorong, knocked to the ground, asked in confusion, My lord, why did you kick me? His loyalty still showed a steady 100. Xing was bewildered, believing he hadn't offended Yang Xun and couldn't understand why Yang was so angry. He even naively thought Yang Xun was jealous of his talent. With this thought, Xing Daorong immediately put on an arrogant posture and waved his hand, saying, My lord need not envy someone like me. After all, a genius like Xing is rare in this world. Upon hearing this, Yang Xun became even more enraged and shouted, Jealous of you? Nonsense. Guards, take these two and give them a beating. As soon as he finished speaking, several guards rushed in like wolves, dragging Xing Daorong and Pan Feng out like dead pigs. Soon, their pitiful screams filled the air outside. Yang Xun took a deep breath to calm himself and then summoned Hua Xiong. Seeing Hua Xiong brought him some comfort. Though Hua Xiong was no match for Guan Yu, as a renowned general of Shiliang, he was certainly far superior to the likes of Xing Daorong. Hua Xiong exuded a fierce aura, and his eyes glinted sharply, marking him as a seasoned warrior. Yang Xun briefly instructed Hua Xiong to assist Xue Rengui in organizing the troops, and then returned to his quarters, desperately needing Diao Chan's comfort to soothe his wounded spirit. Meanwhile, Xing Daorong and Pan Feng had been beaten beyond recognition. They couldn't fathom why Yang Xun had become so enraged upon seeing them. As they pondered their predicament, Pan Feng began to tremble inexplicably upon seeing the imposing Hua Xiong emerge. Noticing Pan Feng's unease, Xing Daorong sarcastically remarked, General Pan, you call yourself an unparalleled general, yet you're so pathetic. Look at me, Xing Daorong, no matter how badly I'm beaten, I can endure it. No sooner had he spoken than a guard kicked him again, causing him to cry out in pain, his face turning red. Pan Feng awkwardly explained, I don't want to be like this either, but seeing that man walk out just now filled me with inexplicable fear. Xing Daorong's eyes flashed with disdain as he scoffed. He's just a petty upstart. What's there to fear? To me, he's nothing more than a paper tiger. I could cut him down with one blow. If he knew my name, he'd be scared stiff. This is just a test from our Lord. If we can't endure this, how can we achieve great things? Just you wait after our Lord finishes with me. He'll surely make me a general. Just as Xing Daorong finished speaking, a guard approached and tossed two rags on the ground, coldly announcing, Xing Daorong, Pan Feng, by the prince's order, you two will now work as laborers in the palace. Await further instructions from the prince. In the dormitory, a young woman, about 18 or 19 years old, suddenly appeared in front of Yang Xun. She wore a light blue gauzy dress. Her slim waist was delicate and her long, glossy black hair cascaded down to her waist. Her hair was styled in a cloud-like bun adorned with a jade plum blossom hairpin. Her elegant face as smooth as white jade. Her small cherry lips were naturally red, and beneath her long eyelashes, her eyes shone with a glass-like brilliance, exuding a hint of allure. She stood there with the grace and nobility of a fairy, yet the gentle warmth of a girl next door. Even Yang Xun, who was accustomed to grand spectacles, couldn't help but swallow nervously. Her beauty and demeanor were unmatched, far surpassing any celebrity from his previous life. Only such a woman could embody the phrase, as beautiful as a goddess. I am Diao Chan, your servant, my lord. She greeted with a slight bow, a gentle smile on her face. Please, there's no need for formality. Yang Xun's grin stretched to his ears as he quickly helped Diao Chan up. From now on, I will be your maid, my lord. If I make any mistakes, I beg your forgiveness, Diao Chan said softly. At this, Yang Xun suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Not just anyone can serve as my maid. What skills do you possess? Diao Chan was momentarily flustered and quickly replied, My lord, I am skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, weaving, embroidery, and also cooking and cleaning. Oh, and I can dance and… Before she could finish, Yang Xun interrupted, Just these isn't enough. I can learn. Jiao Chan blushed, her voice as soft as a whisper. I admire a woman eager to learn. Come, let me teach you well. Fast forward to the next day at noon. As Yang Xun awoke, the anger from the previous day had mostly dissipated as he watched the beauty in his arms still asleep from exhaustion. He quietly got out of bed, covered Jiao Chan with a blanket, dressed, and left the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he was greeted by a smiling Kai Wenji. The sounds from the previous night had echoed throughout the courtyard, and Kai Wenji, who lived there, had heard everything clearly. Since becoming intimate with Yang Xun, Kai Wenji had been worn out by him almost every night. Now, with Jiao Chan to share the burden, she felt relieved. Just as Yang Xun was about to tease Kai Wenji, she spoke first. My lord, I've made tiger whip soup for you. Please wait a moment while I fetch it. With that, she dashed off. Tiger whip soup? Yang Xun was taken aback. Do I need something like that? Are you underestimating me? All right, tonight I'll show you what I'm capable of. Watching Kai Wenji leave, Yang Xun was already planning how to handle her. After tidying up his clothes, he knocked on the door of the adjacent room. After a moment, the door opened, revealing Narain with dark circles under her eyes. Her face turned red upon seeing Yang Xun. The noise from last night had been so loud that there was no way she could have missed it, living next door. Previously, the commotion between Yang Xun and Kai Wenji was already considerable, but she managed to sleep through it. Now with Jiao Chan, the noise was even greater, and she hadn't slept a wink all night. With so many rooms in the prince's residence, Narain couldn't understand why Yang Xun insisted on having her stay next door. Was he trying to torment her on purpose? She wondered silently, her lips curling slightly in disdain. Nevertheless, she respectfully stepped aside to let Yang Xun enter. Greetings, your highness, Narain said with a slight bow. Yang Xun casually waved his hand, glancing around the room. How are you settling in? Getting used to the place? Narain couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. Who could get used to this? Still, she had to admit that during Yang Xun's absence, she had been relatively comfortable. But as a hostage, what right did she have to be picky? I'm quite used to it, Narain replied, suppressing her discontent. I heard you defeated the 5 nations north of Liaozhou. Congratulations, your highness. The mention of this achievement left Narain secretly shocked. Although these 5 nations weren't as powerful as the Xiangnu, Yang Xun's ability to conquer them in such a short time was terrifying. She couldn't help but wonder. If Yang Xun decided to attack the Xiangnu, could they really withstand him? You've heard about that? Yang Xun's face showed a hint of pride, his eyebrows raised slightly. Impressive, right? Suddenly, his expression turned serious, his gaze piercing as he stared at Narain. Your Xiangnu should curb their ambitions, and you, don't do anything foolish. Narain was taken aback, but quickly realized Yang Xun was warning her and the entire Xiangnu. She hurriedly reassured him. Rest assured, your highness, the Xiangnu are forever loyal to you and dare not harbor any disloyalty. As she spoke, Narain couldn't help but recall the sight of Yang Xun's muscular physique when she saw him shirtless. That image made her abandon any thoughts of assassinating him. She knew she had no chance of succeeding, and failure would only provoke Yang Xun's wrath, leading to a military invasion of the Xiongnuan outcome she desperately wanted to avoid. During her time in northern Yan, Narain witnessed the country's prosperity and strength and saw Yang Xun's invincible army. She couldn't help but compare. What could the Xiongnu use to defeat northern Yan? Endless cow dung or chipped scimitars? Even with another 50 years of development, the Xiongnu would struggle to match northern Yan. Since the Xiongnu submitted to northern Yan, a trade market had been established at Tianlang Mountain. The herders could exchange furs and livestock for salt, grain, and daily necessities with the people of Deqian. This greatly improved the Xiongnu's living conditions and boosted their economy. For the people of both sides, it was undoubtedly a blessing. As the suzerain state, Deqian demanded only a tribute of some livestock and furs each year, without enslaving or oppressing them. Compared to the substantial benefits the trade market brought to the Xiongnu, these tributes were negligible. So why start a war? Narain wasn't sure if her father had changed his mind, but at least she felt this way now. She silently prayed that Bokal shared her views and wouldn't bring disaster upon the Xiongnu. Yang Xun seemed satisfied with Narain's attitude. His strategic focus was still on unifying Deqian, and as long as the Xiongnu behaved, he wouldn't trouble them for the time being. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Thick black smoke rose from the servants' quarters, stark against the clear sky. Yang Xun immediately frowned, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. What's going on? Before he finished speaking, a Jin Iwei hurried over, looking flustered. Your highness, there's a fire in the servants' quarters. It's spreading rapidly to other areas. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing the entire royal mansion in black smoke. In an instant, chaos erupted both inside and outside the manor. Guards, Jinui, servants, and maids sprang into action, while Yang Xun and Narain hurried to the scene. Nearby residents, hearing the news, spontaneously joined the firefighting efforts. However, due to the primitive firefighting methods of ancient times, the blaze raged on for 2 full hours. After the tireless efforts of over 1,000 people, the fire finally began to subside. But as the smoke cleared, it became evident that most of the royal mansion had been reduced to ashes. Yang Xun stood before the ruins, his face ashen, whether from the smoke or anger was unclear. Behind him, Kai Wenji, Jiao Chan, and Narain were similarly covered in soot, looking disheveled. A group of servants knelt nearby, trembling with fear. They knew they were partly to blame for the fire that had destroyed half of the mansion due to the blaze that started in their quarters. Although Yang Xun had yet to speak, their faces were already pale with despair, as if awaiting their doom. At that moment, Qinglong approached Yang Xun and reported in a low voice, "My lord, we have investigated." A low-ranking servant started the fire while trying to burn cockroaches in the latrine. As he finished speaking, Xing Daorong and Pan Feng were brought before Yang Xun. Upon seeing Xing Daorong, Yang Xun's expression darkened further. He had felt a twinge of guilt for having beaten Xing Daorong and Pan Feng indiscriminately, believing past grievances should not affect the present. But now it seemed Xing Daorong's punishment was well-deserved. Xing Daorong knelt, weeping bitterly. "My lord, I have wronged you." He confessed everything in detail. After being demoted, he and Pan Feng were sent to live in the servants' quarters. Xing Daorong, disgusted by the cockroaches in the latrine, decided to burn them, accidentally spilling too much oil and setting the outhouse ablaze. With the dry climate, the fire quickly spread. Yang Xun shook his head, silently cursing. "System, you've really done me in this time. Just giving me Jiao Chan is hardly enough compensation." Xing Daorong remained on the ground, sobbing, while Pan Feng stood by, his face ashen, worried he might be punished again for something he hadn't done. Just then, Yang Xun spoke up. "Pan Feng, go to the Shiliang Iron Cavalry camp and report to Huaxiong. From now on, you will follow his orders." Pan Feng was momentarily stunned, wondering if he had heard correctly, as happiness came so unexpectedly. Regaining his senses, he quickly expressed his gratitude. "I will follow your orders. Thank you, my lord." His face beamed with joy. Yang Xun thought to himself, keeping these two around was a mistake. Although Pan Feng was cut down by Huaxiong in a past life, as Han Fu's top general, he must have some skills. Better to send him to Huaxiong's command and spare himself the headache. Seeing Pan Feng sent to the military camp, Xing Daorong panicked, momentarily forgetting the fire incident, and quickly asked, "My lord, what about me?" Yang Xun glared at him coldly and barked, "Guards, drag this fool out and give him another beating." Xing Daorong's face turned ashen, drained of any hope. Half an hour later, Xing Daorong, beaten half to death, was dragged back before Yang Xun, his body bruised and battered, a pitiful sight. Xing Daorong felt unsatisfied, believing his talents were being wasted. Kneeling before Yang Xun, he earnestly pleaded, "My lord, my loyalty to you is as clear as day. I beg you to grant me a troop, and I will surely conquer territories for you." Yang Xun glanced at him with a slight smile. "Forget about leading troops. I have other plans for your abilities. From now on, you'll serve as a guard by my side." He then turned to Xuanwu. "Xuanwu, he will be under your command." Xuanwu understood immediately and bowed. "Rest assured, my lord, I will keep a close watch on him." Although Xing Daorong was disappointed, he forced a smile. "Thank you, my lord." It wasn't what he had hoped for, but at least he could wield a sword, which was better than being a lowly servant. He consoled himself, believing this was a test from Yang Xun, and that one day he would be made a general. Yang Xun watched Xing Daorong's departing figure thoughtfully, considering that with the right approach, Xing Daorong's skills and personality might yield unexpected results. Then, Yang Xun turned his attention to the servants kneeling nearby. He said sternly, "This matter is not entirely your fault, but there was negligence. You will be spared the death penalty, but not punishment. All of you will forfeit half a year's wages. Stand up." The servants received a monthly wage, and having recently been paid, they wouldn't starve without income for 6 months, although life would be tighter. The punishment was mild, but enough to serve as a lesson. "Thank you, my lord." The servants were relieved, some even moved to tears, bowing repeatedly. Had it been another master, they might have faced death. Compared to their lives, losing half a year's wages was insignificant. Kai Wenji remarked to the side, "The Lord is merciful indeed." Jiao Chan nodded in agreement. Yes, if it were another master, these people would likely have been executed. Narain silently watched Yang Xun's back, her brow furrowed. She pondered, if Yang Xun were a good person, his ruthlessness in battle spoke otherwise. The 5 nations north of Liaozhou were testament to that. Even the Xiangnu referred to him as a demon. Yet, if he were evil, he implemented policies benefiting the people, earning their gratitude. He never mistreated servants, and even allowed women to dine at the table. "Yang Xun, what kind of person are you really?" Lost in thought, Narain was startled when Yang Xun suddenly turned around. He looked at the 3 women, their faces as black as charcoal, and couldn't help but smile. In another life, such a trio would surely go viral in a short video, and he even thought of a name for them: Black Roses. Yang Xun looked directly at Narain and said, Narain, you've been living here for over a month now. The estate doesn't support idlers. From today, you'll be my maid, just like Wenji and the others. Caught off guard, Narain was momentarily stunned. Though a princess, she understood her current situation. With the Xiangnu under Yang Xun's control, what was she but a hostage? Becoming a maid was already a favor. Becoming a slave would be her destiny. Narain bit her lip, a trace of grievance in her eyes. After a pause, she managed to ask, "Do I have to warm your bed as a maid? Do your maids need to warm your bed as well?" Narain's words hit Yang Xun like a sledgehammer, nearly knocking him over. Just as he was about to respond, Li Pingyan's voice suddenly interrupted the awkward moment. Holy crap, what happened here? Was the prince's mansion attacked? Li Pingyan, who had just returned from a brothel, stared wide-eyed at the dilapidated state of the mansion. At that moment, Li Pingyan's gaze fell on the three dark-skinned women behind Yang Xun. A mischievous grin spread across his face. "Son, no wonder you didn't want to come to the brothel with me. Your tastes have changed, and now you fancy Kunlun slaves." Yang Xun was at a loss for words. The three women felt both embarrassed and angry, especially Narain, who shot Li Pingyan a fierce glare. Being mistaken for Kunlun slaves, did this young man have eyes? "You three should go freshen up first, then come back for dinner," Yang Xun quickly said to soothe the women's displeasure. After they left, he turned around and smacked Li Pingyan on the head and kicked him hard in the rear. "Where the hell have you been? Disappearing all day? What nonsense about Kunlun slaves? Can't you see they've been smoked? Do you think my taste is that bad?" Yang Xun scolded. Li Pingyan, rubbing his head, gave a sheepish grin and explained, "I was just comforting some lost girls from Beiyin, haha. Let's go eat," Yang Xun said, resigning himself to dealing with this lecherous companion. He washed his face with water from a nearby bucket and gave Li Pingyan another kick before striding toward the main hall. Li Pingyan followed eagerly behind Yang Xun, still curious. "Son, are you sure those three aren't Kunlun slaves?" By now, the main hall was set with a sumptuous feast. Under Yang Xun's guidance, the mansion's chef had learned to make some simple home-cooked dishes that were nonetheless delicious and aromatic. Li Pingyan was practically drooling, but seeing that Yang Xun hadn't touched his chopsticks, he held back his appetite and sat, eyes darting over the dishes. Before long, Xue Rengui and Hua Xiong arrived side by side, with the petite Lu Zheng trailing behind. The three respectfully greeted Yang Xun. "Greetings, my lord. Have a seat. There's nothing urgent, just a meal together," Yang Xun said with a smile. Lu Zheng was taken aback and quickly declined. "Your Highness, we are unworthy to dine with you." Though Xue Rengui and Hua Xiong remained silent, their faces reflected the same apprehension. Yang Xun's expression turned serious, and he spoke firmly. "In my presence, there is no distinction of rank. This is a family meal, no need for formalities. When I say sit, you sit." The three exchanged glances, then cautiously took their seats, each sitting ramrod straight, clearly uncomfortable. At that moment, the three women, now refreshed, gracefully entered. "Greetings, my lord, Master Li, Lord Lu, General Xue, General Hua," they said, paying their respects to everyone. Lu Zheng and the others returned the gesture, while Li Pingyan was left in awe. Were there truly such beauties in the world? Compared to them, every woman he'd ever met seemed plain and ordinary. Especially when his gaze landed on Diao Chan, he could almost believe she was a celestial being descended to earth. "Son, who are these three ladies?" Li Pingyan eagerly asked. "They're the Kunlun slaves you mentioned," Yang Xun replied casually. "What? Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry for my rudeness earlier, please forgive me," Li Pingyan stammered, finally realizing his mistake, his face flushed with embarrassment and regret. When they heard the term sister-in-law, Diao Chan and Kai Wenji blushed, while Narain let out a cold snort and turned her head away. "Please don't call us that, my lord. We are just the prince's maidservants, low in status and not worthy of such a title," Diao Chan quickly said. Both she and Kai Wenji longed for a legitimate status, but they knew in their hearts that they were merely Yang Xun's maidservants. It was their fortune to be favored by him, and they dared not hope for anything more. Yang Xun noticed the disappointment in their eyes, but remained silent. Sometimes words are not enough. Actions are needed to express one's intentions. "It's all the same, Li Pingyan chuckled, then turned his attention back to the dishes on the table, not sparing the three women another glance. "Take a seat." Yang Xun gestured to the two empty seats beside him, and Kai Wenji and Diao Chan quickly sat down. At this point, Narain felt awkward because Yang Xun had not left a seat for her. Usually, when he was at the residence, she dined with him, so why was today different? However, Yang Xun soon cleared her confusion. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and serve more rice for the prince and the guests. Can't you see what's needed?" Narain finally realized her current status. She used to be a Xiangnu princess, but now she was just a maidservant by Yang Xun's side. Yet, why were Kai Wenji and Diao Chan allowed to dine with him while she wasn't? Was it simply because they were prettier? Though dissatisfied, she had no choice but to serve the rice obediently. "Treat this as your own home. Don't be shy, eat up," Yang Xun said, picking up a piece of twice-cooked pork and putting it in his mouth. Seeing him start eating, the others finally picked up their bowls and chopsticks. Many of the dishes were unfamiliar to them, so they followed Yang Xun's lead and tried the twice-cooked pork. The moment they tasted it, their eyes lit up. Delicious, truly delicious. They had never had such a tasty dish in their lives. Especially Xue Rengui, who quickly followed the flavor of the pork with 2 large mouthfuls of rice. Don't just eat one dish, try the others. Make sure you're full. If anyone goes back hungry, don't bother following me anymore, Yang Xun said with a friendly smile. Knowing Xue Rengui had a big appetite, each dish was served in large portions. Exactly, Brother Sun is generous, what are you afraid of? You can't possibly eat him out of house and home, Li Pingyan chimed in, already eating with no regard for his image, his mouth greasy. Hearing this, everyone laughed and gradually relaxed, devouring the dishes with gusto. Even Lu Zheng rolled up his sleeves and started eating fish-flavored shredded pork, shoveling rice into his mouth. Of course, Kai Wenji and Zhao Chan were exceptions. They delicately covered their mouths and ate slowly, occasionally serving food to Yang Xun. Seeing this, Yang Xun said, "If you two don't eat faster, there won't be anything left." The 2 women just gave him sweet smiles and continued to eat slowly and gracefully. Narain, watching everyone enjoy their meal, couldn't help but swallow, and her stomach growled. Yet, Yang Xun seemed oblivious, continuing to chat and laugh with the others, occasionally asking her to serve more rice or pour wine. The meal was a joyful one, and afterward, Li Pingyan left the residence humming a tune with a toothpick in his mouth, while Yang Xun called Lu Zheng and the other 2 to his study. In the main hall of the prince's residence, a hint of tension filled the air. Lu Zheng stood respectfully before Yang Xun and asked, "Your Highness, have you gathered us here regarding the journey to the capital?" Yang Xun nodded slightly, his gaze intense. "That's correct, Minister Lu. After I leave Beiyin, you will be in full charge of all affairs in Beiyin and Mabei. Liaozhou also requires your attention, as Su Ai is still young and lacks experience." He paused, then added, "Also, the prince's residence needs some renovation. The expenses can be drawn from Baiyin's treasury." Understanding the unspoken instructions, Lu Zheng took out a banknote from his sleeve and respectfully handed it to Yang Xun. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will do my utmost. This is 1 million guan, a small portion of Baiyin's recent earnings." Yang Xun accepted the note, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He examined the figures closely, calculating in his mind. This is equivalent to a quarter's tax revenue for Beiyin, and it's all liquid cash, redeemable at banks nationwide. Seeing this, Lu Zheng quickly explained, "Your Highness, recent gold mining and refined salt trade have greatly boosted Baiyin's economy. This money is just a tenth of the treasury reserves, and it rightfully belongs to you." Yang Xun nodded thoughtfully, carefully storing the banknote. He then turned to the potato planting plan. In 2 months, the first batch of potatoes should mature. Use them all as seeds and cultivate the area between Tianmen Pass and Tianling Mountain. Make good use of those 100,000 slaves. "I'm ready," Hua Xiong responded, dropping to one knee. Yang Xun gave a stern order, "Lead 50,000 Shiliang cavalry and 50,000 Qingzhou troops. Depart at dawn tomorrow. Travel through Huaizhou to the border of Chuzhou and await further instructions from me." Xue Rengui, "I'm ready. Lead 80,000 black armor troops and accompany me to the capital the day after tomorrow." Yang Xun surveyed the assembled generals, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He thought to himself, this is truly an all-out mobilization. The newly acquired 50,000 halberdiers have been sent to Tianlang Mountain, both to deter the Xiangnu and to prepare for future northward advances. However, a trace of doubt crossed Yang Xun's mind. It had been half a month, yet Jiang Wei had shown no movement in Xiangzhou, and the points from that region were growing only slightly. This left him wondering about the true state of the conflict in Xiangzhou. The 2 armies converged like a tidal wave, with hundreds of thousands of cavalry covering the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Wei had only managed to earn a mere 10 or 20,000 points, which seemed insignificant on the vast battlefield. Could it be that this war-godlike commander had finally met an insurmountable opponent? The shortcut for Beiyin to reach the capital passes through Xiangzhou, directly to Qianjing City, in Chongqing. If one wants to detour, they must either go around Luzhou to the west of Beiyin, or take a route through Huaizhou, and then detour through Chuzhou to head north. Unfortunately, Luzhou and Chuzhou are no longer under Yang Xun's control, making passage extremely difficult. Originally, Yang Xun hoped Jiang Wei would capture Xiangzhou before he reached the capital, but given the current situation, he must personally lead his troops to attack Xiangzhou from Beiyin, providing support for Jiang Wei. As Yang Xun was deep in thought, the voice of Qing Long came from outside the study. "Report, my lord, the Xiangnu prince requests an audience." Yang Xun frowned. Although the Xiangnu and Beiyin were temporarily at peace, the prince's visit was likely just a pretext to see his sister, Narain. Moreover, if he was to attack Xiangzhou, he needed to discuss military plans with Xue Rengui and had no time to meet with the Xiangnu prince. Not now? Tell him I'm not here and that he should leave promptly after meeting his sister, Yang Sun instructed. Though he didn't wish to see the prince, he couldn't bring himself to deny the siblings a brief reunion, and it would also reassure the old fox Bokal that his daughter was doing well in Beiyin. Meanwhile, in a secluded room of the palace, Narain, having just finished washing dishes, collapsed weakly onto the bed, massaging her sore arms. Her stomach growled, having not eaten a single bite yet. Is this really the life of a maid? It's too harsh. That damn Yang Sun. Narain pounded the bed in frustration, feeling wronged. Making me serve rice and wash dishes. I'm a princess of the Xiangnu. The bowls used in the palace were small, but that General Xue Rengui had an enormous appetite, and Narain spent the entire time refilling his bowl until her arms were limp with fatigue. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. Narain pouted as she opened it, only to find a familiar figure standing outside. Brother, why are you here? Narain's eyes sparkled with surprise and joy as she hurriedly welcomed him inside. It was none other than the Xiangnu prince, Cha Xiaowuan. Father sent me to Tianlang Mountain to trade cattle and sheep for salt and cloth, and I came to see you, Wuan said with a smile. Are you getting used to life in Beiyin? The Northern King hasn't treated you badly, has he? Don't worry, brother. Yang Sun hasn't done anything to me, and the living conditions here are fine. To avoid worrying her family, Narain chose to bury her grievances deep inside. Wuan nodded. That's good. Narain, don't worry, it won't be long before I convince father to rescue you. At these words, Narain's brow furrowed. Brother, do you and father really want to oppose Beiyin? Wuan's expression suddenly became serious, filled with indignation. It's not father and me, just me. Ever since the trade market was established at Tianlang Mountain, father has been obsessed with trading cattle and sheep for salt, tea, and cloth from Dakian, then reselling them to distant tribes for a profit. The tribesmen have become the same. All the warriors seem to have turned into merchants overnight, thinking only about making money. Isn't it good that with money, our people's lives will improve? Narain asked, puzzled. Good. Wuan suddenly became agitated. Narain, you don't understand. Why did Yang Sun seize Tianlang Mountain? Because there are 2 large gold mines there. 2 gold mines. Do you know how much money that is? Enough to feed all of Xiangnu for 100 years. Why did Beiyin set up a trade market? To blind us Xiangnu with immediate benefits, making us numb and complacent, and lay down our weapons. We Xiangnu have survived for generations through war and plunder. Without war, without plunder, are we still Xiangnu? As Wuan spoke, his voice rose unconsciously, unaware that outside the room, on the roof, several genie guards had silently drawn their swords, ready to strike at any moment. Wang's words sent a shiver through Narain, and she quickly got up to close the window, fearing someone might overhear. Wang, don't say such things, Narain urged in a hushed tone. The Xiangnu have lost too many people to war. Now that our people are fed and clothed, I think it's good enough. We shouldn't start another conflict. Yun frowned at her words, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Narain, have you also been beguiled by the Prince of Jinbei? He sneered. We were raised to ride and fight. Why should we trade cattle and sheep for things we could simply take? Our father's defeat brought shame to the Xiangnu, but I am different. One day, I will unite all the tribes of the plains, crush Beiyin, and seize their riches and women. Narain was alarmed and quickly interrupted. Wang, are you crazy? The palace is full of Yang Sun's men. If this gets out, the consequences will be dire. However, Yin was not one to heed advice. In his youthful arrogance, he had always stood out among the young generation of the tribe, yet he had never personally faced the formidable army of Dakian. To him, the centuries-long conflict between the Xiangnu and Beiyin had its ups and downs, and his father's submission was nothing but weakness, a disgrace to their ancestors. Besides visiting Narain, Yin also wanted to see Yang Sun, the man who had made his father bow down. However, Yang Sun refused to meet him, which Yin took as a slight against the Xiangnu, leaving him feeling deeply humiliated. I'm a proud man of the plains, what do I have to fear? Yin declared, standing tall. Even if Yang Sun were here, I would say it to his face. Let him try to kill me if he dares. Before he could finish, the door was suddenly kicked open. Xuanwu stormed in with 5 Jinui officers, their eyes like daggers fixed on Yun. How dare a mere vassal state speak so arrogantly and disrespect the prince? You have no sense of your place. Xuanwu barked, seize him. The Jinui moved swiftly, their blades flashing as they surrounded Yun. Narain, panicked, quickly stepped in front of Yun. Sir, my brother was merely confused for a moment. Please, show mercy. But Yun shoved Narain aside, sneering defiantly. You think you can take me down? Let's see if you have the skill. With that, he charged toward the Jinui. In the flurry of blades, Yin used his agility to evade 3 sharp swords and grab the wrists of 2 Jinui officers. But his triumph was short-lived as a heavy kick landed on his abdomen. As he doubled over in pain, a blade slashed across his back, staining his clothes with blood. Before he could react, a powerful punch struck his face, knocking out 2 teeth. 2 more kicks followed, sending him sprawling to the ground. As Yin struggled to get up, Two cold steel blades were already pressed against his neck. Yun lay on the ground, his face full of defiance, eyes bloodshot, and roared. What kind of skill is it to gang up on someone? If you have the guts, fight me unknown. His voice was hoarse, filled with resentment and anger. Upon hearing this, Xuanwu's lips curled into a cold smile, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. With your mediocre skills, you're not worthy of a duel with the Hall Master, he said, waving his hand with an icy tone. Take him to the dungeon and await the prince's orders. Just as the guards were about to seize him, Narain suddenly dropped to her knees at Xuanwu's feet. She clutched his pant leg tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Lord Xuanwu, no matter what, he is a prince of the Xiangnu. I beg you for my father's sake, spare him. Narain, stand up, don't beg him. Yin shouted. What does a man have to fear from death? Xuanwu's gaze was as sharp as a knife, coldly staring at Narain kneeling on the ground. The prince will decide how to deal with such an arrogant fool, he said, pausing, his voice even colder. And let me remind you, this is Beiyin, not Xiangnu. I don't care about your so-called princes and princesses, nor does the prince. Know your place. With that, Xuanwu abruptly pulled his leg away and strode off without a backward glance. Narain sat there dazed, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. What was supposed to be a joyous visit from her brother had turned into this. With Yang Xun's character, he would surely kill her brother. What was she to do? Her brother had always doted on her since they were young. She couldn't let him die in Beiyin. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mindies. She would plead with Yang Xun. With this resolve, Narain quickly wiped her tears and ran towards the study. Just outside the study, she saw Xuanwu stride inside. Moments later, mocking laughter echoed from within. Trample Beiyin? Haha, that's hilarious. Inside the study, Xue Rengui and Hua Xiong laughed heartily, their eyes full of disdain for the Xiangnu. Xue Rengui laughed so hard he nearly cried, thinking to himself. After Jiang Wei's victory over the Xiangnu, he boasted about it for ages. If the Xiangnu really harbored rebellious intentions this time, he'd be the first to request to fight. After all, having already conquered 5 nations, one more wouldn't matter. Hua Xiong clasped his hands, his voice booming. Prince, it seems the Xiangnu are itching for a fight. I volunteer to lead 50,000 Shiliang cavalry to capture the Xiangnu chieftain for you to enjoy with your wine. Xue Rengui's laughter abruptly stopped, and he glared at Hua Xiong, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this kid beat me to it. As if your Shiliang cavalry are the only ones capable? My armored cavalry are just as fierce. Prince, Xue Rengui quickly interjected. I volunteer to lead 80,000 armored troops to wipe out the Xiangnu in 7 days. Hearing this, Hua Xiong looked at Xue Rengui with a bitter expression. General Xue, you've already conquered 5 nations. Can't you leave some for me? Being new, he naturally wanted to make an impression on Yang Xun, but didn't expect Xue Rengui to compete with him. Scram, I have a big appetite, and the soup is mine too, Xue Rengui retorted irritably. Outside the door, Narain's heart pounded with fear. Xue Rengui, who had already conquered 5 nations, was a renowned general. Though she was meeting Hua Xiong for the first time, his imposing presence was undeniable. If Yang Xun did send troops against the Xiangnu, could they withstand these two? She sighed inwardly. Brother, you've brought ruin upon our Xiangnu. In the study, Yang Xun smiled slightly, ignoring Xue Rengui and Hua Xiong's words, and turned to Xuanwu instead. How many Xiangnu came with this Yun? My lord, Xuanwu replied truthfully. There are over 100, all camped in the woods outside the city. A glint of coldness flashed in Yang Xun's eyes. Leave one to report back, kill the rest, he said, then turned to Lu Zhong. Minister Lu, how much do you think I should demand from that old man Boker this time? Yang Xun was troubled about how to gain more benefits from the Xiangnu when Wu Yin's appearance became a godsend opportunity. The value of this Xiangnu prince could easily be worth 2 gold mines. Yang Xun squinted his eyes, pondering the current situation. According to the intelligence from the Jinhui, the Xiangnu people did not have much resistance to submitting to Deqian. Even Bo Kuer was busy trading with Deqian people at the Tianling Mountain Market, looking every bit like a merchant. This indicated that Bo Kuer had no immediate rebellious intentions, and what Wu Yin said to Narain was probably just his wishful thinking. However, if Wu Yin were to die in Beiyin, the situation would be entirely different. The Xiangnu and Beiyin would inevitably clash. Although Yang Xun was not afraid of the Xiangnu and could eliminate them if necessary, war would disrupt all existing plans. The millions of laborers and slaves on Tianling Mountain would also fall into chaos. Yang Xun's next main battlefield would be in the south, aiming to unify Deqian. Going to war with the Xiangnu over a reckless youth was not worth it. Exchanging Wu Yin for more benefits rather than killing him and delaying his advance to the capital was the sensible choice for anyone with a sound mind. Furthermore, there was a powerful empire north of the Xiangnu, more extensive than Deqian. If the Xiangnu were destroyed, Beiyin and the entire Deqian would face a threat from this empire, which was not a situation Yang Xun desired. Your Highness, Lu Zheng spoke, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. I believe Wuan is extremely arrogant, showing no fear of Baiyan's might. I haven't decided what the Xiangnu should offer for his ransom, but if they don't satisfy us, they can forget about seeing their prince again. Yang Xun smiled slightly, his gaze sharp. There are 2 more gold mines 50 kilometers north of Tianling Mountain and 30 kilometers northeast. You understand what I mean, right? Lu Zheng's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will personally negotiate with Bo Kuer. Yang Sun nodded and turned to Xuanwu. Tell the survivor to have Bo Kuer come to Beiyin to ransom his son personally. Understood. Xuanwu responded and left the study. Yang Sun then looked at Xue Rengui and Hua Xiong. Your marching plans remain unchanged. Additionally, order Gao Shun, Liao Hua, and Su Ai to have the Daijishur advance 20 li forward. 2,000 Xuanjia troops should move near Bo Kuer's tribe. Su Ai from Liaozhou deploy 20,000 Beiyin cavalry into Xiangnu territory. He chuckled coldly. If we want the Xiangnu to bleed, we must show our swords. After everyone departed, Yang Sun stepped out of the study, his gaze falling on Narain, who was kneeling outside. He had known she was there and deliberately let her hear the conversation. This was to convey a clear message to Narain. I am not attacking your Xiangnu because I lack the strength, but because I am merciful. Narain lifted her head, hope and fear mingling in her eyes. Will you really spare my brother? She had already resolved that as long as Yang Sun spared Wu In, she would agree to any of his demands. Yang Sun's expression was stern, his gaze sharp as a knife. As he spoke, the king of Ho Japan will soon enter the capital. When your father arrives, you should persuade him to keep that reckless youth in check. Do not attempt to oppose Northern Yen. If there's a next time, I won't be so forgiving. Before finishing his sentence, Yang Sun turned and walked away, leaving Narain stunned, kneeling in place, her eyes vacant as she watched his departing figure. Outside the city, in the woods, over 100 Xiangnu, clad in animal hides, sat around a blazing campfire, gnawing on the dried meat they had brought. The flickering firelight danced across their rugged faces. Lachuo glanced at the darkening sky, his brows furrowing as he wondered. The prince went to visit the princess. Why hasn't he returned yet? A tribesman beside him grinned and casually replied. Perhaps the siblings haven't seen each other for so long. They have a lot to talk about. Hearing this, Lachuo's frown deepened. He was secretly worried the prince had gone to the northern frontier king's residence, and he feared what disrespectful words this ancestor might utter to Yang Sun. As Burkert's most loyal general, Lachuo knew Yun well. This prince was not one to stay out of trouble. Ever since the Xiangnu submitted to Northern Yen, he had been clamoring to go to war with them, showing disdain for the trade markets established by Northern Yen, and had been punished by Burkert many times for it. Latu recalled the reason for this trip. If not for Burkert's insistence that Yun accompany the trade caravan to witness the prosperity of Northern Yen and visit the princess, Yun would never have left the tribe. In fact, the trade market established by Northern Yen was indeed beneficial. Burkert's tribe was not far from Tianling Mountain, allowing them to exchange cattle and furs for many things unavailable on the grasslands, and they could sell these goods to remote tribes for a profit. Lada calculated in his mind that in less than a month, he had already earned dozens of strings of cash, something he had never dared to imagine before. Making money was so straightforward. Why risk life and limb in war and plunder? Even Burkert was focused on making money, using the profits to buy people from other tribal leaders to strengthen his own tribe. What Burkert planned to do with a stronger tribe, Lada did not know, but for now, Burkert certainly had no intention of opposing Northern Yen. Of course, Lada was keen to hold tight to Northern Yen's support. He had already decided that once he earned enough money, he would buy a house in Northern Yen and move there with his wife and children. He had had enough of the desolate, bitterly cold grasslands. As Latu was lost in his hopeful reverie, the sudden sound of galloping hooves shattered his thoughts. Then, a furious shout pierced the night sky. General Xing Dao Rong of Northern Yen is here. You barbarians, prepare to die. Lada jerked his head up to see a rotund man in brocade robes, wielding a gleaming pear-blossom battle axe, charging towards them on a tall horse. It was Xing Dao Rong, who had been assigned to the brocade guards by Yang Xun after being handed over to Xuanwu. Xing Dao Rong had just learned that Xuanwu planned to attack a group of Xiangnu outside the city, and he was eager not to miss such an opportunity. He immediately volunteered for the mission. Though Xuanwu hesitated, he eventually entrusted Xing Dao Rong with 150 men and the task. Now, Xing Dao Rong raised his pear-blossom battle axe high, his eyes filled with determination. He couldn't afford to miss this rare chance to prove himself. Latu was stunned, his mind a blank. What was happening? They were just resting here. Who had they provoked? Ever since Northern Yen established the trade markets, Xiangnu could enter Northern Yen's territory after inspection. It wasn't unusual for trade caravans to come to Northern Yen City for better goods, so why was this cavalry attacking them? But before Lada could think further, Xing Dao Rong had already decapitated a Xiangnu with a single axe blow. Blood and the severed head flew into the air simultaneously, plunging the scene into chaos. The Xiangnu, unarmed, quickly scattered in panic as the brocade guards attacked. Is this for real? Lada's eyes widened. Though he was battle-hardened, he wasn't overly panicked. As Xing Dao Rong charged towards him, Lada gritted his teeth, steeling himself. He swiftly knelt to the ground, shouting loudly, "Officer, I surrender, don't kill me." Outside the dungeon of the Northern Frontier Prince's residence, Yang Xun emerged from the dark, damp cell, squinting slightly as the sunlight hit his eyes. Inside, Wen had been tortured beyond recognition by the Xiangnu, with two sharp iron hooks mercilessly piercing through his shoulder blades, and chains securely binding him to the cold wall. Yang Xun turned to Qinglong beside him, a cold glint in his eyes. Once Burkle comes to ransom Wen back to the tribe, you know what to do, right? Qinglong respectfully bowed, his voice low and firm. Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure that this Xiangnu prince disappears from this world forever. Yang Xun recalled Narain's hopeful words when he left the study earlier. Are you really not going to kill my brother? He hadn't answered, as he never intended to spare Wen. A warlike Xiangnu prince was always a potential threat to Northern Yan. Wen had taunted him, daring him to kill him if he had the guts. Yang Xun sneered, deciding to grant his wish. However, he wouldn't act within Northern Yan's borders. He would wait until Burkle ransomed Wen back to the tribe before making his move. I want the ransom, and I'll tear the ticket too. Yang Xun's eyes gleamed with cunning. As long as Wen doesn't die in Northern Yan, the Xiangnu won't dare to go to war with us. Even if Burkle suspects something, he'll have to hold back. He paused, then added, make it clean, and if you can frame another tribe for it, even better. Stirring up internal strife among the Xiangnu would be ideal. Qinglong nodded slightly. I understand. He then called over a commander and whispered a few instructions. Just then, Xuanwu approached Yang Xun, bowing as he reported, my lord, all the Xiangnu outside the city have been eliminated, except for one left alive to deliver a message. Was Xing Daorong leading the operation? Yang Xun raised an eyebrow. Yes, Xuanwu replied succinctly. Yang Xun quietly assessed Xing Daorong, boastful and eager to show off, but diligent in his work because of it. Though lacking in skill and intelligence, Yang Xun had already figured out how to make use of this pig brain. Meanwhile, in the woods outside the city, Lachuo surveyed the scattered corpses around him and sighed helplessly. Xing Daorong had already left with the Xiangnu, leaving him as the lucky survivor. Damn it. Good thing I'm clever, or I'd be dead because of that Wen kid. Lachuo cursed as he searched the bodies for valuables. Causing trouble at the Northern Frontier Prince's place. That's like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. He initially thought Wen was just brave and impulsive, but now he realized he was truly foolish. Lachuo calculated in his mind. If Burkle finds out the kid's been captured, he'll definitely come to ransom him. With 40-something wives, that old guy won't live long, and this kid's bound to inherit the Chonyu position sooner or later. Damn, I need to make money fast, leave the tribe, and stop following those two. I'll lose my life sooner or later. Talking to himself, Lachuo quickly scavenged for valuables. Soon, he abandoned the bulky luggage and goods, darting away into the dense forest with his newfound wealth. 2 days flew by. Just yesterday, Hua Xiong had already led 50,000 Shiliang cavalry and 50,000 Qingzhou soldiers to the border of Chuzhou. That morning, Yang Xun awoke from his slumber, surprised to find an additional 150,000 points in his system, bringing his total to 450,000 points. He immediately understood that Jiang Wei must have achieved remarkable results. Even if the Princess of Xiang could muster a force of 200,000, Jiang Wei wiped out 150,000 in one night. Isn't Xiangzhou practically in our pocket? Yang Xun was in high spirits, inwardly praising. Jiang Wei truly didn't disappoint me. At that moment, Diao Chan, lying beside him, opened her sleepy eyes and softly asked, what has made the prince so happy? Yang Xun chuckled lazily. Get up and wash up quickly, we're heading to the capital. Diao Chan awoke with a start, suddenly remembering that today was the big day they were to set off for the capital. She hurriedly got up and efficiently helped Yang Xun wash and dress, her movements tinged with nervousness and anticipation. Half an hour later, Yang Xun found Li Pingyan at Wangshan Tower. Soon, a grand procession slowly departed from Beiyin City. Xue Rengui's 80,000 strong army of black-armored soldiers led the way, their iron armor glinting impressively. Yang Xun followed leisurely behind, with 5,000 elite guards closely accompanying him, taking on the responsibility of protection. Yang Xun chose a route from Beiyin to Xiangzhou, and then on to Tianjing. Along the way, the official roads were dotted with refugees fleeing famine. Upon seeing Yang Xun's procession, they stepped aside, their eyes vacant and faces numb. Since the rebellion of the king of Pingnan, refugees had been continuously moving northward. Recently, rumors had spread that life was better in Beiyin, leading many refugees to flood into the Huai prefecture of Beiyin. Yang Xun had already formulated a response to this. He had sent people to instruct Lu Zheng and Changsun Wuji to direct the refugees to the sparsely populated Liao Prefecture, where they were given land to settle. Although past rulers considered the black soil of Liao Prefecture to be cold and barren, if fully cultivated, it could greatly increase the grain reserves of Great Qian. These refugees were the ideal candidates for cultivating the land. As they got closer to Xiangzhou, the number of refugees increased. Jiang Wei was attacking Xiangzhou, and many refugees were fleeing from there. Upon seeing Yang Xun's large entourage, the refugees avoided the main road, moving in groups to the grassy areas beside it. At that moment, a young voice broke the silence of the procession. Madam, madam, you dropped your purse. Everyone turned to see a girl of about 11 or 12 picking up a purse from the grass and running after a plump middle-aged woman. The girl was dressed in shabby linen, her face dirty but her eyes clear and bright. The middle-aged woman turned around in surprise, and upon seeing her purse, her face lit up with joy. Oh my, I must be getting forgetful. She took a coin from the purse and pressed it into the girl's hand. Thank you, young lady. I can't take it, ma'am. The girl tried to refuse. Take it. Buy yourself a couple of buns, the woman said, ruffling the girl's hair with a smile. Thank you, ma'am. The girl bowed deeply, then skipped over to an elderly man with gray hair, excitedly announcing. Grandpa, look, a coin. When we get to the city, I'll buy you a bun. Good, good. Xiangnu is such a good girl, the old man said, smiling as he patted the girl's head, full of gratitude. Li Pingyan, witnessing this scene, shook his head. That little girl is foolish. There were at least 7 or 8 coins in that purse. If it were me, I'd have kept it. Qinglong, however, admired her. That young girl may be poor, but she has integrity. What's the point of integrity when you can't even afford food? Li Pingyan shook his head again. Yang Xun nodded, acknowledging that Li Pingyan had a point, but he also respected the girl's admirable qualities. Just then, a burly man suddenly rushed over to the girl and snatched the coin from her hand. What are you doing? Give me back my money. The girl cried, tears welling up and making her already dirty face look even more like a little cat. The old man tried to intervene but was kicked to the ground by the man. Get lost. The man roughly shoved the girl aside and pocketed the coin. Damn it, that brute. I'll cut him down. Li Pingyan, enraged by the scene, drew his sword and prepared to confront the man. That's the money I used to buy steamed buns for my grandpa. Give it back. Give it back. The little girl struggled to her feet and clung tightly to the man's coat, her voice trembling with tears. Her small frame appeared especially fragile next to the towering man. Stealing from a child? Have you no shame? A middle-aged woman glared angrily at the man, her voice sharp with reprimand. She was shaking with anger. That single coin was a reward she had given the girl for her honesty in returning a lost item, only to see it snatched away by this scoundrel. A flicker of malice crossed the man's eyes as he glared at the woman. What? You want to stick your nose where it doesn't belong? He sneered. Before he finished speaking, 2 young men with shifty eyes appeared behind him, eyeing the woman menacingly. The man's face was full of arrogance, showing no concern for the disdainful looks from the onlookers, nor did he care about the presence of Yang Xun and his men on the official road. In these chaotic times, encountering soldiers and officials was an everyday occurrence, and these distinguished figures had no time for such trivial matters. Faced with the threat, the middle-aged woman ultimately chose silence, reluctantly turning her head away. The man let out a smug laugh and then glared viciously at the little girl. Cry again, and I'll kill you, he threatened, raising a hand larger than the girl's head. Sensing the urgency, Li Pingyan could no longer hold back and was about to urge his horse forward. Yang Xun also prepared to order the Xiangnu to take action. At that critical moment, a monk wrapped in white cloth suddenly appeared and grabbed the man's wrist. Ba, my friend, it's wrong to steal, so why would you also resort to violence? The monk's voice was calm yet firm. The man frowned and glared at the monk. Where did this bald monk come from, meddling in my business? Do you think you're the emperor? He tried to pull his hand back, but found it immovable. The monk smiled slightly. As a monk, I cannot ignore injustice when I see it. Damn it, I just took 1 coin from her, and now all these busybodies appear, the man shouted angrily, jabbing a finger at the monk's forehead. Get lost, or I'll beat you too. The monk shook his head in resignation, closing his eyes and pressing his palms together. Your anger is too great, my friend. Allow me to help you find peace. At these words, the man and the 2 young men behind him burst into laughter, as if watching a ridiculous spectacle. Ba, the monk suddenly opened his eyes, veins bulging in his arm, and delivered a powerful punch to the man's face. Caught off guard, the man fell to the ground, spitting out blood and broken teeth. How dare you hit me? Get him! The man shouted at the 2 young men, his mouth bloody and disfigured. The 2 young men roared and charged at the monk. At that moment, the monk pulled off the white cloth, revealing a muscular body covered in scars. A crude dragon tattoo snaked over his left shoulder, exuding a fierce aura. Upon seeing this, the 2 young men were terrified, turning to flee before even reaching him. Li Pingyan quickly gave chase on horseback, swiftly taking their lives with his blade. The monk, seemingly oblivious to the bloodshed, pressed his palms together again and calmly approached the man trembling on the ground. The man shook with fear, his face filled with terror, as he stammered, "Buddha, I have sinned." The monk looked down at the man, their eyes meeting. The man stood frozen, and suddenly, the monk slapped him hard across the face, swiftly retrieving the copper coin from his grasp. At that moment, a young voice cried out from behind, "Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" The monk turned to see a little girl crouched beside an old man, shaking him desperately. The old man lay quietly on the grass, his face pale, with a large blood-stained rock beside his head. Yang Xun watched coldly, his anger simmering. "A life has been lost. Killing that man is the only way to quell my rage. Qinglong, you know what to do." As Qinglong stepped forward, the monk suddenly shouted, "You deserve to die." His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he swiftly turned, striking the man on the head with his palm. The man let out a muffled groan, blood streaming from his orifices, and died instantly. The monk then approached the little girl, gently stroked her head, and placed the copper coin in her hand. "Child, your grandfather has gone to the Western Paradise. Look ahead and do not cry anymore." Tears welled in the girl's eyes as she choked out, "Why? Qing'er has already lost her father and mother, and now even grandfather has left her." With that, she threw herself into the monk's arms, sobbing loudly. The monk's expression was complex as he allowed the girl to cry, silently reciting sutras to ease the departed soul. Seeing this, Yang Sun shook his head in resignation. Another pitiful soul. It's a shame that man died so quickly. He got off too easily. When the monk opened his eyes, he noticed Yang Sun and his entourage on the nearby road. He picked up the now asleep little girl and walked towards Yang Sun. "Stop. You are in the presence of the prince. Show respect." Qinglong and Xuanwu quickly stepped forward to block the monk. As guards of the Jinyui, they were well aware of the monk's formidable skills and didn't dare to be careless. The monk bowed respectfully. "So it is Prince Shinbei. This humble monk, Pufa, greets your highness." Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "The prince is here. Kneel quickly." Instantly, thousands of people kneeled in unison. Yang Sun rode forward and spoke loudly, "I am merely passing through. There's no need for such formalities. Please, everyone stand up." He then called over Xing Daorong and instructed, "Go and reassure the people. Tell them to head to Beiyin City or Liaozhou City, where arrangements for shelter and food will be made." Xing Daorong obeyed, enthusiastically conveying the prince's instructions to the people, his words flying. The surrounding crowd listened in awe, frequently praising Yang Sun's benevolence. Yang Sun turned to Pufa, hesitating before finally asking, "Do you have a matter to discuss?" He almost addressed him as master. But looking at Pufa's muscular physique, he found it hard to believe he was a monk devoted to a life of meditation. Pufa earnestly replied, "Your Highness, this girl is truly pitiful. If left unattended, she may not survive. I wander the world alone and cannot keep her by my side. Your Highness is wealthy and compassionate. I implore you to take her in." Yang Sun frowned as he gazed at the scene before him, weighing in his mind whether he should take in this poor little girl. Just as he hesitated, Monk Pufa urgently added, "Your Highness, I've calculated that this girl has an extraordinary fate and will become a great asset to you in the future. I implore you, show mercy and take her in." With that, Pufa knelt down, holding the girl, and bowed his head to the ground. Yang Sun's brow relaxed as a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. An asset? This frail little girl. He scrutinized the girl, and seeing the sincerity in Pufa's expression, decided to give it a try. "All right, I shall see how she might aid me in the future. Qinglong, take her to the carriage with Jiao Chan and the others." "Yes, my lord." Qinglong stepped forward, carefully picked up the girl, and walked towards the carriage. Yang Sun then instructed, "Xuanwu, arrange for someone to bury the old man." "Understood." Xuanwu responded with a respectful bow. Monk Pufa, with his hands pressed together in gratitude, said, "Your Highness, there's no need to trouble you with the old man's burial. I will see to it myself. Your benevolence is as clear as the sun and moon. May you be blessed with peace and prosperity. Amitba." With that, he bowed deeply to Yang Sun, picked up the white cloth from the ground, wrapped it around himself, and carried the old man away. Yang Sun watched Pufa's retreating figure with a slight smile. What an interesting monk, he mused. At that moment, Li Pingyan came running over, clutching a small booklet like an overly excited child. "Brother Sun, guess what I found on those two ruffians?" "Hey, where did that monk go?" Yang Sun glanced at the booklet in Li Pingyan's hand with some distaste. "He's gone. What's that you've got?" The booklet was made of high-quality paper, its cover stained with suspicious yellow marks. Li Pingyan grinned mysteriously. "This is a real treasure. I've never seen this version even in Liaozhou." He looked around and spotted a nearby grove, his eyes lighting up. "Brother Sun, you guys go ahead. I need to take care of something. Just 3 minutes, won't be long." With that, he rode into the grove. Yang Sun shook his head in resignation and ordered the group to continue moving forward. Inside the carriage, Jiao Chan and Kai Wenji were gently wiping the dirt from the little girl's face. Suddenly, the girl's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. She looked blankly at the two unfamiliar women in front of her and instinctively asked, "Where am I? Where's my grandpa?" Then, as if remembering something, her large eyes filled with sadness and loneliness. Jiao Chan and Kai Wenji exchanged a glance and sighed softly. Kai Wenji spoke gently. "Don't be afraid, little sister. The prince has taken you in. From now on, you belong to the Northern Frontier Prince's household. We are all the prince's attendants, and you will stay with us." "The prince? Is he the Northern Frontier Prince?" the little girl asked, blinking her big eyes. "Grandpa said the Northern Frontier Prince is a good person. Once we reach Beiyin, we won't go hungry, and no one will bully us." Jiao Chan smiled and replied, "Your grandpa was right. The prince is the kindest man in the world. You'll never go hungry again, and no one will dare to bully you." "Really? No one will bully me." The little girl looked at Jiao Chan and then at Kai Wenji, as if making some resolve, clenching her small hand into a fist. Meanwhile, Monk Pufa, carrying the old man's body, had walked far away. He suddenly stopped, turned back to look in the direction where Yang Xun and his people had left, his gaze deep and complex. The Northern King eradicated foreign tribes, expanded the territory, and took in refugees, distributing land to them. His achievements were recorded in history. A young monk thought to himself, if such a virtuous ruler were to become emperor, the people would surely live in peace and prosperity. Recalling his master's teachings, he resolved to work for the welfare of the people. "Perhaps I should first try to enlighten the Southern King," the monk decided, setting out on a journey to assist the Northern King. 5 days later, the army had entered the territory of Xiangnu. News of Jiang Wei's victories had already arrived. All 5 counties and 74 districts of Xiangnu had been captured, and the 120,000 strong army had completed their redeployment. The original Xiangnu forces were scattered and reassigned to Beiyin, Liaozhou, and Huaizhou, bringing the entire Xiangnu under Yang Xun's control. A system notification sounded in Yang Xun's mind, announcing that he had received a territory reward of 30,000 points. At this moment, his system points were approaching the 500,000 mark. After replenishing the Qingzhou army under Jiang Wei's command, Yang Xun still had 450,000 points at his disposal. This substantial amount was enough to instantly summon an army of 200,000, serving as his final trump card for entering the capital. When Yang Xun and his entourage arrived in Xiangzhou City, Jiang Wei and his 100,000 Qingzhou troops had been waiting for some time. As he stepped into Xiang Palace, Yang Xun was stunned by the sight before him. The courtyard was filled with gold and jewels, and a line of women bound together, resembling pearls, extended before him. Jiang Wei was inventorying the palace's assets, and eagerly approached Yang Xun upon seeing him, excitedly reporting, "My lord, Jiang Wei has not failed your expectations. Xiangzhou is now ours." Yang Xun smiled. "Wei, this was a splendid victory. Once we reach the capital, there will be generous rewards." Though unaware of the details, Yang Xun speculated that the reason for Xiangzhou's overnight collapse was likely due to the Xiang King's consort falling for Jiang Wei's scheme. Jiang Wei expressed his gratitude once more and, with a hint of pride, moved over to the women, introducing them. "My lord, these are the Xiang King's women, including his consorts, concubines, and daughters. Except for the consort who has been executed, the rest are here. Each one is a rare beauty, specially left for you." Yang Xun was inwardly shocked. "Did Jiang Wei see me as such a person? I asked you to seize territory, and you bring me women instead?" He scrutinized the women at the front, who were around 40 years old. While they retained some charm, they were a bit too old for Yang Xun's taste. Feigning seriousness, Yang Xun said, "Do you think my taste is that poor? Keep the young ones, send the older ones to Tianling Mountain to dig potatoes." Jiang Wei chuckled, thinking to himself, "I know the Lord well. He has a preference for this sort of thing. You, Xue Rengui, may have conquered 5 nations, but you don't know how to capture beautiful women to please the Lord. On this point, how can you compete with me?" "Guards," Jiang Wei ordered loudly. "Take these older ones away and send the young ones to the Lord's quarters tonight." Just then, Li Pingyan suddenly jumped out, grabbing Yang Xun's arm with a look of dismay. "Brother Sun, don't. You don't know what it's like to be starving. I like these older ones. Give them to me. Oh, and that old woman sweeping over there, I want her too." He exaggeratedly licked his lips, eyes glimmering with greed. The sweeping maid suddenly heard these words, and her face flushed red with embarrassment as her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She turned her head in shock towards the source of the voice, initially thinking she had misheard, only to meet Li Pingyan's predatory gaze. His eyes seemed to want to devour her whole, sending a chill down her spine. She secretly felt fortunate that when Jiang Wei invaded the Xiang prince's mansion, he didn't trouble her. Yet, she never expected this disaster to strike now. Li Pingyan's peculiar taste even surprised Jiang Wei, who clasped his hands and said, "This young master's taste is indeed unique. I must commend him." Li Pingyan chuckled without reservation and said, Of course, we're all friends here, so I don't mind telling you. The older the onion, the better the flavor. Yang Sun felt speechless upon hearing this. As a member of the royal family and the descendant of a general, how could Li Pingyan have such a peculiar hobby? But seeing Li Pingyan's eager eyes, Yang Sun couldn't bring himself to refuse and reluctantly said, "All right, if you like her, you can take her." "Yay, long live brother Sun." Li Pingyan cheered, pointing at the women in the crowd and ordering his guards, "Go, leave the young ones for the prince, and send all the others to my room. Don't forget that maid." Soon, Li Pingyan left with his people, satisfied. Seeing this, Jiang Wei quickly approached Yang Sun and whispered, "Your Highness, please go and rest first. I'll send the girls over shortly." Yang Sun blushed, coughed lightly, and left with his hands behind his back, leaving only a remark, "You handle it." Watching Yang Sun's departing figure, Jiang Wei felt secretly delighted, taking it as a tacit approval. He thought to himself, "If I satisfy the prince this time, the next time we seize territory, it will surely be me leading the troops. Old Xue, we may be equals on the battlefield, but when it comes to pleasing the prince, I'm way ahead." Jiang Wei had learned to gauge Yang Sun's thoughts and had become more tactful. He sighed, unsure why he had changed. Although he knew Yang Sun was a wise ruler who wouldn't favor him for his tact or distance himself for his straightforwardness, he couldn't help but try to please Yang Sun. Military achievements are important, but pleasing the master is equally crucial. This lesson, learned from past mistakes, was etched deeply in his mind. Just then, Xuanwu approached, rubbing his hands with a somewhat sleazy smile, and asked, General Jiang, are there more maids like that in the prince's mansion?" Scene shifts to the Imperial study in Xianjing City. Li Miaoyin sat gracefully at the desk, with a letter from Huai Prefecture laid out before her. She looked up at the two elderly gentlemen respectfully bowing their heads opposite her, the newly appointed Prime Minister Luo Yongji and Minister of War Xue Bowen, and slowly said, "Currently, the entire Huai Prefecture is under Yang Sun's control. According to the spies' reports, Yang Sun only brought 80,000 Xuanjia troops to the capital this time. What are your thoughts on this?" Xue Bowen stepped forward, his expression grave, as he reported to the emperor. His voice was low yet clear, resonating through the court. "Your Majesty, Yang Sun's entry into Xiangnu is indeed to rendezvous with his general Jiang Wei. From what I know, Jiang Wei commands a force of 100,000 troops from Qingzhou and 120,000 from Huaizhou. The Huaizhou troops have been dispersed across Xiangnu, but those 100,000 from Qingzhou will surely accompany Yang Sun to the capital. Added to the 80,000 Xuanjia troops Yang Sun has brought from Beiyin, the total forces amount to an impressive 180,000. Xue Bowen paused, then continued. "Furthermore, reports from our spies indicate another army of about 100,000, including several thousand cavalry, is advancing from Beiyin through Huaizhou towards Chuzhou. I believe their target is to attack Chuzhou. They might station themselves at the junction of Xiang, Huai, and Chu, merely 200 miles from Qianjing. Should Yang Sun give the order, those cavalry could reach us by nightfall. This suggests that Yang Sun's total forces for this campaign could exceed 200,000. His tone growing more urgent, Xue Bowen added, "In just 2 months, this man has seized Huaizhou and Liaozhou, and now Xiangzhou. His territory already surpasses that of King Pingnan. Now, with his sights set on Chuzhou, his ambition is clear. If we allow him entry to the capital, the entire Chenzhou could fall into his hands. I plead with your Majesty to rescind your command and order Yang Sun back to Beiyin, lest we invite disaster." Finishing his report, Xue Bowen wore a bitter expression, realizing he stood isolated in his opposition. As Minister of War, he prided himself on his strategic prowess, yet he couldn't ignore Yang Sun's gradual encroachment on imperial lands. Inwardly, Xue Bowen pondered. Yang Sun's capture of Liaozhou could be justified as defense against foreign threats, and taking Xiang and Huai could be seen as quelling rebels. But what excuse does he have for advancing into Chuzhou? Even if Yang Sun hasn't openly rebelled, as a prince, expanding his territory without imperial consent is akin to treason. As soon as he finished speaking, Chancellor Luo Yongji immediately stood up, sharply refuting, "What utter nonsense!" With a stern face and firm voice, Luo Yongji argued, "The situation in Wuzhou is dire, with the eastern Wu kings suffering defeat after defeat, and the marquis of Tingyang lacking supplies. A retreat is inevitable. If Wuzhou falls, Chizhou won't hold for long. Then, King Pingnan's 500,000 troops could march straight to Qianjing's gates. While Yang Sun is indeed expanding his territory, he remains our northern guardian king, and those lands still belong to our dynasty. If we don't allow him to enter the capital to defend it, how will we resist when King Pingnan arrives?" Unyielding, Xue Bowen countered. "Then let Yang Sun lead his troops to the Wuzhou front and fight King Pingnan heathen. Surely that's better than letting him into the capital." Luo Yongji scoffed, replying, "Yang Sun may not harbor rebellious intentions, but he's no fool. The entire southern region of Qianjing is rife with bandits, making it nearly impossible for the court to supply Wuzhou. You can't expect a horse to run without feeding it. How can Yang Xun wage war in Wuzhou without supplies? His entry to the capital ensures at least the safety of the capital and the preservation of our dynasty's legacy. Privately, Luo Yongji calculated. He could see Yang Xun's ambition, but with an empty treasury and insufficient troops, the dynasty could not withstand King Pingnan. Even the Marquis of Tingyang had repeatedly requested permission to retreat, and the Eastern Wu King was continuously losing ground. King Pingnan's forces would inevitably reach the capital. Yang Xun's presence in the capital would at least bolster its defenses. With Yang Xun's current strength, King Pingnan would find it nearly impossible to capture the capital and the northern regions. Even if much of the dynasty fell into King Pingnan's hands, the north would remain, providing a chance for resurgence. Xue Bowen, relentless, asked once more. But what if Yang Xun stages a rebellion in the capital? Hearing this, Luo Yongji's face turned ashen. He glared at Xue Bowen, wishing he could slap this reckless man who dared to ask such a sensitive question in front of the Empress. Was Xue Bowen being straightforward or just foolish? However, as Luo Yongji looked towards the Empress, he suddenly realized something. Although her face was expressionless, her eyes held an unfathomable glint. A chill ran down Luo Yongji's spine as he understood that the question had actually been prompted by the Empress herself. Both Luo Yongji and Xue Bowen were trusted ministers of the Empress, yet they represented completely different standpoints. Xue Bowen was firmly against Yang Xun entering the capital, fearing that this powerful general might usurp power and even overthrow the throne. Conversely, Luo Yongji supported Yang Xun's entry, believing it would strengthen the capital's defenses, allow Yang Xun to counterbalance the Prince of Pingnan, and give the Great Qian a chance to breathe. On the surface, both viewpoints seemed reasonable. But Luo Yongji was well aware that Xue Bowen was voicing the Empress's will, while he himself was echoing the sentiments of the civil and military officials and the common people. Clearly, the Empress sided with Xue Bowen because she, too, was concerned about the potential threat of Yang Xun's rebellion. Initially, the Empress had sought ways to have Yang Xun send troops to support the front lines. But as the war deteriorated and the capital became increasingly vulnerable, more officials pressured the Empress. Reluctantly, she agreed to a compromise, finding an excuse to summon Yang Xun to the capital with his troops. Deep down, she was extremely unwilling, but she had no choice. Being a woman on the throne was already a great defiance of tradition. Losing the support of her ministers would jeopardize her reign. Thankfully, she had the Minister of War, Xue Bowen, who considered matters from her perspective. Today's meeting with Xue Bowen and Luo Yongji was intended for Xue Bowen to persuade the head of the officials and to test whether the chancellor, whom she personally promoted, still remained loyal to her. Luo Yongji furrowed his brows, deep in thought. He was unsure of the motivations of others who supported Yang Xun's move to the capital, but his support was not only for the survival of the Great Qian, but also for the people and the greater good of the nation. Even if Yang Xun did rebel, it would be preferable to the Prince of Pingnan, who colluded with foreign tribes and slaughtered civilians. If Yang Xun rebelled, it would mean the fall of the royal family, the end of the Great Qian, and a change in dynasty. But at least the land would remain in the hands of the Han people. Although Yang Xun repeatedly defied the Empress's orders and harbored disloyal intentions, he was ruthless against foreign tribes. In this, Luo Yongji genuinely admired him. He firmly believed that Yang Xun would drive out the foreign tribes and restore Han rule over the land. Yang Xun rode on horseback, contemplating the impending power struggle. The capital, Xianjing City, was just 7 or 8 miles away, a journey that would take no more than half an hour. As he glanced over the electronic map in his system, he began strategizing on how to control the government. The madness of 5 days ago was still fresh in his mind. Jiang Wei had sent a young woman from the Huai Prince's residence to his room, and that night's escapade lingered in his memory. However, the continuous travel with little rest had left him somewhat fatigued, even with his robust physique. Beside him, Li Pingyan was in even worse shape, slumped over his horse with a face as pale as paper. His bloodshot eyes were shadowed by deep dark circles, as if he'd been severely beaten. Since leaving the Xiang Prince's residence, this former playboy, who once frequented brothels, had ceased his indulgences, only replying with a simple, "I quit," when questioned. "Jiang Wei, Xue Rengui," Yang Xun suddenly called out. "At your command." The two men rode forward energetically. Yang Xun ordered, "Jiang Wei, lead the 100,000 Qingzhou troops to camp 5 miles outside Qianjing City. Xue Rengui, take 80,000 black armor troops with me into the city. Stay alert and uphold the prestige of Northern Yan." "Yes, sir." The two generals responded in unison. "Qinglong," Yang Xun called again. "I am here. Any news from Zhuge?" Qinglong immediately reported. "Your Highness, Zhuge reports that the Empress herself is leading the civil and military officials of Qianjing City, along with the citizens, to welcome you. There are no movements from the Fenghuang Guard or Yulin Guard within the city." "Ah, the Yulin Guard. A bunch of useless loafers, what could they possibly do?" Yang Xun scoffed, then paused in curiosity. "Wait, what is the Fenghuang Guard? I've never heard of them before." Qinglong explained. The Fenghuang Guard is a new military unit formed by Li Miaoyin after she ascended the throne. It's composed entirely of young women and serves as her personal guard. Hearing this, Yang Xun couldn't help but smile. A personal guard made up of young women? Was she planning to use beauty to distract her enemies? A sly look crossed his eyes, and he instructed, Zhang Ergu, send a message. If Li Miaoyin wants to welcome me, she should come here herself. I'll be waiting right here for her. Outside the city of Qianjing, a young girl around the same age as Yang Xun stood on tiptoes, her eyes scanning the horizon intently. She wore a light purple dress, with a jade pendant swaying gently at her waist, and her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her delicate face was lightly powdered, adding to her youthful charm. Her large, bright eyes were filled with anticipation, as if she were searching for something. The maid beside her noticed and teased with a sly smile. Miss, are you eagerly waiting to see your future husband? Upon hearing this, the girl's face immediately flushed with a rosy hue, and she quickly retorted, What nonsense are you talking about? I haven't married anyone yet. The maid covered her mouth and giggled. Oh, it's happening soon. The entire household knows about the childhood betrothal between you and the Prince of the North. He's come to the capital to marry you, and even your father has rushed back from the front lines. Hearing this, the girl's cheeks turned even redder. She was Lan Xue, the daughter of Marquis Lan Yutu. She had already heard about this marriage from her father and the Empress. The people of Qianjing praised Prince Yang Xun as a hero who had defeated the Xiangnu and conquered 5 kingdoms. Born into a family of generals, Lan Xue was delighted to learn that her future husband was Yang Xun. The maid continued to chatter. I just wonder if the prince is handsome? Lan Xue immediately refuted. The Prince of the North has unparalleled achievements. How could he not be handsome? Despite her words, she couldn't help but feel a ripple of doubt. Having grown up in a military camp, she knew that many accomplished generals were often rugged and not particularly handsome. If Yang Xun turned out to be extremely unattractive, she might find it hard to accept the marriage despite admiring his feats. She involuntarily glanced at the gilded phoenix carriage nearby, thinking to herself, if I refuse to marry, the Empress might not let me off easily. As she was lost in thought, a scholarly-looking young man with handsome features squeezed through the crowd. Xue, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. He carefully took out a package from his chest. These are glutinous rice cakes my mother made. I kept them warm in my arms for you to try. The package contained sweet rice cakes emitting a tempting aroma. The young man looked at Lan Xue expectantly, but she didn't even glance at the cakes. Mr. Luo, I'm not hungry. Please put them away. It's improper in front of the Empress, Lan Xue said coldly. The young man chuckled. Don't worry, my father is the current prime minister. Even the Empress shows some respect. You can eat quietly. I'll cover for you so no one sees. Lan Xue gave him a sidelong glance, a hint of disdain in her eyes, and her tone turned even colder. I said I'm not hungry. Luo Tongji, if you're bored, read more books instead of hovering around me. Just as Luo Tongji was about to speak, the sound of horse hooves suddenly echoed from afar. They're here, someone shouted, and all eyes turned towards the distance. The sound of hooves grew louder, and only then did the crowd see a cavalry unit racing towards them from afar. Although there were only 100 riders, their presence was formidable. Clad in black robes and armor, with black war sabers at their waists, they rode black war horses that were strong and fit, kicking up clouds of dust as they galloped. The thundering hooves sounded like a storm, and the oppressive atmosphere felt like dark clouds looming over a city, sending a chill through the onlookers. Amidst the dust, a large banner with the character Yang stood proudly, exuding majesty and solemnity. As they approached the capital city of Qianjing, the speed of the horses gradually slowed. Finally, at a distance of several dozen meters from the Imperial carriage, the cavalry reined in their horses and came to a stop. It was then that the crowd realized the leader was a young servant in simple attire. Despite his plain clothes, he stood straight, head held high, and surveyed the Imperial carriage with disdainful eyes. The servant cleared his throat and loudly announced, The Northern Yan's king of Jinbei has arrived and requests the Empress to meet him at the White Dragon Pavilion, 7 li away. Before the Empress could respond, he turned his horse and led the elite riders away. This scene immediately caused an uproar. For the Empress to leave the city with officials and citizens to greet someone was already a tremendous honor. Yet the king of Jinbei demanded she go 7 li further to meet him. Some officials frowned, but dared not speak up, unwilling to offend either the Empress or the king of Jinbei. How outrageous! The Empress! Xue Bowen erupted in anger, only to be silenced and dragged away by Luo Yongji's men, who were prepared for this. Xue Bowen struggled fiercely, but could only let out muffled grunts. Ho Lantian, the Marquis of Tingyang, was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Luo Yongji, wondering why the prime minister was silencing the minister of war. Luo Yongji watched as Xue Bowen was taken into the city before turning to address Li Miaoyin in the imperial carriage respectfully. Empress, patience in small matters leads to greater strategy. Please depart at once. Inside the carriage, Li Miaoying bit her lip, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms. Yang Sun's actions were not only a challenge, but a blatant insult. Yet the civil and military officials remained silent, seemingly mocking her as the Empress. Her eyes filled with a fierce determination, she thought to herself, a monarch humiliated is a subject's death. Is this how you treat me? Seeing Li Miaoying remain silent, Luo Yongji urged again. Please, Empress, forbear and lead us to greet the king of Jinbei. Li Miaoying gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger, and said coldly, there's no need. Prepare a horse for me. I will go alone. Since you're not with me, what's the point of taking you along? At these words, a female general in red armor panicked and quickly stepped forward to dissuade her. Empress, you must not. If Yang Xun harbors disloyalty, going there would be like walking into a trap. My mind is made up. Li Miaoying interrupted sharply. Before the words had fully left her mouth, she stepped down from the carriage, dressed in her regal attire, a purple gold crown on her head. Ignoring the officials around her, she mounted a horse and rode away. The female general frowned, immediately mounting her horse to follow. Luo Yongji hesitated, then sighed in resignation. Yang Sun's forces were strong. Even if he knew this was a grave disrespect to the Empress, what could he do? Better to endure humiliation than to risk the kingdom's downfall. The citizens standing behind the officials were utterly confused, their faces blank. Weren't they supposed to welcome the king of Jinbei? Why did the Empress ride off? As Li Miaoying on horseback saw the female general catch up, she smiled slightly and said, I'm heading into potential danger. Why are you following? Aren't you afraid of dying? The female general also smiled. My life belongs to the Empress. If I must die, I'd rather die before you. Soon, Li Miaoying and the female general in red armor arrived at the White Dragon Pavilion. Despite the scorching sun, the pavilion was cool and pleasant, where Yang Xun was leisurely sipping tea. Li Miaoying was infuriated at the sight. She had waited all morning under the blazing sun and then rushed over on horseback, while Yang Xun was here enjoying himself. Who was the emperor here, after all? Seeing this, the female general in red armor looked angry and announced loudly, the Empress has arrived. Yang Xun, without lifting his head, casually replied, why the shouting? I'm not blind. Come over and have some tea. The female general was about to explode with anger, but a glance from Li Miaoying stopped her. Li Miaoying suppressed her anger, walked slowly into the pavilion, and sat opposite Yang Xun, staring at him intensely. She thought to herself, you little rascal, you've grown up, but still have that bad attitude. Go ahead, act arrogant. One day, I'll have you punished. At that moment, Yang Xun looked up, glanced over Li Miaoying, and showed an appreciative smile. So you're Li Miaoying? Not bad, not bad. You're quite pretty and bold to come here alone. Aren't you afraid I might kill you and make myself emperor? The female general in red armor was enraged and scolded. How dare you? A mere prince dares to speak so insolently to the Empress. How many lives do you think you have? Li Pinggan, standing nearby, immediately pointed at the female general and cursed. Damn it, you old hag. Who do you think you are to talk to my big brother like that? Believe it or not, I'll chop you down. Before he finished speaking, Qinglong, Xuanwu, and Xue Rengui had already drawn their swords, glaring at the female general. Seeing this, Yang Xun quickly intervened. What are you doing? We're civilized people. Let's not resort to violence over a disagreement. Put your weapons away. Then he turned to the female general and asked, sorry, who are you? The female general snorted coldly and replied proudly, I am the commander of the Phoenix Guard, responsible for leading 10,000 Phoenix Guard soldiers to protect the safety of the Imperial city. Upon hearing this, Yang Xun chuckled and said to Li Pinggan, look at her, such a big official with 10,000 soldiers under her command. That's impressive. But then his smile vanished, and his gaze turned icy. Guards, take her away and execute her. Qinglong and Xuanwu immediately stepped forward. The female general tried to resist, but was quickly subdued. Seeing her confidant about to be taken away, Li Miaoying could no longer remain silent. Stop. Yang Xun, if you have an issue, take it up with me. Let her go. Yang Xun raised an eyebrow and asked, are you ordering me? Li Miaoying's face flushed with anger as she gritted her teeth and said, I'm asking you. A smug smile appeared on Yang Xun's lips. That's right, know your place. Since the Empress has spoken, give her some face. 20 lashes and 100 slaps. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Qinglong and Xuanwu had already dragged the female general away. A member of the Jinyu stepped forward, holding a thick leather instrument for slapping, and began the punishment. Blood splattered, and screams filled the air. Witnessing this, Li Miaoying was furious and demanded, Yang Xun, don't go too far. It's one thing to repeatedly disobey imperial orders, but I even came here to meet you, as you demanded. Do you have any respect for me as the Empress? Your Yang family has been loyal and righteous for generations. How can you face your father with your actions? Do you have any sense of loyalty and righteousness left? Hearing this, Yang Xun's eyes turned cold, and he abruptly overturned the marble table in front of him. Yang Xun's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he questioned Li Miaoyin. If it weren't for your Li family, how could my father's body still be missing? If not for your Li family, how could 100,000 soldiers of Northern Yan have died in the southern border? And if not for your Li family, how could all 108 counties in the 8 regions of Northern Yan be mourning, with cries heard in every household? His voice thundered, each word striking Li Miaoyin's heart like a sharp blade. Yang Xun continued to roar. How many generations of Northern Yan sons have died in foreign lands for the sake of your Li family's throne? And you speak to me of loyalty and righteousness. Yang Xun's eyes burned with fury as he pressed on. You say I defy the Imperial edict, but where was the court when my father died in battle, when Zhao Zhengxiong's army threatened, and when the Xiangnu took advantage of Northern Yan's turmoil? Since the court abandoned me and Northern Yan, why should I heed its orders? Faced with Yang Xun's accusations, Li Miaoyin found herself speechless. Her mind was filled with images of devastation. The lifelong warrior, prince of the North Yang Hui, defeated and dead, and the 100,000 Northern Yan cavalrymen who died in vain. If Yang Xun hadn't had a trump card, he would likely have perished when Zhao Zhengxiong's army and the Xiangnu bore down. Li Miaoyin understood that it was the Li family who wronged the Yang family and Northern Yan. Yang Xun had done no wrong to her. In fact, he had helped eliminate her greatest threats, Prince Xiang and Prince Hui. Overcome with guilt and shame, Li Miaoyin lowered her head, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She softly said, I'm sorry. On behalf of the court, on behalf of my brother, I apologize to you, to Northern Yan, and to the fallen prince of the north. However, as Yang Xun looked at the apologizing Li Miaoyin, he felt no ripple of emotion. How could a mere apology compensate for countless lives lost? If not for the system's task to control the emperor and command the lords, Yang Xun would have long considered overthrowing the Li family to become emperor himself. At this moment, the female general in red armor was barely clinging to life. Qinglong and Xuanwu tossed her to the ground and resumed beating her with the military stick without hesitation. The thudding sounds echoed in the hall, each strike accompanied by the general's muffled groans, causing Li Miaoyin's heart to tremble. Yang Xun was not only punishing the female general, but also systematically shattering Li Miaoyin's dignity and pride. After 20 strikes, the female general was barely breathing, her back a bloody mess. After a long silence, Yang Xun finally spoke. Raise your head. Li Miaoyin slowly lifted her head, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Yang Xun coldly said, Rest assured, as long as you behave, your throne is safe for now. You will continue as empress. As for Prince Pingnan, you need not worry, I will handle him. His voice carried an undeniable authority. But you must understand clearly who truly holds power in this capital, in this realm. Li Miaoyin stared blankly at Yang Xun, understanding she was about to become a puppet emperor. Sensing her thoughts, Yang Xun sneered. What's wrong? Does being a puppet emperor upset you? If you're unwilling, I don't mind finding someone else to be emperor. Yang Xun thought to himself. After all, the system's task is to control the emperor and command the lords. Does it matter who the emperor is? As long as the task is completed, he would dispose of this emperor and claim the throne himself. Outside the city of Qianjing, government officials and citizens anxiously awaited. Finally, after another hour, they saw the arrival of the northern frontier king, Yang Xun, and his troops. Yang Xun, dressed in a majestic black and gold robe, rode alongside Li Miaoyin, exuding an extraordinary presence. Behind them marched 5,000 well-disciplined Xiangnu guards, armed with swords and clad in their signature uniforms. Following them was a massive wave of black-armored cavalry, a sight both awe-inspiring and overwhelming. Luo Yongji and Lan Yutu, upon seeing this elite force, could hardly contain their excitement. They were the first to kneel, loudly proclaiming, We pay our respects to the Empress and the northern frontier king. Long live the Empress. Long live the king. The officials and citizens quickly followed suit, their voices rising like a thunderous wave. Before Li Miaoyin could speak, Yang Xun rode forward and declared in a resonant voice, By the Empress's decree, I lead my troops south to defend the capital and repel the rebels. All soldiers, follow me into the city. With a commanding gesture, he led the 80,000 Xuanjiao army into Qianjing amidst the kneeling throngs. As the capital of the Great Qian for over 300 years, Qianjing was vast and well fortified, easily accommodating the large army. As the last cavalryman passed through the city gates, a hint of bitterness crossed Li Miaoyin's eyes, realizing that Qianjing was no longer under her family's control. With a sigh, she spurred her horse forward, charging into the city and heading straight for the Imperial palace. The officials and citizens slowly rose, still shaken, gazing apprehensively towards the city gates. The Xuanjiao army had left a strong impression, especially on those in the front row, who trembled as the war horses thundered past, nearly losing control. Lan Sui stood up, rubbing her aching knees, her face alight with joy. She had witnessed Yang Xun's unparalleled handsomeness and commanding presence, and the thought of such a man becoming her husband filled her with delight. Beside her, a maid sighed dreamily, her cheeks flushed, murmuring, "The young master is so handsome. If I could have such a husband, I would die without regret." Lan Suisui shot the maid a playful glare, teasingly saying, "Oh, hush, you're being ridiculous." Yet inwardly, she felt a surge of pride. She imagined the daughters of other noble families secretly admiring Yang Xun, only to be thwarted by the fact that he was to be her husband. The thought of their shocked expressions brought her a secret thrill. Luo Tongji asked in confusion, "Suisui, what are you talking about? What young master, what husband? I don't understand." A sense of foreboding crept over him. Lan Suisui huffed and turned away, ignoring Luo Tongji, leaving him puzzled and alone. Luo Tongji stood on the street, his eyes following the figure of Lan Suisui. As the son of the prime minister, he should have been basking in glory, yet at this moment, he felt like a discarded stray dog. The maid beside Lan Suisui glanced at him with a mocking tone. "Young Master Luo, let me tell you the truth. Our lady is already betrothed to the king of Jinbei, and it was arranged by their families long ago. You should give up on her." Lan Suisui shot the maid a reproachful look, but felt secretly pleased. She turned and walked away without looking back, leaving Luo Tongji standing there as if struck by lightning, his face turning pale. "No, it can't be," Luo Tongji murmured, his eyes unfocused. "Yang Xun is far away in Beiyan. How could they have an engagement? This isn't true." His voice grew louder until it turned into a heart-wrenching cry. His knees gave way, and he fell to the ground, attracting curious glances from passers-by. Luo Tongji gazed at the sky, his eyes red with tears. His heart felt as though it was being crushed, the pain making it hard to breathe. A tear was about to fall when a sharp slap interrupted him. "Ouch!" Luo Tongji clutched his face, looking pitifully at the furious old man before him. "Father, why did you hit me?" Luo Yongji looked around, noticing the stifled laughter of onlookers, and his face flushed with embarrassment. "What are you yelling and causing a scene for? You little fool." A hint of desolation flashed in Luo Tongji's eyes as he lowered his head and sighed with a voice full of weariness. "You'll understand when you're my age. I'll beat you, you little brat." Luo Yongji, enraged, took off his official shoe and swung it at Luo Tongji's face. Meanwhile, inside the Imperial Palace's Yangxin Hall, the atmosphere was tense. Li Miaoyin sat on the dragon throne, her brow furrowed, watching Yang Xun as he surveyed the hall. Yang Xun stroked the golden dragon on a pillar and mused, "How much does it cost to build such a palace? I want to build one like it in Beiyan." At these words, Li Miaoyin's expression changed dramatically, and Songda, standing by, didn't dare to breathe. Building a palace in Beiyan? That was simply treasonous. Yang Xun seemed oblivious to the change in atmosphere and continued, "I really like this palace. Why don't I just stay here tonight?" Songda shuddered and glanced at Li Miaoyin. As the head eunuch, he knew how inappropriate this suggestion was. The palace was not only home to many palace maids, but also the consorts of the former young emperor, Li Qian. For Yang Xun, a king of a different surname, to reside in the palace was against all protocol. Moreover, Yang Xun's notorious reputation for lust was known far and wide, allowing him to stay in the palace. Gathering his courage, Songda spoke. "Your Highness, this might not be appropriate." Before he could finish, Yang Xun's icy gaze pierced him. Songda's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, trembling like a leaf. Yang Xun sneered. "You impudent servant. What nerve you have? You invited me here, and now you refuse to let me stay in the palace. What logic is this? I have no residence in the capital. If not the palace, do you expect me to sleep on the streets?" With that, Yang Xun turned to Li Miaoyin, provocatively asking, "Empress, do you have any objections to me staying in the palace?" Li Miaoyin clenched her teeth, suppressing her anger as she said, "The king of Jinbei has unparalleled achievements. He can live wherever he pleases." Yang Xun smirked arrogantly and said bluntly, "Then let me have your palace chamber." This statement was like a heavy blow, shattering the last vestiges of Li Miaoyin's dignity. Her cheeks flushed red. Though she was an empress, she was still an inexperienced young woman. Her voice trembled slightly with anger. You stay in my chamber? Then where do I stay?" Yang Xun cast her a disdainful glance, his tone filled with contempt. "In such a vast palace, can't you find somewhere else to sleep? Do I need to teach you that at your age?" Li Miaoyin was trembling with rage, letting out a cold snort and stubbornly turning her head away. Just then, Yang Xun suddenly took a step towards her. Though she refused to look at him, her heart was in turmoil, thinking, "What is he going to do? Kill me?" Seeing this, Songda, who was kneeling nearby, seemed to make a resolute decision. He gritted his teeth and stepped in front of Yang Xun, saying shakily, "Your Highness, you mustn't." A flash of fierceness crossed Yang Xun's eyes, and he raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap. With a crisp sound, Songda flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a pillar several meters away and losing consciousness immediately. Yang Xun approached Li Miaoyin, roughly grasping her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. "I want you to do two things for me now. Are you willing?" A flicker of humiliation passed through Li Miaoyin's eyes as she gritted her teeth. Do I dare to say no? Yang Sun smiled with satisfaction, a hint of mockery in his voice. Good girl, I'll reward you by dining with me later. Hearing this, Li Miaoyin cursed inwardly, thinking, who wants to dine with you? Yang Sun laughed at the resentment in her eyes. He released her, adjusted his robe leisurely, and said, these two tasks are simple. First, withdraw your Phoenix guards. I don't like them. The palace's security will be handled by my genie guards and Xuanjiao army. Second, issue an imperial edict for the commanders in Chuzhou to surrender and let my Beiyan army enter the city. Li Miaoyin remained silent, which was as good as consent. Yang Sun nodded with satisfaction, tidying her hair as he smiled. I'm going to visit my grandfather now. Make sure to prepare the chamber for me. With that, Yang Sun strode out of the hall without looking back. As she watched him leave, Li Miaoyin could no longer hold back her emotions, and silent tears streamed down her face. She thought bitterly. Luo Yongji said Yang Sun had no treacherous intentions, but look at him now, wanting to move into the palace and replacing the guards with his men. How is this not rebellion? Yet she dared not defy Yang Sun's orders, for it would mean certain death. In the face of Yang Sun's formidable forces, her capital's troops were insignificant. Yang Sun could easily replace her. The civil and military officials didn't dare to utter a word against him. The only one who tried to stand by her, Chui Bowen, was firmly suppressed by Luo Yongji. Li Miaoyin couldn't help but blame herself. It was her own fault for executing the ministers who opposed her when she ascended the throne. Ironically, those she trusted sided with Luo Yongji, leaving her without a single ally to speak up for her now. She had naively believed that even if Yang Sun harbored disloyalty, he wouldn't go too far. She thought marrying him to Lan Sui would stabilize him. Now she realized how foolish she had been. She might meet her end before Yang Sun and Lan Sui even wed. Meanwhile, escorted by the Xuanwu guards, Yang Sun rode out of the palace, thinking to himself, having finally entered the capital, the first thing to do is to visit my grandfather. Just then, Lan Sui, who had been waiting outside the palace gates, saw Yang Sun ride out on horseback and a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. She hurried forward but was stopped by a burly guard. Who goes there? The guard barked. Lan Sui glanced disdainfully at the guard and then turned to Yang Sun, her face breaking into a radiant smile. She gracefully curtsied and said, I am Lan Sui, at your service, my lord. Yang Sun was momentarily taken aback, frowning slightly. The name sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he had heard it before. He asked with a hint of curiosity, is there something you need, miss? Lan Sui's smile froze, and she looked at Yang Sun in disbelief. You don't recognize me, my lord. She stood there, stunned, her mind in turmoil. As one of the most beautiful women in Qianjing City, she had expected Yang Sun to be overjoyed upon seeing his fiancée. However, his reaction caught her completely off guard. Yang Sun was bewildered by Lan Sui's words, silently thinking to himself, I've just arrived here. How would I know you? He noticed the barely concealed sense of superiority in Lan Sui's eyes, which ignited an inexplicable anger within him. I'm not your father. Why should I know you? Yang Sun said coldly, and without waiting for Lan Sui to respond, he spurred his horse and rode away. Xiangnu glanced at Lan Sui, quietly noting her name in his mind. Meanwhile, the Lu household was in a flurry of activity. A 15 or 16-year-old girl ran excitedly into the courtyard, shouting, Father, grandfather, cousin is here, cousin is here. In the courtyard, a robust man in his 40s was sharpening a knife. Seeing the girl's excitement, he scolded her. A young lady shouldn't be so flustered over a little thing. Where's the decorum? Didn't I send you to buy vegetables? Where are they? The girl suddenly remembered her task, scratched her head awkwardly, and said with a sheepish smile, Father, I saw cousin leaving the palace and heading towards our house. The man was taken aback and quickly asked, Wait, which cousin? Do you mean the Prince of Zhenbei? Upon receiving confirmation, the man immediately dropped the knife and rushed towards the main gate, his face brimming with joy. As soon as he dashed out of the Lu residence, he saw a group of Imperial guards jogging ahead, followed by Yang Sun, dressed in a princely robe and riding a tall horse. The man promptly knelt and exclaimed, Commoner Lu Tianxi greets the Prince of Zhenbei. May the prince live 1,000 years. Seeing the girl still standing there dazed, he quickly pulled her down, whispering urgently, Kneel down. Yang Sun dismounted and helped Lu Tianxi to his feet, saying warmly, Uncle, we're family. There's no need for such formalities. How is grandfather? Lu Tianxi nodded repeatedly and introduced, Good, good. This is your cousin, Lu Yao. Lu Yao affectionately called out, Cousin, her eyes full of curiosity. Lu Tianxi gazed at Yang Sun's handsome face, tears welling up in his eyes. You've grown up, looking just like your mother. Hearing his uncle mention his mother, Yang Sun's eyes showed a trace of sadness, and his eyes slightly moistened. Just as Lu Tianxi was about to continue speaking, an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, slowly walked out of the Lu residence. The old man glared fiercely at Lu Tianqi, then turned to Yang Xun, shakily attempting to kneel. Old Lu Tuo pays his respects to the prince. The old man's voice was aged but strong. Yang Xun quickly stepped forward to support him, a gentle smile on his face. There's no need for formality, grandfather. How is your health? Good, very good. Lu Tuo grinned, his eyes full of kindness. Don't just stand here. Come inside and stay for dinner. I'll go buy groceries. Lu Yao exclaimed, already darting off with a basket in hand. Lu Tianqi grumbled. That girl, always in such a hurry. Yang Xun chuckled silently, accompanying his grandfather and uncle into the Lu residence. As they reached the main hall, the old man turned back to instruct Lu Tianqi. Go, fetch those 2 jars of good wine from the cellar. Lu Tianqi left to fulfill the request. Once Lu Tianqi was gone, the old man pulled Yang Xun aside with a mysterious air, lowering his voice to ask, Grandson, how many troops have you brought this time? Yang Xun replied honestly, including the 80,000 Xuanjiao army, there should be around 300,000, though 100,000 are stationed in Chuzhou. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. That many? Seems I was overthinking it. He nodded thoughtfully. With 300,000 troops, you can certainly rival the Southern King. No wonder you dared to enter the capital so openly. Are you worried about the Southern King? Yang Xun perceptibly picked up on the old man's concerns. Lu Tuo sighed, speaking slowly. I originally thought the Southern King was too powerful and that you should continue to build your strength in the Northern Yan. The North has many military strongholds, and even if the Southern King takes the capital, he would find it hard to move north. I thought you could develop for a few more years before marching south to unify the Central Plains. But now, it seems your forces are already a match for the Southern King. My thinking was too conservative. The old man's expression suddenly turned serious. Grandson, there's something I must say, though I'm unsure if I should. Please, go ahead, grandfather. Yang Xun replied solemnly. The old man looked grave, his voice low and firm. The Southern King has allied with Southern barbarians, plotting against our Han dynasty. He is a traitor to our country. The barbarians are brutal, slaughtering our people wherever they go. The southern 4 provinces are awash with blood, turned into a living hell. The court is incompetent, and the people of the Central Plains are filled with resentment. Now, with a woman on the throne, the great Qian's destiny is at an end. If you can eliminate this traitor now and save the people, they will rally to you, and the empire can be yours. With that, the old man bowed deeply to Yang Xun, earnestly pleading, I implore you, my lord, to march south and prevent the Southern King from taking the Central Plains. First, to save our people from foreign oppression and slaughter, and second, to unify the land and achieve greatness. Yang Xun quickly supported the old man, though his heart was filled with surprise. The old man's words clearly suggested that Yang Xun should eliminate the Southern King and take the throne himself. Yang Xun's eyes twitched slightly as he recalled that the old man hadn't advised him to go south before because he thought Yang Xun wasn't strong enough and feared he would follow in his father Yang Huai's footsteps. But today, witnessing Yang Xun's stance towards the Empress and learning that he commanded an army of 300,000, how could the old man hold back? As a former minister of war, Lu Tuo was a man capable of both literary and military feats. At this moment, his eyes shone with wisdom, as if he could already see Yang Xun's grand vision of unifying the empire. Although he had retired to his hometown, the old man's heart constantly worried about the people of the land. The moonlight outside was as gentle as water, yet he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, with visions of the Southern King's army marching north and the court's forces suffering defeat. His concern was not for the Li dynasty, but for the suffering of the Han people at the hands of the Southern barbarians. The Southern King, driven by ambition, had allied with these barbarians, allowing them to run rampant. Refugees fleeing from the south spoke of horrifying scenes. The barbarians killed everyone they saw and looted everything in sight, turning the 4 southern provinces into a hell on earth, with the rivers stained red with blood. The old man clenched his fists, wishing he could personally take up arms to eliminate the invaders. However, his grandson, Yang Xun, was in his prime and capable of taking on this responsibility. A glimmer of hope appeared in the old man's eyes as he asked gravely, if you could truly defeat the barbarians and restore the Han lands, who would dare oppose you if you declared yourself emperor? Yang Xun's eyes flashed coldly as he replied, rest assured, grandfather. I have a blood feud with the Southern King. This trip to the capital is precisely to settle the score with him. Really? The old man's eyes brightened, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Yang Xun replied solemnly, I wouldn't deceive you, grandfather. But first, I plan to secure the 4 central provinces to prevent any surprise attacks from behind when I confront the Southern King. The buffoons, Yang Xun referred to were clearly King Qi and King Qin. Since the Southern King's rebellion, these 2 had been secretly amassing power. Yang Xun had sent people to test them and found they bore ill intentions toward Beiyan. Without subduing them first, Yang Xun feared being attacked from both sides. At this moment, the court's army had retreated from Wu province to Qi province. Yang Xun analyzed. The southern king's next move will surely be to attack Qi province and Dongyu. Although King Dongwu is weakened, with King Qi and the court's army in Qi province holding back the southern king, I can focus on dealing with King Qin. The old man stroked his beard, quickly grasping the situation's intricacies. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, I've been too hasty. This requires careful planning, though the southern people will suffer. Yang Sun sighed. Grandfather, worrying is pointless at this stage. As long as King Qi and the court join forces, the people of Qi province will be safe. Once I secure Qin province, I'll immediately deploy troops to Qi province to deliver a heavy blow to those southern barbarians. As he spoke, a worry crept into Yang Sun's heart. What if King Qi allied with the southern king? Not only would the court's army face annihilation, but with Qi province fallen, even the capital, Qianjing, would be exposed to the barbarian threat. Yang Sun calculated silently. He needed to accelerate his control over the central provinces. He still had 450,000 points. Upon returning, he would amass troops and first take Chu, Qin, and Chun provinces. He just hoped King Qi wouldn't do anything foolish. Just then, the courtyard door creaked open. Liu Yao entered, carrying a basket of fresh vegetables in one hand and a lively chicken in the other, bouncing with excitement. She cheerfully announced, "Cousin, I bought the groceries. I'll make you chicken and mushroom stew so you can taste my cooking." Seeing Liu Yao, the old man's sharp demeanor softened immediately, reverting to a kindly elder. He chuckled. Yes, try your cousin's cooking. Her dishes are delicious." Yang Sun smiled as well. "Thank you, cousin." "No trouble at all." Liu Yao giggled, seemingly remembering something, and added, "Oh, by the way, cousin, many officials and nobles are outside, saying they're here to give you gifts." In front of the courtyard of the Marquis of Tingyang, the sound of carriages and horses filled the air. Upon hearing that Yang Sun was visiting the Lu residence, officials from the capital rushed to present gifts, fearing they might fall behind others. Even Lan Yutu, as Yang Sun's future father-in-law, dared not be negligent and was about to leave with a gift box containing a golden picio. At that moment, hurried footsteps were heard. Lan Yutu looked up to see his daughter, Lan Sui, with tear-filled eyes, rushing straight into the house. Known for her poise, her current disheveled state was truly surprising. Lan Yutu frowned, about to reprimand her, but she ran straight to her room and slammed the door shut. What happened? Lan Yutu stood there, perplexed, turning his gaze to the maid who arrived late. The maid, catching her breath, whispered, "Master, Miss was wronged by the young master." "She went to see Yang Sun?" Lan Yutu's eyes widened, anger rising quickly. How shameless of her. An unmarried girl, meeting her fiancé in private? Isn't she inviting gossip? Seeing his reaction, the maid hurriedly knelt, clinging to Lan Yutu's leg. "Please, master, calm down. Miss has already been wronged. Please be merciful and forgive her." Listening to the sobs from the room, Lan Yutu's anger subsided. He sighed, thinking to himself, though she deserves to be punished, could he really bear to lay a hand on his only daughter, who had been pampered since birth? "What did that boy Yang Sun do to my daughter?" Lan Yutu asked sternly. The maid replied honestly. "The young master said he doesn't know Mississippi. That's it." Lan Yutu was momentarily speechless. They had never met before, so not knowing each other was quite normal, wasn't it? But as night fell, he still had to deliver the gift to Yang Sun. He shook off the maid and instructed hastily, "Go comfort Miss, and without my permission, she is not to leave the house again." Inside her room, Lan Sui sobbed at her desk. She had been adored since childhood, her father a marquis and her aunt the former empress, who in the capital didn't treat her like a princess. Even the chancellor's son, Luo Tongji, obeyed her every command. She prided herself on her talents and beauty, admired by countless noble sons. Yet Yang Sun, a coarse man from the north, dared to claim he didn't know her and even showed her such disdain. "He's just an inherited title holder," Lan Sui muttered through gritted teeth. "My cousin is an empress." The maid quietly approached the bed, gently patting Mrs. back. "Miss, don't cry. Perhaps the young master wasn't aware of the engagement and didn't recognize you." Lan Sui wiped her tears, feeling wronged. The empress said Songda already informed him. How could he not know? I took the initiative to approach him, spoke to him first, and he still treated me like this. He was clearly trying to embarrass me, making me a laughingstock. The maid furrowed her brows slightly, and, after pondering for a moment, said, "Miss, do you think the young master might be doing this on purpose because he's upset?" Lan Sui was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Upset? What do you mean?" The maid explained, "Think about it. When the young master went to the city today, wasn't Luo Tongji being attentive to you? Maybe the young master saw it and got jealous." Hearing this, Lan Sui suddenly found it plausible. She recalled Yang Sun's cold demeanor, and it dawned on her. Otherwise, when she approached Yang Sun, he should have welcomed her warmly, not shown her a cold face. It seems Yang Sun got jealous after seeing Luo Tongji with me, and that's why he said those harsh words on purpose. Lan Sui thought to herself. Yes, That must be it. A hint of malice flashed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth, thinking, it's all Luo Tongji's fault. Now Yang Xun must have misunderstood me. If he ruins my engagement with Yang Xun, I won't let him off. Just then, a servant's voice called from outside the door. Miss, there's a gentleman named Luo Tongji who wishes to see you. Not seeing him, Lan Xue frowned, her dislike for Luo Tongji growing stronger. The maid advised, Miss, perhaps you should see him. It's better to clarify things so he won't keep bothering you. Lan Xue thought for a moment, agreed, and went out with the maid. Outside the marquis's residence, Luo Tongji paced anxiously with a box of rouge in his hands. Seeing Lan Xue come out, he hurriedly approached her. Xue, I bought this premium rouge for you from the women's embroidery studio. It's the only box in the entire capital. See if you like it. Luo Tongji offered the box like a treasure. Suddenly, he noticed Lan Xue's eyes were red, and his expression changed, his tone turning icy. Xue, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Tell me, and I'll go deal with them. Hearing this, Lan Xue sneered, full of disdain. Would you dare to fight Yang Xun? Whoever bullies me is none of your business. Luo Tongji retorted. How is it none of my business? Bullying you is bullying me, Luo Tongji. I won't let them off. Tell me who it is, and I'll stand up for you. It's Yang Xun. Do you dare to trouble him? Lan Xue said coldly. Yang Xun. Luo Tongji was immediately stunned. Yang Xun commanded a formidable army and had recently conquered 5 nations. Who would dare provoke such a fearsome figure? Before Yang Xun entered the capital, Luo Yongji had repeatedly warned him not to offend Yang Xun. Afraid? Lan Xue's eyes were full of contempt. Luo Tongji seemed to make up his mind and patted his chest. Not afraid. If Yang Xun dares to bully you, I'll go teach him a lesson. Lan Xue replied irritably. Luo Tongji, can you stop joking? You're a pampered young master with no real strength. Could you really take on Yang Xun? Besides, Yang Xun is my fiancé. Our disagreements are none of your concern. Xue, Luo Tongji was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. Lan Xue said coldly. Yang Xun and I are already engaged. Please stop coming to see me, or Yang Xun might get the wrong idea. With that, she turned and walked back into the marquis's residence, slamming the door shut. Staring at the cold, red-painted door, the rouge box fell from Luo Tongji's hands as he collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. No, why? Heavens, why must you do this to me? Xue. An hour later, the Empress looked at the cold dishes on the table, grinding her molars in frustration. She thought angrily, that scoundrel, didn't he say he'd dine with me? I've had everything prepared, and now it's dark, and he still hasn't shown up. He used to promise to treat me to grilled frogs when we were kids. Bah, liar, deceiving me since childhood. I'll never believe you again. After dining at the Lu residence, Yang Xun spent some time entertaining the ministers. As soon as the banquet ended, the ministers flocked to him, each eager to present valuable gifts. Gold and silver artifacts glimmered under the candlelight, and exquisite jade and gemstones emitted a gentle glow, each piece worth a fortune. Although Yang Xun inwardly lamented their exploitation of the people, he remained expressionless, accepting everything without hesitation. He specifically instructed Zhang Ergu to purchase 2 large chests overnight to carefully store these precious gifts in the Lu family cellar. Just as Yang Xun thought the social obligations were over, the unexpected arrival of Marquis of Tingyang, Lan Yutu, surprised him. Lan Yutu presented a golden picio, reminding Yang Xun that the woman who had introduced herself as Lan Xue was actually Lan Yutu's daughter. Recalling Lan Xue's beautiful yet arrogant face, Yang Xun frowned. Her haughty demeanor had left a poor first impression on him. However, Lan Yutu did not mention any marriage proposal. He merely exchanged a few pleasantries with Yang Xun, like the other ministers, before taking his leave. By the time Yang Xun finally dealt with all the ministers and returned to the palace, it was already the 2nd watch of the night. The palace was silent, with the former Phoenix guards replaced by the vigilant Jinhui. Songda had been waiting outside the palace gates for some time, and led Yang Xun to Li Miaoying's chambers. Your Highness, the Empress has instructed that this shall be your residence from now on, Songda respectfully informed him. Raising an eyebrow, Yang Xun asked, where has that little Empress Li Miaoying moved to? Show me her place. Songda was momentarily taken aback, wondering if the prince intended to visit the Empress. However, he dared not question further and truthfully replied, Your Highness, the Empress has moved to the Yanxi Palace, where the concubines reside. Although the young Emperor Li Qian has been captured, he left behind many concubines. After ascending the throne, Li Miaoying did not trouble them, and they continue to live in the palace. Yang Xun nodded, thinking that Li Miaoying was quite tolerant, an emperor choosing to live among concubines. He casually waved his hand and said, All right, take me for a tour when there's a chance. You may leave now. Songda, bowing low, added before leaving, Your Highness, Jiao Chan and Kai Wenji have already been brought into the palace for you and are in the chambers. This old servant takes his leave. With that, he hurriedly departed. Yang Xun watched Songda's retreating figure with a slight smile. He knew this wasn't Songda's doing, but rather a precaution to prevent the concubines and maidservants in the palace from suffering. Opening the chamber door, Yang Xun saw Jiao Chan tidying the bed. Upon seeing him, she quickly curtsied and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." "No need for formalities," Yang Xun replied with a smile, noticing the familiar fragrance lingering in the room, the same he had smelled on Li Miaoying. The next morning, Yang Xun was awakened by Jiao Chan. "Your Highness, wake up. You have the morning assembly to attend today," she gently called. Kai Wenji had already prepared hot water and towels for Yang Xun, assisting him in washing and dressing in his ceremonial robe and arming with his sword. Blushing, Kai Wenji remarked, "Your Highness looks exceptionally heroic today and will surely command respect in the court." Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, Li Miaoying sat high on the dragon throne, with the civil and military officials of the Great Qian standing below her, civil officials on the left and military officials on the right. The atmosphere was tense as everyone awaited Yang Sun's arrival. "Why hasn't Yang Sun arrived yet?" Li Miaoying frowned slightly and turned to Songda beside her, asking in a low voice. Songda looked embarrassed and replied softly, "Your Majesty, the Duke of Jinbei is still asleep." Outrageous. Li Miaoying gritted her teeth, her heart burning with anger. It was bad enough that Yang Sun stood her up yesterday, but skipping today's court meeting was too much. What made it even worse was that he was sleeping in her bedchamber. Thinking of this, Li Miaoying's cheeks flushed slightly, and her heart began to race. At that moment, the Vice Minister of Rights stepped forward and reported loudly, "Your Majesty, an envoy from the Ni Kingdom requests an audience." The Ni Kingdom? Li Miaoying's brow furrowed. This country, located beyond the eastern sea of Deqian, had no previous interactions with them. What could be the purpose of their visit? "Summon the Ni Kingdom envoys," Songda shouted. Moments later, two short men, each about 4 feet tall with small braids, stepped into the grand hall. They bowed slightly in greeting, their eyes constantly assessing Li Miaoying. "Greetings to Her Majesty, the Empress of Deqian," they said respectfully. Suppressing her anger, Li Miaoying asked, "What brings the envoys of the Ni Kingdom to Deqian?" One of them smiled and began to speak slowly. "Your Majesty, our Emperor has heard of Deqian's rich resources and vast lands, and has sent us to establish friendly relations and initiate maritime trade. Additionally, we hope Deqian will cede a county in Huai province to us for drying seafood." This statement caused an uproar in the court. Many ministers expressed their anger, condemning the Ni Kingdom envoys for challenging Deqian's sovereignty. Lan Yutu, unable to contain himself, rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Nonsense! How can Deqian's land be given away so easily? Ni Kingdom is just a small country, yet you dare to disdain our great nation's power." Chui Bowen was equally furious. "You challenge the Empress and Deqian with your greed and arrogance. This is intolerable," Li Miaoying coldly replied. "Expecting Deqian to cede a county is nothing but a fool's dream. Though it is customary not to harm envoys during conflicts, I will not make things difficult for you. You may leave." Upon hearing this, the Ni Kingdom envoy smiled instead of getting angry. "Your Majesty, as far as I know, Deqian is currently embroiled in internal strife. The southern king of Pingnan is strong, and the court's forces are retreating. Deqian is at a critical juncture. If our Ni Kingdom deploys tens of thousands of troops to land from the eastern islands and attack Deqian, how will you respond? Are you threatening me?" Li Miaoying's expression changed, her eyes filled with icy determination. "I dare not threaten your Majesty," the Ni Kingdom envoy replied with a confident smile. "I am merely negotiating terms. If your Majesty agrees to our conditions, we can remain neutral. Otherwise, we will side with the southern king of Pingnan. Surely, your Majesty knows the significance of this decision." Lan Yutu fell silent, and so did Chui Bowen. The civil and military officials were all at a loss for words. Li Miaoying clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly with anger. Deqian was already struggling against the southern king of Pingnan, and with the addition of the Ni Kingdom, the threat of national destruction loomed large. "What should I do? What can I possibly do?" Li Miaoying was overwhelmed with anxiety. Just as she was at her wit's end, a commanding voice suddenly echoed through the hall. "Do these jumping clowns dare to boast here, thinking Deqian's sword is dull?" All eyes were instantly drawn to Yang Xun as he strode confidently into the grand hall, his posture upright and commanding. With his hand resting on the hilt of his battle sword, he exuded an intense aura of menace, like a predator ready to strike. As soon as Li Miaoying saw Yang Xun, an inexplicable calm washed over her, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Yang Xun approached the two envoys from the Ni Kingdom and fixed them with a cold stare. The two foreign envoys were short in stature, and at that moment, any trace of fatigue vanished from Yang Xun's eyes, replaced by a chilling coldness and deep-seated hatred. He recalled seeing the Ni Kingdom on the system map, an island nation resembling a small insect located beyond the East Sea of Deqian. Now, he was convinced that this was the same country from his previous life, known for its prosperity. Envoy Meituan Kuizi from the Ni Kingdom looked up at the imposing figure of Yang Xun and instinctively swallowed, but quickly masked his apprehension with disdain. He believed that Deqian was too fractured to challenge the Ni Kingdom. Having arrived late in the city the previous day, Meituan Kuizi had not witnessed the might of the Xuanjiao army and assumed Yang Xun's display was mere bravado. The sharpness of Deqian's sword is something you all know better than I do, right? Meituan Kuizi sneered. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of cold steel severed the arm of the envoy standing beside him, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. The wounded envoy let out a blood-curdling scream, and Meituan Kuizi involuntarily stepped back, his disdain replaced by terror. Silence fell over the hall as the ministers looked at Yang Xun with awe and respect. Is my Deqian's sword sharp enough? Yang Xun asked, gripping his battle sword and casting a scornful, icy gaze over Meituan Kuizi. You! How dare you harm a Ni Kingdom envoy you? Meituan Kuizi stammered, but before he could finish, Yang Xun's sword flashed again. The head of the other Ni Kingdom envoy flew into the air, silencing his scream, and his headless body collapsed to the floor. Is it sharp enough now? Yang Xun continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You? Meituan Kuizi was so frightened that he fell to the ground, pointing at Yang Xun with a trembling finger. You are declaring war on the Ni Kingdom. Humph, such a tiny nation, I could crush it with a flick of my hand. What of a declaration of war? Yang Xun sneered, noticing the puddle forming beneath Meituan Kuizi and feeling even more disdain. With such little courage, you dare to boast? Killing you would sully my sword. Hearing this, Meituan Kuizi briefly relaxed, thinking Yang Xun might spare him, but then he heard Yang Xun issue a harsh command. Guards, take him away and boil him alive. Meituan Kuizi was immediately petrified, realizing he was about to be executed in such a gruesome manner. He screamed hysterically, I am an envoy of the Ni Kingdom. You can't do this. The Emperor will not forgive you. His words were cut short as he was dragged away like a helpless chick by the guards. Suddenly, the system chimed. Ding! Hidden mission triggered. Mission objective, eliminate all Ni Kingdom people in Xianjing City. Yang Xun smiled slightly, thinking the system aligned perfectly with his intentions. He mused to himself, such clowns have long harbored ambitions against our Han people, and today, I shall eradicate this menace once and for all. Yang Xun's voice boomed through the opulent court like thunder. Never mind the countless crimes they committed in their past lives, in this life alone, their opportunistic attempts to seize the Han territories are already a path to their doom. If we're going to act, we must act decisively. War? I'm not afraid. His words were like a bomb detonating among the civil and military officials. The court erupted into a cacophony of debates and discussions. Some ministers looked worried, believing Yang Xun's methods were too ruthless and advocating for a milder punishment for the emissaries of the Ni Kingdom, rather than provoking a large-scale conflict. Another faction was incensed, supporting Yang Xun's approach, arguing that the Ni Kingdom had overstepped its bounds and could not be left unchecked. The argument grew more intense, with officials on both sides engaging in heated exchanges, nearly coming to blows. To Li Miaoyin's surprise, Cui Bowen, who had always opposed Yang Xun's entry into the capital, now stood by his side, fervently supporting him. Lan Yutu also staunchly backed Yang Xun, leading a group of military generals who added to the clamor with their coarse language. At the head of the court, Luo Yongji stood silently, head bowed, lost in thought. The grand hall had turned into a chaotic marketplace, filled with shouting and insults. However, Li Miaoyin did not intervene. She watched the spectacle coldly, thinking, let them argue. After all, I'm just a puppet emperor. The final decision lies with Yang Xun, so why bother? Besides, knowing Yang Xun, no matter how fierce the debate, his stance remains unchanged fight. With this in mind, Li Miaoyin glanced at Yang Xun. He was whispering to Qing Long of the Jinhui, giving some undisclosed instructions. Meanwhile, outside the Ni Kingdom's embassy in Xianjing City, the embassy owner, Sakai Kojuro, stretched and gazed at the bustling street. He was secretly pleased. The Great Qian is indeed wonderful, with its prosperity and bustling activity. He wondered how Meituan Kiko's negotiations with the female emperor of the Great Qian were going. If a county in Huai Prefecture could be ceded to the Ni Kingdom, more Ni people would come to the Great Qian, and his business would flourish. Just then, Sakai Kojuro noticed over 100 soldiers in genie uniforms approaching the embassy. He quickly bowed and said in perfect Han language, Sirs, this is a private embassy, not open to the public. Though his tone was humble, his eyes betrayed a disdain for the Great Qian people. This embassy exclusively served Ni nationals in the Great Qian, even excluding the capital's nobility. Of course, Sakai Kojuro had not hesitated to bribe those in power to ensure the embassy's operations were tolerated. Sakai Kojuro was puzzled. After years of peace, why were officials suddenly at his door today? Qinglong cast a cold glance at Sakai Kojuro, pulled out a document from his sleeve, and flashed it before his eyes. We, the Jinhui, have a missing soldier, and we suspect he might be in your embassy. Step aside. We need to search the premises. With a broad smile, Sakai Kojiro pulled a gold ingot from his chest and slipped it into Qinglong's hand, ingratiatingly saying, "Officer, you misunderstand. How could there be any of your people in my guild? Today, we have many distinguished guests, all envoys from the Ni Kingdom. Please, grant us some leniency." Qinglong weighed the heavy gold ingot in his hand, a cold smile tugging at his lips. He patted Sakai's shoulder, teasing, "Oh, little guy, you're quite generous." Little guy. Sakai felt a surge of anger but forced a smile, producing another gold ingot. "Is this not enough for you, officer?" Before he could finish, Qinglong suddenly slapped Sakai's face with a crisp sound. Instinctively, Sakai stood at attention and bowed, his mind buzzing. "Look at him, just like the prince said, loves getting slapped." Qinglong mocked, pointing at Sakai as the Jin Iwei behind him burst into laughter, their eyes full of disdain. Flushed with anger, Sakai was about to retaliate when Qinglong waved his hand. "Brothers, go in and search." Sakai hurriedly blocked their path. "Officer, wait. Perhaps I should invite Minister Chow from the Ministry of Revenue too." Before he could finish, Qinglong kicked him into the guild. Sakai flew like a broken kite, landing heavily on the ground. Qinglong strode in, followed by the Jin Iwei. Suddenly, a Jin Iwei ran up carrying a bag of salt. "Sir, we found a bag of refined salt." A cold light flashed in Qinglong's eyes. The Ni Kingdom Guild is illegally trading refined salt, violating the laws of the Great Qian. By the prince's order, eliminate them all, leave no one alive. With the command, two Jin Iwei at the door slammed it shut. The others spread out, their blades flashing as they killed anyone in sight. Screams echoed, and the scent of blood filled the guild. Disheveled Ni Kingdom people fled in panic from the rooms, but none escaped. Sakai, his face covered in blood, sat slumped on the ground, shouting angrily, "Baka! This is a setup." Qinglong sneered, turning to the Baihu Hall centurion beside him. "Leave him to Baihu Hall. Rest assured, Commander. We will make him talk." The centurion signaled, and two Jin Iwei immediately knocked Sakai out and carried him away. As night fell, Yang Xun finished his dinner and sat upright at his desk. Li Miaoyin stood nearby, reluctantly fanning him, her face full of displeasure. Yang Xun glanced at her, smugly saying, "Having the emperor fan me, I must be the first in history." Li Miaoyin pursed her lips and turned away. At that moment, Qinglong knocked lightly on the door and entered with permission, kneeling before Yang Xun. Li Miaoyin made to leave, but Yang Xun pulled her back. "Stay, you should hear this too." Qinglong looked up at the two of them, speaking solemnly. "Your Highness, all the Ni Kingdom people in Qianjing have been eradicated. Here is the list of officials secretly colluding with them." Qinglong respectfully handed a small booklet to Yang Xun. Yang Xun glanced at it briefly before tossing it to Li Miaoyin. As Li Miaoyin read through it, her expression grew increasingly grim, and by the end, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, saying, "These traitors. They actually accepted so many benefits from the people of the Nigua." Yang Xun's gaze returned to Qinglong, indicating for him to continue his report. Qinglong promptly said, "We've also received news from Huaizhou that 10,000 soldiers from Nigua have been found on a desolate mountain by the coast. Additionally, a large amount of gold, silver, jade, and silk was confiscated from the Nigua embassy, amounting to a total of 1.7 million taels of silver." So much. Even Yang Xun couldn't help but be surprised. He quickly made a decision. "We're about to go to war, so let's use this money as military funds. Send someone to inform Changsun Wuji to immediately gather forces and eliminate those Nigua soldiers completely." Yang Xun knew that the more than 10,000 troops he had stationed in Huaizhou were seasoned veterans from Beiyan, more than capable of wiping out the Nigua forces. Yang Xun stroked his chin and turned his attention to Li Miaoyin. "As for those officials, what do you think?" Li Miaoyin was taken aback, not expecting Yang Xun to ask for her opinion. Though she had her own thoughts, she cautiously replied, "I have no thoughts on the matter. I'll follow your lead." Yang Xun rolled his eyes at her. "You really don't handle affairs. No wonder Deqian is in such chaos." Li Miaoyin's face flushed with anger, and she couldn't help but retort, "I'd like to handle things, but would you let me? Besides, Deqian was already in chaos when I became emperor. What does it have to do with me?" Yang Xun's expression suddenly turned serious, and he said sternly, "There's no need to keep these traitorous officials. Let the Jinui handle it, confiscate their properties, and eradicate their families. The confiscated wealth will first be added to the Deqian treasury." While Deqian was currently under Yang Xun's control, and the Minister of Revenue was among those to be purged, Yang Xun knew he could access these funds whenever needed once they were in the treasury. Li Miaoyin glanced at Yang Xun in surprise. She had thought he would send the money back to Beiyan, but she quickly realized that Yang Xun was treating Qianjing City as a stronghold. "This scoundrel," she cursed inwardly. As Li Miaoyin fumed, Yang Xun suddenly said, "All right, you've heard what you needed to. The rest isn't for your ears, so leave." He spoke casually, as if he were the true master of the Imperial study. "Fine, I'll go. It's no big deal." Li Miaoying huffed, placing her fan on the table and storming out of the study. After Li Miaoying left, Yang Xun turned to Qinglong again. What's the situation with the Xiangnu? Qinglong immediately replied. Your Highness, Lu Daran has secured 2 gold mines, and Wuan's subordinate has taken care of things neatly within Xiangnu territory. We've also framed the Fur tribe, and Burkle is preparing for war against them. Yang Sun nodded with satisfaction. The more chaos within the Xiangnu, the more at ease he felt. Well done. You can claim 5,000 taels from the silver confiscated from the Nigua embassy as a reward from me. Thank you, Your Highness. Qinglong rejoiced, bowing to Yang Sun. All right, you may go now. Yang Sun waved him off. After Qinglong left, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Yang Sun's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully exterminating the Nigua people in Qianjing City, completing a hidden task. Reward, Fongdu gift pack 1. Whoa. Yang Sun suddenly sat up straight, his eyes wide with surprise. Fongdu. Could it be the famous ministers Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui? In an instant, the achievements of these 2 renowned Tang dynasty officials flashed through his mind. Members of the illustrious group of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion, key figures in the establishment of the early Tang government, and founders of its systems and institutions. Fong was known for his strategic mind, while Du was celebrated for his judgment in legal matters, earning them the saying, Fong's strategies, Du's judgments. If there were any exemplary ministers in the Tang dynasty, Fong and Du would top the list. If the package really contained these 2, it would be a massive stroke of luck. However, the lesson from the Wulong and Fengchu package was still fresh in Yang Sun's mind, making him cautious. He silently prayed. O system, please be reliable this time. Taking a deep breath, Yang Sun summoned his courage and pressed the activation button with trembling fingers. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed, and 2 middle-aged men in robes appeared before Yang Sun out of thin air. They spoke almost simultaneously, their voices resonant. Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui, at your service, Your Highness. Long live the prince. Yang Sun was overjoyed, almost wanting to dance with excitement. If the system were standing in front of him, he would have given it a bear hug and a couple of enthusiastic kisses. Please rise, both of you. Yang Sun quickly stepped forward to help them up personally. I will rely on your support in the future. Fong Xianling bowed and said, Your Highness, it is our honor to serve you. Just as Yang Sun was about to continue the conversation, Xuanwu's voice suddenly sounded from outside. Your Highness, the former Empress Lu requests an audience. Lu? Yang Sun was momentarily taken aback. This Lu was the Empress of the young Emperor Li Qian, hailing from the prestigious Lu family in the capital. After Li Miaoying ascended the throne, out of respect for the Lu family, she did not trouble her, allowing Lu and the other consorts of Li Qian to continue living in the palace, supported by the court. Yang Sun had no prior interactions with this Lu, leaving him puzzled about her intentions. After a moment's thought, he decided to see her. You 2 may rest now and join me in court tomorrow, Yang Sun instructed. Fong and Du respectfully bowed and exited the study. Moments later, Xuanwu led in a stunning woman dressed in luxurious attire, adorned with a golden crown. Lu, at your service, Your Highness, Lu said softly, bowing slightly. Kneel. Xuanwu barked from behind. Startled by the sudden command, Lu trembled and looked anxiously at Yang Sun. However, Yang Sun remained seated at the desk, eyes closed, seemingly unmoved. As an empress, Lu held a position of great honor. How could a mere prince demand that an empress kneel? Yet, remembering her purpose for coming tonight, Lu bit her lip and slowly knelt, speaking again. Lu, at your service, Your Highness. Only then did Yang Sun open his eyes leisurely, gesturing for Xuanwu to leave. Once they were alone, Yang Sun asked, What brings you to me? I beg Your Highness to send troops to restore the true Emperor of Dakian. Lu pleaded from the floor, her voice tinged with tears. The true Emperor? Yang Sun chuckled coldly. Are you referring to Li Qian? Although displeased by Yang Sun's casual mention of Li Qian's name, Lu nodded. Indeed. And why should I do that? Yang Sun asked with interest. Lu lifted her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. If Your Highness agrees to send troops, I am willing to do anything for you. After Li Miaoying's accession, while she didn't openly persecute Lu, her situation had deteriorated. The luxuries of the past were gone, and she was reduced to laboring like a palace maid. What's more worrying was Li Miaoying's continuous suppression of the Lu family, causing its influence to wane. Lu was acutely aware that if this continued, not only would she suffer, but her entire family would face ruin. To truly become the empress and rule over the empire, Lu knew she needed Li Qian back. Determination flashed in her eyes as she contemplated this. Suddenly, Yang Sun stood up, walked over to her, and roughly grabbed her arm with a mocking tone. I've never had the pleasure of an empress before. Lu shivered slightly, but quickly regained her composure. She slowly rose and began to untie her ornate gown with deliberate, yet firm movements. Yang Sun watched with surprise, then burst into laughter. Li Qian was ruined by eunuchs and maids since childhood and lost his ability. Li Qian is incapable. Lu softly countered, her tone laced with subtle sarcasm. Yang Xun laughed even more wildly, his eyes gleaming with greed. Li Qian is younger than me, and yet he's useless. What a waste of the 3,000 beauties in the harem. Then, as if struck by an idea, he said with a gleam in his eyes, "Wait, does that mean all the concubines are still untouched?" He stared intently at Lu, his voice low and threatening. "Li Qian killed my father and 10,000 of Beiyan's sons. It's only fair that I claim his woman. Tonight, you'll become a real woman." Lu closed her eyes, her body trembling slightly, but she did not resist. Yang Sun pulled her roughly into his arms, his greedy hands roaming over her. Meanwhile, deep in the harem, Li Miaoyin stood with her hands behind her back, gazing at the full moon. Songda, bent over in a subservient posture, cautiously reported, "Your Majesty, Lu has gone to see Yang Sun." Li Miaoyin snorted, a flash of murderous intent in her eyes. That vile woman should never have been allowed to live. She understood Lu's motives and was well aware of Yang Sun's nature. The thought of what might befall her brother's Empress filled her with both anger and worry. If Yang Sun truly fell for Lu's charms and rescued Li Qian from the Pingnan king, her throne would be in jeopardy. Songda, sensing Li Miaoyin's concerns, carefully suggested, "Your Majesty, I believe you need not worry. The Northern king will not be swayed by Lu's allure." "Why do you say that?" Li Miaoyin turned, her gaze sharp on Songda. Songda took a deep breath and continued, "Consider this. Though the deposed emperor was captured by the Pingnan king, he hasn't been seen for so long, and the Pingnan king hasn't used him to bargain with the court. It's possible the deposed emperor is already—" "How dare you?" Li Miaoyin interrupted harshly. "Such words are not for a servant to utter." Songda immediately knelt, his forehead to the ground. "This old servant deserves to die." Li Miaoyin glanced at him. That night, the winds of fear swept through Qianjing city. Countless Xiangnu, like phantoms in the night, moved stealthily through the streets and alleys. In the residences of noblemen and ministers, cries of despair echoed, and blood stained the courtyards red. The next day, the court was sparsely attended, with a third of the officials missing. The remaining officials looked at one another, confused and uncertain. It wasn't until the court announced the crimes of the absent officials that the truth dawned on them. These individuals had been colluding with the enemy nation of Ni, and their entire families were executed the previous night. Among those implicated were Chao Bo, the Minister of Revenue, and Su Qing, the Minister of Personnel. At the same time, Yang Sun issued an edict in the name of Li Miaoyin, appointing Du Ruhui as the new Minister of Revenue and Fang Xianling as the Minister of Personnel. Although the officials were not familiar with these two, they understood they were close allies of Yang Sun. Under the intimidation of the Xiangnu and the Black Armor Army, Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling smoothly took over their respective ministries. With this, 2 of the 6 ministries were firmly under Yang Sun's control. Executions and appointments were made at his whim, creating an atmosphere of fear within the court. Yet, a current of dissatisfaction began to stir among some officials. In Tianxian Tower, the largest restaurant in Qianjing City, the usually aloof owner now stood humbly outside the most prestigious private room, waiting for the esteemed guests to summon him. The reason was simple. Gathered inside were officials of the 3rd rank and above, including 4 ministers from the 6 ministries. Inside the room, Luo Yongji sat silently at the head of the table, his expression unreadable. His fingers tapped incessantly on the table, as if deep in thought. Finally, the Minister of Works could no longer hold back and spoke. "Chancellor, say something. Are we just going to let Yang Sun continue his rampage? He killed Chao Bo today. Tomorrow, it could be one of us." The left censor-in-chief nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Yang Sun is ruthless, unlike his father who respected us veteran officials. Who knows when the blade will be at our throats." These 2 ministers had initially supported Yang Sun's entry into the capital, but now deeply regretted it. In just a few days, Yang Sun had executed numerous court officials, and his Xiangnu were notoriously brutal. They realized that no amount of flattery or bribes could spare their lives in Yang Sun's eyes. The Minister of War, Cui Bowen, sneered and said disdainfully, "I opposed Yang Sun's entry from the start, but you all treated me as an enemy and suppressed me. Now you're afraid? Serves you right." The Minister of Rights retorted irritably. "Cui Bowen, stop with the smug remarks. With your stubborn nature, if I were Yang Sun, you'd be the first to go." Cui Bowen scoffed, showing indifference. Seeing the tension, the Minister of Justice quickly intervened. "All right, stop arguing." He turned to Cui Bowen and tentatively suggested, "Brother Cui, maybe your Ministry of War could issue a call for Lord Wu to bring his army back to the capital to counter Yang Sun? Or perhaps write to the kings of Qin and Qi to come to the capital to aid us." Hearing this, Luo Yongji shook his head in disapproval, thinking how these ministers, in their self-interest, were resorting to such reckless ideas. Cui Bowen responded with fury, abruptly standing up and shouting, "Nonsense. The Minister of Justice fumed, his face flushed with anger. Never mind that issuing unauthorized orders from the Ministry of War is a crime punishable by death for 9 generations. If the Marquis of Xiangnu leads the army back to the capital, who will defend against the King of Pingnan? You rescind orders with a word, but it's the common people who suffer. He turned to the other officials, continuing. As for Prince Qin and Prince Qi, do you think they're any good? Do you want another 2 father figures besides Yang Xun? As soon as the Minister of Justice finished speaking, the room fell silent. The officials exchanged glances, unsure how to respond to such pointed questioning. The Minister of Works couldn't hold back, looking at Luo Yongji. Chancellor, say something. Luo Yongji scanned the officials coldly, his voice dripping with disdain. What's there to say? Are you not aware of the nature of Cao Bo and others? How much silver has he embezzled from the Ministry of Revenue over the years? Now he's involved with the people of Ni Kingdom. In my view, it's good that he's been dealt with. His gaze turned sharper, as if piercing through each person present. If you want to keep your heads, focus on your duties and stop these underhanded tricks. As long as you serve the country and the people, I doubt Yang Xun would be so foolish as to harm you. Luo Yongji's words were like a cold shower, silencing the room. Just then, a septuagenarian man slammed the table and stood up, shouting furiously. Yang Xun has killed so many people, and you're just going to let it go? Everyone recognized him as the Marquis of Jinchuan, a man who no longer involved himself in politics, but still held significant military influence. It was well known that he had once promoted Cao Bo, who had returned the favor over the years. The Marquis of Jinchuan continued. That commander of the Imperial Guards is my nephew. Watch how I handle this. I will make sure Yang Xun. Before he could finish, the door was kicked open, and a bloody head was thrown onto the table with a thud. Isn't that the commander of the Imperial Guards? Someone exclaimed in shock. The Marquis of Jinchuan looked closely and turned pale. It was indeed his nephew's head. He was horrified and looked towards the door. Qinglong strode in with a team of Ringui, a cold smile on his lips, eyes fixed on the Marquis of Jinchuan. Marquis of Jinchuan, Qinglong said with a taunting tone. Your name was missing from last night's arrest list, which was my oversight. So I went to your residence and wiped out your entire family. He leaned closer, eyes glinting dangerously. What did you say you wanted my lord to do? Speak up, I didn't quite catch that. The Marquis of Jinchuan, both shocked and enraged, glanced again at the bloody head on the table. Qinglong's claim of slaughtering his family seemed no idle threat. Qinglong smiled, placing his hands on the Marquis's shoulders, pinning him to his seat. He leaned down and whispered in his ear, for a veteran of 3 reigns, you sure can't see the situation clearly. Marquis of Jinchuan, allow me to send you on your way. With that, Qinglong grabbed the Marquis's hair, and with a swift motion, slit his throat with a knife that appeared out of nowhere. Blood gushed like a fountain, splattering the officials sitting opposite. But in such a moment, none dared move, each face etched with fear. Chui Bowen watched, lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately he chose silence. Qinglong calmly wiped the knife, his gaze sweeping across the officials. He smiled. Our lord has said, as long as you behave, he won't trouble you. But if anyone dares play tricks behind the scenes, he gestured to the head and the Marquis's corpse, their fate will be yours. With that, Qinglong's knife flew out, embedding itself in the justice minister's head. The official, who had been so vocal moments before, dropped dead without a sound. He had suggested recalling the Marquis of Xiangnu and bringing in the princes, sealing his fate in Qinglong's book. All right. Qinglong clapped his hands, as if he had done nothing more than a trivial task. I have official duties to attend to, so I won't keep you. Enjoy your meal. With that, Qinglong and the Jinui left the room, even closing the door considerately behind them. Inside, the officials glanced at the gruesome head and the 2 lifeless bodies, not daring to breathe loudly. Fear hung over them like an invisible net, ensnaring each one present. Qinglong strode out of Tianxian Tower and approached a lavishly decorated carriage. Bowing respectfully, he said, My lord, everything has been taken care of. Inside the carriage, Yang Xun nodded slightly. Beside him, Kai Wenji delicately sliced a piece of juicy peach with a small knife and carefully fed it to Yang Xun. Tasting the sweet, delicious peach, a satisfied smile appeared on Yang Xun's lips. He then asked, How is my uncle doing? Qinglong promptly reported, I've just received news that Commander Liu has successfully taken control of the Yulin Guards. Any dissenters in the military have been dealt with on the spot. Yang Xun nodded, calculating in his mind. His uncle, born into a family of military generals, was highly skilled in martial arts. Since his grandfather retired, his uncle also resigned and returned home, but he never let his skills lapse. Now, having him take charge of the Yulin Guards was a perfect fit. Although the Yulin Guards might not have been the most formidable force, a contingent of 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers was not to be underestimated and needed to be under his own control. Oh, by the way, Yang Xun suddenly remembered something and asked, What has Li Pingyan been up to? Ever since arriving in the capital, he hadn't seen him. Qinglong replied truthfully, My lord, since entering the capital, Young Master Li has been frequenting various brothels, mingling with young nobles, and indulging in leisure. Hearing this, Yang Xun was somewhat speechless. Hadn't he claimed to have given up on such activities? However, Yang Xun knew that while Li Pingyan appeared to be indulging in revelry with those young nobles, he was secretly taking on the role of a socialite, helping Yang Xun gather support among the aristocratic families of Qianjing. These families were not to be underestimated. In the event of war, they would be crucial financial backers. Still, Yang Xun had some concerns. Spending every day in brothels, Li Pingyan was bound to meet a bad end if he continued this way. He instructed, send a few people to watch over him in secret, make sure he doesn't get bullied. Understood. Qinglong quickly responded. In fact, even without Yang Xun's order, he had already made arrangements. Yang Xun turned to Kai Wenji and said gently, didn't you say Jiao Chan went out to buy fabric for me? Why don't we go find her and return to the palace together? Meanwhile, in the largest fabric shop in Qianjing, Jiao Chan was carefully examining a roll of fine silk. Behind her, Xing Daorong, hand on his sword, vigilantly scanned the surroundings. As a member of the Jinyui, he had volunteered to escort Jiao Chan after learning she was leaving the palace, hoping to win her favor. Madam, doesn't the palace have all the fabric you need? Why come outside to buy? Xing Daorong asked curiously. A trace of wistfulness flashed in Jiao Chan's eyes as she quickly explained, please don't speak nonsense. I'm merely the Lord's maid, not a madam. The palace fabrics are often tributes of inferior quality. Since it's for the Lord, of course, I want the best. Xing Daorong immediately flattered, Madam, you're always thinking of the Lord. It seems like it's only a matter of time before you become the lady. Jiao Chan smiled slightly, sighing inwardly. Such thoughts were dreams she dared not entertain. She turned to the shopkeeper. Please wrap up this roll of silk for me. Certainly, please wait a moment. The shopkeeper beamed, as this exquisite roll of silk was over 5 yards long and quite valuable. At that moment, a clear voice sounded from behind Jiao Chan. Ah, this silk is perfect for making a robe for the Lord. Lan Sui entered the shop with her maid, eyes fixed on the silk in the shopkeeper's hands. She arrogantly declared, Shopkeeper, wrap up this roll of silk for me. I'll take it. As Lan Sui stepped into the fabric shop, her eyes were immediately drawn to a bolt of exquisite silk. Being the daughter of a prominent family, she instantly recognized it as a rare treasure from the war-torn south, of the highest quality, seldom seen even in the palace. She had come today to purchase materials for Yang Xun's clothing, and seeing such a fine item, she was naturally tempted. Miss, my apologies, but this silk has just been reserved by this young lady, the shopkeeper said apologetically, glancing at Lan Sui before looking towards Jiao Chan standing nearby. Only then did Lan Sui notice Jiao Chan at the counter, and she was secretly amazed such a beautiful woman. But she quickly composed herself and spoke. Miss, I am very fond of this silk. Would you consider letting me have it? Jiao Chan frowned slightly. This silk was carefully chosen by her to make clothes for Yang Xun, so she was unwilling to give it up. Miss, I'm afraid I cannot part with it. She began, but was interrupted by Lan Sui's maid, who spoke arrogantly. We are offering you a chance to be reasonable. Do you know who my young lady is? Such brazen words. Yet Lan Sui did not stop her maid, but instead watched Jiao Chan with a smile. Xing Daorong beside them immediately retorted. Who cares who you are? We chose this fabric first. Do you think you're more important than the prince? As soon as he said this, dozens of Imperial guards in their distinctive uniforms swarmed in, glaring at Lan Sui. The shopkeeper, frightened by the scene, tossed the silk onto the table and hurriedly hid behind the counter. Although taken aback by the commotion, Lan Sui recognized the uniforms and smiled even more. Are you one of Yang Xun's people? She asked, looking directly at Jiao Chan. How dare you address the prince by name? Xing Daorong was about to explode, but Jiao Chan raised her hand to stop him. Yes, I am the prince's maid, Jiao Chan replied calmly. And you? Just a maid. Dare to compete with me? Lan Sui sneered. Do you know who I am? I am the future princess of Yang Xun, your future mistress. Everyone present was stunned by this declaration. Jiao Chan quickly collected herself, recalling that Kai Wenji had mentioned Yang Xun's engagement in the capital. You are the daughter of Marquis Lan Yu too, Lan Sui? How dare you address my lady by name? Kneel immediately. Lan Sui's maid commanded harshly. I dare not, Jiao Chan replied, bowing her head. She knew her own lowly status well. The woman before her was not only the daughter of a marquis, but also engaged to Yang Xun, and could indeed become her mistress one day. Didn't you hear? Kneel. The maid pressed, while Lan Sui wore a smug expression. No matter how beautiful you are, you're just a lowly maid. I am your true mistress. I cannot comply, Jiao Chan said through gritted teeth. If Lan Sui truly became the princess, she would kneel, but doing so now would disgrace Yang Xun. You insolent maid, Lan Sui shouted, raising her hand to slap Jiao Chan. Stop, a voice boomed from outside, followed by a sharp sound, and a red handprint appeared on Lan Sui's cheek. Lan Sui stood frozen in disbelief at the scene before her. From childhood, she had always been the center of attention, never having suffered such humiliation. As she recognized the person before her, tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Yang Xun, you hit me? Her voice trembled with shock and anger. At that moment, Yang Xun was gently holding Jiao Chan's hand, his eyes filled with concern. Are you okay? He asked softly. Jiao Chan's gaze shifted between Yang Xun and Lan Xue, her expression flustered. She started to say, but Yang Xun interrupted her. Don't speak. Yang Xun stopped her, and then turned to Lan Xue, his eyes cold. Lan Xue was furious, her voice sharp and piercing. You hit me for a mere servant, and now you're here being affectionate with her? Do I mean nothing to you? Yang Xun smirked coldly at her words. Why should I care about you, just because of some ridiculous engagement? If you were virtuous and kind, I might consider it. But look at you, arrogant and insolent. Do you think you have the qualities of a worthy wife? Claiming to be the future princess, what a joke. He pointed to Jiao Chan and Kai Wenji, his tone resolute. Even if I were to marry, it would be one of them, not you, Lan Xue. Lan Xue turned red with anger, her fists clenched. You'd rather marry a servant than me? Before she could finish, Yang Xun slapped her again. Who are you calling a servant? In terms of talent, you can't compare to them. In beauty, they outshine you by far. They've been taking care of me all this time. And what have you done? You expect to become a princess just like that? Do you deserve it? Jiao Chan and Kai Wenji's eyes filled with tears, deeply moved by Yang Xun's words. Just for this, they were willing to remain his maids for life. Yang Xun's gaze turned to the maid beside Lan Xue, his voice icy. You and your kind, where are the Xiangnu? Cut out her tongue and break her limbs. Teach her a lesson. The maid was terrified, her legs giving way as she knelt, pleading desperately. Your Highness, I know I was wrong. Please, have mercy. Without hesitation, Xinlong and others stepped forward, pinning the maid down. They broke her limbs, pried open her mouth, and cut out her tongue. Blood splattered, and her screams echoed around. Lan Xue wanted to retort, but witnessing the gruesome scene left her pale and trembling. Suddenly, she felt a murderous gaze upon her, sending shivers down her spine. In this critical moment, Lan Yutu, Marquis of Tingyang, rushed in, kneeling before Yang Xun. Your Highness, my daughter was foolish to offend you. I beg you, please show mercy and spare her. His voice was full of pleading. Yang Xun looked at Lan Yutu, frowning slightly. After arriving in the capital, he had the Xiangnu investigate Lan Yutu, learning that he was an old comrade of his father, a man of integrity and loyalty, respected for his honesty and dedication in office. This knowledge stirred a slight hesitation in Yang Xun's heart. Seeing Yang Xun remain silent, Lan Yutu was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he choked out. A child's misbehavior is the fault of the parent. It was my indulgence that spoiled her. I can only beg you, my lord, for the sake of the friendship between my late father and yours, to spare my daughter and leave a legacy for the Lan family. Lan Yutu's heart was a maelstrom of emotions. He knew well his daughter Lan Xue's temperament, pampered and arrogant from a young age. Since Yang Xun's arrival in the capital, Lan Yutu had considered breaking off the engagement, anticipating that her insolence would inevitably offend Yang Xun. However, taking the initiative to dissolve the engagement would be a slap in Yang Xun's face, a risk he dared not take. He had been waiting for Yang Xun to make the first move, never imagining that his daughter would be so brazen as to assault one of Yang Xun's people before even marrying him. Yang Xun, known for his intolerance of disrespect, especially after the previous night's massacre of tens of thousands, would not let a mere engagement paper shield Lan Xue. With the situation as it was, Lan Yutu had no choice but to swallow his pride and plead for his daughter. Yang Xun sighed, his anger mostly dissipated. He helped Lan Yutu to his feet, speaking more gently. Uncle, there's no need for concern. I won't take her life. But she must face consequences. Since she looks down on maids, let her serve as one to Jiao Chan in the palace. What do you think? Jiao Chan was taken aback, thinking it odd for a maid to need serving herself, but she dared not voice her thoughts. Lan Yutu didn't dare refuse and quickly bowed. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. Xue, thank his lordship. Lan Xue, petrified, knelt silently. Seeing her state, Lan Yutu felt as if his heart was being torn apart, but he was helpless. He cursed inwardly, blaming Yang Xun for being so ruthless that even he, a seasoned warrior, felt fear. Yang Xun commanded, take Miss Lan to the palace. Then he turned to Jiao Chan. From now on, she is your maid. You may direct her as you see fit. Jiao Chan quickly curtsied. I will obey. Though anxious, she knew Yang Xun's word was law and unchangeable. Lan Yutu stood at the entrance of the cloth shop, watching Yang Xun's entourage depart. He sighed deeply, filled with anger and frustration, silently cursing. Damn old Yang. Your son is truly ruthless. He nearly killed my daughter today. Just wait until I join you in the afterlife. I'll settle all scores with you. Damn it. I'm cutting all ties with you. On the way back to the palace, Yang Xun read a secret report from Zhuke, a slight smile playing on his lips. Lan Sui's aunt is the princess consort of Qin. Interesting. He suddenly asked, where is Xing Daorong? Xing Daorong's heart skipped a beat, fearing Yang Xun would hold him accountable for almost letting Jiao Chan be humiliated. He approached the carriage with his head lowered. My lord, I am here. From within the carriage, Yang Xun's voice came. I have a task for you. Xing Daorong was overjoyed, realizing it wasn't a punishment, but an assignment. He thought excitedly. The Lord finally sees my talent. My lord, just say the word. I will not fail you, even if it means facing fire and sword. Prepare yourself to go to Wuzhou, Yang Xun said calmly. Xing Daorong was even more excited, thinking that the king of Pingnan was in Wuzhou. Could it be that the Lord wanted him to lead troops there? My lord, how many troops will you grant me? You will go alone. What? Xing Daorong was stunned. Going alone? Wasn't that a death sentence? Yang Xun explained. To be honest, it won't be long before I march on Wuzhou. You take enough money for your journey, find a place to settle there, and when I need you, I will send someone to contact you. Oh, very well, I will follow your orders, Xing Daorong replied, feeling dejected. Inside the carriage, Yang Xun's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Xing Daorong, whether we can topple the king of Pingnan depends on you. Lan Sui returned to the palace in a daze and only came to her senses by evening. She found two elderly women standing before her, sent by Yang Xun to teach her the palace rules and daily tasks. Despite her displeasure, Lan Sui had no choice but to follow them and learn. Hours passed, and it was only when night fell that the women left. Exhausted from the long hours of etiquette training, Lan Sui was aching all over, her legs trembling. As soon as the women departed, she could no longer hold herself up and collapsed to the ground, silently weeping into her hands. Feelings of grievance and hatred surged within Lan Sui. She thought through gritted teeth. Yang Xun, you coarse northerner, how dare you humiliate me like this? Do you think you're invincible just because you command a large army? Little do you know, I have a distant aunt who is the princess consort of Qin. Once I find my chance, I'll make you pay, make you regret humiliating me, and ensure you meet a miserable end. Unbeknownst to her, a shadowy figure quietly disappeared into the darkness behind a screen. In the Imperial study, Zhuke knelt before Yang Xun, faithfully reporting Lan Sui's words and actions. Jiao Chan, who was peeling longans nearby, listened with alarm and quickly advised. My lord, such a malicious woman should not be kept around. Just give the order, and I'll ensure she doesn't live to see the morning sun. Zhuke echoed her sentiments. Yang Xun smiled, popping a peeled longan into his mouth, and said leisurely, no rush. If I kill her now, how will I catch the big fish? It would be a waste not to use her connection as the princess consort of Qin's niece. He then inquired about the situation in Chu Prefecture. Zhuke reported that General Hua Xiong had successfully taken control of the area. Yang Xun immediately ordered, send word to Chu Prefecture. Have Pan Feng lead 50,000 troops from Qingzhou to temporarily manage the region, and instruct Hua Xiong to lead 50,000 Shiliang cavalry to wait at Nanfeng town, 50 miles south of Qianjing city. After Zhuke left with his orders, Yang Xun advised Jiao Chan on how to handle Lan Sui and warned her to be cautious of poisoning. Once Jiao Chan departed, Yang Xun opened the system panel, deciding to recruit more troops. System, initiate 40 rounds of 10 consecutive draws. The system prompted, ding, 40 rounds of 10 consecutive draws will consume 400,000 points. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed. In an instant, Yang Xun's points plummeted to a mere 50,000. Ding. The system notifications chimed repeatedly as a whirlwind of reward information flashed before Yang Xun's eyes. Resources like craftsmen, potatoes, chili peppers, and corn poured into his system space like a torrential rain. Yet, it was the precious talents and troops that truly set his heart racing. Yin Liang and Wenqiu gift pack, 5-star advisor Xiao He, 5-star General Zhao Yun. Yang Xun muttered in disbelief as he saw these legendary figures appear on his reward list. What thrilled him even more was the system's generous gift of 2 formidable armies, 20,000 soldiers from the camp of the assault and 100,000 white-ear troops. Yang Xun's eyes widened in disbelief, almost doubting the numbers he saw. After 40 rounds of 10 draws, Yang Xun's system space was brimming with various resources, but it was undoubtedly the civil and military officials and the armies that excited him the most. Xiao He, one of the 3 heroes of the early Han dynasty, was instrumental in helping Liu Bang establish the Han dynasty. Zhao Yun, the foremost among the 5 tiger generals of Shu, was famous for his exploits at the Battle of Changban. Yin Liang and Wenqiu were top generals under Yuan Shao. Additionally, the system bestowed upon Yang Xun 4 formidable armies, 20,000 soldiers from the camp of the assault, 100,000 white-ear troops, and 50,000 Shiliang cavalry. Each was a renowned elite force in history, especially the camp of the assault, which, though originally just over 700 strong, was now a formidable 20,000. Yang Sun took a deep breath to calm his excitement. He quickly checked the map and summoned the 170,000 strong army to a desolate mountain 20 miles west. With a thought, Zhao Yun, Yin Liang, and Wen Shou appeared before him. "We greet our lord," the three chorused. At ease, Yang Sun gestured, his gaze returning to the map. After a moment's thought, he began issuing orders. "The three of you must head overnight to the desolate mountain 20 miles west of Tianjing City. Zhao Yun, you will lead the 100,000 white ear troops to set up camp there. Do not raise the military flag and tightly secure the area, allowing no one to approach. Yin Liang, take the 20,000 camp of the assault soldiers to the border between Qinzhou and Chenzhou, find a hidden spot, and await my command. Wen Shou, lead the 50,000 Shiliang cavalry to Nanfeng town, 50 miles south of Tianjing City, and prepare to join up with Huaxiong." "We obey." The three generals acknowledged and departed, their footsteps gradually fading away. Watching their retreating figures, Yang Sun smiled confidently. He murmured to himself, "The net is set. Once I prepare the bait, I don't believe the king of Qin can resist taking the bait." In the blink of an eye, a week quietly passed. On this silent night, the Imperial study suddenly erupted with a thunderous noise, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky, instantly capturing the attention of thousands within the palace. Yang Sun stood before the desk, his body covered in blood and his expression grave, tightly gripping the flintlock pistol he had drawn earlier. He swiftly loaded the ammunition and fired another shot out the window. Bang! Another deafening explosion echoed through the quiet palace, piercingly loud. Yang Sun turned to look at Qinglong and Baihu not far away, a sly glint in his eyes. "I'll leave the rest to you," he said. Then, with exaggerated groans, he declared, "Oh dear, I've been injured." Oh. With that, he closed his eyes, went limp, and fell straight to the ground. Qinglong and Baihu exchanged a helpless glance, thinking that the prince's acting was quite poor. Nonetheless, they dutifully shouted, "Help! There's an assassin. The prince is injured. Come quickly to catch the assassin. Call the Imperial physician. Where is the physician?" At the sound of their cries, the palace guards rushed to the scene like a tidal wave. As they reached the door, they saw Baihu, covered in blood, burst out of the study with a sword, shouting, "Damn it, the assassin got away. Brothers, seal off the entire palace. Let's catch the assassin." Following closely behind were several elderly Imperial physicians on duty. These men, in their 60s and 70s, were out of breath from running. One stumbled and fell, rolling on the ground before quickly getting up and continuing to run, not even bothering to retrieve his fallen shoe. They knew all too well that with Yang Sun in control of the palace, if anything happened to him, the entire Imperial Medical Institute would face dire consequences. The elderly physicians hurried into the Imperial study and gasped upon seeing Yang Sun covered in blood. The lead physician was about to check Yang Sun's pulse when Qinglong's blade was suddenly at his throat. "Physician, the prince is fine, but when you see others later, say this," Qinglong whispered in the physician's ear. The physician's face grew paler with each word, but he maintained his composure and knelt, saying, "I obey. I will cooperate." Qinglong nodded in satisfaction and turned to the other physicians, his tone menacing. "And the rest of you, if anyone leaks even a hint of this, your families will be wiped out. From today, you will eat and sleep here in the study, not leaving even a step." Before long, Jiao Chan and Kai Wenji arrived. Seeing Yang Sun wrapped up like a mummy by the physicians, they immediately rushed to his side, weeping uncontrollably. Accompanying them, Lan Sui witnessed this scene, a hint of delight flashing in her eyes. Yang Sun was assassinated? Serves him right. It'd be better if he were dead. At that moment, Lu Tianqi hurriedly arrived, his footsteps echoing in the spacious hall. He anxiously looked at Qinglong, his voice filled with evident concern. "How is the prince?" Qinglong sighed deeply, his brow furrowed. He recounted Yang Sun's injuries in detail to Lu Tianqi, then asked in confusion, "Why didn't Xue Rengui and Jiang Wei come with you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tianqi's face turned furious, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Don't mention it." As soon as Xue Rengui learned the prince's life was in danger, he led the 80,000 Xuanjiao army out of the city. Jiang Wei also rushed back to the Qingzhou military camp. Those two bastards clearly intend to seize power in northern Yan. Seize power? Qinglong said in shock, eyes wide. Then why didn't they just kill the prince and take over the capital directly? Lu Tianqi shook his head, his tone full of helplessness. Northern Yan is currently the richest place in the world. What does the capital matter? Besides, both the Xuanjiao army and the Qingzhou army were cultivated by the prince himself. If they knew they were being ordered to kill the prince, would they still follow Xue Rengui and Jiang Wei? Those two scoundrels are definitely using the prince's name to lead troops back to northern Yan, aiming to control the voice of authority there. Damn traitors! Qinglong said angrily, clenching his fist. Lu Tianqi continued. However, I've already had the Yulin guards take over the city and tightly seal the gates. As long as the prince wakes up, all problems can be solved. Well done. Qinglong nodded approvingly, then turned to a commander nearby, sternly ordering, "Send the order. The Xiangnu are to immediately seal off the Imperial city. No one is to enter or leave, and violators will be killed without mercy." The loud conversation between the two was clearly heard by Lan Sui, not far away. She secretly calculated. Yang Xun is gravely injured and unconscious. His generals are moving troops to seize power in northern Yan, and now only the Yulin Guards and Xiangnu remain in Qianjing City. If she could get this news to Qinzhou and have her aunt persuade her uncle to lead troops to attack Qianjing City, wouldn't Yang Xun be finished? At that moment, an anxious female voice suddenly came from outside the Imperial study. "How is Yang Xun?" Before the words had fully left her mouth, Li Miaoying had already rushed in, her face full of panic and worry. Seeing Yang Xun wrapped up like a mummy, she was stunned. Just yesterday, Yang Xun was fine. How did he suddenly end up like this? Although she was the person who hated Yang Xun the most, at this moment, she was also the person who least wanted him to die. Li Miaoying knew that only Yang Xun could save the Great Qian, and only Yang Xun could control the hundreds of thousands of troops in northern Yan. While Yang Xun was arrogant and domineering, at least he hadn't rebelled or killed her. She was still the Empress, and the Great Qian still existed. But if another rebel king attacked the capital, she, Li Miaoying, would surely die, and the Great Qian would cease to exist. She had placed all her bets on Yang Xun. If he died, how could she face those ambitious rebel kings? With this thought, two helpless tears fell from Li Miaoying's eyes. She walked to Yang Xun's side, shaking his body with trembling hands, her voice choked with emotion. "Yang Xun, wake up. I forbid you to die, do you hear me?" Pretending to be unconscious, Yang Xun was quite surprised by Li Miaoying's words. He hadn't expected that this woman, who usually gritted her teeth at him, wouldn't want him to die at such a critical moment. Yang Xun had staged this whole act partly to lure in the king of Qin, and partly to test what Li Miaoying would do under these circumstances. If she had taken advantage of the situation to eliminate him, Yang Xun wouldn't have minded replacing her as emperor. But now, it seemed he had underestimated her. Seeing Yang Xun unresponsive, Li Miaoying could no longer control her emotions, and she fell to the ground, crying loudly. "Yang Xun, if you die, the Great Qian is finished. You can't die. I forbid it. You said that when I reached northern Yan, you'd treat me to roast frogs. You can't break your promise. Deceiving the emperor is a crime punishable by the extermination of your entire clan." Witnessing Li Miaoying's genuine display of emotion, everyone present couldn't help but be moved. However, no one stepped forward to tell her that Yang Xun's life was no longer in danger. He was merely unconscious. Listening to Li Miaoying's cries, Yang Xun secretly chuckled. "Little lady, you do have a bit of a conscience. But what on earth is roast frog? When did I ever say something like that?" At that moment, the Imperial physician suddenly spoke up. "Oh right, the Imperial hospital has a century-old ginseng that can replenish the prince's lost vitality. Could someone please go and fetch it?" Lan Sui's eyes lit up, and she quickly responded, "I'll go get it right away." With that, she hurriedly left the Imperial study, secretly pleased. This was the perfect excuse she needed to slip away, like a pillow delivered just as she was about to fall asleep. Once outside the study, Lan Sui quickened her pace but didn't head towards the hospital. She cautiously looked around to ensure no one was following her, then made her way straight to the eastern wall of the palace. Her skirt fluttered in the night breeze, her steps light yet urgent. Meanwhile, Luo Tangji was crouched outside the palace wall like a frightened rabbit. Ever since Lan Sui was taken into the palace, he had been coming here every night to bring her some delicious food. Tonight, he had a bulging package tucked under his arm, a foolish grin on his face. Suddenly, two loud bangs echoed from within the palace, startling Luo Tangji. Soon, the streets and alleys were filled with patrolling soldiers and guards, their footsteps resounding everywhere. Luo Tangji had only been there for a short while before he encountered several patrols. Luckily, he was clever and had dug a pit beside the wall a few days ago. Whenever someone approached, he would dive into it like a groundhog, thus avoiding detection. Luo Tangji thought to himself, something must have happened in the palace. Sui must be so busy, I wonder if she's eaten. Good thing I prepared extra tonight. She'll definitely be touched by this, right? With that thought, he couldn't help but grin again. Just then, a squad of palace guards jogged closer, their footsteps growing louder. Yet Luo Tangji, lost in his daydreams, failed to notice. From a nearby tree, Xue frowned, silently cursing. This foolish boy, why isn't he hiding? What's he grinning about? Seeing the guards getting closer to Luo Tangji, Xue suddenly let out a sharp bird call, then flipped off the tree and vanished into the night. Startled by the sudden sound, Luo Tangji finally noticed the guards on the street. He quickly dove into the pit, holding his breath, his heart pounding. The guards, distracted by the bird call, headed towards the woods in pursuit. After a while, Luo Tangji cautiously emerged from the pit, patting his chest and exhaling deeply. That scared me to death. Huh, why isn't Sui here yet? Just then, Lan Sui's soft voice came from inside the palace wall. Luo Tangji, are you there? Luo Tangji was overjoyed and quickly pressed his ear to the wall, replying in a hushed voice. Sui, I'm here. Luo Tangji, I need your help with something. Lan Sui's voice came again, with a note of urgency. Luo Tangji patted his chest confidently, declaring, Sui, just say the word. No matter what it is, I'll do it for you. Lan Sui looked around cautiously, ensuring no one was nearby, then whispered, the city gates are probably on lockdown now. You need to find a way out of the city and go to Qinzhou, find the Princess of Qin. She's my distant aunt. Tell her Yang Xun is in critical condition. What? Yang Xun is in critical condition. Luo Tangji exclaimed in shock, his voice piercing through the still night air. Keep your voice down. Lan Sui whispered, her heart pounding from Luo Tangji's sudden appearance. She took a deep breath and continued. Yang Xun's top general has taken troops back to Beiyin to seize power, leaving only 20 to 30,000 Yulin guards and 10,000 Phoenix guards in Qianjing City. Now is the perfect time for the Prince of Qin to lead an army and capture Qianjing City. Luo Tangji's breath quickened at her words, sweat beading on his forehead. This is rebellion, he stammered. If word gets out, my Luo family, all 1,000 of us, will be executed. Seeing his hesitation, Lan Sui grew anxious. Luo Tangji, are you scared? Sui, I'm not, Luo Tangji stuttered. But the city gates are under strict guard. How can I get out? Lan Sui retorted impatiently. What do you keep those hundreds of loyal warriors in the Luo family for? Fight your way out. What? Fight our way out. Luo Tangji's eyes widened in terror. Not far away, Xue, perched back on a tree branch, witnessed the scene and silently prayed. Kid, you can't back down now. If you do, all the prince's planning will be for nothing. Luo Tangji, if you're afraid, just say so. I'll just consider it my mistake in judging you. Lan Sui's displeased voice came from behind the wall. Sui, it's not fear, it's just that. Luo Tangji trailed off, deeply conflicted. Lan Sui gritted her teeth and said, think about it. The Prince of Qin is my uncle. If he takes Qianjing City, it will greatly benefit both your Luo family and my Lan family. Besides, don't you like me? Once the Prince of Qin enters the city and defeats Yang Xun, I'll marry you. Luo Tangji's eyes lit up, his heart racing. Sui, do you mean it? Stop being so wishy-washy. Are you a man or not? Lan Sui said impatiently. I, Lan Sui, am a lady of a respectable family. Why would I lie to you? These words seemed to give Luo Tangji endless courage. He pounded his chest and promised. Leave it to me, Sui, just wait for my good news. With that, he turned and left, determination in his eyes. For the sake of love, tonight I, Luo Tangji, will be a true man. Inside the palace walls, a look of satisfaction flickered in Lan Sui's eyes. Yang Xun, see? You may not appreciate me, but there are others who do. This time, you're doomed. Xue watched Luo Tangji's departing figure and murmured to himself. I wonder if this kid can really fight his way out. I better go check on him. Luo Tangji skillfully avoided the patrolling soldiers and finally returned to the Prime Minister's residence. As soon as he entered, he saw his father, Luo Yongji, standing grimly with a stick in hand, the steward behind him. Father, Luo Tangji approached cautiously, like a wilted eggplant. You still know to come back? Luo Yongji pointed angrily at him. There must be something big happening at the palace tonight. Aren't you afraid of losing your head running around at this time? Father, I'm back now, aren't I? Luo Tangji said, grinning as he took the stick from Luo Yongji. Just as Luo Yongji was about to speak, Luo Tangji suddenly jumped up and struck his father on the head with the stick. Luo Yongji rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. The steward looked at Luo Tangji in horror. Young master, you. Father, I'm sorry. Luo Tangji turned to the steward. Gather all the loyal warriors in the residence. This young master has something big to do today. Seeing the steward hesitate, Luo Tangji added, I am the young master of the Luo family. Will you not listen to me? I will explain to my father when he wakes up. If this succeeds, our Luo family will rise to great heights. Now go quickly. Right away, young master. Though confused, the steward dared not disobey and hurried towards the backyard. Watching the steward's retreating figure, Luo Tangji waved his hand grandly. Someone, armor me up. Half an hour later, Luo Tangji led over 100 elite warriors, charging out of the chancellor's residence towards the city gates. Although he was born a scholar, he had practiced martial arts since childhood. Clad in iron armor and wielding a long sword, he cut a dashing figure. The thunderous sound of hooves stirred up clouds of dust on the streets of Qianjing, and the outline of the city gates gradually became clear in the distance. Raising his sword, Luo Tangji shouted, Brothers, we've trained for years for this moment. Today is your chance to make your mark. Rest assured, I will take good care of your families. Charge! Before his words faded, the warriors roared in unison, surging towards the gates like a tidal wave. At the city gates, Dozens of Imperial guards stood ready. In an instant, both sides clashed fiercely, with flashes of blades and flying flesh. Luo's warriors, veterans from the borderlands with countless battles under their belts, quickly broke through the guards' defenses. A few warriors swiftly dismounted, working together to push open the heavy city gates. Atop the city wall, a commander was about to lead reinforcements when he was stopped by Lu Tianxi. "General, someone is trying to break through the gates," the commander reported urgently. Lu Tianxi stood with his hands behind his back, calmly saying, "Let them go. Pretend you didn't see anything." Though puzzled, the commander obeyed, shifting his gaze elsewhere. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Tongji charged out of Qianjing like an arrow loosed from a bow. The warriors behind him quickly closed the gates and, with their backs against the city wall, engaged the remaining guards in fierce combat. Luo Tongji's heart pounded like a drum, but his face couldn't hide his excitement. "I've succeeded. Sui, wait for me. I will return to marry you," he shouted in his heart, galloping away into the distance. Seeing Luo Tongji had exited the city, Lu Tianxi suddenly turned to the commander beside him, coldly instructing, "Go, kill them all." The commander hesitated for a moment, then obeyed, leading hundreds of Imperial guards to encircle the 100-odd warriors. Not far away, Zhu observed everything, letting out a silent sigh of relief before vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the governor's residence in Wuzhou, the king of Pingnan was drinking with his generals. He downed a large bowl of strong wine in one gulp, surrounded by more than a dozen imposing generals. A burly man with disheveled hair and dark skin on his right raised his hands in praise. "Your Highness, you can really hold your liquor." The king of Pingnan laughed heartily, filling another bowl and standing to address the man. "Adoro, capturing Wuzhou this time is all thanks to your brave tribal warriors. I toast to you." With that, he drained the bowl in one go. Aduoluo tilted his head back and downed the small bowl of liquor in one gulp. He wiped his thick beard with a rough hand and let out a hearty laugh. "Refreshing, truly refreshing. Your Han people's wine is indeed the best." At that moment, Kong Wu, who had been silent until now, suddenly stood up from his seat on the left, bowed to the Prince of Pingnan, and spoke with a heavy voice. "My lord, after the barbarian soldiers entered the city, they committed all sorts of atrocities, burning, killing, and looting, leaving the city of Wuzhou littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Countless women have been abducted into the barbarian camps. I urge you, my lord, to order these barbarian soldiers to be expelled from the city." These words instantly ignited Aduoluo's fury. He slammed his bowl to the ground, shattering it into pieces, and roared at Kong Wu, "Old fool. Our barbarian warriors shed blood for you. And so what if they kill a few people or take a few women?" Kong Wu's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead. "We are here to conquer the world. If we slaughter everyone along the way like you do, leaving no one alive for miles, what use is a world one? You barbarians are no better than beasts. You dare insult me? I'll cut you down." Aduoluo, enraged, grabbed the giant axe beside him and charged at Kong Wu. "Enough!" The Prince of Pingnan slammed his hand heavily on the table, causing Aduoluo to halt, though he still glared at the prince with resentment. The Prince of Pingnan cast a cold gaze over everyone present. "Do you not regard me as your king?" Since the Duke of Dongwu withdrew his troops, the Prince of Pingnan had been stationed in Wuzhou City for several days. He was well aware of the barbarians' atrocities, but the 200,000 elite barbarian troops were the core of his 500,000 strong army, each as fierce as a beast. To conquer the world, he had to turn a blind eye to their actions. Aduoluo, put the axe down. Fighting in front of me. What kind of behavior is this? The Prince of Pingnan then turned to Kong Wu. "General Kong, do not disturb the harmony within the army." Reluctantly, Aduoluo threw down the giant axe and returned to his seat, still glaring at Kong Wu with murderous intent, as if he wished to devour him whole. Kong Wu snorted coldly. Though unwilling, he understood that the Prince of Pingnan was protecting the barbarians, so he remained silent. Just as the Prince of Pingnan was about to continue the meeting, a rhythmic sound of a wooden fish suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Aduoluo jumped up, grabbed his giant axe once more, and shouted, "Damn it! That monk again, knocking every day? I can't stand it. I'm going to cut him down. Can you catch that monk?" Prince of Pingnan glared at Aduoluo, his eyes blazing with anger. Every nightfall, the sound of wooden fish echoed outside the prefecture, continuing from dusk until dawn. This eerie noise tormented the Prince of Pingnan day after day, preventing him from sleeping and gradually wearing down his patience. The guards outside the residence were mysteriously killed one by one, each body bearing the same fatal wounds. Even when the agile Aduoluo personally took action, the monk effortlessly leaped onto rooftops, vanishing into the night like a ghost. "Enough, just sit down. Let him keep knocking." The Prince of Pingnan rubbed his temples, his voice filled with deep fatigue. "Your Highness, I am willing to lead troops to conquer Dongyu." Kong Wu seized the opportunity to volunteer. Before he finished speaking, a Duoluo immediately jumped in to compete. Your Highness, let me go? I will capture the king of Dongwu and present him as a prisoner. At this time, the remnants of the Imperial army had retreated to Qizhou, where their combined forces with King Qi's were evenly matched with the Prince of Pingnan's. In contrast, the forces of the king of Dongwu and Dongyu were already depleted, clearly an easier target. After a moment of contemplation, the Prince of Pingnan made his decision. General Kong, you are in command of 100,000 troops. Capture Dongyu as soon as possible and bring me the head of the king of Dongwu to accompany my wine. He then turned to a Duoluo. You will lead the barbarian warriors with me to attack Qizhou, and the spoils of war will be yours. A Duoluo was immediately excited by this. Qizhou was wealthy, with abundant spoils, and the concubines of King Qi were at his disposal. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. Your Highness, it's a deal. Intoxicated and flushed with wine, a Duoluo staggered out of the prefecture. Suddenly, he saw several barbarian soldiers carrying a struggling woman across his path. Come back here, he shouted angrily. Are you blind? Didn't you see me here? Recognizing the barbarian king, the soldiers immediately knelt to apologize. A Duoluo strode forward, roughly grabbing the woman's hair to take a closer look. The stench of alcohol on his breath made the woman retch, tears of fear welling in her eyes. She looks quite good. Just as well, the women from yesterday have all been killed by me. This woman, I will take her. Adoro's voice was filled with greed and brutality. Although a few of the barbarian soldiers were discontented, they dared not defy the will of their king and merely exchanged silent glances. At that moment, a series of dull thuds shattered the silence. The soldiers dropped one by one, revealing small blood holes at the back of their heads. Adoro swiftly turned around to see a monk in white robes walking towards him at a leisurely pace, the sound of a wooden fish echoing with each step. So, monk, I've been trying to catch you for so long, and you dare come to me? Adoro roared in fury. The monk was Pufa, who calmly approached Adoro, opened his eyes, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Amitba, how many more must you kill before you're satisfied, you fiend? I'll kill your mother. Adoro shouted fiercely, his huge hand reaching for Pufa. Pufa deftly evaded and, with lightning speed, smashed the wooden fish against Adoro's head. The wooden fish shattered instantly, and the barbarian king's massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Seeing their king in trouble, the surrounding guards swarmed forward. Pufa flicked his wrist, sending several prayer beads whizzing through the air, each finding its mark in the throats of the advancing guards, who fell instantly. In a furious rage, Adoro drew a dagger and lunged, only to have it caught precisely by Pufa's 3 fingers. With a crack, the barbarian king's handbone shattered, followed by his arm being crushed. Pufa struck Adoro's chin, sending him sprawling, teeth and blood spraying from his mouth. Pufa then mounted Adoro, methodically breaking each of his limbs. You've committed countless atrocities and slaughtered innocent civilians. Today, I will make you feel the pain they endured before their deaths. With that, Pufa tore off Adoro's lower garments, blinded him, and ripped off his ears. When King Pingnan arrived with his troops, the once arrogant barbarian king was barely clinging to life. Retribution. Kongwu looked at the pitiful Adoro with cold indifference. Take him away and execute him, ordered King Pingnan, then turned to the barbarians with disheveled hair. Wutu, from today on, you are the new king of the barbarians. As Wutu was reveling in his imminent rise to power, a voice suddenly echoed from above the crowd. Are you the traitor King Pingnan? Everyone looked up to see a monk in a white robe standing atop the roof, gazing down at them with a frosty expression. Kong Wu and his loyal followers instinctively moved to shield Prince Pingnan, keeping a watchful eye on the monk. Yes, it's me. Are you the bald monk disturbing my peace? Prince Pingnan asked coldly, his eyes filled with a sharp intent to kill. Indeed, I am. Pu Fa replied, standing proudly without a trace of fear. You dare to kill my men? Are you declaring yourself my enemy? Prince Pingnan spat through gritted teeth. Pu Fa smiled faintly, reciting a Buddhist mantra before speaking. I merely liberated a beast. Besides, it was you who killed them, not me. Don't be hasty, Your Highness. Soon it will be your turn. I intend to liberate all the beasts under your command, to console the spirits of countless innocent souls. Enraged, Prince Pingnan shouted. Kongwu immediately ordered, shoot him down with arrows. A volley of arrows was released, slicing through the air towards Pu Fa. Yet, with agile movements, Pu Fa disappeared into the night. Damn it, he escaped again. Prince Pingnan fumed. Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation. Someone killed his men in public and got away unscathed. What angered him more was the monk's exceptional martial arts skills, leaving his men unable to even touch him. Go to the southern border and bring me the Black Dragon Mountain people, he barked at one of his soldiers. The soldier, trembling, replied, Your Highness, you forget, you wiped out the entire Black Dragon Mountain clan last year. Damn it, Prince Pingnan recalled how he had indeed eradicated the powerful Black Dragon Mountain clan out of fear of their potential threat. Even with 5 or 6 of his generals combined, they were no match for the Black Dragon Mountain warriors. Recruit the best fighters from across the land. I refuse to believe I can't deal with this monk. Meanwhile, Pu Fa rested beneath a large tree, his face pale and his breath unsteady. Blood stained his robe, and an arrow was lodged in his right shoulder. He tore his robe, revealing his scarred body, and bit down on a stick. The arrow had barbs and was deeply embedded, making removal excruciating. Pu Fa gripped the arrow, his veins bulging and cold sweat dripping, and pushed it through with one determined effort. Snapping off the arrow's tail, he pulled out the shaft and immediately applied medicinal powder to the wound, pressing down with his robe. Spitting out the stick, Pu Fa leaned against the tree with a self-deprecating smile. Still not skilled enough. Shouldn't have overestimated myself. Luckily, it wasn't a fatal wound, or I'd be meeting the Buddha. Pu Fa glanced down at the crisscrossing scars on his body, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his lips. So ugly. If only I had mastered the invincible martial arts of my uncle, I wouldn't be covered in scars. Unfortunately, he passed away too soon. He sighed softly, his gaze growing distant. I've long heard of the cruelty of the king of Pingnan and the bloodthirstiness of those barbarians. But it wasn't until I witnessed the devastation of Wuzhou City with my own eyes that I truly understood what a living hell is. Pu Fa clenched his fists. I hope the king of Jinbei can deploy his armies soon, reclaim the lost territories, and save the people from suffering. I will do my utmost to help. At that moment, a figure dressed in black appeared silently before him. Pu Fa's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Why are you here? Are you also here to assassinate the king of Pingnan?" The figure in black didn't answer, simply sat down beside Pu Fa and handed him a flask of wine. Pu Fa took a sip and sneered. "Mere beasts, why not kill them? Why are you here?" Pu Fa pressed on. "Sent by someone to rescue a person up north," the figure in black replied calmly. "Just passing through." "Who are you rescuing?" The figure gave him a sidelong glance. "Knowing too much won't do you any good," Pu Fa eagerly suggested. "Why don't we join forces to eliminate the king of Pingnan, and then I'll accompany you on your rescue mission." "The king of Pingnan can't die just yet," the figure in black flatly refused. "If he dies now, the 200,000 barbarians will be uncontrolled, and the south will descend into chaos. At least until the king of Jinbei makes his move, he must remain alive." "You intend to support the king of Jinbei?" Pu Fa asked urgently. "I have no acquaintance with him. Why would I support him?" The figure in black stood up and stretched lazily. "Remember what I said. Be careful not to get caught and executed." I'm not that easy to kill." Before Pu Fa could finish his sentence, the figure in black had vanished into the night. Pu Fa rubbed his wounds and took another sip of wine, pondering the figure's departure. Strange, this person has always been reclusive, indifferent to worldly affairs. Who could have possibly persuaded him? Meanwhile, Luo Tongji had been riding hard for 2 days and finally arrived at Qinzhou City. With the status of the prime minister's son, he easily gained entry into the residence of the king of Qin. At that moment, in the rear garden of the residence, the king of Qin was wielding a sharp sword, furiously hacking at the flowers and plants, roaring, "Why? Yang Xun is just a greenhorn. Why should he take the throne in Jianjing City?" Ever since learning that Yang Xun had led troops into the capital, he had been unable to sleep. He too wished to march into the capital and claim the throne for himself. But lacking the necessary power and wary of the king of Qi's watchful eyes, he dared not act rashly for fear of being ambushed. Presumably, the king of Qi shared the same concerns, which is why they both held their troops back. Yet, Yang Xun unexpectedly seized the opportunity and marched into the capital. Years of planning, only for someone else to reap the rewards, left him deeply frustrated. Just then, a well-dressed woman approached with a young man, smiling. "My lord, calm your anger. I have brought you good news." What good news could there be at this critical moment? The king of Qin casually tossed his sword to the ground, producing a crisp metallic clang. Looking up, he noticed a stranger, a young man standing behind the Qin princess. The young man, seeing the king of Qin's gaze, quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed. "I am Luo Tongji. Greetings to your highness." The Qin princess smiled and introduced him. "Your highness, this is the eldest son of Chancellor Luo Yongji." The king of Qin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He was certainly familiar with the name Luo Yongji, but he had no dealings with the new chancellor of the Great Qian. "So, it's young Master Luo," he said indifferently. Luo Tongji quickly waved his hand, speaking eagerly. "No need for titles. Your highness can just call me Xiao Ji." He took a deep breath, excitement flashing in his eyes. "I've come with tremendous news for your highness. Yang Xun has been assassinated." Luo Tongji unhesitatingly recounted the current situation in Qianjing City and the incident where Lan Sui was humiliated by Yang Xun, speaking rapidly, fearing he might miss any detail. At the end, he added excitedly, Your Highness, Xue requests that you immediately send troops to attack Qianjing City. The king of Qin heard this and frowned. Is what you said true? Before Luo Tongji could answer, the Qin princess interjected. Your Highness, this news came from my niece. How could it be false? Haven't you always wanted to lead troops into the capital? Now is the perfect opportunity. The king of Qin stroked his chin, deep in thought. Yang Xun was in a coma after being assassinated, and his generals were returning to Beiyin to seize power, leaving the capital defenseless. Meanwhile, the king of Pingnan was about to attack Qizhou, and the king of Qi was too occupied to launch a sneak attack when he attacked the capital. This was a golden opportunity. But the king of Qin glanced at Luo Tongji, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Just then, a man clad in iron armor hurried over. He was the commander of the king of Qin's personal guards. Your Highness, news from Qianjing City, the ironclad man said, glancing at Luo Tongji. The king of Qin understood and said to the Qin princess, Young Master Luo must be tired from the journey. Please take him to rest. I take my leave. The Qin princess nodded slightly and left with Luo Tongji. After they left, the king of Qin turned to the man, eager, speak quickly. The man immediately reported, Your Highness, our brothers near the capital have sent a secret report. It seems something significant has happened in Qianjing City. The city gates are completely sealed, and they can't contact our brothers inside. Moreover, they saw the Xuanjiao army leaving the city, and the Qingzhou army outside the city is also on the move, all heading north. Damn, heaven is truly helping me. The king of Qin slapped his thigh, eyes filled with fervor. It seems that everything Luo Tongji said is true. This is the best chance to take over Qianjing City, and I might even claim that coveted position. He took a deep breath and decisively ordered, summon all generals to the palace for a meeting. After leaving the palace, the man in armor took a winding path into a secluded alley. Ensuring no one was around, he whispered, I've done what you asked, now release my family. At that moment, several masked men appeared behind him like phantoms. The leader sneered, Don't rush. Once the king of Qin formally attacks Qianjing City, we'll release your wife and children. The man threw a heavy bag to the ground, producing a dull thud. He spoke coldly, These are your rewards. Since you're working for us, you won't be shortchanged. His voice carried a threat. However, if you entertain any wrong ideas, I guarantee your wife and children will suffer terribly. The man turned back, staring hard at the masked group before him. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes because he knew clearly that he hadn't received any news from Qianjing City. Everything he had told King Qin was coerced by these masked individuals. He bent down to pick up the bag, the weight of it making his heart race. Carefully, he opened it, revealing gold pieces glinting inside. He swallowed hard and asked, his voice trembling slightly, Who exactly are you people? The man replied indifferently, That's none of your concern. Knowing too much won't do you any good. You can leave now. The man hesitated for a moment before finally tucking the bag into his coat. Keeping his head down, he quickly walked out of the dark alley, afraid these mysterious figures might change their minds. Once he was out of sight, the leader of the masked men turned to the others and said in a low voice, Send a message to the commander. Let him know the job is done. King Qin is preparing to deploy his troops. 5 days later, on the border of Qi and Wu, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor with a sword at his waist watched the front coldly. He was Li Feng, the ruler of Qizhou. Behind him, over 100,000 Qizhou soldiers stood in formation, weapons glinting like a forest of steel. Li Feng turned to his deputy and asked, What news from Xiangnu? The deputy promptly replied, Your Highness, Xiangnu Wu Qi has led 80,000 elite troops to the enemy's flank. Hearing this, Li Feng breathed an internal sigh of relief. He had previously refrained from assisting the Imperial army, fearing Wu Qi might retaliate. But now it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. However, Li Feng felt no gratitude toward the Imperial army. If not for their constant retreats, how could the southern king have advanced so quickly into Qizhou? All his plans had been disrupted by those incompetents. Li Feng sighed helplessly, then drew his sword from his belt. With eyes like torches, he shouted loudly, Sons of Qizhou, do you see those drooling savages bearing their fangs? These beasts know no humanity, leaving corpses and rivers of blood in their wake. Now they've set foot on our Qizhou land, intending to slaughter our parents and brothers, violate our wives, daughters, and sisters. What should we do? Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Over 100,000 soldiers shouted in unison, their voices deafening and earth-shaking. Li Feng nodded with satisfaction. Well said. Behind us is our homeland, and we have no choice. Draw your swords and slaughter these brutal beasts. Let none advance a single step. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers shouted again, determination etched on every face. Li Feng raised his sword high, his voice filled with passion. Sons, today we fight wrapped in horse hides. Charge and kill for your king, kill. With Li Feng's command, the generals beside him spurred their horses into battle, followed closely by the other soldiers, each with a resolute expression of facing death unflinchingly. Just then, a massive horn sounded from the enemy camp. You two roared. Warriors, crush everything you see. The barbarians charged, howling and roaring, eyes bloodshot and drooling, brandishing axes and swords in a frenzy. Suddenly, a rain of arrows swept across, falling like raindrops into the barbarian ranks. Some fell dead, struck in vital spots, while others seemed impervious to pain, continuing to charge despite being hit by several arrows. The beast-like howls echoed across the battlefield, causing the charging Chizhou soldiers to falter, fear evident in their eyes. As the distance between the two armies closed, tigers, leopards, wolves, and other fierce beasts sprang from the barbarian ranks, snarling as they charged into the Chizhou lines, attacking the soldiers. These beasts seemed driven solely by bloodlust, tearing into fallen soldiers and then leaping towards the next. Accustomed to the central plains, the Chizhou soldiers had never seen such a scene, and panic spread quickly, terror etched on every face. A general's horse suddenly panicked and bolted wildly, throwing him to the ground. Quickly regaining his footing, the general swiftly killed an oncoming wolf with a single slash, shouting to steady his troops, "Stay calm. Take care of these beasts first." His eyes, sharp as lightning, fixed on a tiger mauling a soldier. He immediately commanded, "Spearman, take it down." Even before he finished speaking, the spearmen surged forward like a tide, surrounding the tiger. Sharp spear tips pierced from all directions, creating over a dozen bloody wounds on the tiger's body. The tiger let out a pained howl and continued to struggle, but under the relentless assault, it finally collapsed with a thud. The soldiers were exhilarated by the act of slaying the tiger themselves, and their fear of the beasts dissipated significantly. Other troops quickly adapted, using their numbers to encircle and eliminate the wild animals that had charged into their ranks. However, the battle was far from over. A horde of frenzied barbarians followed closely behind, wielding axes and swords as they launched a fierce attack on the Chizhou soldiers. The battlefield descended into a bloody melee, with flesh and blood flying. The barbarian warriors seemed impervious to pain, refusing to retreat even after sustaining multiple wounds, attacking madly until their last breath. Some even swung their axes at the Chizhou soldiers' heads in their dying moments. Facing the barbarians' ferocious combat style, the Chizhou vanguard began to falter. Observing this from the hillside, Li Feng immediately ordered his deputy, signal to Xiang Boho's side to launch their attack. The deputy swiftly waved a flag, and soldiers on the peak lit haystacks, sending smoke signals into the sky. Meanwhile, in the nearby forest, the young General Wu Qi saw the signal and decisively commanded, "Brothers, charge with me and slay the barbarians." The Imperial troops shouted as they emerged from the woods, striking at the barbarian flanks. With the Imperial army joining the fray, the tide of battle quickly turned. The Chizhou soldiers launched a vigorous counterattack, forcing the barbarian forces to retreat. Li Feng allowed himself a slight smile, ready to celebrate victory, but suddenly noticed something amiss. Only the barbarians were visible on the battlefield, with no sign of Pingnan Wang's army. Just as he pondered this, a well-ordered military formation appeared at the rear of the barbarian forces, advancing directly towards the Imperial troops. The infantry of King Pingnan surged onto the battlefield like a tide, striking fear into all who saw them. Li Feng calculated silently. After defeating the 100,000 cavalry of Northern Yan, King Pingnan likely organized tens of thousands of cavalry with the captured horses, yet the whereabouts of this cavalry remained a mystery. As Li Feng pondered, a scout rushed over in a panic to report, "My lord, we have a serious problem. Tens of thousands of elite cavalry are charging towards us." Li Feng's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat soaked his back. He looked around, seeing only a few thousand personal guards by his side, utterly incapable of resisting King Pingnan's cavalry. At this moment, they held the high ground on a hillside. Descending recklessly would be suicidal. After weighing his options, Li Feng made a swift decision. Sound the retreat. With the blare of the horns, the Qi state army began retreating slowly. The cavalry lingering at the foot of the hill saw this, and, uninterested in pursuing, turned and left. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the main battlefield, only to feel a chill down his spine had been tricked. The fierce barbarians, instead of pursuing the retreating Qi army, had turned to encircle the court army, led by Wu Qi. The true purpose of King Pingnan's cavalry was to force Li Feng to withdraw, allowing them to swallow the elite of the court army whole. Li Feng suddenly realized, gritting his teeth in frustration at having been outmaneuvered by King Pingnan. At this moment, he and the court army were interdependent. If either side were defeated, the Qi state's defenses would collapse. However, it was too late to aid the court army. The barbarians and King Pingnan's forces had already surrounded them, and Li Feng saw tens of thousands of barbarians arrayed in anticipation of his counterattack. Moreover, having just ordered a retreat, launching a sudden counterattack would severely damage the troops' morale. A risky assault would not only fail to save the court army, but would likely cost the Qi troops dearly. Li Feng's gaze fell on Pu City behind him, where about 100,000 court troops were stationed. Though mostly old, weak, and infirm, if Xiangnu perished, he could take command of this army, significantly boosting his own strength. After considering the pros and cons, Li Feng coldly ordered his deputy, order the entire army to retreat to Pu City and rest. The deputy hesitated but, under Li Feng's icy stare, swallowed his words. He understood that the Qi army had chosen to fight King Pingnan here to prevent the barbarians from advancing into the heart of Qi. Now, retreating might protect the city, but the villages and people outside would suffer. Moreover, if Xiangnu's elite troops were annihilated, the deputy sighed inwardly. Unwilling but bound by military orders, he issued the command to retreat. On the other side of the battlefield, Xiangnu Wuqi led the court army in a desperate fight. He saw Li Feng's banner disappear and immediately sensed danger. Just then, a centurion rushed over, shouting in panic, "Lord, we're in serious trouble. The Qi army has withdrawn, and our flank and rear are all enemy. We're surrounded." That bastard Li Feng. Wu Qi cursed, then raised his sword high, ordering, "Pass the order. The whole army breaks through to the rear. Fight our way out." Wu Qi knew that if they didn't break through now, once the enemy completed their encirclement, escape would be impossible. From the distant mountain peak, King Pingnan stood alongside Wu Tu, overlooking the encircled court army with a confident smile. Wu Tu respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, your military strategy is indeed divine. I am impressed." He had thought she would be a tough nut to crack, but now it seemed otherwise. King Pingnan sneered, "Humph, when I was fighting wars, those so-called King Qi and Xiangnu were still in their cradles." He turned to Wu Tu and commanded, "The Qi army has retreated. Wu Tu, send your men to press forward and make sure to wipe out those tens of thousands of court troops." Soon, Li Feng led his army to the gates of Puqing. The city gates were tightly shut, and the entire city was shrouded in a deathly silence, as if it were deserted. His deputy stepped forward and loudly called out to the guards on the city walls, but there was no response. Li Feng frowned, his mind filled with doubts. Although he had previously handed Puqing over to the Imperial forces for rest, there were still over 10,000 Qizhou soldiers in the city. The absence of even a single sentry on the walls was indeed unusual. As everyone exchanged bewildered glances, a head suddenly appeared over the city wall. It was none other than Li Feng's trusted aide, Kai Sun, the commander of Puqing. Li Feng immediately demanded to know why the city's defenses were so lax. Upon recognizing Li Feng, Kai Sun became flustered and quickly explained that the influx of civilians had left them with insufficient troops to maintain order. Impatient, Li Feng interrupted his excuses and ordered the gates to be opened immediately. Kai Sun complied, and moments later, the gates slowly creaked open. However, he then requested that the army set up camp outside the city, as it was already overcrowded. After a brief consideration, Li Feng agreed to the suggestion, deciding to enter the city with only 5,000 of his personal troops. Once inside, Kai Sun personally escorted Li Feng to his residence. Along the way, Li Feng continuously berated Kai Sun for his negligence. Kai Sun nodded submissively, appearing anxious and uneasy. However, as Li Feng stepped into the main hall, he was stunned by the scene before him. Seated at the head of the table was a handsome young man clad in silver armor, leisurely sipping tea. The man calmly set down his cup and spoke. "So, you are King Li Feng of Qi?" Li Feng, seething with anger, was about to lash out when the man introduced himself. "I am Jiang Wei, second-rank general of the south under the Northern Yan's king of the north." This unexpected turn of events struck Li Feng like a bolt of lightning. He quickly turned to seek confirmation from Kai Sun, only to find that he had vanished. A chilling sense of foreboding swept over him, and Li Feng realized he might have fallen into a meticulously crafted trap. "Damn!" Li Feng cursed, his eyes as sharp as daggers directed at Jiang Wei, his voice cold enough to freeze the air. "What do you want?" Jiang Wei's lips curled into a sinister smile, but he said nothing. Slowly, he raised his hand and clapped twice. In an instant, hundreds of armored guards flooded into the mansion, their crossbows glinting menacingly as they encircled Li Feng and his men. Li Feng's pupils constricted as he stared intently at Jiang Wei, gritting his teeth. "Do you dare kill a prince?" At this moment, he fully grasped Jiang Wei's intentions. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Wei's eyes as he shouted, "By the order of the Northern King, eliminate the traitors. Attack!" Before his words had even settled, arrows rained down like a torrential storm. Li Feng and his entourage had no chance to fight back and were quickly cut down, lifeless in a pool of blood. Jiang Wei sneered, surveying the lifeless bodies with arrogance. "From today, Qizhou belongs to the Yangs." He then recalled the meticulously planned operation. After the capital, Xianjing, was sealed, the Black Armor Army and the Qingzhou Army mobilized simultaneously. While the Black Armor Army indeed headed north, Jiang Wei led the 100,000 Qingzhou soldiers to join forces with Pan Feng's 50,000 troops in Quzhou. stealthily bypassing the borders to reach Qizhou's Puqing. The Jinyui had long infiltrated Puqing, bribing the commander Kai-san with a hefty sum. When Li Feng led his troops to intercept the southern prince, Kai-san opened the city gates for Jiangwei. The 150,000 strong army marched in unopposed, and with Yang Xun's imperial edict, they easily took control of the 100,000 imperial troops inside the city. Jiang Wei awaited Li Feng's arrival, only to find him easily defeated and retreating more swiftly than expected. At that moment, Kai-san emerged from behind a pillar, smiling obsequiously as he approached Jiang Wei. "General, did I do well?" Jiang Wei smiled slightly, patting Kai-san's shoulder with a hint of sarcasm. "I hear you're one of Li Feng's trusted men, and your sister is his concubine. I bet Li Feng never imagined he'd meet his end at the hands of his brother-in-law." Kai-san laughed awkwardly, his emotions mixed. He hadn't wanted to betray Li Feng, but the Jinyui's offer was too tempting. A fortune of 10,000 gold. With that wealth, he could live comfortably in Xianjing, without risking his life as a soldier. Moreover, the Jinyui threatened his family. Did he really have a choice? Seeing Kai-san's silence, Jiang Wei continued. "Now, go outside the city and persuade the remaining troops to surrender." "Any problems?" Kai-san quickly assured. "No problem. Several commanders around Li Feng are my sworn brothers. It's guaranteed." Jiang Wei nodded in satisfaction, silently praising the Jinyui for identifying such a valuable asset that saved him considerable trouble. "Pan Feng," Jiang Wei called. "Here, General." Pan Feng responded immediately. "Go with him and have the troops set up camp outside the city once they surrender," Jiang Wei instructed. Puqing, though a large city, couldn't compare to a frontier military stronghold. With the current 150,000 Qingzhou and 100,000 Imperial troops, it was quite crowded. "Yes, General." Pan Feng acknowledged and left. Jiang Wei summoned another soldier, ordering, "Send a message back to Qianjing to inform the prince that Qizhou is secured. I will soon engage the southern prince and keep him occupied at Puqing's gates. Once the prince takes Qingzhou, he should send a cavalry detachment to flank the southern prince from Qingzhou." "Understood." The soldier turned to leave, but Jiang Wei called him back. "Wait, come back." Jiang Wei added, "Send 20,000 men with Li Feng's token to take over Qizhou city. Eliminate the Qi royal family, but spare the young concubines and daughters for the prince. On second thought, leave the older ones too, for Li Ping'an." On the walls of Qianjing city, Li Miaoyin stood proudly, clad in a gilded phoenix armor. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing through to Qin Wang Li Ba and the vast army of over 200,000 soldiers behind him. Under the sunlight, the armor gleamed and banners fluttered. A great battle was on the brink of eruption. Li Miaoyin sighed inwardly, knowing that her worst fears had come to pass. Clenching her fist, she turned to Songda and asked in a low voice, "Has Yang Xun still not awakened?" Songda's expression was grave as he shook his head. "Your Majesty, the Northern King shows no signs of waking." Gritting her teeth, Li Miaoyin continued to inquire, "Are the Phoenix Guard and the Yulin Guard in position?" "The Yulin Guard is fully stationed on the walls, and the Phoenix Guard, led by Marquis Tingyang, is ready to provide support at any moment," Songda reported truthfully. Li Miaoyin nodded slightly. She had already sent orders for Ho Wuqi to return to the capital days before. Once the main army arrived, Li Ba would surely retreat. The key now was to hold Qianjing city until Ho Wuqi returned. At that moment, Li Ba suddenly rode forward, his booming voice carrying across the field. "Dear niece, your uncle does not wish to make things difficult for you. Open the city gates quickly and spare us from harming our own kin." Li Miaoyin retorted coldly. "Li Ba, as a descendant of the Li family and a prince of Great Qian, how dare you openly rebel? Do you have any regard for our ancestors?" Li Ba sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "So you've grown up, no longer even calling me uncle. You, a mere woman, dare to declare yourself emperor and summon the foreign King Yang Xun to the capital to disrupt the court. If anyone has failed our ancestors, it is you. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the late emperor and reclaim our Great Qian for the Li family." Li Miaoyin's voice rang out with righteous anger. "Humph, easy for you to say. I have been striving to quell the rebellion and stabilize our Great Qian foundation. Internally, I worked tirelessly to clean up the mess left by my imperial brother. Externally, I have never compromised with the Southern King. How have I failed our ancestors?" She continued. "It is true I summoned Yang Xun to the capital, but when I desperately pleaded for your aid, who among you answered my call? If you had supported the court, why would I have had to lower myself to seek help from the Northern King? Yang Xun may be arrogant, but he is a capable warrior, having defeated the Xiangnu and conquered 5 nations, never bowing to foreign powers. He has brought glory to our Great Qian, far surpassing you cowardly princes who only fight among yourselves." Li Miaoyin's voice grew more impassioned. "As long as we can eliminate the Southern King and the barbarians, reclaim our Han territories, and spare our people from their oppression, even if Yang Xun kills me and takes the throne, I will have no regrets. Better for Great Qian to fall into Yang Xun's hands than those of you incompetent fools." You, Li Ba, dare not fight the foreign traitors, yet seize the chance to invade and usurp the throne, and you speak of teaching me a lesson? Ridiculous. Are you even worthy, Li Ba? Li Ba's face turned red with anger, momentarily at a loss for words. Each of Li Miaoying's words was like a sharp dagger piercing his heart. Especially the remark that great Qian falling into Yang Xun's hands is better than into the hands of you cowards, nearly caused Li Ba to choke with rage. Despite being a member of the Li family, Li Miaoying would rather hand great Qian over to an outsider than let it fall to him, her own uncle. Li Ba's triumphant smile froze in an instant. He had believed victory was within his grasp, but the situation suddenly took a drastic turn. On the city wall, Yang Xun's unexpected appearance was like a sledgehammer, shattering Li Ba's confidence. The opponent he thought was unconscious now stood there full of vigor, casually cleaning his ear with an inscrutable smile on his face. Li Miaoyin was stunned. Her gaze swept over Yang Xun repeatedly, unable to believe her eyes as she looked at the man who should have been severely injured. For some reason, Yang Xun's presence gave her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Li Ba frowned at Yang Xun, demanding, "Who are you?" Yang Xun chuckled and retorted, "Haven't you been mentioning your grandpa all day long? How could you not recognize your own grandpa?" Li Ba quickly realized, his expression turning as dark as a stormy sky, and he replied coldly, "Humph, you insolent brat, relying on cheap words. Your Xuanjia army and Qingzhou army have abandoned you. I don't know what you're so arrogant about. Once I take the city, I'll make sure you wish you were dead." Yang Xun remained unfazed, his smile growing even brighter. "If I hadn't ordered them away, how would an old dog like you have walked right into my trap?" Alarm bells rang in Li Ba's mind, but he still followed Yang Xun's direction and looked southward. At first, there was nothing. Just as he thought he'd been tricked, a thick cloud of dust rose on the distant horizon. Soon, a massive army formation appeared, steadily advancing over the hilltops in their direction. Li Ba's face turned pale instantly. With his years of military experience, he immediately recognized the size of that army. It was at least 100,000 cavalry. A chill ran from his feet to the top of his head. Before he could regain his composure, Yang Xun pointed north. Li Ba mechanically turned his head to see a vast cloud of yellow sand rising in the distance, with black military banners faintly visible in the dust. The fearsome Xuanjiao army. At that moment, a scout rushed over to report, "Your Highness, a white-clad army has appeared on the mountain path behind us and completely blocked our way back." Li Ba felt as if he'd fallen into an icy cave, finally understanding the meaning of Yang Xun's words about walking into the trap. His 260,000 strong army was now like fish in a barrel, surrounded on three sides with their retreat cut off. From the very beginning, he had fallen into Yang Xun's meticulously laid trap. Li Ba immediately realized the gravity of the situation. In the open terrain, cavalry eyed them menacingly from both sides. Their retreat was blocked, and the enemy's numbers were unknown. The shadow of a potential annihilation loomed over him. "Rally the troops," Li Ba commanded sharply. "Pikemen and shield-bearers on the perimeter, archers in the center, prepare for defense." As the Qingzhou army began to reposition, the Xiliang cavalry charged forward like thunder. Just as the two sides were about to clash, countless jars were suddenly hurled from the Xiliang ranks. The jars shattered on the ground, on soldiers, and on shields, spilling oil everywhere. Moments later, hundreds of flaming arrows rained down, instantly igniting the Qingzhou formation. Flames soared into the sky amidst screams of agony. The front line of pikemen and shield-bearers dropped their weapons and shields, some rolling on the ground frantically, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies, while others panicked and fled in all directions. The defensive line the Qingzhou army had just established crumbled instantly. "Charge with me, lads," Hua Xiong roared, wielding a massive blade as he rode a blindfolded warhorse into the enemy ranks. He swung his weapon effortlessly, heads flying wherever he went. A large contingent of cavalry followed closely, crashing into the Qingzhou forces like a flood, leaving a trail of carnage. These Qingzhou soldiers, who had spent most of their lives in the Central Plains with little real combat experience, were unprepared for such a fierce onslaught. At the sight of the charging warhorses, they trembled uncontrollably, forgetting even to resist. The faint-hearted knelt to plead for mercy, only to be mercilessly trampled by the galloping horses. "Damn it! I can't let Hua Xiong take all the glory," Xue Rengui shouted. "Brothers, charge with me." Leading the Xuanjia cavalry, he sliced through the Qingzhou defenses like a sharp blade. These heavily armored cavalrymen were like a meat grinder, unstoppable in their advance. The battle was turning decisively one-sided. Observing from the city walls, Li Miaoying's face was full of excitement. Suddenly, Yang Xun approached her and whispered, "I didn't expect you to have such loyalty and affection for me. Your words in the Imperial study almost moved me. What if I really kill you and become emperor myself?" Li Miaoying froze at his words, looking at Yang Xun in disbelief. Yang Xun smiled slightly, patting her on the back. "Don't worry, I'm pleased with your performance this time. I won't kill you for now. Li Miaoying glared at Yang Xun and asked, "So, all of this was your plan? You faked your injury. What else?" Yang Xun scoffed. "I am wise and invincible. How could I possibly be assassinated? Without this act, how else would that wench have lured that fool Li Ba out of Qinzhou for me?" It turned out that Li Ba had an army of over 200,000, and if he chose to hold Qinzhou, Yang Xun would have to expend considerable time and effort to defeat him. Therefore, Yang Xun had been scheming to lure Li Ba out of Qinzhou. A glint of cunning flashed in Yang Xun's eyes as he read the secret report in his hand, revealing a crucial piece of information. Lan Sui's aunt was actually the princess consort of Qin. This discovery instantly sparked a bold plan in his mind. Coincidentally, Lan Sui had recently done something that disgusted him, prompting Yang Xun to seize the opportunity to strike her hard, exploiting her desire for revenge to inform the king of Qin. To ensure the plan's success, Yang Xun ordered the Xiangnu to use coercion and bribery, successfully winning over the commander of the king of Qin's personal guards. This commander then falsely reported a piece of fake intelligence from Qianjing City to the king of Qin, ultimately persuading him to decide to send troops to Qianjing City. However, Yang Xun had already set up an inescapable trap around Qianjing City. The Xuanzhao army, the White Ear army, and the Shiliang cavalry formed a massive web, waiting for the king of Qin to fall into it. Moreover, Yang Xun dispatched the Yanliangled assault camp to quietly lurk at the border between Qinzhou and Shenzhou. Once the battle in Qianjing City erupted, the assault camp could seize the opportunity to attack the military stronghold of Qinzhou City. The defenses of Qinzhou City were even more robust than those of Qinzhou City, but they would never expect an attack at this moment. The sudden appearance of the assault camp would catch them off guard. Once Qinzhou City was captured, Yang Xun's army could advance unimpeded and take over the entire Qinzhou. After hearing Yang Xun's account, Li Miaoying nodded thoughtfully. Although she didn't fully grasp Yang Xun's entire plan, the strategy of luring the snake out of its hole had evidently worked. Li Ba had always been her nemesis, and now that he was finally eliminated, she couldn't help but feel a sense of dark joy. At that moment, Li Miaoying suddenly realized something and turned sharply to Yang Xun, her brows furrowed. "Wait, who did you just call a wretch?" Yang Xun's lips curled into a cold smile as he clapped his hands. "Who else could it be? Bring that wretch in here." As soon as he spoke, Qinglong dragged in a woman covered in blood. Despite her battered appearance, Li Miaoying immediately recognized her cousin, Lan Sui. Upon seeing Li Miaoying, Lan Sui summoned her last ounce of strength, crawling to Li Miaoying's feet, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Your Majesty, cousin, please save me. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die." Li Miaoying stared in shock at the scene before her, incredulous. Sui, what is going on?" A terrifying thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Lan Sui was the one who informed the king of Qin? Yang Xun did not hide the truth and immediately revealed how Lan Sui had used Luo Tongji to deliver the message. Li Miaoying's face darkened instantly. Lan Sui's actions not only endangered Yang Xun, but also put her in jeopardy. If Yang Xun were truly injured, whether she could hold on until Xiang Boho's return was uncertain. If Qianjing City were breached, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. With this realization, Li Miaoying's anger boiled over, and she delivered a resounding slap to Lan Sui's face. She shouted sternly, "Lan Sui, I never expected you to do something so foolish, and now you have the nerve to beg me? Cousin, I was wrong. Please, save me. I really don't want to die." Lan Sui sobbed uncontrollably, pleading desperately. She had initially fantasized about asking the king of Qin to hand Yang Xun over to her for torment once he entered the city. But when the Xiangnu captured her, and she saw Yang Xun alive and well before her, fear engulfed her like a tidal wave. Li Miaoying coldly watched Lan Sui weeping on the ground, her brows knitted tightly. She glanced at Yang Xun, who remained expressionless, and made her decision. Li Miaoying turned her head away and said coldly, "Heaven may forgive, but self-inflicted harm is inexcusable. You should have expected this day when you committed such acts." After a moment of hesitation, Li Miaoying spoke to Yang Xun. "Give her a quick end." At this critical moment, the sound of clashing armor approached. Lan Yutu, clad in heavy armor, rushed to the scene with a worried expression, only to be stopped by the guards behind Yang Xun. He fell to his knees, eyes bloodshot and voice trembling as he pleaded, "My lord, Lan Yutu only has this one precious daughter. I beg you to show mercy. I am willing to trade my life for hers." Yang Xun shook his head expressionlessly and responded coldly, "General Lan, I've already given her a chance. It was her own stubbornness that led to this. No one else is to blame." Lan Yutu looked down at his dying daughter on the ground, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. He never imagined things would come to this. Regret filled his heart as he realized his excessive indulgence had shaped Lan Sui's arrogant and reckless character. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in Lan Yutu's eyes as he stared at Yang Xun, gritting his teeth. "Yang Xun, do you really intend to take my daughter's life?" Yang Xun met his gaze unwaveringly, speaking firmly. She betrayed me. Should she not face justice? Lan Yutu pressed on unwillingly. Your father and I were brothers in arms. Does that mean nothing to you? Nothing. Yang Xun replied with the same impassive expression. Though he respected Lan Yutu as a veteran general, Lan Sui's unscrupulous ambition posed a grave threat if left unchecked. Lan Yutu clenched his fists, suddenly sprang up, knocking aside a guard, and swiftly drew his sword. Qinglong was prepared and immediately moved to Lan Yutu's side, striking with his blade. In a flash, a scar appeared on Lan Yutu's neck, blood gushing out. However, his sword had already pierced Lan Sui's chest. She looked at her father in disbelief as her consciousness faded. A faint smile of relief appeared on Lan Yutu's face as he slowly fell. Qinglong then realized that Lan Yutu's target was not Yang Xun, but his own daughter, Lan Sui. Yang Xun had remained still, having already discerned Lan Yutu's intentions and allowed it to happen, granting the veteran general his final dignity. He had not anticipated Qinglong's swift intervention, which took Lan Yutu's life almost instantly as he drew his sword. The death of Lan Yutu, the esteemed marquis of Tingyang, was indeed lamentable. Li Miaoyin turned her head away, tears silently falling, though she understood that Lan Sui's death was inevitable. The marquis clearly understood this as well, having spent a lifetime in warfare and knowing the fate of traitors. His actions were merely to grant his daughter a swift and dignified end. Ensure they are both properly buried, Yang Xun instructed Qinglong, paying his last respects to the distinguished marquis of Tingyang. Also, it's time to close in on Luo Tongji. With that, Yang Xun turned his gaze towards the battlefield outside the city. The Qinzhou army was in disarray, the battle a one-sided slaughter. At that moment, a cavalry of several thousand broke through the Qinzhou ranks, fighting desperately to carve a path through the encirclement of the Shiliang cavalry. In the end, only a few dozen riders remained, escorting Li Ba as they fled southward. As they galloped, Li Ba and his men discarded their heavy armor and weapons to increase their horses' speed. This tactic worked, and they quickly outpaced the relentless Shiliang cavalry pursuing them. Li Ba, leading the charge, glanced back at the distant pursuers with a smug look in his eyes. Damn it, you want to catch me? Maybe in your next life, he thought triumphantly. They were now climbing the barren southern mountains. Once they crossed over, the dense forest would be within reach, and who could catch him then? As long as he returned to Qinzhou, Li Ba would have a chance to rise again. Soon, Li Ba successfully crossed the barren mountain, and the forest was just ahead. Ha ha, I made it out. Li Ba laughed loudly, eyes filled with excitement, completely oblivious to the fact that his army of over 200,000 had been annihilated outside Qianjing City. Just then, a spear suddenly flew out from the forest, piercing through Li Ba's chest and sending him flying to the ground. Ugh! Li Ba coughed up blood, feeling intense pain in his chest, as if his bones were shattering. At the same time, the riders behind him were tripped by ropes. Hundreds of men emerged from the forest, led by Wen Chou. Wen Chou grinned with excitement and waved his hand, prompting his soldiers to surround them. The disoriented riders, with their fighting capability greatly reduced, were quickly cut down by Wen Chou's men. Damn, the prince really is a genius. Wen Chou stroked his mustache, his grin nearly twisting his face. To prevent Li Ba's escape, Yang Xun had left a few hundred men in ambush on both the northern and southern sides, besides cutting off the retreat with the White Ear army. Initially, Wen Chou was dissatisfied with being chosen to lie in wait in the forest. Who knew if Li Ba would escape or head in this direction? Unexpectedly, Li Ba not only escaped, but came straight towards him. Killing Li Ba was a major achievement, and Wen Chou couldn't help but be thrilled. Damn, who would have thought lying on the ground would bring me such glory? Wen Chou said as he strode over to Li Ba, pulled out the spear, and carefully examined Li Ba's golden armor and the five-clawed dragon robe underneath. This has to be Li Ba, right? Hey, are you Li Ba? He kicked Li Ba twice. Li Ba, coughing up blood, couldn't speak and could only glare at Wen Chou with venomous eyes. He had been so close to freedom, only to find an ambush lying in wait for him. Damn, you still dare to glare at me? Whether you are or not, I'll kill you first. Wen Chou thrust the spear into Li Ba's chest again. Seeing Li Ba lifeless, he cut off his head. What a peculiar little thing, Wen Chou remarked, flicking Li Ba's nose before attaching the head to his belt. Just then, Hua Xiong arrived with his men, heartbroken to see Wen Chou had already taken Li Ba's head. Just a step too late. The prince promised a fortune and a promotion to the one who killed Li Ba. Damn, such wealth falls to this guy. Seeing Hua Xiong, Wen Chou chuckled and shouted, "Brothers, let's go claim our reward from the prince." The battle for Qianjing City raged until sunset, leaving the fields outside littered with bodies and rivers of blood. As Zhao Yun led his 100,000 strong White Ear army to encircle from the rear, the resistance of the Qinzhou forces utterly collapsed. Of the 260,000 troops brought by the Qin king, almost all were annihilated, with fewer than 20,000 taken prisoner. Yang Xun assessed the results of the battle and found that after replenishing the losses of the Xuanjiao army and the Shiliang cavalry, he had gained 220,000 points. He immediately began to reward merits. When Shou, having slain Li Ba, was granted the first merit and was appointed as a second-ranked general conquering the south, leading 50,000 Shiliang cavalry to support Jiang Wei. Hua Xiong was appointed as a third-ranked general pacifying the south, leading 50,000 Shiliang cavalry to support Dongyu. To fend off Kong Wu's 100,000 troops, Jiang Wei was promoted to first-rank Grand General, Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Expedition, leading an army of 500,000. Against the king of Pingnan, Li Miaoyin, upon learning that Xiangnu's fate was uncertain and that Jiang Wei had taken over the remaining court army, showed little reaction beyond slight sadness. She thought to herself that since Qianjing City was under Yang Xun's control, it didn't matter who commanded those 100,000 troops as long as they could defeat the king of Pingnan. Zhao Yun was also appointed as a third-rank general pacifying the west, leading the army alongside the newly promoted first-rank Grand General Xue Rengui to capture Qinzhou. Yang Xun calculated that Qinzhou was not only a strategic location but also a springboard for his advance into the west and south. Once Xue Rengui fully occupied Qinzhou, Yang Xun could receive system rewards and prepare for the next confrontation with the 5 western princes. 2 days later, several Xiangnu were escorting the tightly bound Luo Tongji along the official road to Qianjing City. Luo Tongji's face was ashen with despair. He understood that the Xiangnu reaching Qinzhou to capture him likely meant the Qin king had already been defeated, and the fate of Lan Suisui tormented him. In his hopelessness, he even gave up resisting, allowing the Xiangnu to bind him to the horse. "Brothers, pick up the pace. We must reach Qianjing City before nightfall," the leading officer shouted. At that moment, a dense volley of arrows suddenly shot out from the woods on both sides of the road, targeting the warhorses under the Xiangnu. In an instant, the horses neighed and fell, and the Xiangnu were thrown to the ground. Immediately, over 100 men wielding various weapons charged out of the woods. 2 Xiangnu, who hadn't yet risen, were instantly hacked to death, their blood staining the official road. The sudden attack shattered the stillness of the night, and a fierce battle was about to unfold. The commander rolled agilely on the ground, swiftly drawing his battle sword. His movements were lightning fast and efficient, quickly dispatching 2 men who charged at him, blood splattering. Seeing Luo Tongji just a few steps away, the commander charged towards him without hesitation. The prince's orders echoed in his ears: if anything goes awry on the way, execute on the spot. However, as if premeditated, dozens of men suddenly blocked the commander's path, forming a human wall. Meanwhile, a burly man picked up the dazed Luo Tongji and ran off. The commander's eyes turned cold, filled with murderous intent. The remaining Xiangnu were not to be outdone, fighting fiercely to carve a bloody path and join the commander. Yet the situation remained dire. Originally, there were only 8 Xiangnu, now 2 lay lifeless in a pool of blood. The opponents numbered around 160, quickly surrounding the surviving Xiangnu. The commander glanced around and coldly said, "Brothers, it seems we won't be returning. It's a pity we couldn't fulfill the prince's task." His eyes were resolute, as if he had already accepted the impending fate. Beside him, a Xiangnu spoke passionately. "Failing the mission, we should face death to apologize to the prince. Besides, death is just another journey. What's there to fear? Boss, in the next life, I want to follow you and the prince again." "Brave man." The commander took a deep breath. "Then let's have one last glorious fight." With that, he charged into the enemy ranks, leading his men into battle. Amidst the clash of swords and the splatter of blood, the cries of battle were deafening. Meanwhile, the man carrying Luo Tongji ran several miles away. After ensuring no one was around, he stopped, panting heavily as he untied Luo Tongji. Rubbing his rope-burned wrists, Luo Tongji looked at the man in confusion and asked, "Who are you? And why did you save me?" The man grinned obsequiously. "Young Master Luo, don't you recognize me? I'm Wang Fugui, the chief of Jinyo Mountain." Jinyo Mountain? Luo Tongji was momentarily stunned, then realized. Jinyo Mountain, not far from Qianjing City, was home to a band of about 100 bandits who specialized in robbing passing merchants. This band of outlaws roamed free under the emperor's nose, thanks to the backing of the Luo family. 70% of their loot was handed over to the Luo family. Luo Tongji urgently asked, "Did my father send you to rescue me? How is he now?" Wang Fugui shook his head, looking helpless. "I don't know. The Luo residence is surrounded by Xiangnu, and no information is getting out." "Then how did you know I was captured?" Luo Tongji asked suspiciously. "One of our men recognized you at the inn where the Xiangnu stayed last night," Wang Fugui explained. "So today I brought my men here to ambush, and we happened to find you, young Master Luo." "You're loyal." Luo Tongji nodded, feeling slightly reassured. Wang Fugui's timely rescue in such a critical moment spoke volumes about his loyalty to the Luo family. Luo Tongji silently thanked his lucky stars that his stomach upset last night forced the Jinui to stop at the inn, fearing he might die en route. Otherwise, they would have pressed on through the night. Luo Tongji was about to ask about Lan Sui's situation but held back, knowing Wang Fuguei likely knew nothing about it. I want to go home, he declared, struggling to his feet and starting towards Qianjing City. Wang Fuguei quickly stopped him, exclaiming, "Oh my little ancestor, I went through great trouble to rescue you, and now you want to jump back into the fire." With the Jinui surrounding the Luo residence, the master is likely in grave danger. You mustn't go back now. Where else can I go? Luo Tongji replied self-deprecatingly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Wang Fuguei's eyes darted, and he suggested, "A real man makes the world his home. I have a distant uncle serving as a commander under the Duke of Yinshi in the West Sea. We can seek refuge with him." Luo Tongji fell into deep thought, weighing the current predicament against the uncertain future. Luo Tongji stood on the official road, his brow furrowed. His heart was filled with worry for Lan Sui and concern for the fate of his father, Luo Yong. Seeing this, Wang Fuguei mistakenly thought the young master was worried about his father and hurried to console him. "Young master, things have come to this. If the master can survive this ordeal, it will be a great relief for all. If not, you are the hope of the Luo family, and you must live well to avenge the master." These words seemed to inject Luo Tongji with a surge of determination. A hint of resolve flashed in his eyes as he whispered, "Yes, I must live well, kill Yang Xun, and avenge Xue. Wang Fuguei was confused, not knowing who Xue was, but he dared not ask. He simply responded, "All right, as you say, let's head to the West Sea." Hearing this, Luo Tongji turned to leave, but Wang Fuguei grabbed him. "Young master, you're going the wrong way. It's the other way to the west. Young master, don't take the main road. Let's go through the woods." An hour later, Qinglong arrived at the scene with his men. The official road was littered with the bodies of bandits. A Jinui officer dressed in a flying fish suit was half kneeling on the ground, using his battle knife to support his faltering body. Astonishingly, the 6 Jinui had managed to take down over 160 bandits, with only this officer barely clinging to life. Qinglong quickly approached the officer. The officer struggled to lift his head, extending his bloodied right hand to point in the direction Luo Tongji had been taken, before collapsing with a thud. "Farewell, brother." Qinglong's eyes showed a hint of sadness, and then he led over 100 Jinui in pursuit in the direction indicated by the officer. As night fell, in the Empress's palace in Qianjing City, Lady Lu was sitting before a bronze mirror applying makeup. Behind her knelt a figure in black, wearing a conical hat, the mysterious person who had provided the Pufao wine that day. Lady Lu asked calmly, "Are you sent by Yang Xun or Li Miaoying?" The black-clad figure was taken aback and explained, "Neither. I am sent by His Majesty, tasked with rescuing your grace from the palace." "His Majesty?" Lady Lu's eyes widened as she turned sharply. "Where is His Majesty? Is he well?" The black-clad figure truthfully recounted Li Qian's situation. After his defeat, Li Qian was escorted to the south by his personal guards, eventually reaching a place called Hongsha. From there, he escaped to an island. The claim by the Prince of Pingnan that Li Qian was captured alive was merely a tactic to demoralize the Imperial army. Once Li Qian had established himself on the island, he sent someone to contact the black-clad figure to rescue Lady Lu and escort her south to reunite with him. Lady Lu was stunned upon hearing this. She never imagined that Li Qian was not only free but also still concerned about her. "What have I done to deserve His Majesty's concern?" But Lady Lu hesitated. It wasn't that she didn't want to see Li Qian, but she felt too ashamed to face him. Since Yang Xun had taken her for the first time, he had frequently summoned her to his quarters. The words Yang Xun had spoken to her kept haunting her mind, filling her with shame. Yang Xun's words were like a sharp sword piercing straight into Lu Shi's heart. She couldn't help but recall her 5-year marriage to Li Qian, a period that felt like living as a widow in her mind. At the age of 13, she married Li Qian. However, 5 years had passed, and Li Qian had never touched her, not even held her hand. Whenever she mustered the courage to get closer, she was met with Li Qian's anger and violence. He kept his distance from her and the other concubines, as if they were a plague. It wasn't until she met Yang Xun that Lu Shi truly understood what it felt like to be a woman. Over the past few days, every time she closed her eyes, Yang Xun's image lingered in her mind. Yang Xun was handsome and tall, as mighty as a tiger, with abilities comparable to legendary heroes. Despite his young age, he had already achieved great military success, commanding an army of nearly 1 million. What woman could resist the charm of such a man? Lu Shi couldn't help but think. If she could become Yang Xun's woman, with his protection, even someone as high-ranking as Li Miaoying would have to show her respect. Why should she go to that desolate island to continue living as a widow? The more she thought about it, the more she realized that Li Qian's intention in taking her to the island was not out of love. How could a man who didn't need a woman possibly miss her? Back at the palace, Li Qian preferred the company of eunuchs over her. He merely wanted to keep her close to leverage the Lu family's wealth for his own comeback. Seeing Lu Shi deep in thought, the man in black quickly said. Your Highness, are you worried about leaving the palace? You needn't worry about that. The guards outside are of no concern to me. Besides, I'm very familiar with this palace. Getting you out would be a piece of cake. Lu Shi slowly shook her head and resolutely said, No, I'm not leaving. Please return, brave sir. Why? Don't you trust me? The man in black asked, suddenly anxious. At that moment, a maid's voice came from outside the chamber. Your Highness, the prince summons you. All right, I understand. Lu Shi replied, and then turned to the man in black, her eyes filled with determination. You heard it. I am now Yang Xun's woman. Please go back and tell His Majesty that I apologize, and in the next life, I will serve him loyally. With that, she lowered her head, clutching the handkerchief tightly, a blush spreading across her face. Saying these words had taken immense courage. The man in black stood there, stunned, never expecting such an outcome. The Empress had been with another man. What was he to do? How could he report this to Li Qian? Kill Yang Xun? No. If Yang Xun were dead, there would be no one to counter the king of Pingnan. Forcefully take the Empress away. That wouldn't work either. Lu Shi had been with Yang Xun. Bringing her back to Li Qian would only humiliate him. While the man in black hesitated, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Friend, trespassing in the palace is a capital offense. Startled, the man in black swiftly turned his right hand into a claw and reached behind him. Xue Ke lightly tapped her toes, leaping 3 meters away in an instant, watching the man in black with a serious expression. Such speed. Commander Zhang. You know me? The man in black was taken aback. Xue Ke smiled. Former commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhang Yan. Joined the army at 13, a loyal bodyguard to the late emperor, skilled in martial arts, retired due to illness at 41, and retreated to the mountains to practice. Am I right? I've been away from the palace, living in seclusion for over a decade, yet you still managed to uncover my identity. The Imperial Guards are indeed impressive, Zhang Yan said, removing the mask from his face to reveal a scarred, menacing visage. Xue Ke furrowed her brows and spoke bluntly. Ugh, you're really ugly. Didn't the late emperor get disgusted looking at you every day? These words hit Zhang Yan's pride like a sledgehammer. His facial muscles twitched, his eyes turned bloodshot, and his rage erupted like a volcano. What do you know, woman? He roared, his voice filled with anger and disdain. These scars are symbols of my honor. Every time I killed a martial arts master, I carved a line on my face. By the age of 25, I was invincible. Xue Ke curled her lips, a hint of disapproval flashing in her eyes. In a slightly mocking tone, she said, as the prince would put it, you've got a bit of a twisted side. If you had to carve, you could have done it on your arm. At least you could show it off. But carving your face, making yourself so ugly, and then wearing a mask was going to see your so-called honors. Lu Shi, standing nearby, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth with her hand as her shoulders shook slightly with suppressed mirth. Zhang Yan was taken aback, a trace of confusion in his eyes. He muttered to himself, damn it, this woman makes a good point. Why didn't I think of carving my arm? Then, embarrassed and angry, he shouted, stop your jabbering, woman. What do you want? Xue Ke replied coldly, you've trespassed into the palace. Of course, we're here to capture you. Zhang Yan snorted disdainfully. Just you? I doubt you have the skill. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly leaped in from the window, landing steadily in front of Xue Ke. It was Bai Hu, who looked at Zhang Yan and respectfully said, Senior, she can't handle it. Let me test your skills. Xu Chua's anger flared, and she was about to argue when Yang Xun, who had just walked in, grabbed her by the collar. Leisurely, he said, let them fight. You come and massage my legs. With that, he found a chair, sat down, propped his legs on the table, and casually took out some sunflower seeds, leisurely munching on them. Xue Ke gave Yang Xun a resentful look but obediently squatted beside him, raising her small fists to massage his legs. As Yang Xun enjoyed the massage, he asked, why do you always put on such a cold front every day? Isn't it tiring? Xue Ke pouted and replied, I'm the head of Xue Ke Hall. If I don't act cold, how can I maintain authority? Yang Xun nodded thoughtfully and teased, I get it now. At home, you're a puppy, but outside, you're a fierce tiger, right? Xue Ke looked puzzled and muttered, what's with the puppy and fierce tiger? The prince is always saying things that don't make sense. But fierce tiger sounds nice. Maybe I'll go by that name from now on. Yang Xun then looked at Lu Shi and beckoned, you shouldn't just stand around either. Come and massage my shoulders. Lu Shi slightly bowed and responded, yes. She moved behind Yang Xun and began massaging his shoulders. Yang Xun glanced at Lu Shi and noticed her loyalty level had reached 60, smiling to himself, thinking, another woman conquered by me. Meanwhile, Bai Hu had drawn his embroidered spring blade and engaged Zhang Yan in combat. Bai Hu's blade techniques were fierce, with bold and sweeping moves, exuding an overwhelming aura. However, Zhang Yan wielded a long sword, and though he was entirely on the defensive, he appeared perfectly at ease, leaving Bai Hu unable to gain the upper hand. Watching this, Yang Xun narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking, This man truly lives up to his reputation as the invincible force from 20 years ago. If he can't be turned to our side, he will become a significant threat. At that moment, Zhang Yin saw an opening as Baihu swung his blade. Like a ghost, he sidestepped and then, with lightning speed, thrust his sword at Baihu's shoulder. Baihu, in pain, instinctively swung his blade upwards, forcing Zhang Yin to retreat. Zhang Yin stepped back 3 times, steadying himself. Looking down, he saw that his clothes had been sliced open, revealing a hint of red underneath. The battle between the two had reached a fever pitch. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. It's been years since anyone has managed to hurt me. Come on again. Zhang Yin laughed heartily, his eyes sharp as he charged towards Baihu. His movements were as fast as lightning, and his fists sliced through the air with a fierce wind. Yang Xun stood to the side, a slight smile playing on his lips. He knew Zhang Yin was going all out, and Baihu would struggle to withstand it. He glanced out the window, and in the next moment, Xuanwu's agile figure leaped in, his long sword gleaming coldly as it swung towards the back of Zhang Yan's head. Baihu, I'm here to help you, Xuanwu shouted, his blade slicing through the air. Zhang Yin was startled, his hair standing on end. He quickly twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. He swiftly distanced himself from the two, warily looking at Yang Xun, and said coldly, Prince of the North, isn't it a bit dishonorable to fight 2 against 1? Yang Xun sneered dismissively. I'm here to capture you, not to engage in a duel with you. Who cares about honor? Zhang Yin was taken aback, suddenly realizing the truth. Of course, Yang Xun's goal was to capture him, not to fight a fair duel. In his moment of distraction, Baihu and Xuanwu launched another fierce attack. The two worked seamlessly together, one attacking and the other defending, quickly putting Zhang Yin on the defensive. Baihu targeted his upper body, while Xuanwu focused on his lower body. Although Zhang Yin blocked their attacks repeatedly, at over 50 years old, he couldn't match the stamina of the 2 younger men. Under their relentless assault, he soon found himself panting, sweat beading on his forehead. Yang Xun watched with a satisfied smile, then turned to Lu Shi beside him, his tone teasing. He came to take you away. Why don't you want to leave? Lu Shi was taken aback, then quickly lowered her head, whispering, My lord, I wish to serve by your side. I have no other intentions. You're a smart woman, Yang Xun said with a wicked glint in his eyes. I'll make sure to take good care of you later. At his words, a blush crept across Lu Shi's face, her eyes flickering with a complex emotion. Just then, a Jianwei officer hurried over, holding a small report. My lord, we have a war report from Qizhou. Yang Xun's eyes lit up, and he immediately sat up straight, taking the report to read it carefully. It detailed the first clash between Jiangwei's army and the Prince of the South, with promising results. Wen Shou led the Shiliang cavalry to seize the enemy's supplies, and Pan Feng impressively beheaded 7 of the enemy's generals outside Puching. What the heck? Yang Xun's eyes widened in disbelief. Is Pan Feng really that fierce? Remembering Pan Feng's past performance against Huaxiong, he couldn't help but wonder, did Yuan Shao poison Pan Feng's wine back then? With this thought, Yang Xun immediately gave orders. When Zhang Yin was taken into the prison by the Jinhui, he was still puzzled about the origin of the mysterious object in Yang Xun's possession. As night fell, Yang Xun indulged himself in pleasure in Lu Shi's chamber, her screams mingling with the rising levels of loyalty above her head. At the break of dawn, a charming young girl was led by Zhu Ke to the outside of Lu Shi's chamber. Seeing the door tightly shut, Zhu Ke turned to the girl. Miss Shuang, the prince is still resting. Perhaps we should wait in the Imperial study? Bai Shuang quickly declined politely. No need for the trouble. I'll wait here. It's getting late, and the prince should wake up soon. Zhu Ke chuckled softly and agreed. Very well, wait here for a moment. I'll go instruct someone to prepare some refreshments and fruit. With that, she hurried off. Bai Shuang watched Zhu Ke leave and began to carefully observe the surroundings. It was her first time stepping into the palace, yet she found the courtyard of the Empress's chamber not much different from her own home, leaving her slightly disappointed. Inside the chamber, Yang Xun slowly opened his eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang, who was outside in the courtyard enjoying the fragrance of the flowers, suddenly heard strange noises from within. She tiptoed closer and pressed her ear against the door crack. In the next moment, her cheeks flushed red, and her breathing became rapid. Before long, a refreshed Yang Xun emerged from the chamber, fully dressed, and immediately noticed the blushing Bai Shuang. Seeing this, Bai Shuang quickly bowed her head in greeting. Greetings to your highness. Rise. What brings you here? Where is your father? Yang Xun inquired. Bai Shuang's voice trembled slightly. Your highness, my father went to Quzhou for business upon hearing of your success there. He sent me to the capital to pay respects to you and to oversee our business here. Yang Xun nodded, not giving it much thought. The Bai family, as the exclusive distributor of fine salt in northern Yin, had already expanded their business to Qianjing with his support, so Bai Shuang's visit was reasonable. How is the perfume business coming along? Yang Xun continued. My father has it ready. with sales points established in Northern Yin and the states of Xiang and Huai. The response has been excellent. The ladies from wealthy families are quite fond of it. Bai Shuangshuang replied truthfully. Good. We need to expedite the perfume business, especially here in Qianjing. Yes, Bai Shuangshuang promptly agreed. At that moment, Yang Xun suddenly leaned closer. What did you hear just now? Nothing, Your Highness. I didn't hear anything, Bai Shuangshuang stammered, gripping the hem of her garment tightly. Really? Lying comes with consequences. Yang Xun teased with a mischievous smile. What kind of consequences? Bai Shuangshuang asked, her head lowered, not daring to meet Yang Xun's gaze. Meanwhile, far across the eastern sea, in the grand hall of the Neon Kingdom, a short man in his 40s or 50s sat high above, his eyes sharply scanning everyone present. This was none other than the current emperor of the Neon Kingdom, Inukai Murafu. Inukun, is there still no news from Yamekawa Hariko? Inukai Murafu inquired. A small man dressed like a general stood up and responded. Your Majesty, there has been no movement from Yamekawa Hariko, and we have also lost contact with the 10,000 soldiers stationed in Huai State. As soon as these words were spoken, the court was thrown into an uproar. The ministers looked at each other in disbelief, whispering incredulously. 10,000 elite soldiers, each a battle-hardened warrior, had suddenly lost all contact? Such an event was unheard of. Inoue Kaze knelt on the ground, cold sweat appearing on his forehead as he continued to report in a trembling voice. Furthermore, according to merchants returning from Deqian, our guild hall in the capital has also disappeared. Now, throughout Deqian, there is a widespread hunt for our merchants. Bakayaro, Inukai Murafu shouted angrily, clenching his fists, his face livid. The atmosphere in the court instantly became tense. At this moment, a short-statured civil official stepped forward, adjusted his attire, and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, the Daqian people are extremely arrogant. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will not compromise. In my opinion, we should send an army of 100,000 to attack the coastal regions of Huaizhou and Dongyu, to show the might of our kingdom. I second the motion. Other ministers echoed, their voices rising one after another. Inukai Murafu's gaze was sharp as he scanned the ministers, coldly saying, You're right. It's time to show the Daqian people our power. Inoue, here, Your Majesty. Inoue Kaze quickly responded. Order the nation to assemble an army of 100,000, to be led by you, to flatten Huaizhou, and show those Daqian people our strength. Inoue Kaze immediately bowed, resolutely replying, I will not fail in my mission, Your Majesty. At this moment, a woman in armor and heavy makeup strode forward. She was Inukai Murafu's daughter, Inukai Mokyuko. She knelt on one knee and loudly said, Father, please grant me the grace to accompany the expedition. Hearing this, Inukai Murafu frowned, displeased. War is a man's business. Why are you getting involved? Mokyuko, undeterred, looked up at her father and firmly said, Father, I am no longer a child. Moreover, I am the youngest to achieve the 8th dan in swordsmanship. Though I am a woman, I wish to carve out a realm for you. She didn't forget to give Inoue Kaze a meaningful glance. Inoue Kaze understood and quickly stepped forward to persuade. Your Majesty, the princess's swordsmanship has reached its peak, even surpassing my own skills. Besides, it's just a small Huaizhou, easily conquered. Allowing the princess to lead will boost the morale of our warriors. Hearing these words, Inukai Murafu's expression softened, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. He nodded and said in a deep voice, Very well, Mokyuko, you shall accompany them as an overseer. Remember, you must demonstrate the might of our kingdom and make the Daqian people pay for their arrogance. Outside the Imperial study in the Qianjing Palace, a conversation about the military pay crisis was unfolding. Your Majesty, Songda said gravely. Commander Sun has sent word that the Phoenix Guard's pay has been cut off. This Commander Sun had previously been punished by Yang Xun with a slap to the face and a military cane. Li Miaoying frowned at this news. The military pay of the Great Qian was distributed monthly, and any interruption was serious. Although she believed that the Phoenix Guard would remain loyal even without pay, she felt compassion for these women with such difficult backgrounds. The current predicament was that Du Ruchue, the Minister of Revenue, was aligned with Yang Xun and controlled the Great Qian's finances, while the Phoenix Guard wasn't even listed in the Ministry of War's records. Very well, take some silver from my private treasury and send it to them, Li Miaoying said helplessly. Your Majesty, Songda looked troubled, the private treasury is already depleted. The word struck Li Miaoying like a heavy blow. She realized that in order to cover the military pay for the court's army, her private treasury had long been exhausted. She then said, Then see if there's anything valuable in my chambers that can be sold. As soon as she spoke, they both froze. The chambers where Li Miaoying now resided had been deserted for years, with nothing left to sell. At that moment, the nominal empress of the Great Qian truly felt the sting of being penniless. Just then, Yang Xun appeared with a woman named Bai Shuangshuang. Upon learning of Li Miaoying's identity, The newly arrived girl immediately knelt in reverence, visibly anxious. After Bai Shuangshuang was led away by the Imperial guards, Li Miaoyin finally mustered the courage to speak to Yang Xun. Yang Xun, I have something to discuss with you. In the Imperial study, facing Yang Xun who sat leisurely on the dragon throne, Li Miaoyin clenched her fists, her face flushed, as if it took all her strength to say, Could you lend me some money? At that moment, the Empress of the Great Qian was reduced to borrowing money. Songdo witnessed this, feeling both heartache and helplessness, silently vowing his loyalty to the Empress in life and death. That's it. Yang Sun stood there, stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had expected Li Miaoyin to make some earth-shattering request, but it turned out to be such a minor matter. Little did he know, this simple request was uttered only after Li Miaoyin summoned immense courage and endured unspeakable humiliation. With all the luxuries in the palace, what do you need this money for? Yang Sun raised an eyebrow. Li Miaoyin blushed slightly, and, after a moment of hesitation, revealed the issue of the Phoenix Guard's unpaid salaries. Hearing this, Yang Sun's lips curled into a faint smile. For someone like him, now possessing vast wealth, the mere 200 coins per month for the Phoenix Guard soldiers was negligible. The profits from the Northern Yen gold mines, the revenue from the Bai family's management of the salt industry, and the assets seized from corrupt officials had all accumulated to exceed the national tax revenue of Dakian for 10 years. Despite the treasury being unprecedentedly full, all this money was tightly controlled by Yang Sun. Technically, there shouldn't have been any issue with the military pay, but the Phoenix Guard, being Li Miaoyin's private army, was never registered with the Ministry of War from its inception. After she ascended the throne, there wasn't enough time to formalize the paperwork. Regardless, with the treasury depleted, whether or not they were registered, she, as the Empress, needed to personally allocate funds. This led to the Ministry of Revenue refusing to acknowledge the existence of the Phoenix Guard and denying their military pay. Your Phoenix Guard doesn't have much combat capability, and besides, women in the army face many inconveniences. Since there's no pay, why not just disband them? Yang Sun subtly played along with Du Ruhui's scheme. No, Li Miaoyin almost blurted out, then quickly adjusted her tone. Who says they lack combat ability? These are elite troops personally trained by me. They can fight bravely on the battlefield. Elite. Yang Sun couldn't help but laugh. True elite forces are forged through battles, one after another. A troop that has never seen the battlefield dares to call itself elite. His expression turned cold. What if I insist on disbanding them? Li Miaoyin became anxious. No. The sisters of the Phoenix Guard are either sold slaves or widows of fallen soldiers. They are all pitiable and destitute. If disbanded, they won't survive. This was no exaggeration. Sold slaves often ended up in brothels. The lucky ones might serve in wealthy households, but rarely escaped abuse, and a minor mistake could lead to a tragic end. The widows faced even harsher circumstances. The meager government pensions, reduced by layers of corruption, left families without breadwinners to starve and freeze. In the army, these women could at least maintain their dignity, stay fed and clothed, and save their salaries for old age. No wonder the Phoenix Guard was so loyal to Li Miaoyin. She had rescued these desperate women from the abyss and given them hope for a new life. Seeing Yang Sun remain silent, Li Miaoyin's eyes began to redden. She bowed slightly, her voice choked with emotion. Yang Sun, I'm begging you please. Think of all the times I've served you tea and brought you fruit. She wiped away her tears. I can hand over the military power to you. Just please ensure they have something to eat. It was the first time in her life she had ever humbled herself to such an extent. Yang Sun gazed at her for a moment, then slowly rose to his feet, his voice steady. The Phoenix Guard must be disbanded. This statement caused Li Miaoyin's heart to sink instantly, but Yang Sun's next words brought a glimmer of hope to her eyes. Conquering the world is a man's business. Women shouldn't wield weapons. Yang Sun's tone softened. The Bai family represents me in the business world. They are opening shops in places like Chun, Qi, Chu, and Qin. These women can work there. This way, they can earn a living and make money based on their skills. Yang Sun calculated in his mind. Although these unfortunate women were loyal to Li Miaoyin, as long as they were kept away from the court and engaged in sales or similar jobs, and with the secret surveillance of the Xiangnu, they wouldn't pose any threat. Li Miaoyin, in order to save her own life, surely wouldn't contact them again. Are you serious? Li Miaoyin asked, her tears turning into a hopeful smile. If those sisters who had once risked their lives for her could find stability, it would be the best possible outcome. Do you think I'd lie to you? Yang Sun replied, slightly annoyed. Li Miaoyin pouted, recalling how Yang Sun had promised to treat her to grilled frogs years ago, but never did. This is my bottom line. If you refuse, don't blame me for not being polite, Yang Sun added. I agree. Li Miaoyin quickly responded. I will tell them it is a blessing from the Duke of Jinbei. With that, she bowed deeply to Yang Sun. Thank you, Yang Sun. At that moment, Yang Sun was surprised to see Li Miaoyin's loyalty to him soar from 20 to 50. He smirked. thinking that she was yet another woman about to be conquered by him. As he looked at this beautiful, graceful, and kind-hearted woman, an odd thought crossed his mind. If he could truly win her over, wouldn't he become the first man in history to conquer an empress? Li Shimin and Li Ji didn't count, as Wu Zetian wasn't an empress at that time. Since people said Ning Kaichen was a ghost knight, and Su Xian a hero of the wild, what did that make him a dragon tamer? The scene shifts to the outskirts of Puching, 1,000 miles away, where the southern army camp is filled with a tense atmosphere. Inside the main tent, Pingnian Wang sits upright, staring impatiently at a young man playing with a fire. Suddenly, he raises his hand and delivers a resounding slap. Smack! Father, what did I do wrong? Dong Yun clutches his stinging cheek, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and looks at his father with grievance. What did you do wrong? Pingnian Wang stands up abruptly, seething with anger. Look at Yang Huai's son. He's leading thousands of troops at a young age, causing significant losses to our generals in recent days. And look at you, 28 years old, either playing with bugs or daydreaming. You can't fight, fine, but I found you so many women, and you don't even touch them. When will I have a grandson? Dong Yun rubs his nose, muttering softly. Is it my fault? The ones you found for me are all bigger than me. I just can't. Smack! Another loud slap. Pingnian Wang shouts angrily. Nonsense. Those kinds of women can bear sons. The pretty ones are all trouble. You can't handle them. You have 7 or 8 dozen of those troubles yourself. Dong Yun thought to himself, but Pingnian Wang's hand raised again. Dong Yun immediately dashed out of the tent, with Pingnian Wang following closely. At that moment, the trusted aide, Wu Tu, hurriedly arrived. My lord, someone from Puching has come to challenge us again. Wen Chou or Pan Feng? Pingnian Wang frowned. Both were top-notch warriors who had killed many of his generals in recent days. It's Jiang Wei, Wu Tu replied. Jiang Wei. A sharp look flashed in Pingnian Wang's eyes. This was the first time the Grand Commander of the South had issued a challenge. If he could be killed, it would not only boost morale, but also leave Puching leaderless. Bring my sword, Pingnian Wang commanded. Dong Yun quickly returned to the tent to fetch the Guandao and led out the warhorse. Pingnian Wang mounted his horse, glaring at his son through gritted teeth. I'll deal with you when I return. Outside the camp, Jiang Wei, holding a spear, called out from his horse. What? Are you all cowards? Is this camp full of women? Pingnian Wang rode out slowly, the Guandao glinting in the sunlight. Insolent child, don't be arrogant. I will meet you. Who are you? I don't kill nameless ghosts with my spear. Jiang Wei asked coldly, though suspecting the identity of the man who called himself the king. I am the ruler of the southern kingdom. Who are you? Pingnian Wang demanded with authority. Although he knew it was Jiang Wei standing before him, the necessary formalities had to be observed. The Prince of Pingnan sat atop his horse, casting a stern gaze over the young general opposite him, and barked coldly. Old fool, do you recognize your grandfather Jiang Wei? Jiang Wei's eyes flashed with disdain at these words. Pointing his spear directly at the Prince of Pingnan, he responded forcefully. You insolent child, courting death. The Prince of Pingnan was incensed by Jiang Wei's insult. He spurred his horse forward, charging at Jiang Wei. But Jiang Wei advanced instead of retreating, his spear moving like a dragon as he thrust it toward the prince. In an instant, spear and saber clashed, sparks flying. The two renowned generals engaged in a fierce duel at the center of the battlefield. The Prince of Pingnan wielded his broadsword with sweeping, powerful strikes, while Jiang Wei countered with agile movements and precise spear techniques. They exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, yet neither could gain the upper hand. From the city walls of Pu City and the southern army camp, soldiers from both sides watched breathlessly, captivated by this critical clash of morale. As the battle wore on, Jiang Wei's advantage became increasingly apparent. After several more rounds, the Prince of Pingnan was clearly on the defensive. Sweat soaked through the prince's armor as he gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He realized that continuing the fight would only lead to defeat. After a hard-fought struggle, the Prince of Pingnan seized an opportunity to push Jiang Wei back with a strike, and then turned his horse to retreat to his camp in disarray. Jiang Wei stood his ground, laughing heartily at the prince's hasty retreat. Ha! Old fool, that's all you've got. His laughter was filled with the joy of victory and contempt for his opponent. Back in his tent, the Prince of Pingnan sat in gloomy silence. Dong Yun hurried over to wipe his father's sweat and offer comfort. Father, do not be discouraged. Jiang Wei only has the advantage of youth and strength. If you were 10 years younger, Jiang Wei would not be your match. Despite his words, Dong Yun secretly felt a sense of satisfaction, finding it embarrassing that his father, who had boasted of defeating Jiang Wei, had been forced to flee. Sitting in his command seat, the Prince of Pingnan reminisced about his past glories when he was undefeated across the lands, even matching Yang Huai in battle. Yet now, a young Jiang Wei displayed such formidable spear skills. He couldn't fathom why so many skilled warriors suddenly appeared under Yang Xun's command. Could it be that heaven favored Yang Xun over him? Meanwhile, Jiang Wei's taunts still echoed outside the camp, and the morale within had plummeted. The Prince of Pingnan realized that the war with Yang Xun had only just begun, and he was already losing. How I hate this, he lamented, imagining how beneficial it would be if such a fierce warrior were under his command. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the tent. Make way, make way. I must see the prince, a gruff voice called out, piercing through the tent. Prince of Pingnan gently asked, you insisted on seeing me, for what reason? Xing Daorong stood tall and proud, his eyes sharp and his presence formidable. He stood as straight as a tall pine tree, responding loudly. Your Highness, I am from the southern border. Since childhood, I have been learning martial arts from a hermit Taoist in the mountains. I have mastered all 18 martial arts skills and possess the strength of 10,000 pounds in my arms. This pear blossom axe at my side can split mountains and seas. As he spoke, he gently stroked the giant axe at his waist, which gleamed coldly. He continued, in my eyes, Jiang Wei is nothing more than a paper tiger, easily defeated. Please, Your Highness, order me to battle, and I will present Jiang Wei's head to you. The Prince of Pingnan furrowed his brows and hesitated. Jiang Wei's spear skills are exquisite. Are you truly confident? Without a second thought, Xing Daorong thumped his chest and replied resolutely. If I cannot defeat Jiang Wei, Your Highness may take my head. The Prince of Pingnan assessed the burly man before him and couldn't help but feel a degree of trust. His confidence, combined with his robust physique, indeed made one expect great things from him. After a moment of contemplation, the Prince of Pingnan made up his mind. Very well, I will have my heir personally beat the war drums for you. If you truly defeat Jiang Wei, I will appoint you as a top general. Nearby, Dong Yun muttered to himself, why do I have to beat the drums? But he dared not voice his complaint. Xing Daorong, filled with bravado, declared, watch my skills. With that, he strode out of the tent, mounted his horse, and galloped towards the camp's outskirts. The Prince of Pingnan and his son hurried to follow, with the prince quickly ascending the watchtower, his eyes fixed on Xing Daorong's retreating figure, full of anticipation. Outside the military camp, Jiang Wei continued to hurl insults. Upon seeing a man with a large axe riding out, he smirked and called out, oh, another one with a death wish. Riding forward, Xing Daorong maintained his proud posture and asked without fear, are you Jiang Wei? Jiang Wei arrogantly replied, yes, it is I. And who might you be? Xing Daorong snorted disdainfully. Humph, my name will scare you. I am General Xing Daorong, under the command of the Prince of Pingnan. Hearing this, Jiang Wei shouted angrily, humph, a nobody looking for death. With that, he spurred his horse forward, his silver spear darting like a venomous snake towards Xing Daorong's throat. At this critical moment, the war drums thundered from the Prince of Pingnan's camp, deafening. Xing Daorong, quick-eyed and quick-handed, used his axe to block Jiang Wei's spear. The clash of their weapons echoed like thunder. Taking the opportunity, Xing Daorong raised an eyebrow at Jiang Wei and whispered, Grand Commander, it's me, Daorong. Jiang Wei understood immediately and replied in a low voice, I know it's you. Make sure to act convincingly, so that old fool doesn't catch on. Xing Daorong nodded with a smile, responding quietly, understood. He then pressed forward with his axe, forcing Jiang Wei to retreat several steps. Jiang Wei responded by thrusting his spear again, quietly advising, to the left. Xing Daorong, catching on, deftly moved to the left, easily dodging the spear. Jiang Wei continued with over 10 thrusts, each time quietly indicating to Xing Daorong which way to dodge. Left, right, left. To the onlookers, this scene was astonishing, especially to the Prince of Pingnan. Having fought Jiang Wei before, he knew well the sharpness of Jiang Wei's spear techniques. Yet, Xing Daorong seemed to anticipate every move, dodging with ease, as if he could predict Jiang Wei's attacks. What was more surprising was that Xing Daorong never raised his axe, treating Jiang Wei as if he were a mere toy. The Prince of Pingnan watched with bright eyes, murmuring excitedly, a talent, truly a talent. With such a warrior, how can our great endeavor not succeed? At that moment, Xing Daorong suddenly smirked coldly and began a fierce counterattack. His pear blossom axe, with the force of an avalanche, bore down on Jiang Wei, quickly forcing him into retreat. After several exchanges, Xing Daorong's axe came crashing down towards Jiang Wei, who hurriedly blocked with his spear, nearly being knocked off his horse by the immense force. Jiang Wei's face turned pale, and he dared not continue fighting. He quickly turned his horse and fled in disarray. Don't let him get away, shouted King Pingnan excitedly, his voice filled with enthusiasm. His eyes were fixed on the distant battlefield, unconcerned whether Xing Daorong could hear his cries. Hearing the call, Xing Daorong sprang into action, raising his massive axe and roaring, Coward, stop right there. He urged his horse forward, relentlessly pursuing his target. At this critical moment, the gates of Pu City suddenly swung open, and 2 heavily armored warriors charged out, riding powerful steeds. One wielded a sharp iron spear, the other a heavy axe, both clearly intent on rescuing Jiang Wei. Standing beside King Pingnan, Wu Tu's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "I recognize those two. It's Wen Chou and Pan Feng." Although he couldn't see their faces from a distance, their distinctive armor and weapons were unmistakable. King Pingnan was taken aback, thinking, these two are formidable warriors. If Xing Daorong is surrounded and can't hold his own, what then? On the battlefield, Wen Chou and Pan Feng closed in on Xing Daorong. Yet Xing Daorong showed no fear, continuing his wild pursuit of Jiang Wei. As the three were about to pass each other, Xing Daorong suddenly grabbed the incoming spear and swung his axe. With a swift thud, Wen Chou's head flew high into the air, blood spraying everywhere. Seeing this, King Pingnan shouted excitedly, "Good." He was nearly jumping for joy. Xing Daorong's astonishing display was far from over. He quickly turned his horse around and hurled the captured spear at Pan Feng, who had run over 10 meters away. With a thud, the spear pierced Pan Feng's back with pinpoint accuracy. The force sent Pan Feng flying, and he fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Xing Daorong snorted disdainfully and continued his pursuit of Jiang Wei. However, Jiang Wei had already neared the walls of Pu City. Suddenly, a dense volley of arrows rained down from the city walls, landing 10 meters in front of Xing Daorong. Seeing this, he promptly reined in his horse, cursing in frustration before reluctantly returning to the southern army camp. King Pingnan personally came out to greet him, his eyes gleaming with joy as he laughed heartily. "Ha! My great general, truly fearless." Xing Daorong dismounted and respectfully saluted King Pingnan, saying, "Those two were nothing but weaklings, though it's a pity Jiang Wei got away." King Pingnan chuckled, shaking his head. Those weren't just any warriors. They were Pan Feng and Wen Chou. Oh, Xing Daorong was quite surprised, then snorted. So those were Pan Feng and Wen Chou, nothing but paper tigers. Even if there were 200 more like them, they wouldn't concern me. King Pingnan laughed heartily, in high spirits, praising, "With your unmatched bravery, even if there were 20,000 more like them, what of it?" Hearing this, Xing Daorong couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself, "Damn, you can boast even better than I can." At that moment, Pu City suddenly dispatched thousands of cavalry to hastily retrieve the two corpses Xing Daorong had slain. Witnessing this, King Pingnan's admiration for Xing Daorong grew even stronger. He thought, if Jiang Wei sent so many to recover the bodies, they must indeed have been Pan Feng and Wen Chou. These days, such a formidable warrior killed so many of his generals, yet Xing Daorong managed to kill them both in quick succession, proving his incredible strength. King Pingnan immediately ordered, "Announce to the entire army, Xing Daorong is promoted to first-rank general, Marquis of Muyang, awarded 3,000 gold and 200 bolts of silk." "Thank you, your highness." Xing Daorong quickly bowed in gratitude, grinning widely. He thought to himself, "Damn, even as a spy, I get paid. The Lord really takes care of me. I must perform well and not let him down." One wonders if King Pingnan would be enraged if he knew Xing Daorong's true thoughts, thinking it was his reward when Xing Daorong was grateful to Yang Xun instead. Meanwhile, in Puqing, Jiang Wei, Wen Chou, and Pan Feng exchanged knowing smiles, a mischievous glint in their eyes. They had just watched Xing Daorong leave and were now evaluating the performance of this, one of their own. "You have to admit, Xing Daorong really knows how to play his part," Wen Chou said with a hint of admiration in his voice. Pan Feng chuckled and chimed in. "No doubt about it. Who else but Rome could pull off such a bluff?" By now, the king of Pingnan is probably so taken in by him that he might even award him the title of general. Suddenly, Wen Chou remembered something and asked with curiosity, "By the way, who were those two people who left the city earlier?" Although they were meant to impersonate Pan Feng and Wen Chou, only to be killed by Xing Daorong to gain the king of Pingnan's trust, it seemed a bit wasteful if they were allies. Jiang Wei casually explained, "One was Kai's son, and the other was his sworn brother. I told them Xing Daorong was on our side and that when I retreated, they should go out of the city and put on a show with Xing Daorong, pretending to fight for 300 rounds before coming back. They believed me." Jiang Wei's words were not entirely untrue. Xing Daorong was indeed an ally, and it was indeed a ruse. However, he hadn't told Kai's son and his brother that Xing Daorong would truly kill them, nor had he ever intended to keep them alive from the start. Jiang Wei turned to Pan Feng with a serious expression and instructed, "Kai's son has some connections in the Qizhou army. Pan Feng, take care of all those people." "Yes, sir." Pan Feng acknowledged and left to carry out the order. Jiang Wei then looked at Wen Chou and advised, "Since we're putting on a show, we must do it thoroughly. You and Pan Feng should stay out of sight for a while." "Understood." Wen Chou nodded, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. The scene shifts to the southern army camp, where the king of Pingnan warmly clasped Xing Daorong's rough hand, walking side by side into the command tent. The king's fondness for Xing Daorong was evident, a sight that left Wu Tu feeling a pang of jealousy, muttering to himself, "Looks like I've fallen out of favor." At that moment, the king of Pingnan seemed to remember something and turned to Dong Yun, saying, "The grain sent from Chuan province was stolen before. This time, Personally escort the grain from Chuan province, and avoid the main roads. Take the small path through Yuhuang Mountain. As he spoke, the king of Pingnan gave Dong Yun a knowing wink. Understood. Dong Yun nodded, catching the hint, and left. Xing Daorong heard and saw everything, a cold smile forming in his heart. He had just made a good impression, yet the king of Pingnan and his son were already testing him with such crucial information. If he relayed this information to Jiang Wei, not only would the grain be impossible to seize, but they would also walk into an ambush, and Xing Daorong himself would be doomed. Do they really think I'm that foolish? Xing Daorong mused to himself. In that case, I'll pretend I know nothing and let them busy themselves for nothing. As Xing Daorong suspected, the king of Pingnan was indeed testing him. Dong Yun was not traveling to Chuan province alone. He took all the cavalry with him to set up an ambush. If Jiang Wei's army attempted to seize the grain, it would confirm Xing Daorong as a traitor. The scene shifts again to the Imperial Palace in Qianjing City. Yang Xun and Li Miaoyin had just exited the Imperial study when they saw a weary Qinglong. After Li Miaoyin departed, Qinglong quickly knelt before Yang Xun, bowing his head and saying, I have failed, allowing Luo Tongji to escape. It is my fault. His voice was full of remorse and self-blame as he explained. Yesterday, I led over 100 Jinui through the mountains, chasing Luo Tongji day and night. But the man who rescued him was clearly familiar with the terrain, leading us around in circles. Originally, the Azure Dragon could track the man's footprints and stay close behind him. However, a torrential rain poured all night, and by morning, the mountain was so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. All traces had vanished. Standing on the muddy mountain path, Azure Dragon furrowed his brow, forced to accept the fact that Luo Tongji had escaped. Yang Sun's cold voice echoed in Azure Dragon's ear. A death penalty isn't warranted, but punishment is inevitable. Everyone involved, from you and Vermilion Bird down to every soldier who handled the Luo family case, will receive 30 lashes. Azure Dragon immediately knelt, forehead touching the ground, and respectfully said, Thank you, Your Highness, for sparing my life. Though bitter at heart, he harbored no resentment. Azure Dragon felt regretful, having calculated everything except the fact that the Luo family secretly supported a band of bandits. Surprisingly, these bandits had no apparent connection to the Luo family, conducting transactions by depositing money into the Luo family's bank, never directly contacting anyone from the family. This covert method led the Jinui to overlook their existence. Azure Dragon understood that regardless of the reasons, the Jinui had indeed failed in their duties this time. Mistakes must be acknowledged and punishment accepted. The 30 lashes were deserved. Yang Sun's voice rang out again, with a hint of urgency. There's another task for you. Azure Dragon immediately raised his head and respectfully said, Please instruct me, Your Highness. A cold glint appeared in Yang Sun's eyes as he slowly spoke. Li Qian is not in the hands of the king of Pingnan. It said he's fled to an island beyond the Hongsha kingdom, but the exact location is unknown. Dispatch a team from both Qinglong Hall and Vermilion Bird Hall to Hongsha to investigate Li Qian's whereabouts. Azure Dragon's heart skipped a beat, recalling a man named Zhang Yan. Yang Sun seemed to read his thoughts and added, Although Zhang Yan was sent by Li Qian, their contact was through letters, and he doesn't know Li Qian's exact location. Azure Dragon immediately replied, I will obey, Your Highness. Yang Sun coldly asked, If you find Li Qian, do you know what to do? A fierce determination flashed in Azure Dragon's eyes as he firmly said, Rest assured, Your Highness, the Jinui will ensure Li Qian never returns to Deqian alive. Yang Sun nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He thought to himself, Li Qian, after all, is the legitimate emperor of Deqian, and his influence in Deqian far exceeds that of Li Miaoying. If Li Qian were to return, many issues would become troublesome. After Azure Dragon left, Yang Sun's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the direction outside the palace. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, Li Pingyan is probably losing himself in the brothels. It's been ages, and he hasn't shown his face even once. Rumor had it that Li Pingyan had taken over the largest brothel in Qianjing City, the Greenflower House, living a life of debauchery. Yang Sun frowned in thought, wondering how such behavior could continue unchecked, and whether Li Pingyan wasn't afraid of dying in bed. With this in mind, Yang Sun immediately summoned Xuanwu, planning to personally leave the palace to bring Li Pingyan back. Meanwhile, in the bustling west market of Qianjing City, two young women strolled arm in arm. One wore a luxurious long dress, her face veiled, her eyes exuding a certain heroism. The other, also veiled, was dressed as a maid. The maid was chattering away in a foreign language, to which the woman in the long dress gently reminded her with a smile. Lashaya, how many times have I told you? Now that we're in Deqian, you must speak the language of Deqian, or everyone will know we're not from here. Lashaya quickly switched to the Deqian language, exclaiming, Yes, miss, I didn't expect you to look so beautiful in Deqian attire. The woman in the long dress responded with a smile, You look lovely too. I'll buy you a few more outfits before we return. Lashia looked worried and said, but miss, slipping away like this, Uncle Bakan will be concerned, especially since Deqian is in turmoil. The woman in the long dress laughed carelessly. This is the capital of Deqian. What's there to worry about? I've always heard about the prosperity of this mysterious Eastern kingdom, and now that I'm here, I find it even more magnificent than I imagined. She excitedly pointed to the bustling market around them and continued, look at this lively and orderly market, with merchants selling all sorts of novel goods we've never seen before. The caravan will be leaving soon. Shouldn't we make the most of our time to explore? The two women strolled through the bustling marketplace, their eyes lingering on the vendors' stalls filled with a dazzling array of exotic treasures. Suddenly, Lashia's eyes lit up as she pointed to a nearby stall emitting a tantalizing aroma. Miss, look at that sticky rice cake. It smells so good. Shall we buy some to try? The woman in the long dress followed her gaze and couldn't help but feel her appetite whetted, and they quickly headed towards the stall. What is this? The woman in the long dress asked curiously. The stall owner, an amiable man, replied with a smile. This is sticky rice cake. Would you like to try some, ladies? How much is it? Lashia asked eagerly. Not expensive, 5 coins per serving. We'll take 2, Lashia said, pulling out a small piece of silver from her sleeve and handing it to the stall owner. Keep the change. The stall owner accepted the silver, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, thinking she must be from a wealthy family. He selected the largest lotus leaf and generously wrapped up 2 large portions of sticky rice cake. Seeing the eager look in their eyes, he handed them a few extra pieces. Ladies, have a taste. Thank you, sir. The woman in the long dress expressed her gratitude before eagerly tucking a piece of sticky rice cake under her veil and savoring it. Delicious, she exclaimed. The street food in this eastern nation is so tasty. If we could bring it back home, even the nobility might find it hard to resist. As the two women were absorbed in their culinary delight, 2 men at the tea house entrance had their eyes on them. The man with a scar on his face whispered to his companion, Hu Lao Air, look at those 2 veiled girls over there. They don't look like they're from around here. Hu Lao Air grinned slyly. Brother Dao, you said it. These 2 girls have great figures and seem well off. Maybe today we can hit the jackpot. The scar-faced man sneered at Hu Lao Air. Come on, you can't handle anything delicate. Don't mess up like last time when the girls took you down in no time. Hu Lao Air's face reddened. Brother Dao, just say the word. Are we doing this or not? The scarred man eyed the women's backs, stroked his chin, and slapped the table. Let's do it. The 2 quickly reached an agreement, tossed 2 copper coins on the table, and quietly followed Lashia and the woman in the long dress. As the women were still looking around, Hu Lao Air and the scar-faced man suddenly appeared in front of them, pretending it was a chance encounter. Hu Lao Air grabbed the scar-faced man's sleeve, feigning excitement. Brother Dao, why are you still wandering here? There's an amazing performance in the alley over there. Not only can the guy breathe fire, but his cat can do backflips too. Really? Let's go see. The scar-faced man played along with a surprised expression. Upon hearing this, Lashia excitedly tugged at the woman in the long dress. Miss, there's a cat that can do backflips. Let's go see it too. The woman in the long dress nodded in agreement, intrigued by the unique skills in this mysterious eastern country and eager to witness it herself. The 2 women followed the men into a secluded alley, only to find it deserted, with no sign of any cat performing backflips. Lashia grumbled in disappointment. Lies, there's no performance. She was about to leave with the woman in the long dress, unaware that danger was quietly approaching. At that moment, Hu Lauer appeared like a ghost in front of the 2 women. He wore a chilling, malicious grin, and his eyes gleamed with danger. Hello, ladies, he greeted with a voice full of ill intent. Sensing Hu Lauer's lecherous demeanor, the 2 women instinctively felt uneasy and took a few steps back. The woman in the long dress tried to maintain her composure and demanded sharply, What do you want? Hu Lauer grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. What do I want? Obviously, I'm after you too. He advanced step by step, like a predator closing in on its prey. Just at that critical moment, a man with a scarred face silently appeared behind the 2 women. He held a suspicious-looking cloth and had a sinister glint in his eyes. Seeing this, Hu Lauer impatiently pulled out another cloth from his pocket and lunged at the women. Stop wasting time, or we'll be in trouble if someone finds us, he growled softly. The 2 frail women were no match for these 2 rough men. In no time, their mouths and noses were covered with the cloths. After a few struggles, they quickly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Hu Lauer and the scarred man didn't dare linger. They swiftly hoisted the unconscious women over their shoulders and hurried deeper into the alley. Their footsteps echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. At that moment, Yang Xun and Li Pingyan emerged one after the other from the back door of a brothel. Li Pingyan looked quite disheveled. Dark circles hung under his eyes. He appeared noticeably thinner, and ambiguous red marks covered his face and neck. Yang Xun glanced at Li Pingyan's state and remarked irritably, If I had come a few days later, you might have ended up dying in this brothel. Li Pingyan, drunk and unsteady, chuckled. He, son, you don't understand. Dying under a peony is still a romantic death. His voice was filled with pride and satisfaction. Li Pingyan continued to babble. I've been on the back foot lately because of those old geezers. Only here, among these young women, can I regain some control, so I indulged a bit. Anyway, the money's from those aristocratic sons, so why not enjoy it? Just then, Hu Lauer and the scarred man, carrying the unconscious women, sneaked past them. Yang Xun watched them warily, and they nervously returned his gaze. The atmosphere grew tense and silent. Hu Lauer was about to threaten Yang Xun. What are you looking at? Mind your own business. When a sudden exclamation shattered the night's silence. Whoa! It turned out that the drunken Li Pingyan had stumbled forward and grabbed Hu Lauer's pants. With a rip, Hu Lauer's pants came down, exposing indecent parts. Hu Lauer was dumbfounded, and when he came to his senses, he was furious. He kicked Li Pingyan, roaring, "How dare you pull down my pants?" The kick sobered Li Pingyan up a bit, and he groggily shouted, "Who the hell kicked me? What the hell is this?" His hand still tightly gripped Hu Lauer's sensitive area. Hu Lauer winced in pain, calling out repeatedly, "Knife brother, help me. Oh, help me." The scarred man immediately set down the woman in the long dress and pulled out a sharp dagger from his coat. His face turned vicious as he glared at Yang Xun, threatening, "Get lost, mind your own business, or else." Before he could finish, several armed guards with swords emerged behind Yang Xun, glaring menacingly at the scarred man. The scarred man glanced at the cold, gleaming swords in the guard's hands, and then at his own short dagger, barely longer than a finger, and swallowed hard. In a split second, the scarred man made a decision. He dropped his dagger and fell to his knees before Yang Xun with a loud thud, shouting, "Brother, I was wrong." He then kowtowed 3 times, his actions swift and fluid. Before Yang Xun could respond, the scarred man quickly stood, grabbed Hu Lauer's arm, and tried to flee. But Hu Lauer's sensitive area was still firmly held by Li Pingyan. As he was pulled, the pain contorted his face. "It's going to break, it's going to break. Oh no, it's really going to break." Hu Lauer's pitiful screams pierced the night, echoing in the silent alley. Yang Xun turned his back, a flicker of disgust in his eyes. He waved his hand, signaling the Jin Wei to take action. Xiangnu immediately stepped forward with his men, pinning Hu Lauer and the scar-faced man to the ground. Li Pingyan still clung on tightly, while Hu Lauer had already fainted from the pain. Xiangnu carefully checked the condition of the 2 young women and reported to Yang Xun, "Your Highness, these 2 ladies have been drugged. It seems these bastards are black traffickers." Yang Xun coldly ordered, "Traffickers are nothing more than human scum. Drag them out and hack them to death, then hang their bodies at the city gate as a warning." Xiangnu was about to ask about the arrangement for the 2 women, but realized the question was unnecessary. He immediately instructed his men to carry the unconscious women away. Yang Xun's gaze fell on Li Pingyan, who lay on the ground like a heap of mud, and he said coldly, "Take this guy away too, and make sure to clean his hand properly." The Jin Wei tried to separate Li Pingyan from Hu Lauer, but Li Pingyan had already fallen into a deep sleep. Soon, the group returned to the palace, with the Jin Wei carrying the 2 women directly to Yang Xun's chamber, while Li Pingyan was left outside the door. His hands were stained with blood, and no one wanted to dirty the chamber. It was summer, so there was no fear of him catching a cold. Inside the chamber, Yang Xun looked at the 2 masked, sleeping women on the bed and sighed. Although he had a reputation for being a womanizer, he wasn't about to take advantage of anyone in such a state. He decided to let them leave once they awoke. Yang Xun fetched a blanket to cover them, and took a pillow from his system space. As he went to place the pillow under the long-skirted woman, he accidentally brushed her ear, causing her veil to slip off. A delicate and fair face was revealed, breathtakingly beautiful. She was neither like Kai Wenji with her pure and icy demeanor, nor like Diao Chan with her ethereal charm, but possessed an exotic allure all her own. Yang Xun suddenly understood why ancient emperors were so eager to conquer the Western regions. Western women were indeed extraordinarily captivating. Although this world was different from his previous life, the Western regions still existed. The West Sea, under the control of the Yanxi king, was the gateway to these regions. Such a treasure must not fall into the hands of a mere commoner, Yang Xun thought to himself. As he pondered how to deal with the Yanxi king, the long-skirted woman slowly opened her bright eyes. Her gaze shifted from languid to puzzled, then transformed into terror. "Ah, you scoundrel!" she screamed, clutching the blanket tightly, staring at Yang Xun in horror. "You scoundrel, what did you do to me?" the long-skirted woman demanded. She suddenly felt a coolness on her face, touched it, and realized her veil had fallen. Tears welled up in her eyes. "You my veil," Yang Xun hurriedly explained. "I did nothing. It was I who rescued you from those traffickers." Yang Xun roughly but skillfully pulled the veil over and reattached it to the woman in the long dress. With a teasing tone, he said, "I know you're beautiful and afraid of being seen. Let me do it for you, all right?" The woman in the long dress bit her lip, hesitant to speak. When Yang Xun's warm hand touched her ear, She shivered as if electrified, a swirl of complex emotions surging within her. Is your name Reba or Naza? Yang Sun asked again, his tone laced with mockery. The woman turned her head away in anger, tears streaming down her face, letting out a low humph. Yang Sun raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of disdain. Humph? What was your father thinking, giving you a name like that? Without waiting for her response, he turned and walked out of the chamber, leaving behind a parting comment. All right, rest well. This place is very safe. No one can harm you. Watching Yang Sun's retreating figure, the woman in the long dress could no longer hold back her feelings of grievance and began to cry into her pillow. Her sobs woke up Lashaya next to her, who asked sleepily, Princess. Oh no. Miss, where are we and why are you crying? The woman hugged Lashaya, tears streaming down her face as she said, a man unveiled my face. Lashaya immediately became alert, her face filled with concern. What? Oh no, if the king finds out, it will be terrible. Miss, do you know who unveiled you? Was it those two thugs who attacked us? Just the thought of Hu Lauer and his lecherous expression made Lashaya shiver. The woman shook her head and said, it wasn't them. It was a very tall young man. That's a relief, Lashaya sighed, but was quickly interrupted by the woman. Relief? The woman exclaimed urgently. According to our tradition, if he unveils me, I have to. What if he's already married? What if he's a terrible person? What if? She couldn't continue, her eyes filled with despair. Although the man was handsome, the luxurious room suggested he wasn't a good person. Lashaya suggested, let's not worry about what if. We should find out who he is first. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan was sound asleep by the palace door. He turned over and suddenly felt something strange in his hand, waking up with a start. What the heck is this? Li Pingyan was startled to see his hands covered in blood and quickly tossed the object aside. It was then he noticed Yang Sun standing in front of him. Brother Sun, what's happening to me? Why am I such a mess? Li Pingyan asked, bewildered. Yang Sun glanced at him with annoyance and said, I think you've been visiting brothels too much, grabbing at anything you see. Li Pingyan was confused and was about to ask more when he noticed two graceful women, their faces veiled, emerging from the chamber. He immediately stood up straight, smoothing his hair, his eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Li Pingyan, who was next to Yang Sun, suddenly jumped up from the ground as if he had been electrified, standing upright with astonishing speed. Yang Sun was taken aback by this unexpected move. Thinking to himself how this guy seemed to rise like a zombie, it was unbelievable. However, Li Pingyan paid no attention to Yang Sun's astonished gaze, as his focus was entirely on two figures approaching from a distance. He urgently tugged on Yang Sun's sleeve and whispered, Brother Sun, who are those two people? Yang Sun snapped back to reality and followed Li Pingyan's gaze. He saw a woman in a long dress walking alongside a maid. He answered truthfully, we saved them on the road, I don't know them. Save them on the road. Li Pingyan's eyes lit up, and a bold idea popped into his mind. Perfect, two people, one for each of us. That woman in the long dress is obviously the master, she's for Brother Sun, and I'll take the one next to her. With this thought, his gaze involuntarily fell on the maid, examining her closely. The two women approached Yang Sun and respectfully bowed. The woman in the long dress spoke, thank you, benefactor, for saving us. May I know your name, so we can repay you in the future? Hearing this, Li Pingyan's eyes brightened, and he thought with amusement, no need to wait for the future, you can repay us now. However, before he could speak, Yang Sun was about to answer. Li Pingyan quickly jumped in, loudly proclaiming, Humph, you two ladies don't even recognize my brother's son. Let me tell you, standing before you is Yang Sun, the northern king who defeated the Xiangnu, conquered 5 nations, and vanquished 4 kings. And I, though just a tad less impressive than my brother, am the handsome, charming, and elegant Li Pingyan. As he spoke, he struck a pose he considered dashing, though it felt slightly off. In truth, the two women's attention was entirely captured by the words, Northern King, paying no heed to Li Pingyan's self-praise. The legendary tales of the Northern Kings sweeping through the north had spread far and wide, even reaching their country. Despite its small size, their country had long suffered under the oppression of the Xiangnu. The Northern King, who managed to make the usually brutal Xiangnu cede land and pay reparations, had become a heroic figure, with many of their military leaders aspiring to follow in his footsteps. The woman in the long dress, shedding her previous look of despair, was filled with excitement and asked tremulously, Are you really the Northern King, Yang Sun? She thought to herself, the one who unveiled my veil is the Northern King. Oh my, if my father knew, he'd be overjoyed. Yang Sun calmly replied, A real man does not change his name or surname. I am indeed Yang Sun. Upon hearing this, the woman in the long dress immediately bowed deeply and introduced herself. I am Princess Pania of Lulan, grateful for the Northern King's life-saving grace. The maid, Lasaya, stood stunned, thinking, didn't the princess just cry to the point of almost fainting? Why is her voice trembling with excitement now? Yang Sun was also taken aback, thinking to himself, Lulan, and she's a princess? He recalled Lulan's location on the system map, west of the Western Sea, a small country about the size of 2 counties in Deqian. But why was the Lulan princess here? Before Yang Xun could ask, Pania eagerly inquired. May I ask if the Northern King is married? Yang Xun was stunned once more, wondering what kind of question this was, as if it were a matchmaking event. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan was intently staring at Lasaya, thinking, she has a nice figure, but I wonder what she looks like, and why is she wearing a veil? I need to see her face. Without delay, Li Pingyan stealthily approached Lasaya and, under her puzzled gaze, pulled off her veil. Li Pingyan's gaze was suddenly caught by an exotic charm, and his eyes lit up instantly. Wow, a beauty! And a foreign beauty, he thought to himself. At that moment, Russia's veil accidentally slipped off, leaving her standing there, unsure of what to do. The next second, she burst into tears, with tears streaming down her face like beads from a broken string. Why did you unveil me? Russia cried heart-wrenchingly. You look so sleazy, skinny like a monkey. I don't want to marry you. Hearing this, Li Pingyan felt his pride take a severe hit. He thought indignantly. What do you mean I look sleazy? I'm considered quite the dashing gentleman in Liaozhou. Yang Xun, witnessing the sudden scene, asked in confusion, why is this young lady reacting so strongly? Although it's impolite for Li Pingyan to remove her veil, it shouldn't warrant such sadness. Panania blushed slightly and explained in a low voice. Your Grace might not know, but in our customs, unmarried women must cover their faces with a veil. Only on the wedding day can the husband remove it. If the veil is removed beforehand, no matter who does it, we have to marry that person. With that, she shyly lowered her head. Understanding dawned on Yang Xun, and he finally realized why Panania had previously asked if he was married. He unwittingly ended up with a bride. Li Pingyan was also stunned. He merely wanted to see what she looked like, not expecting to cause such a problem. Watching Russia continue to sob, his anger began to rise. Damn it, Li Pingyan cursed inwardly. I'm a descendant of the Imperial family of Deqian, son of the Prince of Liao. Even if I can't inherit my father's title, following Brother Sun promises a bright future. And you think I'm not good enough? You won't marry me? Well, I'll marry you anyway. Growing more frustrated, Li Pingyan suddenly pulled out a banknote worth 50,000 taels and thrust it into Pan Ania's hand. You're her mistress, right? Take this as the bride price. I'm determined to marry this maid. Not even the emperor can stop me. Russia continued to sob, fully aware that the moment Li Pingyan unveiled her, she became his woman. Wait for me here, Li Pingyan said, then ran off. Moments later, he returned with 2 large pieces of red cloth, draping one over himself and the other over Russia. He also brought 2 bowls of wine and then knelt on the ground with a thud. With heaven above and earth as witness, Li Pingyan declared loudly. Today I, Li Pingyan, will marry. What's your name? Russia, she replied softly, wiping her tears. Li Pingyan nodded and continued. With heaven above and earth as witness, today I, Li Pingyan, will marry Russia as my wife. We will share fortune and adversity, not seeking to be born on the same day, but wishing to die on the same day. With that, Li Pingyan downed the bowl of wine in one gulp. Seeing Russia hesitate, he grabbed her bowl and drank it too. Then he smashed the bowls on the ground, declaring angrily, I've already vowed to heaven and earth. From today, you're my wife. Noticing Russia still sobbing, a hint of tenderness flickered across Li Pingyan's face. He approached and gently wiped her tears, soothingly saying, Don't cry, I'll treat you well from now on. Russia looked up, her vision blurred with tears. She realized that although this man was a bit thin and lacked vitality, he wasn't too unattractive. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, she nodded, seemingly accepting this sudden marriage. The wedding of Li Pingyan and Lu Shea, though hastily arranged, was nonetheless grand. Yang Xun personally organized the event, setting up a lavish banquet in the palace and inviting Li Miaoyin and civil and military officials to celebrate the newlyweds. Following Han customs, the couple bowed to the heavens and earth, entered the bridal chamber, and officially became husband and wife. Inside the bridal chamber, Li Pingyan gazed at himself in the bronze mirror, finally understanding why Lu Shea had described him as disheveled. The reflection showed a pale face, sunken cheeks, and dark circles under his eyes, far removed from his former handsome and dashing self. He silently regretted his past indulgence and vowed, from today, no more drinking. No sooner had he made this vow than he slapped the table and lunged towards the bride seated on the bed, exclaiming, My lady, here I come. At the banquet, glasses clinked and toasts were exchanged. Even Yang Xun, with his legendary strength, was beginning to show a flush. Sitting beside him was Princess Pania, whose gaze never left the formidable and impressive man, causing her to sigh inwardly. Though she was a princess, she knew she couldn't rush in a marriage with Yang Xun. Moreover, with many women already in Yang Xun's life such as Zhao Chan and Kai Wenji, who were not present but were already his confidantesh, didn't mind. To her, it was normal for a man of Yang Xun's status to have multiple wives. Being favored by him was already a great fortune for a princess from a small kingdom. Reflecting on the nervousness she felt when she first met Yang Xun and now sitting beside the great hero, Pania was filled with sweetness. However, when she noticed the Empress Li Miaoyin on the dragon throne also watching Yang Xun, a pang of jealousy arose in her heart. If even the Empress was interested in Yang Xun, how could she, a small princess, compare? The position of the main wife seemed out of reach. With this thought, Pania sighed softly, casting a wistful glance at Li Miaoyin and Yang Xun. Meanwhile, in the city, a group of men dressed in Western attire were frantically searching. The leader, a burly man with a fierce appearance, was on the verge of tears. Seeing that his men had found nothing, he dropped to his knees and cried out, "Princess, where are you? I just took a nap, and now you're missing." At that moment, a man in a flying fish robe suddenly appeared behind him and said in a deep voice, "Your princess is not lost." The man swiftly turned his head, his gaze like lightning sweeping over the flying fish robe on Xuanwu. Recognizing the attire as that of a court official, he quickly composed himself and respectfully asked, "Sir, do you know the whereabouts of our princess?" Xuanwu, with a serious expression and a steady tone, replied, "The princess has been invited into the palace by the Prince of Jinbei. The prince sent me to bring you. Please follow me." At the banquet, Pa Ania's thoughts surged like a tide. Suddenly, a thought struck her like lightning, and she stood up abruptly, her face showing panic. "Oh no," she exclaimed inwardly. "How could I have forgotten Uncle Baum?" Images of Baum searching the city flashed in her mind. The curfew regulations of Deqian worried her even more. If Baum were to clash with the city guards, the consequences would be unimaginable. Pa Ania couldn't bear to think further. She hurriedly grabbed Yang Sun's arm beside her, her voice trembling slightly. "My lord, I." Yang Sun turned, looking at Pa Ania's anxious face, and asked gently, "Are you worried about the people who came with you?" Pa Ania nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of concern. Yang Sun smiled slightly, a hint of pride in his tone. "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. They're at the Ministry of Rights now, well fed and taken care of." "Thank you, my lord." Pa Ania's heart filled with joy upon hearing this, and her gaze towards Yang Sun grew even more admiring. She thought to herself, Yang Sun is not only skilled in both literature and martial arts, with looks comparable to a legendary hero, but also so considerate. What more could one ask for in a husband? Inside the Ministry of Rights, Chui Bowen watched Baum and his companions devour their food voraciously, his brow furrowed, secretly grumbling to himself. "I really don't know where Yang Sun found so many boorish men. Damn it, while people are feasting in the palace, I have to entertain these rough men here. What is this?" Although Chui Bowen and Yang Sun didn't get along, Yang Sun quite appreciated him, hence he didn't harm him. Now, Chui Bowen had been appointed as the Minister of Rights by Yang Sun, while the Minister of War position was temporarily held by Yang Sun's grandfather, Lu Tua. Baum held a piece of lamb shank in one hand and a potato in the other, eating heartily. As he chewed, he mumbled, "Sir, is it true that our princess is in the palace?" Chui Bowen replied irritably, "What else could it be? Yang Sun isn't satisfied with frolicking in the palace all day, so he brought the princess there too. Although Lulan isn't a big country, Deqian can't afford to offend them right now. If Yang Sun does anything to the princess, and she complains when she returns, what if Lulan brings troops to attack?" "That's good, that's good." Baum grinned, showing a set of shiny, greasy teeth. They came to purchase tea, refined salt, and cloth from Deqian, originally hoping to visit the Empress of Deqian, but they couldn't even get near the palace gates. Unexpectedly, their princess was so impressive, being invited into the palace by the Prince of Jinbei. The Prince of Jinbei is a hero who defeated the Xiangnu. Baum thought happily. In our Lulan, everyone knows of him. If the princess can befriend the Prince of Jinbei, Lulan wouldn't have to fear the Xiangnu anymore. Baum enthusiastically offered, "Sir, don't just watch us eat. Join us." As he spoke, he handed over a greasy potato. Chui Bowen quickly waved his hand, suppressing his discomfort. "No, I'm not hungry." Baum curiously asked, "By the way, what is this?" "It tastes good and is quite filling." Chui Bowen's face showed a trace of pride. "That's not something you need to know." He thought to himself, "This is a treasure unique to Deqian, a heavenly blessing. Although it's not yet planted in the Central Plains, every household in the north has already started cultivating it. With this, the people won't go hungry, and the court won't worry about food shortages every year." Thinking of this, Chui Bowen couldn't help but sigh. Although Yang Sun was arrogant and defied imperial authority, his contributions to Deqian were unparalleled. Besides his impressive military achievements, just introducing potatoes and corn was enough to ensure Yang Sun's eternal fame. Yang Sun might not be a loyal minister, but he was indeed a great prince. At this moment, Baum leaned in again, with a flattering expression. "Sir, I've prepared 10 dancers for you. Could you do me a favor?" Chui Bowen was instantly enraged by this, shouting sternly, "This is outright bribery. Do you think you can sway me with a few dancers? Which official in Deqian can't withstand such a test?" Seeing Chui Bowen suddenly lose his temper, Baum immediately felt the lamb shank in his hand lose its flavor. He quickly put it down, wiped his greasy fingers, and anxiously explained, "Sir, I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted to discuss the possibility of cooperation between our two nations." Baum carefully observed Chui Bowen's expression and continued, "If we could establish a trade route between Deqian and Lulan, it would benefit both sides. Currently, it's really difficult for us Lulan people to travel to Deqian. On the way here, half of our funds are taken by Shihai, and on the way back, half of our goods are taken too. And that's the treatment for the royal caravans. Commoner caravans can't even enter Shihai." Chui Bowen listened with a frown, and seeing this, Baum quickly added, "If we could open up trade channels, reduce the taxes imposed by the Yanqi king, and allow commoners to do business in Deqian, it would be a win-win for both Lulan and Deqian." After hearing Baum's explanation, Chui Bowen fell into deep thought. He stroked his chin, his mind racing. Indeed, there were countless prosperous small countries west of Shihai, and if trade could be established, Deqian's economy would surely soar. However, the cunning Yanqi king had always acted independently, and opening trade routes to the western regions would likely require dealing with this old fox first. Chui Bowen calculated silently. Currently, Shihai and the four western provinces were banding together, and although they hadn't openly rebelled, they ignored imperial orders. Plus, with the southern king yet to be pacified, confronting the Yanqi king now would be unwise. These internal court disputes were not something Chui Bowen would disclose to outsiders. He put on a stern face and said to Baum, "I will report your suggestion to the Empress, and she will decide. You Lulan people should behave, and we won't treat you poorly. As for any underhanded dealings, it's best to keep those to yourselves." Baum was overjoyed to hear this and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, your advice is wise. About those dancers." Before he could finish, Chui Bowen shot him a sharp look, and Baum immediately fell silent, not daring to continue. Meanwhile, the banquet in the palace had concluded. The civil and military officials paid their respects to Yang Xun and Li Miaoyin before departing. By this time, Li Miaoyin was so drunk she was sprawled over the dragon throne, unconscious. Seeing this, Songda wanted to carry Li Miaoyin, but he was old and lacked the strength. The hardships of the northern Yin journey and the beating he endured had left him with lingering health issues, and he couldn't muster any strength in his back. The elderly eunuch persisted, but even drenched in sweat, he couldn't lift Li Miaoyin. It was a poignant scene, such a vast palace, yet aside from a few maids attending to daily needs, only this old eunuch remained by Li Miaoyin's side. There was no one else to lend a hand. Yang Sun witnessed all of this and gestured for the genie guards to escort Pani to rest, while he himself strode towards Songda. "Let me handle this," he said, effortlessly lifting Li Miaoyin and swaying gently as he headed towards the inner palace. Songda quickly followed, bowing and carefully supporting them from behind, worried that Yang Sun might stumble. Just then, Li Miaoyin suddenly opened her bleary eyes, gazing at Yang Sun's sharply defined profile, and drunkenly asked, "Yang Sun, is that you, Yang Sun?" Yang Sun, also quite drunk, replied with a slightly slurred tongue, "Who else could it be but me?" Li Miaoyin's eyes closed again as she slipped into a semi-conscious state. She murmured softly, her voice weak yet full of pleading, "Yang Sun, if you become emperor, you can do whatever you want of me, but please spare my younger siblings. Whether it's exile or imprisonment, I beg you, don't kill them." Her voice gradually faded, and her breathing became even. Her small face, flushed with a drunken blush, rested peacefully in Yang Sun's embrace. Her lips continued to murmur about roasted toads, but Yang Sun, in his own drunken stupor, did not hear her clearly. Soon, they arrived at Li Miaoyin's chamber. Yang Sun carefully laid her on the bed and tucked her in, about to leave. Suddenly, Li Miaoyin grabbed his arm, mumbling indistinctly, "Father, don't leave Einer." Already dazed with intoxication, Yang Sun lost his balance when she pulled him, falling heavily onto Li Miaoyin. Feeling the softness beneath his head, he was quickly overtaken by sleep and passed out. The guards, who were about to step forward, heard Yang Sun's growing snores, exchanged a knowing look with Songda, and quietly closed the chamber door as they retreated. By late morning, Li Miaoyin, still drowsy, felt an unusual warmth in her arms, like hugging a furnace. Instinctively, she loosened her clothes, continuing to cling to the heat source. Suddenly, realizing something was amiss, she opened her eyes to find she was holding a man. "Ah!" Li Miaoyin screamed and jumped from the bed, only then realizing she was completely naked. Yang Sun, startled awake by the scream, sat up abruptly and warily asked, "Who dares to threaten me?" Shaking his drowsy head, he finally took in the scene before him. Seeing Li Miaoyin standing naked, his eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. "Still sleepy? Go back to sleep," Yang Sun muttered to himself, flopping back onto the bed and pulling the covers over his head. 3 seconds later, he shot up again, locking eyes with Li Miaoyin, stammering, "Your Majesty, you." Ah! Li Miaoyin finally reacted, letting out another scream as she dove under the covers, trembling as she demanded, Yang Xun, what did you do to me? Yang Xun looked bewildered. What did I do? I swear I didn't do anything. He struggled to recall the events of the previous night, only remembering drinking heavily. The officials took turns toasting him, and he accepted every drink, unable to resist even with his strength. Li Miaoyin, clutching the blanket tightly, glared at Yang Xun with reddening eyes, her gaze as if she wanted to tear him to pieces. Suddenly, Yang Xun had a flash of memory and said, I remember now, last night you held onto my hand and wouldn't let me leave. He mimicked Li Miaoyin's voice, exclaiming, Oh, Li Miaoyin, what did you do to me? He intended to make her laugh, but seeing tears welling in her eyes, Yang Xun quickly turned serious. I was drunk last night and remember nothing, but I'm sure I didn't do anything. Look, with that, he pulled back the blanket, intending to prove his innocence by showing he was still wearing pants. However, in the next moment, Yang Xun was dumbfounded. Where the hell are my pants? Yang Xun awoke with a start, realizing he was stark naked, his pants having fallen to the floor beneath the bed. He looked around, his mind a foggy mess. Could I really have become a dragon tamer? He mused to himself, though he quickly dismissed the thought being a modern man. He knew he was incapable of accomplishing anything while drunk. Just then, Li Miaoyin's scream pierced the silence. She hurriedly covered her eyes, sobbing. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! She cried. Not only did you do that to me, but now I have to see you like this. Yang Xun quickly tried to reassure her. Don't cry. I will take responsibility. However, his words only made Li Miaoyin weep even harder. Go away. I don't want to see you, she shouted through her tears. Yang Xun snorted defiantly. If I leave just because you say so, I'd lose face. I refuse to go. This remark infuriated Li Miaoyin. Ignoring her disheveled state, she lunged at Yang Xun and bit down hard on his shoulder. Damn it, Li Miaoyin, are you a dog? Yang Xun grimaced in pain. If you bite me again, I'll hit you. Amid their scuffle, a voice from outside the chamber interrupted them. Your Highness, urgent news from Hui Prefecture, Xuanwu announced. Hearing this, Li Miaoyin released her grip, and Yang Xun seized the moment to leap out of bed. As he hurriedly dressed, he warned, Li Miaoyin, you dared to bite me. I'll deal with you when I return. Once dressed, Yang Xun left the chamber and took the dispatch from Xuanwu. As he read, his expression turned icy, veins bulging on his forehead, and he clenched the document tightly, causing it to crinkle. The message from Changsun Wuji revealed that the coastal region of Hui Prefecture had been attacked by Niguo forces. Tens of thousands of enemy troops had landed under the cover of night, launching a surprise attack on the seaside city of Wangheching. All 3,000 defending soldiers had perished. Although Changsun Wuji intended to retake Wangheching, he feared the Niguo might land elsewhere. Thus, he only deployed 50,000 troops to encircle the city and requested Yang Xun to send reinforcements. Seeing Yang Xun's grim demeanor, Xuanwu hesitated before adding, additionally, news from Dongyu has arrived. Tens of thousands of Niguo forces attacked Dongwu King from behind, while Kong Wu launched a frontal assault. Huaxiong was held up by Kong Wu's cavalry and couldn't provide aid. The Dongyu army was annihilated, and Dongwu King was killed in action. After escaping with the Shiliang cavalry, Huaxiong has retreated to Chuzhou. Damn it, Yang Xun shouted in fury, crumpling the document and throwing it to the ground in frustration. Just as he was about to issue orders, a mechanical prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The system notification sound rang out as a dazzling virtual panel flashed before Yang Xun's eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission, capturing Xiangnu, advancing to the capital to take control of the court, and occupying the 4 central provinces. The system then detailed the points rewards he received for capturing each province. 40,000 for Chizhou, 50,000 for Chunzu, 50,000 for Qinzhou, 30,000 for Chuzhou, and 40,000 for Xiangnu. Yang Xun felt a surge of joy in his heart. Combined with the points from defeating King Qin and Jiang Wei, his total skyrocketed to 530,000. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, the system issued a new main mission: destroy King Pingnan and recover the lost southern territories. Xue Rengui must have already taken Qinzhou, Yang Xun calculated to himself. If not now, when is the right time to deploy troops? Without a second thought, he turned and hurried towards the Imperial study, stopping Xuanwu with a gesture as he was about to follow. Once inside the study, Yang Xun immediately opened the system panel, his eyes landing on the mysterious Ming Dynasty gift pack. Based on past experiences, the rewards for main missions were always generous, and this gift pack was bound to be extraordinary. He clicked the open button without hesitation. The system notification sounded again. Congratulations to the host for opening the Ming Dynasty gift pack 1, acquiring General Qi Jiguang, Minister Yu Qian, and 3,500 various Ming warships. Yang Xun gasped in astonishment. Qi Jiguang, the famous Ming general who defended against the Japanese pirates along the southeastern coast for over a decade and later fought against the Mongols, was a military genius. He not only improved firearms and warships, but also invented the Mandarin duck formation to combat the pirates. Yu Qian, a pillar of the Ming dynasty, turned the tide after the Tumu crisis. When Emperor Ringzong was captured by the Mongols and their 100,000 strong army threatened Beijing, it was Yu Qian who, under immense pressure, organized and won the defense of Beijing, extending the dynasty's life by 2 centuries. Tragically, this national hero was wrongfully executed, a fate that evokes deep regret. These 2 alone make this gift pack worthwhile. Yang Xun thought with delight, not to mention those 3,500 world-leading Ming warships, which are like a dimensional strike. With his heart racing, Yang Xun made a decisive move. System, give me 30 10 draws. However, this time, Lady Luck seemed to have turned her back on him. In the 30 draws, the only useful gains were over 30,000 craftsmen and designs for various Ming warships. The guaranteed reward was still in place, though 3 contingents totaling 150,000 Ming soldiers prepared against the Japanese pirates. Without hesitation, Yang Xun summoned Yu Qian, appointing him as the Minister of War to replace his grandfather. He quickly sent orders to Xue Ai in Liaozhou, commanding him to lead 40,000 Northern Yan cavalry south to support Changsun Wuji. As for Qi Jiguang and the prepared soldiers, he held them back, planning to summon them once he reached Dongyu. Indeed, I will lead the campaign myself. Yang Xun's eyes shone with determination. I'll wipe out every last one of those small fry in Dongyu and Huaizhou, leaving none alive. He had no concerns about the safety of Tianjin City. The court officials and military were under his control, the Phoenix Guard had been disbanded, and the commander of the Yulin Guard was his own uncle. Moreover, Xue Rengui and Zhao Yun were stationed in nearby Qinzhou, ensuring no threats from the rear. To deal with those small fry, I must go personally to vent my anger. A fierce glint flashed in Yang Xun's eyes as he resolved to lead the campaign to Dongyu himself. Li Miaoyin originally planned to confront Yang Xun after he finished his official duties, but in the afternoon, she learned that Yang Xun, along with the skilled warriors Xuanwu and Baihu, had set off alone to Dongyu with Li Pingyan. Upon hearing the news of the invasion by the people of the Ni Kingdom, Li Miaoyin realized that Yang Xun's journey was to counter the threat. Surprisingly, her resentment towards Yang Xun faded, replaced by a tinge of concern. His sudden departure left her feeling a sense of loss. Paeania shared similar feelings with Li Miaoyin. However, the next morning, Paeania left the palace. She first met with Bohan at the Ministry of Rites, and then the 2 embarked on their journey back to Lulan. Despite her reluctance, she understood the necessity of returning to report the matter to the king of Lulan personally. Lashaya, having married Li Pingyan, stayed in Tianjin City. The couple took over the residence that once belonged to Luo Yongji, making it their newlywed home. 5 days later, the village of Lianyu in Dongyu was engulfed in flames. At the village entrance lay the bodies of over 100 men, ranging from elderly men to young boys barely in their teens, all having fought to defend their home. Armed with farming tools, the villagers engaged in a deadly battle against the well-equipped soldiers of the Ni Kingdom. Despite the overwhelming odds, none retreated. They fought with their lives, ultimately exchanging the lives of the entire village's men for those of several dozen Ni soldiers. However, the occupying soldiers of the Ni Kingdom vented their anger on the innocent women, children, and elderly. Apart from the young women, no one was spared, not even the children. These invaders, like demons, carried off their spoils and abducted young women, leaving with derisive laughter. From a nearby tree, Pufa witnessed the entire scene. His fists clenched, and his eyes burned with intense rage. Having recently recovered from his injuries, he initially intended to deal with the traitor Kong Wu, only to be interrupted by the arrival of tens of thousands of Ni soldiers. The army of Dongwu was annihilated, and the 50,000 Shiliang cavalry, though attempting to provide aid, suffered heavy losses and had to retreat to Chuzhou. Covered in blood and with multiple knife wounds, Pufa had just arrived from another village where he had already slain the Ni invaders. Exhaustion and pain caused him to break out in a cold sweat. He knew he was at his limit. Yet, faced with the arrogance of the Ni soldiers, Pufa clasped his hands together, his eyes shining with determination. Umitba, if I do not enter hell, who will? He murmured softly. In the next moment, Pufa leapt down, charging towards the Ni soldiers. A few of them noticed the approaching monk and drew their swords to meet him. Pufa swiftly dodged the oncoming blades and delivered a powerful punch to the face of one Ni soldier. With a sickening squelch, the man's head burst like a watermelon, brain matter splattering everywhere. Pufa delivered a powerful kick, sending a man from the Ni country flying dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string. The man crashed heavily into a large tree, his chest caved in, and he fell silent. Facing these heartless beasts, Pufa struck with deadly precision, showing no mercy. The warriors from Ni, who prided themselves on their martial prowess, were no match for Pufa, crumbling like clay figures before him. The fierce sounds of battle soon attracted more of the Ni fighters. Seeing Pufa's ferocity, They swarmed him. Unable to dodge, Pufa was hit with several knife wounds. He fought back with all his strength, knocking down 2 more opponents before creating some distance. He tore off his blood-soaked monk's robe, revealing over a dozen gruesome wounds from which blood gushed, turning him into a figure drenched in red. Pale-faced, Pufa gritted his teeth and wrapped the robe tightly around himself, trying to slow the bleeding. "You damn monk! How dare you kill so many of us? You're dead," one Enai leader shouted angrily. "As long as I can wipe out you pigs and dogs, what fear is there in death?" Pufa replied coldly, charging at the enemy once more. This time, Pufa's movements were noticeably slower, his strength waning. Yet the fire in his eyes remained, and he continued to fight the Enai soldiers. Even with his back drenched in blood, his eyes stained red, and his body convulsing with pain, he had only one thought in his mind: kill. Eventually, Pufa could no longer hold on and fell heavily into a pool of blood. Yet he kept his eyes wide open, glaring fiercely at the beasts before him. He tried to rise, but his body was powerless, his limbs heavy as lead. Pufa was filled with regret. Regret for wasting his youth in play instead of learning from his master. Regret for arriving too late to save the innocent villagers. And most of all, regret that he couldn't personally send these beasts to their end. The Enai soldiers saw Pufa struggling on the ground and moved in to finish him off. But just then, a shower of arrows rained down from all directions, swiftly cutting down a swath of enemies. Following the arrows, dozens of bloody Xiangnu emerged from the forest, launching a fierce attack on the Enai soldiers. Since the fall of Dongyu, the mission of the hidden Xiangnu was clear: kill the invaders. For days, they moved between villages and towns, skirmishing with small groups of Enai forces. From an original force of over 100, only a few dozen remained. "Brothers," the commander shouted, brandishing his embroidered spring knife. "The prince has arrived at Dongyu, and reinforcements are on their way. Kill them all. Leave none of these beasts alive. Kill, kill, kill." The Xiangnu echoed, their morale soaring, quickly gaining the upper hand over the Enai fighters. Even as comrades fell around them, they showed no signs of retreat. 20 minutes later, the battlefield was littered with bodies. Over 100 Enai soldiers lay dead, while only a dozen Xiangnu remained standing. The joy of victory was overshadowed by the sorrow for fallen comrades, leaving grief etched on every face. This was the largest encounter with Enai forces they had faced in recent days, and though they had annihilated the enemy, their own losses were devastating. Just then, one of the Xiangnu exclaimed, "Boss, this monk is still alive." Upon hearing this, the centurion quickly stepped forward to check. He found that Pufa, though barely alive, still had faint breathing. However, seeing the monk's body covered in horrific wounds, the centurion's heart sank, realizing that even if saved, he might not live much longer. Just as the centurion was at a loss, the sound of urgent hoofbeats suddenly echoed from a distance. In no time, a cavalry troop of 100 riders burst out from the woods. Leading them was a figure clad in golden dragon armor, wielding a long spear, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The dozen or so Xiangnu present immediately half-kneeled and saluted, exclaiming, "Your Highness." Yang Xun's gaze was sharp as he scanned the crowd, then glanced at the bodies of the people from Enai Kingdom on the ground. He spoke in a deep voice, "Rise. You have done well, and brought no shame to me." He then turned to 2 men beside him. "Xuanwu, take the men to rest. Baihu, continue to clear out the remaining forces of Enai Kingdom and gather the remnants of Dongyu." "Yes, sir." The 2 responded and rode off. At this moment, the Xiangnu centurion suddenly spoke up, "Your Highness, this monk." Only then did Yang Xun notice Pufa lying in a pool of blood, and he was taken aback. "Isn't this the great dragon who once saved Shaoqing?" Li Pingyan also dismounted and came to Pufa's side, checking his breathing, and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Sun, this monk looks so familiar. How did he end up like this?" The centurion truthfully recounted the fierce battle Pufa had with the people of Enai Kingdom before their arrival. After hearing the story, everyone present was filled with respect for Pufa. Yang Xun crouched down to examine Pufa's injuries closely, shaking his head silently. In the medically underdeveloped Deqian, such severe injuries usually meant death was imminent. Letting such a hero die seemed too unfortunate. Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Xun, and he pulled out a wanling pill from his pocket. It was a treasure he had received as a reward from the system after destroying 5 kingdoms, rumored to extend life and cure all ailments. However, he wasn't sure if it would work on Pufa's severe injuries. Yang Xun attempted to communicate with the system. "Hey, system, can the wanling pill heal injuries?" But there was no response. Yang Xun found himself in a dilemma. There were only 3 wanling pills, and if it didn't work, it would be a waste. But after a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and placed the pill into Pufa's mouth, then watched the monk anxiously. As time ticked by, Pufa showed no reaction. A hint of disappointment flashed in Yang Xun's eyes, and just as he was about to instruct someone to give Pufa a swift end, the monk suddenly opened his eyes and let out a heart-wrenching scream. In the blink of an eye, Pu Fa's wounds began to heal at a visible rate, and even the scars started to disappear rapidly. Li Pingyan was dumbfounded, grabbing Yang Xun's arm and asking, "Brother Sun, what did you give him? This is amazing." Yang Xun, eyes gleaming with excitement, casually fabricated, "This was given to me by an old white-beard Taoist I met in my childhood, called the Wanling Pill, said to cure anything. But there are only 3 of them. Only 3. A trace of disappointment crossed Li Pingyan's face. He thought of asking for one, but decided against it. Yang Xun, keenly aware of his friend's thoughts, immediately took out another pill, handed it to him, and whispered, "Quick, put it away. Don't let anyone see." Li Pingyan was momentarily stunned, then a wave of joy surged through him. He carefully tucked the precious elixir, the Wanling Dan, into his robe, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. "Xuenga, I knew you were the best to me." Yang Sun simply smiled slightly, saying nothing more. Although there were only 2 Wanling Dan left, keeping one for emergencies was sufficient, and giving the other to Li Pingyan for his protection was no problem. Just then, a Jin Yiwei officer shouted from behind, "General Huaxiong is here." Before the words had even settled, a burly man clad in heavy armor had appeared before Yang Sun. Huaxiong knelt on one knee, cupping his hands in salute. "Your servant Huaxiong greets your highness." Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Yang Sun's eyes. He suddenly kicked Huaxiong, sending him sprawling to the ground. He stared coldly at Huaxiong, his voice icy. "Who gave you the order to retreat?" Huaxiong was immediately panic-stricken, hastily kneeling with both knees, burying his head deep into the dust. "Your servant deserves to die," he urgently explained. At the time, the forces of the Ni Kingdom and Kong Wu were attacking the Prince of Dongwu from both sides. I wanted to assist, but was held back by Kong Wu's elite troops. The cavalry advantage was hard to leverage. By the time I broke through the encirclement, the Prince of Dongwu had already been defeated. Kong Wu and the Ni Kingdom forces turned their attention to encircling me, leaving me no choice but to lead the Xiliang cavalry to break through and retreat to Chuzhou. "Lift your head," Yang Sun commanded coldly. Huaxiong shivered, but mustered the courage to raise his head. Yang Sun kicked him hard again. Huaxiong got up immediately after falling, kneeling respectfully. Yang Sun was furious, scolding harshly. "Are you still trying to make excuses? Do you know what kind of suffering the people of Dongyu endured because of your retreat? You were leading the most elite Xiliang cavalry. What were you afraid of? I can understand retreating from Kong Wu, but to shrink back from those foreigners is unacceptable. When they surrounded you, why didn't you launch a counterattack against the Ni Kingdom? With your cavalry, what is there to fear?" Yang Sun's voice grew more intense. "We Han can fight amongst ourselves, but our land must never fall into the hands of foreigners. Even if it means sacrificing every last soldier, you should have fought the Ni Kingdom to the end. You had 50,000 cavalry. If you had attacked the Ni Kingdom with full force, even if the entire army was lost, you could have taken the Ni Kingdom's army down with you. Even if Dongyu eventually fell to Kong Wu, it would be 100 times better than falling to those foreigners. Do you understand?" Huaxiong buried his head in the dust again, full of guilt. Your servant knows his guilt. In truth, he had felt deep remorse along the way. Every time he saw the villages massacred by the Ni Kingdom, his heart ached profoundly. He hadn't expected Dongyu to fall so far. Although the foreigners invaded, Kong Wu was supposed to restrain them. After all, Kong Wu's forces were far superior to the foreigners, and his soldiers were all from Dakian. However, Kong Wu's army merely stationed in Dongyu City, turning a blind eye to the foreigners' atrocities, allowing them to plunder and kill. This couldn't really be blamed on Kong Wu, as the king of Pingnan had already reached an agreement with the Ni Kingdom. The Ni Kingdom would help the king of Pingnan seize territory, and all spoils of war would belong to the Ni Kingdom. Therefore, no matter how dissatisfied Kong Wu was, he had to follow the king of Pingnan's orders. Yang Sun glanced at Huaxiong coldly, kicked him a few more times, and said icily, "I intended to execute you, but we are in need of capable people right now. I spare you the death penalty. Hand over the tiger tally of the Xiliang cavalry. Immediately report to Qi Jiguang's camp. He is leading troops to attack Dongyu City." Huaxiong respectfully knelt down, presenting the tiger tally with a slight catch in his voice. "I will follow orders." "Take care, my lord." Huaxiong dares not hold any grievances. With that, he rose and left the hall, his steps heavy but resolute. Yang Sun took the tiger tally and handed it to Li Pingyan, who stood beside him with a serious expression. His voice was deep and resolute. "The Xiliang cavalry is now under your command. Within a week, ensure the removal of all Ni people within the Dongyu territory." A sharp glint flashed in Li Pingyan's eyes as he carefully took the tally, patting his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, brother Sun, you can count on me." His tone was filled with determination for victory. Yang Sun pondered briefly and explained, "I initially planned to use the Beiwo troops against those little invaders, but they have scattered and are plundering everywhere. The Beiwo troops are mainly infantry and lack the mobility of the Xiliang cavalry. Using the cavalry for a swift cleanup is more effective." He paused and added, As for Kong Wu, his 100,000 troops are already encircled by Qi Jiguang. It's only a matter of time before they're annihilated. With military affairs settled, Pu Fa approached with hands clasped in respect, bowing deeply to Yang Xun. Ba, this humble monk greets the Duke of Jinbei. Thank you, Your Grace, for saving my life. Yang Xun smiled. No need for formalities, master. He thought to himself that Pu Fa's demeanor truly matched the title of master. Pu Fa raised his head, his eyes showing deep respect. Having overheard Yang Xun's reprimand to Hua Xiong, he understood the significance of the 5,000 cavalry to a warlord. Yang Xun's resolve to sacrifice such an elite force to annihilate the Ni people deeply impressed him. My lord, if you don't mind, this humble monk wishes to follow you to repay the life-saving grace. Pu Fa said earnestly. Yang Xun was overjoyed at this offer. He had witnessed Pu Fa's skills firsthand, and even Qinglong had remarked that Pu Fa's martial arts were on par with his own. Having such a master as an ally was undoubtedly a great boon. Seeing Pu Fa's loyalty rating of 80, Yang Xun readily agreed. With your assistance, master, it would be my honor. Pu Fa bowed again. Ba, this humble monk does not dare to accept the title of master. Please use my Dharma name instead. Very well, from now on, I'll call you Little Pu, Yang Xun said cheerfully. Meanwhile, in the Western Sea's Longxi princess's residence, a meeting with a different purpose was taking place. The man seated prominently was the newly appointed Juanma, Zhao Wai. On either side of him sat the burly Wang Fugui and the scholarly Luo Tongji. Wang Fugui gave a thumbs up, smiling. Little uncle, from a Qianhu to a Juanma, you've truly brought honor to our family. Despite being more than 10 years older, he affectionately called him Little Uncle. Zhao Wai laughed heartily. Thanks to the Duke and the princess's favor. Don't worry, Fugui. Tomorrow I'll introduce young Master Luo to the Duke. Luo Tongji quickly stood and cupped his hands. Thank you, Lord Juanma. Zhao Wai waved it off. No need for formalities. Fugui's associates are like family. Just call me Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao. Luo Tongji bowed again. Zhao Wai laughed even more. Good. Good. I'll call you Brother Luo. As laughter filled the room, a noblewoman gracefully approached. She was the eldest daughter of the Yanxi king, the Longxi princess. She softly asked, what's making everyone so happy? Beside Zhao Wai stood a young girl of about 17 or 18, who bore a striking resemblance to his wife, the princess of Changxi. Upon seeing Zhao Wai, the girl immediately bowed and said, Greetings, brother-in-law. Her gaze was soon drawn to Luo Tongji, and she couldn't help but admire the handsome young man. Zhao Wai smiled and introduced. No need for formalities, princess. Let me introduce you to Luo Tongji, the eldest son of the former Chancellor Luo Yongji. Young Master Luo is here to seek refuge with my father. The princess of Changxi's eyes sparkled with interest as she remarked. Oh, I've heard that young Master Luo is one of the top scholars in Qianjing City, and meeting you today, I see the reputation is well-deserved. Luo Tongji quickly bowed with humility, responding, You flatter me, princess. I am unworthy of such praise. As a second-generation official, he had been well-versed in literature since childhood, exuding both noble demeanor and a rare scholarly aura. His refined manners paired with his handsome appearance left a lasting impression. The young girl beside the princess of Changxi was clearly captivated by Luo Tongji, her large eyes following him with a budding affection. Sensing the subtle atmosphere, the princess said, Since you have matters to discuss, I shall not intrude. Sure, let's go. With that, she smiled at everyone and led the young girl away. As Lu Shirshir walked, she couldn't resist glancing back, only to catch Luo Tongji also looking at her. She immediately smiled sweetly, and Luo Tongji returned the gesture with an elegant scholar's bow. To Lu Shirshir, this scene was incredibly charming. Zhao Wai keenly observed this interaction, his brow slightly furrowed. Being someone who had won the princess's heart, he was adept at reading people's expressions. He clearly saw that his sister-in-law, Lu Shirshir, had developed a fondness for Luo Tongji. Although Lu Shirshir's status was not as high as his wife's, she was the most cherished daughter of the king of Yanxi. If he could arrange this match and win his sister-in-law's favor, his standing in the Lu family would undoubtedly rise. With this in mind, Zhao Wai began to contemplate how to introduce Luo Tongji to the king of Pingxi, hoping to secure a good position for him. Meanwhile, in the palace of Qianjing City, another scene was unfolding in the martial arts arena. Qinglong, now mostly recovered from his injuries, had come to the arena to stretch his muscles. He stood still, took a deep breath, and began practicing his martial arts. In an instant, the arena was filled with the sound of fists cutting through the air. Although it was just practice, Qinglong put all his strength into every punch, his movements powerful and imposing. Behind a nearby post, a little girl was peeking out, mimicking Qinglong's movements with her tiny fists. After finishing his routine, Qinglong seemed to sense something, stood with his hands behind his back, and coldly said, Come out. The little girl shivered with fear but cautiously stepped out, kneeling on the ground to greet Qinglong. Qing'er greets Lord Qinglong. Qinglong turned around, his gaze icy, and his voice even colder. Do you want to learn martial arts? Qing'er first shook her head, then hesitated, and quickly nodded. Qinglong continued. Do you know that stealing martial arts is a capital offense? Even before he finished speaking, an overwhelming killing intent emanated from him. Qing'er was clearly terrified, kneeling on the ground, trembling and silent. Just then, Zhu Chue's voice came from nearby. Big brother, why are you scaring a little girl? Zhu Ke gracefully weaved through the posts and quickly stood in front of Qinglong, shielding Qing'er. Zhu Ke unceremoniously scolded. A grown man bullying a little girl. Have you no shame? Seeing Zhu Ke, the intensity of Qinglong's demeanor instantly diminished, though he still maintained a stern face, saying, What are you talking about? Would the chief commander bully a little girl? A hint of warning appeared on Zhu Ke's stern face, her gaze sharp as a blade as she fixed her eyes on Qinglong, her tone carrying an undeniable firmness. You still deny it? Then what's with the murderous aura around you? I'm warning you, the two mistresses are fond of this young girl. You can't touch her. Her voice softened slightly as she continued. Besides, what's all this about stealing skills? Isn't it only natural for a disciple to learn martial arts from their master? Saying this, Zhu Ke gently nudged the young girl, Qing'er, beside her. Qing'er immediately understood, swiftly kneeling and greeting, her clear voice ringing out. Disciple pays respects to master. Upon hearing this, Qinglong's face showed a puzzled expression, his voice tinged with a bit of helplessness. What do you mean? When did I ever agree to take her as a disciple? Zhu Ke crossed her arms over her chest, responding with determination. You didn't, but I did. The four of us siblings share our fate. If I accept her, it means you all do too, unless you don't acknowledge me as your sister. Qinglong's mouth twitched involuntarily. He had long known that Zhu Ke had been teaching the young girl lightness skills, but hadn't expected Zhu Ke to drag him into it as well. Feeling a bit troubled, he said, Isn't it enough for you to teach her? I'm so busy. Where would I find the time to teach her? Zhu Ke replied with complete certainty. Of course, it's not enough. I'm only good at lightness skills, not combat. For fighting, that's where you and our second brother come in. Her tone made Qinglong wonder if she had gained some benefit from the girl. Qinglong frowned and asked, Why are you helping her so much? Although the girl was rescued by the prince, it wasn't enough reason for Zhu Ke to be so invested. A hint of sadness flashed in Zhu Ke's eyes as she softly said, Because her background is just like ours. Hearing this, Qinglong was taken aback. Although they were summoned by the system, they were all implanted with unique memories, making them no different from ordinary people. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhu Ke, and Xiangnu were siblings, with Qinglong being the eldest, followed by Baihu, and Xiangnu being the youngest. They grew up without parents, raised by their grandfather. Unfortunately, their hometowns suffered from famine, forcing their grandfather to take them north in search of survival. Along the way, their grandfather gave them his last morsel of food and eventually succumbed to the cold and hunger. Afterward, the four siblings survived by begging until they met the man who changed their fate, Yang Hui, the northern frontier king. In the memories implanted by the system, Yang Hui not only adopted them, but also taught them the skills to defeat enemies, allowing them to live with dignity. From a young age, Yang Xun considered them siblings, and they were the people Yang Xun trusted the most. They were willing to do anything for Yang Xun, including sacrificing their lives. Recalling the past, Qinglong looked at Qing'er with a softer gaze. He asked, Let me ask you, why do you want to learn martial arts? Qing'er lifted her head, her eyes shining with determination. Because I don't want to be bullied anymore, and I want to protect my family. Qinglong appeared puzzled. Family? By rights, Qing'er shouldn't have any family left. Qing'er clenched her fists and continued. The prince, sister Jiao Chan, sister Wenji, brother Monk, and the four masters, you are all my family. Hearing this, Qinglong couldn't help but nod secretly, and Zhu Ke's face showed a look of satisfaction. On the first day Zhu Ke accepted Qing'er, she told her that she had four masters, including Qinglong and the others, so in Qing'er's heart, she always had four masters. Qinglong then asked, Let me ask you again, if one day the prince asks you to kill someone, or even to die, would you be willing? Qing'er knelt before the prince, tears of gratitude shimmering in her eyes. She choked out, It was the prince who took me in. Without him, I would have starved to death long ago. Not only did he fill my belly, but he also gave me a warm home. This immense kindness is something I can never repay in my lifetime. She lifted her head, her gaze firm as she looked at the prince. My life belongs to the prince. I'm willing to do anything for him, even if it means dying. Though Qing'er was just an 11 or 12-year-old girl, Qinglong saw a resolute determination in her eyes. He knew her words were genuine, without a hint of falsehood. Qinglong's expression was serious, his voice deep and powerful. Remember, no matter how great your skills become or how high your rank is, the only person you should be loyal to is the prince. If you fail, I will personally take action. I will remember. The little girl nodded solemnly. Beside them, Suzuka couldn't bear it any longer and said irritably, Silly girl, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and acknowledge your master. Qing'er suddenly realized and quickly kowtowed 3 times to Qinglong, shouting, Qing'er greets master. Qinglong's stern face softened into a kind smile as he helped Qing'er up, giving Suzaku a glance and shaking his head helplessly. He told Qing'er, from today, besides learning lightness skills from Master Suzaku, come here every evening. I will teach you all I know. How much you learn depends on your own understanding. The scene shifted to the battlefield of Dongyu. After days of fierce fighting, Yang Xun and Li Pingyan had eliminated most of the Ni people in Dongyu. The Ni people finally realized the dire situation and began to gather their remaining forces, preparing to retreat from Dongyu. However, their plans were destined to fail. Of the more than 60,000 Ni people originally in Dongyu, less than 30,000 remained. Worse yet, Yang Xun had already ordered Li Pingyan to burn their warships anchored by the sea, leaving these 30,000 with no escape. In desperation, the Ni people thought of seeking aid from Kongwu. Unfortunately, Kongwu was besieged by Qi Jiguang in the city of Dongyu, unable to help. For these invaders, Yang Xun had one policy: kill them all, leaving none alive. That night, Yang Xun and Li Pingyan led 50,000 Shiliang cavalry to trap the Ni people by the sea. They launched a fierce attack on the Ni forces, mainly composed of infantry, who were dwarfed in stature and no match for the cavalry. The Shiliang cavalry's single charge shattered the Ni people's formation. The arrogance and haughtiness once on the Ni people's faces were replaced by deep fear. Only now did they realize the formidable opponent they faced. They understood that the wars they had experienced back in Ni were mere skirmishes. Against the true might of cavalry, they were utterly defenseless. The joy and arrogance of previously ambushing and defeating the king of Dongwu were now completely consumed by fear. In the end, over 10,000 remaining Ni people, led by Princess Inigai Miyuzi, chose to surrender. In the Shiliang cavalry camp, Yang Xun looked down at Inigai Miyuzi kneeling before him, his eyes filled with both surprise and disdain. He hadn't expected the commander of the Ni forces to be a woman, which caught him off guard. The disdain stemmed from the fact that these diminutive foes, who seemed so boastful, were actually so easily defeated. He hadn't even had his fill of the fight before they surrendered. Inigai Miyuzi bowed her head deeply, her voice trembling as she said, Respected Northern King of Dakian, I represent the 10,000-strong army of Ni in surrendering to your country. Please allow us to leave, and we promise never to set foot on Dakian soil again. Hearing this, Yang Xun laughed in anger. He sneered, You've killed people and stolen goods, and now you say you won't fight anymore and want to leave? Is it that easy? His voice rose sharply, dripping with sarcasm. You bunch of cowards, what makes you think you can stop fighting? Don't you still have over 10,000 people? Fight. Use your so-called swordsmanship to attack me. My men are already eager for battle. Hearing Yang Xun's words, Inukai Makajiko turned pale with fear and once again kowtowed heavily on the ground, producing a dull thud. Trembling, she pleaded, Your Grace, the Northern King of Deqian, we have already surrendered. We just want to go home. Please have mercy and grant us a way out. Go home. Yang Xun scoffed, a cold glint in his eyes. And what about the homes of the countless people of Dongyu? You destroyed their homes. Why should you return home while they suffer hunger and despair? In just a few days, how many of my Deqian people have you killed? How many women have you violated? The sins you've committed mean you can never return home. Inukai Makajiko panicked, realizing Yang Xun was determined to kill them all. She hurriedly argued, It's different. We were at war, and to the victor goes the spoils. Those were the trophies won by our warriors of the Ni kingdom. To the victor goes the spoils, indeed. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Yang Xun suddenly slapped the table and stood up, causing the teacup on the table to jump. He looked down coldly at Inukai Makajiko, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, Now that I've won, does that mean I can dispose of you as I please? Including you, the princess of the Ni kingdom? Inukai Makajiko bit her lip, a resolute look in her eyes. Slowly, she said, If your grace desires my body, I have no complaints. I only ask that you let my people return home. As a member of the Ni kingdom's royal family, her existence was to secure more benefits for the royal house. If it meant saving over 10,000 soldiers, it wouldn't matter if she had to sleep with Yang Xun. Your filthy body is not something I'm interested in. Yang Xun sneered, then turned to Li Pingyan and said harshly, Li Pingyan, drag her away and reward her to the soldiers. Just don't let her die. No, I'm a princess of the Ni kingdom. You can't do this to me. Inukai Makajiko was dumbfounded, her face full of terror. She knew very well what fate awaited her if Yang Xun handed her over to those ravenous soldiers. While she didn't mind using her body to please Yang Xun, she couldn't accept being ravaged by those dirty and foul-smelling soldiers. Before she could plead, Li Pingyan had already grabbed her by the hair and dragged her out. Her screams gradually faded outside the tent. 3 minutes later, Li Pingyan re-entered the tent, fastening his belt with a mischievous grin on his face. Seeing his expression, Yang Xun knew this guy couldn't change his ways and rolled his eyes. Feeling Yang Xun's gaze, Li Pingyan chuckled and defended himself. You can't blame me. It's foreign goods, and I wanted to try something new. At this moment, Pu Fa asked, Your Highness, what should we do with the more than 10,000 people kneeling outside the camp? He was referring to the surrendered soldiers of the Ni Kingdom, who had handed over their weapons and were kneeling outside the Shiliang cavalry camp, awaiting their fate. What else? Execute them on the spot. Leave no one alive. Yang Xun said calmly, as if discussing the weather. Pu Fa pondered for a moment, clasped his hands together, and said, Your Highness, this is too bloody. The blood soaking the land will leave a stench that won't dissipate for days. In my humble opinion, it would be better to bury them alive. Wow, master, you're even harsher. Li Pingyan exclaimed in surprise. He thought Pu Fa would plead for their lives, but instead, he suggested burying them alive. To be executed on the spot was swift, but being buried alive meant these soldiers would die slowly in fear and pain. Thus, following Pu Fa's suggestion, over 10,000 surrendered soldiers of the Ni Kingdom were buried alive. Their cries and pleas echoed to the heavens until the last shovelful of dirt covered their mouths and noses. After dealing with these matters, a trace of melancholy appeared on Yang Xun's face. Despite the overwhelming victory, the brutality of war and the fragility of life weighed heavily on him. The plight of Dongyu weighed heavily on Yang Xun's mind. This already impoverished place had now suffered another calamity, and the people's hardships would be difficult to alleviate in the short term. Worse still, the governor of Dongyu had perished alongside the king of Dongwu, leaving behind a chaotic situation with no one in charge. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Yang Xun decisively summoned Xuanwu. Quickly send someone back to Qianjing to ask Xiao He and the Ministry of Appointments to select a new governor for Dongyu. Also, ensure the Ministry of Revenue allocates funds and resources to help the people of Dongyu rebuild their homes. As Xuanwu was about to follow the orders, Li Pingyan suddenly had a bright idea. Brother Sun, no need to bother. Li Pingyan said with a smile, pulling out a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket and handing it to Yang Xun. This is the investment from those young lords in Qianjing for our Beiyan. Yang Xun took a closer look and saw it was a bundle of banknotes from a money house. The smallest denomination was 50,000 taels, and the largest was 150,000 taels. Roughly estimated, this stack amounted to over 2 million taels of silver. He couldn't help but look at Li Pingyan in a new light. The reputation of this social butterfly of Deqian was well-deserved. To those wealthy families, this money is just a drop in the bucket. Li Pingyan chuckled, scratching his head. They want to curry favor with you, brother Sun, and they can't do that without spending some money. Yang Xun cautiously asked, You didn't promise them anything, did you? Relax, brother Sun. I'm sharp. I just told them that following the Northern Border King has many benefits. Li Pingyan winked. Yang Xun nodded. All right, this time I'll credit you for this. With these banknotes, he could directly exchange them for funds and resources in Huaizhou and Chuzhou, avoiding the hassle of reallocating from the capital. He handed the banknotes to Xuanwu. Quickly send someone to deliver these banknotes to Changsun Wuji and the governor of Chuzhou, instructing them to exchange them for funds and resources and escort them to Dongyu, without fail. Understood. Xuanwu carefully secured the banknotes and swiftly departed. At that moment, a soldier with a red plume on his helmet arrived abruptly. He dismounted swiftly in front of Yang Xun and knelt on one knee. Your Highness, General Xue Ai has led 40,000 Northern Yan cavalry and 50,000 Huaizhou troops to capture Wanghaiqing, annihilating the 40,000 troops of the Nye Kingdom and capturing General Inoue Kaze alive. Good. Yang Xun felt a surge of joy. Xue Ai had indeed not disappointed him. This expedition against the Nye Kingdom might just be the perfect opportunity to train this young man. Yang Xun's ambition grew further. He aimed to strike directly at the heart of the Nye Kingdom. Order Xue Ai to lead the 40,000 Northern Yan cavalry to Dongyu to join me, and bring along that Nye Kingdom general. Then he turned to Li Pingyan. Order the entire army to march overnight and attack Dongyu City. Yang Xun's eyes were sharp, and in his mind, he recalled Kong Wu's arrogant demeanor in Beiyan. It was time to give this arrogant old man a profound lesson. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.